Chapter 1, Episode 1. Traversing the Otherworldly Dimension. In the realm of the mortal world, on the planet Ziyu, the practitioners of the mystical arts were once regarded as legendary figures for an ordinary person to pursue the path of cultivation. Immense fortune was required, however, following a significant upheaval. The so-called realms of immortality and demonic cultivation began to incessantly seek disciples among mortals. Their interactions with the mundane world increased to such an extent that many sects of cultivation became publicly accessible, with numerous mortals proactively seeking to apprentice themselves, hoping to one day become revered deities admired by thousands. Yet, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges for every multitude that seeks a master. The eligible candidates are exceedingly rare once chosen. One must sever all ties with the mortal realm, forsaking parents and kin, a precautionary measure to prevent those from the mundane world from meddling in earthly affairs after their ascension. Li Donglei, the eighth son of the Tang monarch Li Donglei, was saved by two immortals during his childhood. The jade pendant that hung from his chest was said to be a gift from these celestial beings at the tender age of 10. His father intended to send him to the Qixing sect on Penglai Island for cultivation. But upon hearing that he would have to part from his mother, he wept and wailed day and night. His mother, pleading with the Tang monarch, was the younger sister of the current emperor Li Tai the monarch. Unwilling to offend her, ultimately relented, promising to send him for cultivation when he grew older. Li Donglei remained at home, and in an effort to avoid leaving his mother, he began to study texts related to cultivation. Eventually creating his own techniques initially, his parents dismissed his endeavors as childish fantasies. But by the age of 11, he unexpectedly mastered sword flight, astonishing the Tang monarch, who once again sought to send him to Penglai Island, only to be met with his mother's desperate pleas. 2 years later, upon the death of his mother, the Tang monarch insisted on sending Li Donglei for cultivation. In a fit of anger, Li Donglei bowed thrice before his mother's coffin and ran away from home. The northernmost territory of the Tang monarch, bordering the vast sea, was said to be home to countless formidable beasts. Deep within the ocean resided immensely powerful demon cultivators. A year later, amidst the tumultuous waves of the sea, a small boy with a bare torso stood atop a rusted flying sword, clutching another slightly less corroded blade. His mouth was split in a wide grin, revealing a missing tooth, and a white jade pendant hung from his chest, its craftsmanship appearing otherworldly, clearly not of mundane origin. Ayo! A sudden dragon roar erupted from nowhere, followed by a brilliant golden aura illuminating the waters. Then, a colossal, menacing dragon burst forth from the depths, its golden scales shimmering and stretching over 20 zhang in length, making the small boy appear almost insignificant in comparison. Haha, finally you've emerged. Today, I shall bind you with a soul contract. The boy, clearly familiar with the dragon, rushed towards it with unrestrained enthusiasm. The golden dragon roared once more, charging at the boy despite its immense size. Its movements were as swift as lightning, almost matching the boy's speed. However, the boy, possessing remarkable cleverness, did not confront the dragon head-on. Instead, he engaged in a dance of evasion, seeking opportunities to exploit the dragon's defensive weaknesses. This small boy was none other than Li Donglei, who had run away from home a year prior at the age of 11. He had already reached the sword flight stage through self-training now. 3 years later, he had ascended to the late Yuanying stage. It was a feat that would be met with disbelief by others, yet it was the undeniable truth. The dragon he faced was merely at the Yuanying stage, albeit one with formidable defenses. Li Donglei wielded a sword of ordinary make, making it challenging to inflict any real harm. The boy and the dragon engaged in a spirited battle above the ocean, far from any powerful entities. Where Yuanying experts were a rare sight, the surrounding creatures retreated in fear, but if one were to observe closely, they would notice that while Li Donglei fought with his sword in one hand, his other hand clutched the jade pendant. With every strike and invocation of spiritual energy, the pendant emitted a faint glow. Over the years, every time Li Donglei touched the pendant, a sense of tranquility washed over him, and a series of movements would materialize in his mind, flowing with an effortless grace unbeknownst to him. He had unwittingly embarked on his own path of cultivation, attributing his self-created techniques to the pendant, which he firmly believed to be a divine artifact. After half a day of combat, Using his superior speed and agility, Li Donglei had managed to avoid any injury from the dragon, however. The dragon's hide was tough as leather, and despite hundreds of strikes from Li Donglei, it remained unharmed. Ayo! The dragon let out another fierce roar, seemingly losing interest, and turned to leave in a fit of determination. Li Donglei leapt onto the dragon's back and struck it with his sword, only for the mundane blade to shatter into 3 pieces upon impact. The dragon, undeterred by the pain, continued to soar into the depths of the sea. "You slippery eel, you shall not escape." Li Donglei pursued once more, leaping onto the dragon's back, discarding his short sword, and summoning his broken blade back to his hand, wildly slashing away, only to see it break again. "Unless we sign a soul contract today, I won't let you go." Li Donglei gritted his teeth, his stubbornness evident. He raised the jade pendant and hurled it at the dragon's back. Unexpectedly, the seemingly innocuous pendant radiated a brilliant golden light upon impact, as the dragon's spiritual energy surged towards it, infusing the pendant with its power. Li Donglei furrowed his brow. Then his expression brightened. The pendant's miraculous properties were beyond his imagination. Without hesitation, he continued to strike the dragon's back with it. The dragon could no longer disregard Li Donglei. It thrashed and rolled, attempting to dislodge him, but Li Donglei clung on resolutely. Boom! The dragon plunged into the ocean, sending massive splashes of water flying. Li Donglei maintained his composure, holding his breath, and continued his relentless assault. Roar! The dragon erupted from the water, yet to no avail. Gradually, the dragon's strength waned, its speed diminishing, and its mental energy weakened. With its mental energy dwindling, the moment to forge the soul contract had arrived. Li Donglei joyfully flew to the dragon's head, dripping a drop of blood and reciting the incantation. However, just as the ritual was nearing completion, the dragon's eyes suddenly glimmered with renewed vigor, its mental energy surging back to life. "Damn you, slippery eel! You were trying to pull a fast one." Li Donglei cursed inwardly, but he had no choice but to amplify his own mental energy should the dragon gain the upper hand. While he might not be reduced to its pet, his mental strength would inevitably be significantly depleted, causing his cultivation to suffer greatly. With gritted teeth, Li Donglei struggled against the dragon's mental force. This newborn divine beast was formidable. Otherwise, it would not find itself at the mercy of Li Donglei. However, even a newborn divine beast possessed considerable mental strength. As the two engaged in a mental stalemate, a peculiar sphere-like void appeared in the azure sky above Li Donglei. The black hole, merely 2 zhang in diameter, exerted an astonishing pull at the moment of its emergence. The massive golden dragon seemed to falter, its body shrinking as it was drawn into the black void. Seizing the dragon's misfortune, Li Donglei finally completed the soul contract ritual, only to be sucked in alongside the dragon. Within the vast black hole, it appeared as if an entirely new realm had formed. Strangely, apart from Li Donglei and the dragon, all else was annihilated, including Li Donglei's clothing and jade pendant. In the instant the pendant shattered, Li Donglei sensed a profound truth within it, revealing a complete system of celestial martial arts. Tai Chi, the 2 forms, the 3 powers, the 4 symbols, the 5 elements, the 6 harmonies, the 7 stars, the 8 trigrams, and the 9 palaces. Each intricately intertwined, a masterful sword technique that could be wielded against its own kind. However, before Li Donglei could begin to learn, the power of the black hole surged dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, he fell into unconsciousness. Chapter 2, Episode 2, The Other World. Crack, crack, crack. Purple lightning illuminated the night sky, casting a surreal glow upon the once pitch-black earth, revealing a scene of devastation in the muddy terrain. After an indeterminate period, Li Donglei felt a twinge in his nose, as if a musty odor lingered in the air. His face was sticky, and with great effort, he managed to pry his eyes open, clearing the crusted sleep from around them. However, just as he completed this ungraceful task, he was startled into retreat. Before him stood a small creature, faintly golden in hue, with 4 claws and a pair of wings, staring at him with wide eyes. Though it was only half a zhang long, Li Donglei recognized it as a dragon. Yet this dragon was clearly newborn, possessing an additional pair of wings, unlike any dragon he had seen before. How can I have forged a soul contract with this creature? Where is my golden dragon? Li Donglei's face drained of color as he realized that there was not a single trace of power within him, to be precise. This world was devoid of any spiritual energy, leaving him without a source for his cultivation. Rendering his past efforts futilely was now akin to an ordinary person. Surrounding him was a suffocating darkness, with only the intermittent flashes of lightning and the sound of rain indicating that it was nighttime and a storm was brewing. Yet, as Li Donglei scanned his surroundings for an escape, he suddenly caught sight of a figure that appeared ghostly in the dim light in this moment. Li Donglei found himself inexplicably in this place, stripped of his powers, and he was overtaken by a sense of dread. Had he perished at the hands of that black hole, arriving in the realm of the dead? Was the figure before him truly the ghost spoken of by the servants at the Tang royal residence? A ghost! Li Donglei cried out in terror upon hearing his shriek. The little golden dragon mirrored his fear with a shriek of its own, and a bolt of lightning from the heavens intensified the atmosphere of horror. The ghost, cloaked in a dark cape, blended seamlessly into the surrounding shadows, rendering it nearly invisible unless one looked closely. However, upon witnessing Li Donglei's expression of fear, it was evident that the specter was displeased with his reaction. Gradually, it approached him, and only then did Li Donglei discern the creature's visage, square-faced, remarkably handsome middle-aged ghost. Despite being in the prime of life, it staggered as it walked, as if it were on the verge of collapsing. Li Donglei could not help but associate it with the elusive spirits he had heard of. In a moment of desperation, Li Donglei dashed toward the scant rays of sunlight, reasoning that ghosts ought to fear the sun. Yet the ghost continued its advance toward him. Those tales of sunlight being a ghost bane are nothing but nonsense. If anyone dares utter such a thing again, I shall not hold back. Li Donglei cursed under his breath, fear gnawing at him as he picked up a stone from the darkness and hurled it at the ghost. Observing Li Donglei's attack, the little golden dragon unleashed a feeble flame, which extinguished almost immediately after leaving its mouth. Seeing the dragon's pitiful display, Li Donglei lamented inwardly. Is this truly the mighty divine beast known as a dragon? Damn it! The ghost observed their antics, furrowing its brow before reciting an incantation in the blink of an eye. Li Donglei and the little golden dragon found themselves seemingly ensnared by a spell of immobility, as if the very pressure of the surrounding space had multiplied tenfold, rendering every part of their beings as though gripped by colossal iron hands. The ghost continued its unsteady approach, uttering a torrent of words that the unfortunate Li Donglei could not comprehend. After a lengthy pause, as if discerning something, the ghost recited another incantation and began to communicate with Li Donglei directly through thought. Language is merely a construct devised by humanity to convey its desires. One must first possess an intent to express, which is then articulated through corresponding words. What the ghost was doing at that moment was reverting to a primal state, transmitting its intentions directly into Li Donglei's mind, bypassing the linguistic intermediary, resulting in swifter and clearer communication. Little one, do not be so impulsive. I harbor no malice, the ghost declared, releasing Li Donglei from its constraints. Who are you? Where's this place? Li Donglei summoned his courage to voice his inquiries. Allow me to share a tale with you, the ghost replied. Is this the realm of the dead? Li Donglei offered no deference, promptly articulating his thoughts regrettably. The ghost paid him no heed and continued to convey its message through mental projection. Long, long ago, the three most powerful beings in this world simultaneously sensed a divine revelation. The heavens proclaimed that this world was divided into over 100 smaller realms. Yet these realms lacked a sovereign. The ultimate ruler of this world required a grand spatial formation to be summoned with the combined strength of the three. This formation could have been completed within a century. Alas, two of them engaged in relentless conflict over a smaller universe within this cosmos, leaving only the third to diligently pursue the heavenly mandate for 30,000 years. After enduring countless trials, when he finally established the great formation and beheld the summoned entity, he felt no joy at his success, only disappointment and bitterness. Li Donglei was utterly perplexed by the ghost's narrative and merely repeated, I want to go back. The specter obstructed Li Donglei's path and proclaimed, "You cannot leave. This was once an underground palace, but after the Great Formation was activated, it has been reduced to ruins. Even if you manage to escape, you cannot return, for this is not your world." He felt as though he had encountered a mad ghost. Li Donglei silently cursed and walked away, while the ghost shook his head, feeling utterly defeated, and did not attempt to stop Li Donglei. The little golden dragon trailed behind him, and after wandering for quite some time, Li Donglei finally conceded that he was indeed in a confined space, shrouded in darkness, with an operational area of approximately 700 zhang. The only connection to the outside world was a spot above where raindrops fell. "How can that door be opened?" Li Donglei exclaimed. Upon hearing his words, the ghost immediately recited an incantation, and their spiritual minds connected once more. Realizing Li Donglei's intent, the ghost sighed, "That door must be pushed, but alas, it is likely blocked by fallen stones, rendering it immovable." After attempting for a considerable time, Li Donglei ultimately acknowledged his failure, resignedly sitting back down. Through their prolonged exchange, he gradually understood, especially after the ghost demonstrated several magical abilities and martial techniques that should not exist in his world. He began to accept that he had entered an unfamiliar realm, one entirely distinct from the path of cultivation. Suddenly severed from all ties to his own world, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and nostalgia for the past. Perhaps he would never again have the chance to honor his mother. From their earlier conversation, Li Donglei discerned that the ghost was not a mere specter, but a powerful spatial magician named Swofi, who had nearly exhausted his life force to activate the ultimate formation, leaving him in a weakened state. Li Donglei declined to converse further with Swofi, instead gazing upwards at the sole point of similarity with the outside world, a hole with a diameter of about 10 zhang. It was now midnight, and starlight streamed down from above. Though the night breeze outside seemed strong, it was imperceptible within the ruined palace. Perhaps only the rain, the night wind, and his own world remained unchanged. Li Donglei felt a surge of emotion, overwhelmed by the pain of his lost power. If it weren't for the imposing little dragon he wished to capture for amusement, he would have never imagined he would encounter such a calamity. Chapter 3. Swofi the little golden dragon seemed to sense Li Donglei's despondency, nuzzling against him with its small head, but Li Donglei merely glanced at it before returning to his thoughts. Eventually, he found himself asleep once more. Upon waking the next day, Li Donglei felt a gnawing hunger. Having lost his powers, he had reverted to an ordinary human state, yet there was nothing to eat in this place. Just awakened, he was engulfed by a heavy cloud of exhaustion, hunger, despair, and regret. In that moment, he felt as if he had matured. Signaling his desire to speak, the two once again communicated through their spiritual minds. "Is there anything to eat?" Li Donglei asked weakly. "Eat? I do not require sustenance." Swofi replied matter-of-factly. "That I meant myself. I am hungry," Li Donglei lamented. "There is nothing, not even water. Damn it. Then why did you bring me here if you can't take me back?" Li Donglei finally erupted in frustration, cursing aloud. "Activating the Great Formation nearly drained my life force. I cannot initiate it a second time. Even if I could only send you to another world. As for where that might be, who knows?" Swofi waved a hand dismissively, exuding helplessness. "Then I'm doomed." Li Donglei lay back down on the cold stone slab, ignoring everything, while his stomach continued its relentless protests. "Forget it. I'm on the verge of death anyway. I'll upgrade your dragon to fly, so it can fetch you water and food." Swofi finally took on a sense of responsibility. "Is that possible?" Li Donglei asked skeptically, disregarding the notion of upgrading the dragon. "You summoned me alongside it. During the summoning, a master-servant bond was established, one that is innate and telepathic. It will understand your intentions. Then hurry up." Despite the absence of his powers, the bond of the soul contract remained intact. Li Donglei knew the dragon could comprehend his meaning. His inquiry was whether he could infuse the dragon with power to help it grow. However, he decided not to dwell on it. As long as there was something to eat or drink, he would be content. Swofi wasted no time, placing a hand on the little golden dragon's forehead and reciting an incantation. Li Donglei could not grasp what was occurring. He only felt the surrounding air shift strangely, an indescribable sensation enveloping him. Initially resistant to Swofi, the little golden dragon now seemed to relish the experience. Its body grew rapidly, and its pale golden wings began to strengthen. The upgrading process was swift, Li Donglei estimated it would be complete in less than 10 minutes. Roar. The little golden dragon let out an excited cry as the transformation concluded. Among the trio of one human and two beings, only the dragon seemed to be in high spirits. With a twinge of anxiety, Li Donglei spoke in a dialect of Ziyu. Golden dragon brother. Could you go find something to eat? Let me prepare a suitable vessel for you to fetch some water. He tore a strip of cloth from his attire and fashioned a deeply concave porcelain shard around the dragon's neck. Regardless of the words used, the little golden dragon could comprehend, for it understood Li Donglei's intent. The dragon attempted to fly, succeeding and letting out another jubilant cry before wobbling towards the hole above. Unfortunately, after flying out, it returned. Although the little golden dragon had learned to fly, it had grown to nearly 70 zhang tall, not fat, but significantly wider than 10 zhang, rendering it unable to exit through the small opening. This can't be happening, Li Donglei shrieked in despair. Having just learned to fly, the little golden dragon continued to flutter excitedly above Li Donglei's head, occasionally letting out a cry, while Li Donglei wallowed in misery. I am starving. I'm going to die. I've expended my life force. I'm finished. Both Li Donglei and Suofi sat helplessly on the ground, gazing up at the sky. After a long while, Suofi stood again, looking at the little golden dragon, and sighed. Well, I'm not far from death anyway. What difference does it make whether I die sooner or later? Let me see if I can upgrade this dragon to the point where it can change its size. This time, Li Donglei remained silent, feeling disheartened. The burden of negative emotions weighed heavily on him, and he wished to avoid interaction with anyone. Suofi approached the little golden dragon, and this time, the dragon did not shy away, but instead joyfully welcomed Suofi's palm. The transfer of power took an exceptionally long time this time, nearly exhausting an entire day. The little golden dragon had undergone a remarkable transformation, now measuring over 20 zhang in length, its wings proudly unfurling. And astonishingly, a dragon pearl appeared in its mouth. Upon seeing the dragon pearl, Suofi's face paled to a deathly green, and he abruptly withdrew his hand. You beast, a dragon pearl has emerged. You could have changed sizes long ago and didn't inform me. Forcing me to expend my life force for your upgrade. Suofi cried out in despair, his voice filled with utter exhaustion. The little golden dragon blinked its eyes and revealed a dragon-like smile. Without any observable actions, it gradually shrank down to the size of a small cat, then flew out with the porcelain shard Li Donglei had given it that moment. After a day and a half without food or drink, Li Donglei was parched and desperate for water, praying for the little golden dragon to return quickly with something to quench his thirst. Meanwhile, Suofi collapsed onto the ground, his complexion pale as a ghost. Watching this unfold, Li Donglei felt a pang of guilt, realizing that Suofi had also expended his strength for his sake. Are you all right? Li Donglei asked softly. Cough, cough. If I refrain from using any magic aside from communicating with you, I could still survive for another 10 years. That I never imagined that one day, even I, who once possessed infinite life, would face death, Suofi replied with a faint smile, a look of resignation on his face. 10 years. Only 10 years left? Li Donglei was at a loss for words, feeling a newfound empathy towards Suofi. That you've mentioned that you were once quite powerful. Li Donglei attempted to break the silence. Powerful? What constitutes true power? To others, I may seem formidable, but I know that before the heavens, I am but a child. Suofi gazed longingly into the distance, while Li Donglei felt a sense of confusion. If you hadn't helped the dragon upgrade, would you be fine? He inquired again. To activate the spatial formation, I have already exhausted my life force. Even if I remained still, I wouldn't last 300 years. What good is it to live as a useless being for an additional 300 years? It is better to bestow my life upon you. Li Donglei felt a flush of shame wash over him. He could only respond, I know nothing. Here, I am as good as useless, and living 100 years back in my homeland would make me a centenarian, unless you were a cultivator. With that, Li Donglei felt utterly dejected. Realizing that all the effort he had put into cultivating spiritual energy had vanished, leaving him once again an ordinary person. You are quite honest, but 100 years is nearly the entirety of your lifespan. While 300 years is merely a fleeting moment in my endless existence. It is better to let it go. I have always been intrigued by the revelation bestowed upon me by the heavens, which urged the activation of this grand formation to summon the sovereign of the 108 small universes. However, it only summoned a person and a beast. Perhaps you are the ones destined by fate. With a glimmer of divine light in her eyes, Suofi proclaimed. Yet, I am merely adept at cultivating immortality. and I found myself here in a state of confusion just as I was beginning to thrive on ZU Star. The little dragon is a divine beast I recently tamed on ZU Star, and it has followed me here. However, my ethereal energy has dissipated, leaving me as an ordinary person. Li Donglei expressed his disappointment. No, that dragon is a king among advancing beasts, distinct from ordinary powerful phantom beasts. An advancing beast grows stronger as it absorbs energy. Your advancing dragon requires an amount of energy that is several times greater than that of a typical advancing beast for each level it ascends. Consequently, it wields greater power at the same level and can ascend to different realms, but even the mightiest advancing beast can only reach the rank of a level 14 holy beast. While its potential is limitless. As for you, your aptitude for magic is remarkably high, marking you as a magical prodigy. However, there are others with similar magical potential. Thus, in the context of the universe as sovereign, you seem rather ordinary. Indeed, quite ordinary. Upon hearing Sophie's final remark, Li Donglei felt a wave of gloom wash over him. Are you suggesting that the little dragon is the so-called master you summoned? While I am merely an incidental companion. Sophie shook her head, uncertain herself, acknowledging that Sophie could only sustain her life through formidable power. Li Donglei refrained from further conversation. The little golden dragon exhibited remarkable efficiency, swiftly returning with a rabbit and a half-cup of water, as the small dragon had spilled much during its attempts to carry it. Li Donglei seized the water and drank it all, subsequently sending the little dragon out for more. However, at this moment, the little golden dragon's belly was noticeably swollen, evidently having consumed something before the rabbit. Having resolved half of their hunger, Li Donglei gazed at the rabbit brought by the little dragon with resignation. Pondering how to consume it in its raw state, he inquired of Sophie, who suggested she could conjure a fireball, albeit it would only last for a brief period, after the little dragon returned with water. Li Donglei instructed it to fetch some sticks. The little dragon tirelessly assisted Li Donglei, which deeply moved him. Chapter 4, Volume 4, Spatial Magic at last. After an arduous endeavor lasting half a day, a rabbit was prepared, half burnt, half undercooked, devoid of any seasoning. Li Donglei, lacking culinary experience from his years of carefree living, could only rely on his limited skills. He refrained from eating, instead offering a piece of the relatively well-cooked rabbit meat to Sophie. She smiled, acknowledging that while she did not require sustenance, she accepted it nonetheless. Then, Li Donglei began to devour the meat ravenously. Despite its unpalatable taste, extreme hunger rendered even the most distasteful food delectable. After satisfying his hunger, his stomach ceased its protests, yet negative emotions surged forth, manifesting fears of his own world, the terror of this unfamiliar realm, the helplessness of being trapped, and the monotony of his situation. When confined to a minuscule space, unable to engage in any activity, and devoid of conversation, it is undoubtedly the most agonizing experience. Li Donglei felt on the brink of collapse after merely 2 days of such existence. He began to gaze at the stones, the sky, and the stars, lost in thought, occasionally using branches brought by the little dragon to stab, chop, and poke. What are you doing? Sophie's inquiry marked one of her rare moments of initiating a conversation with Li Donglei. I do not know if you summoned me or the little dragon, but regardless of whether I am the one destined by fate or not, whether this world possesses ethereal energy or not. The instant my jade pendant shattered, I felt the vast and ethereal Tao. Countless techniques and sword arts flooded my mind. I must reclaim my 9 heavens 9 swords. From their previous conversations, Li Donglei elaborated on his world to Sophie, detailing the composition of power in his realm. Sophie shook her head, questioning, what is this ethereal energy you speak of? Battle Chi. And what of the demonic energy? There are no mythical beasts here if you wish to grow stronger or escape. I can teach you magic. Magic? Upon hearing this, Li Donglei's mind raced with possibilities. Before him stood a powerful magician, and the little dragon was at his side. Could this all be the will of the heavens? What kind of magic do you wish to teach me? He asked cautiously. I am a spatial magician. I do not possess knowledge of other forms of magic. Sophie replied with a smile. What about the fire for cooking the rabbit? The deer, the wolves, and our mental dialogues. What do they count as? Li Donglei inquired, puzzled. Though often unrecognized by the world, spatial magic indeed serves as the foundation for other forms of magic. When one's spatial magic reaches a certain level, they can utilize it to cast spells from other elemental categories. Moreover, in terms of equal levels, spatial magicians are significantly more powerful than their counterparts in other magical disciplines. Sophie stated with a hint of pride. Then I shall learn, Li Donglei exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Yet, unbeknownst to him, this decision would lead to years of regret, a tale for another time. Sophie seemed pleased, taking a deep breath before elaborating. Very well, since you have chosen to learn magic. I shall explain the distribution of magic. There are 10 types: space, mind, water, fire, wind, thunder, earth, wood, light, and darkness. The journey from novice to the ability to cast level 3 magic is referred to as a magic apprentice. You barely qualify at this stage. Levels 4 to 6 are termed as magic warriors. Levels 7 to 9 are magic masters. Levels 10 to 12 are magic tutors. Those who can independently cast level 13 to 15 spells are called holy magic tutors. And those at level 16 are known as magic gods, which is the highest known rank of magic. Spells above level 10 are classified as forbidden spells on this continent, although to be precise, they are forbidden in the human realm. In the celestial realm, only level 15 and 16 spells are deemed forbidden. In addition to magic, there exists another form of power in this world known as martial skills. The 9 heavens 9 swords you mentioned fall into this category. Martial skills, like magic, are divided into 6 ranks: sword hand, sword warrior, sword master, sword emperor, sword saint, and sword god. These 6 ranks correspond directly to the 6 ranks of magicians. Beasts in this world are categorized into 3 types: ordinary wild beasts, which require no explanation; magical beasts, which are mutated forms of wild beasts, exceedingly powerful, and many of which can cast terrifying spells. Once wild beasts are tamed by humans, they become phantom beasts. Thus, strictly speaking, magical beasts and wild beasts belong to the same category of animals, and humans classify them based on their strength into 6 ranks: primary phantom beasts, intermediate phantom beasts, advanced phantom beasts, ultimate phantom beasts, holy beasts, and divine beasts. As for our world, it is divided into 2 major realms, one dominated by humans, known as the human realm, and the other being the celestial realm. The human realm lacks formidable experts, yet it serves as the foundation and origin of the entire universe. The celestial realm, though powerful, would perish without the support of the human realm. The current distribution of powers I am aware of dates back 30,000 years in the celestial realm, where 3 major factions existed, one led by the creator god, the Angel Legion, another led by the Demon King, the Hell Legion, and a third faction, which chose not to assist either side, consisted of the ultimate warriors from the lower realms. After absorbing such a wealth of information, Li Donglei took time to process it and ultimately arrived at 4 conclusions. First, this world differs greatly from his own. However, having lived independently for many years, he believed adaptation would not pose a challenge. Second, although the little dragon is not currently powerful, it holds the potential to become an immensely strong entity with sufficient energy. Third, there exists a formidable celestial realm above his world, with the creator god and the demon king sounding quite formidable. The human realm, along with the celestial realm, constitutes the entirety of the universe. And beyond their universe lie an additional 107 similar universes. Collectively, these 108 small universes represent the true cosmos. Fourth, Sophie is undoubtedly extraordinary. Having lived for at least 30,000 years, she possesses extensive knowledge of the celestial realm while being less informed about the human realm. And she is privy to matters beyond the universe, having conversed with the heavens. Esteemed sir, is the creator god truly the one who fashioned this world? And what of the demon king? Furthermore, is the so-called third faction led by you? Li Donglei inquired with a semblance of confidence. Sophie's eyes brightened, and she responded with interest. What leads you to speculate that I am the leader of the third faction? Li Donglei promptly replied. You mentioned that heaven revealed to 3 individuals that the grand formation must be executed by your collaboration, indicating that you 3 are the strongest. Otherwise, heaven would have sought out an even mightier being. Coincidentally, the most powerful factions in the celestial realm consist of 3, the creator god's faction, the demon king's faction, and one that perfectly aligns with the number 3. You, I surmise. I did not expect you to be so clever. I am a spatial magician, and after growing stronger, I ascended to the celestial realm. The other powerful beings from the human world indeed heed my commands, while the creator god and the dark lord are merely self-proclaimed. When our small universe was formed, it was divided into 2 layers, each possessing equal energy. However, the human realm is 10,000 times larger than the celestial realm, which means that on average, Each inhabitant of the celestial realm is significantly more powerful than their human counterparts. This is the reason why members of the angelic and infernal legions are inherently strong from birth. Though humans are weak at birth, they possess boundless potential, and after years of development, they have finally acquired the strength to contend with the celestial realm. Before my arrival, the Creator God and the Dark Lord were vying for dominion over the celestial realm that I felt that we, the ones who ascended from the human world, need not interfere, so I remained neutral. Now, 30,000 years have passed. I wonder how my old friends in the celestial realm are faring. I hope the Creator God and the Dark Lord remain at a stalemate. Otherwise, Sophie did not continue. Her expression filled with concern and helplessness. Why do people always rush to the celestial realm once they grow powerful? Isn't it easier to bully anyone in the human realm? Li Donglei asked. Puzzled regarding Li Donglei's reasons for staying in the human realm, Sophie could only smile wryly. She shook her head and said, "This is a decision supported solely by the Creator God, the Dark Lord, and myself. The human realm is exceedingly fragile. A level 11 forbidden spell can obliterate an entire city. The destructive potential of even higher powers is unimaginable. When two super beings clash, the devastation and casualties are monumental. The human realm is the foundation of the celestial realm, and both factions within the celestial realm wish to see the human realm preserved, but we, too, do not wish to see our homeland suffer. Thus, we three agreed that the strongest beings in the human realm may only be level 11 magic tutors and level 11 sword emperors. Any stronger beings must be forcibly recalled to the celestial realm. Powerful magical beasts also possess their territories, which are sparsely populated, and they typically do not venture beyond their domains, so the regulations regarding magical beasts are somewhat lenient. Even so, level 13 sacred beasts must also be forcibly returned to the celestial realm." "Oh, I see," Li Donglei nodded. "Well, let's discuss the specifics later. Since I summoned you here and am concurrently trapped, it is indeed a profound fate. What difference does it make if I live for another 10 years or not? I would rather consider you as a relay of my power that I in the time to come. I will spare no effort in teaching you spatial magic, as long as you can achieve 1/10,000th of my power. You will be able to leave." Sophie suddenly made up her mind. In truth, she had long contemplated this, although heaven had revealed to her that this formation could summon a co-sovereign. It did not guarantee that the moment one was summoned, they would possess such power. Perhaps Li Donglei still had a chance, after striving for 30,000 years and risking his very life. He would not relinquish even a glimmer of hope. I have visited several of the other 107 small universes, and their worlds are indeed different from ours, but I shall not elaborate further on that. Our world is permeated by two distinct forms of power, one known as magical elements, and the other referred to as combat energy. I will primarily focus on magical elements. Magical elements are essentially the active particles of various kinds. For instance, in some worlds, light particles are rather inert, and thus, they can only illuminate their world. Any surplus energy will be absorbed by green plants, which transform it into other forms. In contrast, our world's light particles are vastly different. Over the ages, people have gradually learned how to harness them more effectively. The more light particles one can manipulate from the surrounding space, the greater their power becomes, which is why we often speak of more formidable light mages. The same applies to the other elemental types. As for combat energy and magical elements, the situation is quite similar. To harness magical elements, one must possess a body capable of doing so. This requirement is quite stringent. On average, only 1 in 100 individuals is suited for learning magic, yet your aptitude is exceptional. Mastering magic necessitates meditation to connect oneself with the external magical elements, and once an individual establishes a connection with one type of magical element, they cannot learn others. Of course, the magic I refer to encompasses only the 8 basic elements: light, darkness, water, fire, wind, lightning, earth, and wood. Spatial magic and mental magic do not fall within this category. Upon hearing this, Li Donglei fainted on the spot, as after an extensive discussion, it appeared that none of it pertained to the magic he wished to learn. Chapter 5. The 5th volume of Hard Training in the Atmosphere. There are no so-called spatial magical elements, spatial magicians. We must perceive the elemental forces of the entire world and continuously elevate our magic by understanding the laws of elemental interaction. Consequently, spatial magic is the most challenging and time-consuming to learn. However, you need not worry. I shall provide attentive guidance. When you encounter several critical moments, I will employ a level 15 spatial magic spell to displace your soul, allowing you to grasp the essence of space through my understanding of spatial magic for a limited time. As a level 16 spatial magic deity, I believe that with my experience, you will progress rapidly in your studies of spatial magic. In the days that followed, Li Donglei began learning spatial magic. Unaware of the difficulties associated with the study of other magical systems, he had no basis for comparison. Yet, after a year of study, he had not mastered a single spatial spell. Sophie informed him that he had already attained the magical prowess of a level 2 magic apprentice. Li Donglei smiled faintly, thinking, isn't it just that I cannot cast any spatial magic? During his earlier solitary cultivation, he had spent a long time without achieving anything. Yet he had remained steadfast and never despaired. Whether on Ziyu Star or here, Li Donglei held an unwavering dedication in his heart. Sophie clearly noticed Li Donglei's persistence and grew increasingly pleased. One day, she expressed her deep satisfaction, saying, Donglei, you have meditated on the 8 elements for a year. Why haven't you asked me why you cannot cast a single spatial spell? A year had passed, and without needing to communicate through thoughts, Li Donglei could now converse in this world's language with Sophie, albeit not fluently, since absorbing a vast amount of Sophie's energy a year ago. The small dragon had not grown any larger. It seemed to grow not with time, but with the enhancement of its power. It's nothing. It's just that I find it boring here. I might as well pass the time through meditation. Back home, my mother often says I'm as stubborn as a mule, fixated on something and unyielding to anyone's counsel. As he spoke, Li Donglei could not help but reminisce about his hometown. Yet it was futile to think of returning to the realm of cultivation. He could not even leave this place. Sophie, with a hint of consolation, said, Donglei, do you know what it takes to learn magic effectively? It should be frequent meditation, right? After all, meditation seems to be the only way to enhance magical power. Regular meditation aligns with what the private tutor would deem diligence, Li Donglei replied, unsure if he was smiling bitterly or lightly. Frequent meditation is indeed essential, but more importantly, it requires a heartfelt engagement with meditation. It is said that a magician's training is most hindered by distractions. In truth, it is the lack of focus that is most detrimental. Those who cannot concentrate will never master magic. Only those who can endure solitude can truly delve deep and cultivate their hearts. And you evidently possess the most essential quality for a magician, tranquility. I believe that with your magical aptitude, combined with your ability to withstand solitude, you will certainly achieve great magical accomplishments in the future. However, this is not the most critical aspect. The most vital thing is that you are a spatial magician. Sophie grew increasingly animated as she spoke, stepping closer to Li Donglei. She added, spatial magic is immensely powerful, even envied by the heavens. Therefore, every spell consumes an enormous amount of energy, without reaching level 6. One cannot cast a single spatial spell. Even a level 6 spatial magician can only perform the spell of spatial flickering. The rate of advancement in spatial magic is at least 5 times slower than in other magical systems. And those below level 6 are practically useless. Even upon reaching level 10 magic tutor status, one would only be able to contend on equal footing with other magicians of the same level. Given the brevity of human life, mastering the most challenging spatial magic to level 10 within a mere century is nearly impossible. Advancing beyond that is even more arduous. Moreover, the angels and demons in the celestial realm, who are aware of the power of spatial magic, fear this force greatly. They disparage spatial magic to such an extent that very few are willing to study it. Now, by a twist of fate, I have summoned you. Your magical aptitude is exceptional, and you possess the tranquility essential for a spatial magician, along with one more crucial trait, perseverance and dedication. Perhaps this is destiny that I wish to formally take you as my disciple. Having taught me for so long without asking for payment, I have long regarded you as my master, Li Donglei said, kneeling in a manner befitting a disciple. Very well, my power has been depleted for over a year. This meager remnant is but a fraction of what I once possessed. Now, I, Sophie, shall cast the final spell of my life, imbuing you with my understanding of spatial magic, thus accelerating your magical training tenfold. May this be the most glorious conclusion of my life, and may you be the continuation of my power. Sophie's complete demeanor suddenly shifted. Li Donglei wished to voice his thoughts, yet upon seeing Sophie, words eluded him. That moment, Sophie was no longer the frail figure plagued by illness. Instead, Her long hair danced gracefully without wind, her eyes gleaming with a captivating intensity. Every part of her radiated an air of sovereign dominance, a commanding presence that harmonized with the universe, evoking both respect and awe. Then, for the first time, Sophie revealed a magical staff, its sinuous form gleaming gold, topped with a massive crimson crystal. In the past, Li Donglei would have deemed it a ruby, but now he recognized it as a magical core, an artifact that aids sorcerers in swiftly harnessing their magical energy. Donglei, this is my sole weapon, the glorious Saint Staff. After using its magic, I shall seal it here. Only upon reaching the 12th level of archmage can you claim it, lest it bring you ruin. As Sophie solemnly recited a series of incantations, Li Donglei distinctly sensed the surrounding space shifting, an unmistakable transformation, as if he too were adrift within the fluidity of the cosmos. Spatial displacement of the soul. Contract. Upon the completion of Sophie's final spell, Li Donglei felt himself becoming lost, entering a realm of extraordinary essence, where he retained his soul, yet perceived the world through Sophie's wisdom and consciousness. Everything appeared significant, both monumental and minuscule. In contrast, Sophie's lifelong struggle for the stability of the universe filled her heart with a sense of helplessness and concern for her friends. Even in the face of death, her thoughts were wholly consumed by the world beyond herself. Li Donglei could hardly fathom a single individual possessing such immense power. He was utterly convinced that in her prime, Sophie could obliterate the entire Xiu star alone. Similarly, Sophie's understanding of spatial magic dispelled all the confusions Li Donglei had encountered during his previous meditations. To achieve a deeper comprehension of spatial magic lies in grasping the overarching principles of the 8 elemental forces, for the pinnacle of magic is encapsulated in the notion of space, which encompasses all. Simultaneously, the status of each magical level, the key points for their breakthroughs, and the magical powers accessible at each level flooded into Li Donglei's memory. Presently, Li Donglei's situation mirrored that of Sophie. Starting anew as a secondary magic apprentice in his study of spatial magic, the pace of advancement was unfathomable. The 15th level super forbidden spell, soul displacement, consumed half a day to complete. By the end, Li Donglei remained himself, a mere second-level apprentice, yet his spirit was ablaze with fervor. Sophie, meanwhile, had closed her eyes. Only the rise and fall of her chest attested to her continued existence. Master, Li Donglei whispered, as the ever-watchful Xiaolong approached quietly. Yet, Sophie remained still, silent. Kneeling beside her, Li Donglei sat in silence, time slipping by unnoticed until Sophie's complexion gradually regained its color, and she slowly opened her eyes, as if witnessing a miracle of life. Yet, those versed in medicine would recognize this as the fleeting light before death. Donglei, Sophie spoke, and he immediately roused himself. Living a few more years holds little significance for me. My choice to assist you stemmed from witnessing your kindness. I recall our first encounter, when you had gone nearly 2 days without food, yet you offered me a taste of the roasted rabbit. It was the finest delicacy I had savored in 100,000 years. That I hope you embrace this kindness as a responsibility. That I believe with your tenacity, given time, you will surpass me and become the greatest spatial sorcerer. With my legacy, remember to meditate frequently. Only by reaching the 12th level of archmage can one attain eternal life. Only with a prolonged existence can you aspire to transcend all. Li Donglei's mind was a blank canvas. Nodding in a daze, Sophie grasped his hand, her voice trembling. I know that encountering a resolute individual is the greatest fortune for a spatial sorcerer, but I wish to hear you affirm once more, regardless of what lies ahead. I shall persist in spatial magic, regardless of what lies ahead. I shall persist in spatial magic, Li Donglei echoed, his voice thick with emotion. Sophie uttered no further words, her grip on Li Donglei's hand slowly slipping away. Her heartbeat nearly ceasing. Once more, he declared, regardless of what lies ahead, I shall persist in spatial magic. One of the 3 most powerful beings in this world had fallen. Given that Li Donglei was situated in the ruins of a palace, he utilized the stones and rubble he had unearthed over the past year to bury Sophie. The pit and stones were initially intended for carving out an escape route, but after a year of insufficient progress, hope of fleeing remained dimmed. In the days that followed, Li Donglei devoted himself entirely to comprehending spatial magic. Here, devoid of human presence, save for Xiaolong, not a single living thing stirred, an expanse of silence. Li Donglei could engage in nothing but meditation. unperturbed by the outside world or its temptations, providing an exceptional environment for magical contemplation. Meditation stems from understanding. With each advancement came an ineffable joy. Previously, after prolonged meditation, Li Donglei would feel mentally fatigued, as even ordinary sorcerers struggle to meditate for an hour. Yet, since inheriting Sophie's insights into magic, Li Donglei had never experienced such exhaustion. He would awaken from meditation only due to the prolonged duration. His stomach protesting against hunger. With exceptional magical talent, the legacy of the mightiest sorcerer, and an optimal meditation environment, a diligent sorcerer typically requires 3 hours of recovery for every hour of meditation. However, Li Donglei needed none. His utilization of time was quadrupled compared to theirs, especially when contrasted with the less industrious sorcerers. The culmination of all these factors led to one outcome. Li Donglei's magical prowess surged rapidly. Chapter 6. The young master emerges. Xiaolong, loyal in his companionship, had survived alongside Li Donglei for years. To be precise, it was Li Donglei who relied on Xiaolong for survival, while Xiaolong had grown fond of Li Donglei's roasted delicacies. With 3 meals a day consisting solely of grilled small creatures, even the dullest individual could become a master of roasting over the years. Li Donglei's grilled dishes were renowned for their aroma. Savory, yet not overwhelming. Remarkably, after roasting a large wolf, the meat was uniformly cooked, devoid of the common blunder of being raw inside, and the seasoning was perfectly balanced. However, when it came to seasoning, Li Donglei felt somewhat embarrassed. Despite not having grown over the years, Xiaolong remained around 20 feet long, often shrinking to the size of a kitten when near Li Donglei. His golden body and petite stature, adorned with a myriad of dragon-like expressions, made him an endearing creature, occasionally mimicking Li Donglei with simple phrases, a beloved little companion. Yet, when he first brought a domesticated fat sheep, Li Donglei was perplexed, and soon after, Xiaolong escalated his antics, pilfering pigs, chickens, and ducks to be roasted for his enjoyment. He even began stealing glittering objects like jewels and glass balls. It was then that Li Donglei reluctantly admitted that Xiaolong had devolved into a thieving dragon. Li Donglei envied the freedom Xiaolong possessed. This creature shared a profound connection with him. Rather than steering Xiaolong back to the path of virtue, Li Donglei encouraged him to steal salt, soy sauce, chili powder, and other ingredients. Ultimately, Xiaolong even managed to swipe flint, marking the end of an era where Li Donglei relied on Xiaolong's fire-breathing abilities post-Sophie's passing. Upon inspection, the collection of firewood, flint, chickens, ducks, geese, glass, jewels, axes, and more weighed heavily on Li Donglei's heart. 2 years following Sophie's death, this thieving dragon had left no stone unturned. What was more infuriating was that each time he beheld these human possessions, Li Donglei yearned to escape. Alas, with his current prowess as a 7th-level spatial sorcerer, he could only wield 2 spatial spells. 1. The 7th-level spatial teleportation array, necessitating a formidable energy source to sustain its power. The number of individuals it could transport depended on the sorcerer's magical strength and the size of the energy source used in the formation. Most critically, the teleportation array functions bidirectionally. Even with Xiaolong's stolen energy cores, Li Donglei could not escape. The other spell he possessed was the 6th-level spatial flicker. Thanks to Sophie's legacy, Li Donglei's comprehension of magic was unparalleled. The incantation serves to gradually enhance the sorcerer's communication with the surrounding magical elements, akin to a general's rousing speeches during wartime, where the soldier's fighting spirit grows stronger in response to their leader's eloquence. Similarly, as the sorcerer utters incantations, their ability to commune with the magical elements intensifies. Once sufficiently heightened to execute their spell, the magic is unleashed. The only scenario in which a sorcerer can cast magic without incantation is when they can instantly communicate with the magical elements needed to perform that magic. This is most common with high-level sorcerers casting lower-level spells. Aside from that, Li Donglei's extraordinary comprehension of magic allows him to wield 6th-level spells instantaneously. He was uncertain how many could achieve such a feat, but he was confident that his level of understanding was unique in the world. Otherwise, Sophie would not have been the mightiest sorcerer of all time, by the grace of Bai Su Fei. Li Donglei's magical prowess and the astonishing speed of his magical recovery are remarkable, allowing him to blink a distance of at least 7 consecutive times without difficulty. Naturally, as Li Donglei's strength increases, The distance he can blink extends even further. However, at present, he can only manage a maximum distance of 10 zhang at this moment. Li Donglei remains engrossed in meditation, while Xiaolong continues his nefarious thievery in preparation for their lunch. Little does Li Donglei know that several guests have arrived outside the ruins. Pu Fei Si. How could there be ruins here? Inquired a fair-skinned girl, clad in a quiver and bow, as she gazed at the collapsed white marble. How would I know? Replied the man named Pu Fei Si, staring in bewilderment at the imposing statue of a wizard amidst the ruins. Didn't the townsfolk say that this place has always been inaccessible? Indeed, there must have once been a powerful magical barrier here, which has since been destroyed. Without a doubt, the thief is hiding within these ruins, concluded another man dressed in a gray robe. Let us go inside and find out, exclaimed a large, boisterous warrior wielding a great axe as he approached the door. Wait, a woman in a white robe firmly grasped his arm, her voice steady. Remember, we are here to investigate an incident that is likely connected to a thief skilled in hiding and evading capture. Such individuals typically favor ruins or tombs as their hideouts. The other four members of the group instinctively tensed at her words. The large warrior and the swordsman, bearing a long sword, cautiously cleared away the stones at the entrance, while the gray and white-robed wizards began to cast protective spells. Light Guardian, Earth's Fortitude, True Vision, Earthen Shield. With each incantation, the wizards enveloped their companions in a dazzling array of colors, which shimmered vividly against the night backdrop. The two wizards, however, were soon panting heavily from the exertion. The white-robed wizard entered a state of meditation, while the gray-robed wizard retrieved a potion and gulped it down. The two men, armed with a great axe and a long sword, cautiously approached the massive stone door adorned with intricate carvings. Detect darkness. After a brief meditation, the white-robed wizard cast another detection spell, and the remaining members watched her with bated breath. What's the result? The large warrior asked cautiously, standing closest to the door. No response. The expressions of the others relaxed momentarily, and the warrior prepared to push the door open. It is possible that our opponent is too powerful. The beautiful white-robed wizard blushed slightly as she spoke. This could be the reason for the failed detection. The warrior hesitated, retracting his hand from the door. Of course, it could also mean that there is nothing inside. The white-robed wizard added. Finally, the warrior, looking resolute, placed his hand on the carvings of the door and took a deep breath before pushing against it. The door did not budge. I suspect the thief has sealed the door shut. The warrior concluded after several forceful attempts with his shoulder. I will do it, declared the swordsman standing beside him as he drew his long sword, suddenly shifting his stance to strike at the door. Unfortunately, he only left a small scratch on the stone surface. The door possesses magical defenses. This is a thief skilled in magic. It seems our adversary is formidable, the gray-robed wizard stated, summoning all his strength to cast a level 4 attack spell. The two men closest to the door were immediately caught in the magical backlash, leaving them disheveled and speechless as they glared at the wizard, while the door remained unaffected. This door not only defends against physical attacks, but can also withstand magical ones. The gray-robed wizard noted, shaking his head in resignation. Their power surely exceeds mine. The weakest among them, the bow-wielding girl, silently approached from the back and, with an expressionless demeanor, pulled the door open with ease. Outside the ruins, starlight cascaded down, while inside, darkness enveloped the five as they cautiously advanced together. Lisa, I think I see starlight ahead, whispered the timid archer. The others wore solemn expressions, with the gray-robed wizard remaining still at the back, ready to unleash magic should anything unexpected occur. The remaining four moved carefully towards the source of the starlight. Like detection, among the moving four, the white-robed wizard finally bestowed upon them the most anticipated gift, illumination. A first-level light magic spell, though not overly bright, was the most radiant sight within the ruins in 3 years. As the starlight fell, Li Donglei, in a meditative state, felt a flicker of awareness and could not resist opening his eyes. At that moment, Xiaolong soared back through the gaping hole above, clutching a stolen chicken in his claws. To Li Donglei's astonishment, Xiaolong paid no heed to the bewildered gazes of the five strangers, presenting the chicken before him and exclaiming in his limited vocabulary, "Steal, chicken, eat, eat, roar." Whether wizards or swordsmen, or even the hybrid magic swordsman, the most ideal combat partner, a dragon of the highest nobility in the continent, had turned into a thief. Heavens, the swordsman muttered, utterly dazed. This is bad. The gray-robed wizard rushed in. Visibly flustered, I saw a dragon fly in, but it had a chicken in its claws. The archer looked at the gray-robed wizard with a dismal expression. We are already aware at that moment. Li Donglei realized that someone had finally discovered his hiding place, and he could soon be free. Overjoyed, he exclaimed in his somewhat clumsy language, I can finally go out. Ha! The sacred white-robed beauty, upon seeing Li Donglei in ragged attire, hair disheveled, and covered in dirt, let out a wild laugh, suddenly feeling as though she had inadvertently released a demon. Chicken, eat. Eat. Roar, Xiao Long persisted, requesting Li Donglei to roast chicken wings. The antics of this one man and one dragon completely shattered the perceptions of the 5 adventurers. Clang. The swordsman dropped his long sword and fell to the ground. His legs elevated in disbelief. Bang. His legs finally settled back down. The gray-robed wizard rolled his eyes, muttering incessantly to himself. The white-robed wizard faced the wall, repeatedly banging her head against it in a state of utter bewilderment. The weakest archer let out a sigh, appearing to be in the best condition among them. What is wrong with him? Li Donglei asked, pointing at the swordsman nearest to him. Regard a noble dragon as an idol. Only to see that idol shattered, the swordsman turned to look at Xiao Long, his eyes sparkling with a peculiar light, filled with sorrow and indignation. And what about him? Li Donglei inquired, gesturing towards the gray-robed wizard. Having always dreamed of possessing a divine dragon as a steed, only to have that dream crushed. And her? Li Donglei pointed at the white-robed wizard. Tio worshipped the strong and believe in the light. Only to face a crisis of faith. Li Donglei admired the archer before him. Though her complexion was pale, she still appeared the most composed. Look at her. She has also been quite impacted, the archer remarked, noticing Li Donglei's gaze. However, I've grown accustomed to being with them. Li Donglei, utterly perplexed, could not comprehend why they were reacting so dramatically. He was far too indifferent to concern himself with their reactions. After being trapped here for over 3 years, his only desire was to escape. Chapter 7. The escape stopped right there. Another relatively normal giant blocked Li Donglei's path with his great axe, angrily declaring, How dare you force a noble golden dragon into thievery? You have utterly insulted the dignity of knighthood. Mondri shall ensure you face the consequences. Upon hearing this, Li Donglei furrowed his brow. It became clear that they were not here to rescue him, but rather to capture him. You insolent fool! How dare you claim that I forced Xiao Long into thievery? Unfortunately, the furious giant would not allow Li Donglei to defend himself. Seizing him with powerful hands while he was distracted, Li Donglei painfully realized that, despite being a 7th-level spatial magician, he stood powerless before a mere novice swordsman. Could it be that spatial magicians are truly this weak? Although he could blink without incantation, the giant had him firmly in his grasp, leaving him no opportunity to retaliate. Roar! With a resounding roar, the little dragon charged towards the towering warrior, flames erupting from its mouth. Alas, its attack was thwarted by a formidable earthen shield, a spell of defensive magic. Sophie had provided Li Donglei with an abundance of information. He was acutely aware that his spatial magic was only effective for escape, rendering him no different from an ordinary person. The little dragon, initially devoid of power, had only managed to ascend to a level 3 phantom beast after Sophie infused it with energy twice, acquiring the abilities of flight and size alteration, along with a meager grasp of draconic magic and simplistic speech akin to a parrot. Meanwhile, the adversary, having captured him, boasted the prowess of a level 4 swordsman. And the gray-cloaked magician was capable of casting a level 4 defensive spell, the Earth Shield. The remaining 3 individuals were yet unknown, but their absence mattered little. These 2 level 4 experts could easily subdue him. With no other choice, Li Donglei ordered the little dragon to flee, reassured by the absence of murderous intent from his captors. As long as he was given the opportunity, he could blink away unscathed. He appeared to be an ordinary individual, devoid of any magical or martial aura. The calm, white-robed sorceress assessed Li Donglei before making her judgment. The giant warrior, now at ease, released his grip, dismissing him as merely an ordinary person, unconcerned that he might escape his grasp. Heavens! The noble dragon is in the company of a mere mortal. Watching the little dragon ascend into the sky, the young swordsman, who had long idolized dragons, let out a mournful lament. What is your name? Inquired the gray-cloaked magician, pointing at Li Donglei. To Li Donglei came the reply. Li Donglei understood the importance of discretion. It was unwise to confront the 5. He would wait for them to lower their guard before making his escape. adhering to his principle. Fight when victorious, flee when overmatched. Li Donglei. What a peculiar name, murmured the gray magician, feigning seriousness as he continued. We have come to this place for training, and it has come to our attention that a notorious thief is among us. You are hereby confirmed as that thief. Do you confess? Brother, I can barely step outside. What jest is this? Li Donglei retorted, his heart brimming with discontent. The little dragon's laziness had led to this predicament. Why not simply catch small animals instead of resorting to theft that had now embroiled him in trouble? Mad. There's no need to waste words on him. I have found some gemstones and iron tools. We should take him to the nearby town. This way, we can consider our training a success and return to school, stated the white-robed sorceress, invoking a level 1 light spell to illuminate the ruins. Li Donglei chose to disregard them. The 5 appeared no older than 15 or 16, and as for their appearances, he could only describe them as bizarre, exuding an exotic charm. However, he held little interest in foreign girls, especially after being wrongfully accused of thievery by one. After enduring 3 years in the shadowy ruins, Li Donglei finally emerged into the world, where the starlight scattered across the ground and the vast expanse of nature remained fragrant and vibrant. Yet, within him lay an emptiness, devoid of any sense of belonging. 3 years prior, he had been a moderately skilled cultivator. Now, he faced an insurmountable barrier to returning to Xiaoxing, with no hope of ever encountering the voices or visages of his kin again. This was a foreign world, and Li Donglei was about to embark on a completely unfamiliar journey. Nearby, the inexperienced 5 were deliberating on a place to rest for the night, while a smile crept upon Li Donglei's lips as he silently blinked away a distance of 20 yards. Though the night was illuminated by stars, visibility beyond that distance became increasingly challenging. The 5 continued their discussion, oblivious to his disappearance, and Li Donglei reveled in their foolishness. A bunch of simpletons. They remain unaware of my departure. Suddenly, a sharp cry of pain shattered Li Donglei's triumphant revelry. He had neglected to consider that, while the darkness obscured others' vision, it also hindered his own. Another blink led him to collide with a tree. Leaving him disoriented, Tease fled, exclaimed the astute swordsman, Purvis, finally recognizing the situation. But by then, the others had also caught on. Without hesitation, the white-robed sorceress unleashed a light spell towards the source of the commotion, only to be met with another agonized scream. Li Donglei had once again unwittingly crashed into a tree. Cunning fellow, how can he run so swiftly? The giant warrior fumed, his frustration palpable as he stomped his foot. Damn it! I forgot that thieves excel at evasion. Next time I catch him, I shall bind him, grumbled the gray magician, his discontent evident at that moment. In everyone's mind, Li Donglei had become a thief, and the little dragon was merely a victim led astray. Li Donglei sprinted away, the little dragon attuned to his spirit, effortlessly finding him. Observing the expressions of the 5 upon seeing the little dragon, it was clear that dragons were regarded as powerful and noble beings in this realm. To mitigate any potential risks, Li Donglei instructed the little dragon to assume the size of a mere kitten. Years of indulgence had rendered it plump, a far cry from the majestic figure of a dragon, making it more believable to present it as a small dog. After a night of relentless running, Li Donglei reached a small village. Utterly exhausted, he finally settled down in front of the village to take a brief nap, only to be roused by the little dragon's call, indicating that someone was approaching. Peering into the distance, he spotted a farmer, equipped with tools indicative of a day's labor in the fields. As he passed by the farmer, the man regarded him with a look of pity. Continuing towards the town, Li Donglei encountered several individuals who regarded him with astonishment. After 3 years in the ruins, without bathing or changing clothes, his appearance was beyond imagination. Chapter 8. The Chimney and the Well. As Li Donglei approached the town, the little dragon had captured 3 wild rabbits. He roasted 1/2 for himself, while the little dragon consumed 2. Leaving the remainder in his hand for later, he wandered through the town. Gazing at the unfamiliar faces, he felt an overwhelming sense of homesickness. The inhabitants bore striking differences from him. Brown eyes, blue eyes, white hair, yellow hair, red hair, curly hair, tall individuals, and short ones. In Xiaoxing, they resembled Westerners more closely, yet the differences remained stark, magnified against his own visage. Hey, could you possibly tear your clothes a little more? A beggar glared at Li Donglei with palpable hostility, evidently viewing him as a rival for resources. My clothes shall never be tattered, for they have already reached their utmost state of disrepair. Li Donglei replied, It irked him that even a beggar appeared better dressed than he was, prompting him to stride confidently through the unfamiliar town, a half-roasted rabbit in hand, followed closely by an indistinct creature that resembled either a dog or a cat. At that moment, what Li Donglei lacked most was clothing. He sought work, at the very least to earn some money for a proper outfit. After some searching, he finally found someone willing to hire him for short-term labor, promising 3 gold coins upon completion, equivalent to 3,000 copper coins, roughly the same as the currency on Zhuxing. Li Donglei eagerly accepted the offer. However, to his dismay, the employer handed him a blueprint and left due to other matters. Having only recently learned the language of this world for 2 years, Li Donglei recognized barely a few characters. The blueprint depicted a vast, deep hole, labeled with the words 40 zhang deep, 5 zhang in diameter. Although he discerned the numbers, the rest of the information was gleaned through the illustration. It seems I must dig a well. The standard of living here is comparable to that of Xiaxing. Li Donglei concluded. However, the employer had stipulated a mere 10 days for completion, which left him disheartened. A task of such magnitude was far too great for a single individual within the time frame. Fortunately, with the little dragon's assistance, it could revert to its original 20 zhang form at night. Excavating with remarkable speed, Li Donglei merely directed the operation, contributing no physical effort. In just 3 days, a perfect well was completed. With the remaining time, Li Donglei rested at the employer's home, which was a single-person household. Upon leaving, the employer gifted Li Donglei a set of clothes from this world and left him some vegetables to prepare for himself. Despite his almost non-existent culinary skills apart from roasting meat, he finally relished a change in taste after 3 years and was able to earn a comfortable 3 gold coins. Li Donglei's spirits soared during the 2 days of rest. Yet, the little dragon continued to feast solely on his roasted meat, working at night while hunting during the day, leaving Li Donglei alone. On the 5th day of work, the employer returned to check on the progress. "It is all complete. Please pay me for my labor." Li Donglei squinted his eyes upon seeing his employer and extended his left hand. Regrettably, he failed to discern the employer's deathly pallor. The employer silently produced a long stick and began to chase after Li Donglei. Striking him, Li Donglei, utterly bewildered, could only flee while cursing. "You scoundrel! Not only do you default on payments, but you also resort to violence. I am not one to be trifled with. You ruffian! I instructed you to construct a chimney 4 zhang high and half a zhang wide by the kitchen. And yet you managed to misinterpret the plans, digging a hole of such magnitude. I shall have my revenge." The employer continued to berate him while delivering blows. "Damn it. You can't blame me. I can't even read the words on the blueprint." Li Donglei lamented, feeling utterly despondent. After enduring 3 strikes, he finally managed to evade the employer and create some distance. The employer stared in astonishment at Li Donglei, who had suddenly retreated 10 zhang away. Momentarily rendered speechless as he watched him depart. As Li Donglei trudged through the small town, he felt an overwhelming sense of dejection. A dignified 7th-level space mage, yet he was being pursued and beaten by an ordinary person. How utterly humiliating! Had it been a mage from another discipline, even a first-level one could easily conjure a fireball or ice spear to vanquish 2 ordinary men, or a first-level swordsman could do the same. It was no wonder that those around him, lacking ambition, had always insisted he persist with space magic. Under the watchful eye of Master Sophie, he was repeatedly admonished to remain steadfast in his pursuit of space magic. Yet it seemed woefully inadequate, particularly at this moment. Curse it! I yearned to return to Xiu Star. Li Donglei's heart was torn. Sensing Li Donglei's emotional turmoil, Xiaolong hurried to catch up. Over the years, the bond between Li Donglei and Xiaolong had deepened to an extraordinary degree. Yet, upon reflection, with Sophie gone, it dawned on him that in this world, only Xiaolong and he shared a connection. Strikingly, there was not a single human being who could be called Li Donglei's kin, friend, or even an acquaintance. To profound loneliness enveloped him. Clutching the diminutive Xiaolong, he wandered through the town's main street. At present, the most pressing concern for Li Donglei was to secure a means of livelihood. Perhaps he could retreat to the mountains and capture small creatures daily to stave off hunger. However, sustenance was but one of many challenges in life. A saying echoed in his mind. A penny can defeat even the mightiest of heroes. Li Donglei was no hero, yet evidently, he too was ensnared by the relentless grip of poverty. As he walked, he keenly observed any opportunity for earning money. A few job offers appeared, yet they all either required specific skills or were not seeking someone like him, a mere youth or a stranger. In this world, aside from agriculture, trade, and military service, there existed numerous lucrative yet perilous professions. These occupations demanded extraordinary qualifications and were fraught with danger. For instance, one could join a mercenary guild, become an assassin, or enter a gladiatorial arena. Even the less reputable thief guild held promise, though the aforementioned four careers were clearly unsuitable for Li Donglei. Given their high mortality rates, the town was modest, hosting only a small branch of the mercenary guild and the thief guild among the four perilous professions. In this realm, rife with violence and where the strong reigned supreme, gladiators, mercenaries, assassins, and thieves faced no legal repercussions. Thus, they were deemed legitimate professions. Though many resented this reality, mercenaries were akin to protection agencies on ZU Star, safeguarding their employers' lives and property during transit while accepting various tasks. Gladiators battled in the arena for the spectators' enjoyment. Assassins required no further explanation, and thieves, while assisting employers in theft, did not conform to the traditional notion of stealing valuables indiscriminately. Among these four professions, mercenaries held the highest status, while assassins experienced the least freedom. Gladiators faced the highest mortality rates, and thieves incited the most public ire due to the frequency of their crimes. At that moment, Li Donglei found himself standing at the threshold of the thief guild, clearly driven by the harsh realities of life. Lacking the qualifications for any of the four professions, he contemplated that Xiao Long could indeed pilfer. Since discovering Xiao Long's talent for thievery, Li Donglei had never urged it to reform. In fact, there was a hint of encouragement in his demeanor. Xiao Long, a pure-hearted child, deserved a moment of silence for its fate. However, that was not the time to at the bulletin board outside the thief guild, which served as a hub for various town announcements. Another notice caught Li Donglei's attention. The Karen Academy was commencing its recruitment for junior, intermediate, and senior students. Named after the Karen nation, the Karen Academy held an irreplaceable status within the entire Karen realm, ranking among the top 20 schools in the world of magic and martial arts. A remarkable feat for the relatively weak Karen nation. Li Donglei harbored a deep aversion to schools, having experienced the rigidity of the Tang Wangfu's private school. Yet after being beaten for digging a well, he came to realize that, when compared to society, schools offered a far more favorable environment. What truly piqued his interest was a stipulation at the Karen Academy. Students who excelled academically would not only have their tuition waived, but would also receive a monthly stipend of 3,000 copper coins for living expenses, as students were responsible for their own meals. To be deemed excellent meant possessing the strength of a 4th-level mage or swordsman. Chapter 9. I did not peak despite practicing the seemingly ineffectual space magic. Li Donglei, as a 7th-level mage, could be considered a talented elite. The prospect of earning money at school without venturing into danger was too enticing for him to forego the opportunity to join the Thief Guild. After inquiring for directions, Li Donglei embarked on a half-month journey on foot to the capital, Hanzhou, of Karen. Upon entering Hanzhou City, the bustling scene was difficult to reconcile with the notion of a city nestled deep within the mountains. The streets teemed with people, and the sounds of commerce filled the air. The city was a tapestry of diverse races. At a glance, one could see individuals with black, blonde, red, and blue hair. Li Donglei cradled Xiao Long and ambled down the bustling streets. His mouth watered at the sight of street food. Restaurants, inns, tea houses, jewelry stores, and weapon shops filled the city, which indeed brimmed with material desires. For the affluent, it was a paradise, yet for the impoverished, it was anything but. By evening, a few solitary stars twinkled in the sky, and the gentle evening breeze provided a refreshing respite. Li Donglei continued on his way, following the directions he had gathered towards the Karen Academy. The atmosphere around the academy in the evening was anything but tranquil. Numerous taverns, tea houses, and arenas where students frequently congregated illuminated the night, while nearby, a casino buzzed with life, the air filled with laughter and chatter. From the entrance of the academy, Li Donglei beheld an edifice far exceeding his expectations, occupying approximately 1/5 of the eastern part of Hanzhou City. The ancient, imposing gates and the verdant stone steps bore the marks of time, exuding an aura of solemnity and sanctity that enveloped the entire academy. This institution was steeped in centuries of history. Even powerful nations such as Fran, Bulei, and Il had sent numerous students to study here. And countless formidable figures had risen from its halls, casting their brilliance across the land. When they reminisced about their glorious past, none would forget the cradle of strength, The Karen Academy Li Donglei stood quietly outside the academy's grand entrance. Sensing a peculiar atmosphere, a whirlwind of complex emotions surged within him: admiration, respect, and his own aspirations. Though outwardly nonchalant, Li Donglei harbored lofty ambitions. However, upon arriving in this foreign world, everything had changed. For a time, he had lost sight of his ideals and beliefs. But now, standing at the threshold of a bastion of power, he felt the embers of ambition ignite within him once more. The elderly gatekeeper informed Li Donglei that the academy would not officially commence recruitment for new students for another 4 days. With no other option, Li Donglei turned eastward, heading toward the farthest reaches of the Karen Academy. Situated at the easternmost edge of Hanzhou City and surrounded by mountains, only the eastern and northeastern approaches were flanked by the imposing Molan mountain range. Towering ancient trees stretched skyward in the Molan Mountains, and beyond lay the orcs' foreign territory, marking the boundary between humans and orcs. Yet, the Karen nation, and indeed the entire human realm, had never feared an orc incursion from this direction. For the Molan Mountains were the most treacherous terrain in the human world. Legends spoke of magical beasts powerful enough to annihilate all humans, orcs, elves, and the undead within the realm. Fortunately, these formidable entities maintained their own territories and seldom ventured forth. Thus, the Karen nation stood as the sole human realm with its capital established at the border. Li Donglei's venture into the Molan Mountains was primarily to resolve his hunger. After a taxing journey, having not eaten all day, he was utterly famished. The fearsome reputation of the Molan Mountains resonated throughout the continent. However, the periphery was surprisingly beautiful. Lush greenery thrived discreetly, and among the low shrubs, small animals frolicked. Not far from the Karen Academy, a waterfall cascaded into a serene lake, a veritable paradise of pristine beauty. As a newcomer to this strange world, Li Donglei was unfamiliar with the Molan Mountains. Yet one truth remained clear: water sources invariably attracted animals. Xiaolong, a born hunter, with its 20-zhang-long majestic form, was a match even for formidable beasts, and ordinary 4th-level magical creatures would likely prove no match. For it was a king among 3rd-level magical beasts. In this serene locale, one would not encounter formidable magical beasts, for they dwell solely within the depths of the Molan mountain range, beside a quaint waterfall lake. Having gathered ample dry firewood, Li Donglei reclined comfortably, savoring the moment. Sunlight filtered through the tree branches, casting a dappled glow that illuminated the surroundings without being harsh on the eyes. The trees, of varying heights and haphazardly arranged, showcased the exquisite beauty of nature. In the distance, the azure mountains loomed, occasionally graced by the flutter of birds taking flight. The air was fragrant with blossoms and melodious with the chirping of birds. While small creatures frolicked in the trees, behind him, a stunning waterfall and tranquil lake provided a picturesque backdrop. As he listened to the soothing sound of cascading water and admired the scenery, Li Donglei felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility. Unbeknownst to him, the portion of the Molan mountain range situated 10 miles from Kalen Academy was devoid of magical beasts, a fact that the academy referred to as its own backyard. The waterfall lake was one of the renowned scenic spots of Kalen Academy, known as Weishan Lake. Before long, the little dragon caught a fully grown forest deer, renowned for its delectable meat among all creatures. Having roasted various delicacies for years, Li Donglei had become something of a master in the art of grilling. With the finest meat at his disposal and such breathtaking scenery surrounding him, Li Donglei's mood soared even higher. He hummed a cheerful tune, stoked the fire, sprinkled seasonings, and turned the deer, which he had been roasting for a full 2 hours. The aroma intensified, rich and savory, with glistening fat that made one's mouth water. Coupled with the fact that he had gone an entire day without food, Li Donglei gazed greedily at the nearly cooked venison, saliva pooling in his mouth. It should be done soon. Little dragon, fetch some water from the lake, Li Donglei urged. Having followed Li Donglei for some time, the little dragon was well versed in the nuances of grilling. Li Donglei was a perfectionist, no matter how hungry he was. He insisted on completing the roasting before extinguishing the fire. Without hesitation, the small dragon scampered off, clutching the water flask that Li Donglei had prepared specially for it, darting toward the waterfall lake. As Li Donglei awaited the little dragon in high spirits, he was suddenly startled by a woman's piercing scream. Before he could react, the little dragon returned, looking quite disheveled. Its thoughts were solely on food. Upon seeing Li Donglei, it doused the fire with half a flask of water, extinguishing the flames, and then immediately dashed over to begin devouring the meat. Disregarding everything else, Li Donglei found the earlier scream puzzling. And as he slowly approached the waterfall lake, he caught sight of a girl about 15 or 16 years old. She stood roughly 100 feet away, her clothing slightly disheveled. However, she seemed unperturbed by her appearance. Striding toward Li Donglei with an expression of indignation as she drew closer, Li Donglei gradually discerned her features. Golden hair, large and beautiful eyes, and a delicate nose. Even in her disheveled state, her demeanor exuded elegance, perfectly embodying grace and charm. A beauty, without a doubt, a stunning one at that. Even Li Donglei, who typically was indifferent to foreign women, could not deny her allure. The girl clearly noticed Li Donglei as well. Her eyes ablaze with fury, she halted 15 feet away, muttering incantations under her breath. Li Donglei quickly adjusted his attire, unwilling to lose face before such a beauty. I am Li Donglei. Please, speak slowly and a bit louder. I am still unfamiliar with the language here. However, it soon became apparent to Li Donglei that he was mistaken. The girl was not addressing him, but rather casting a spell. A level 4 freezing spell descended upon Li Donglei without warning, causing him to shiver uncontrollably, immobilized. You despicable rogue! How dare you! The girl sprinted closer, her cheeks flushed, speaking incoherently as she raised her delicate fists to strike. Chapter 10. Kalen the little dragon, witnessing the scene, abandoned its meal and lunged towards the golden-haired beauty with a roar. The girl, unable to cast a high-level spell in time, unleashed a level 1 ice spike against the approaching little dragon. Retreating to engage in a magical duel. A level 4 water mage battled against a level 3 magical beast, yet it was evident that the little dragon held a distinct advantage, with resistance to various spells and the ability to unleash multiple level 3 magic attacks. The little dragon, as a ruler among magical beasts, could easily contend with foes of a lower tier. The golden-haired beauty launched a level 4 shockwave, which the little dragon countered with a level 3 flame spell, a level 3 water spell, and a level 3 earth spell, before darting toward her with haste. If it could close the distance to within 30 feet of the fragile mage, victory would be assured. The girl, fully aware of this, continued to attack while retreating, managing to keep the little dragon at bay despite her disadvantage. Although the girl bore no intent to kill, her level 4 freezing spell could immobilize an ordinary person for a considerable duration. Meanwhile, Li Donglei struggled to attune himself to the fire elements surrounding him, seeking to regain his mobility. Spatial magic necessitated the interaction of 8 elemental forces: light, darkness, water, fire, wind, thunder, earth, and wood. Thus, in certain aspects, Li Donglei possessed some understanding and resistance to these 8 magics. Once he reached a level of power, he would be capable of not only resisting these spells, but also casting them, akin to Sophie. However, it was clear that he was still far from that level. As the little dragon thwarted the golden-haired beauty's aggression, Li Donglei desperately endeavored to restore his mobility to his current pace. He would only require an hour to regain full function. Yet, as fate would have it, just as progress seemed promising, a roar erupted, and a 50-foot-long ice dragon charged toward the little dragon. By the sun, a level 6 water spell. An ice dragon, Li Donglei lamented, recognizing that the sorcerer behind this formidable creature was undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Soon, the caster revealed herself, a doppelganger of the golden-haired beauty. Li Donglei was convinced that they were identical twin sisters, though this one appeared to possess significantly greater magical prowess. Forced to abandon the golden-haired beauty, the little dragon transformed into its true form, revealing a 20-foot-long dragon body to engage the ice dragon in combat. In its true size, the little dragon could unleash its full potential, yet even that was insufficient to contend with a level 6 ice dragon. An ice dragon, a level 6 water mage, is indeed formidable. Here I am, a level 7 space mage, utterly powerless. If I were a level 7 fire mage, I would vanquish you on the spot. Li Donglei, paralyzed and shivering from the cold, lamented his poor choice of magic. With the little dragon occupied, the golden-haired beauty, now blushing like an apple, approached Li Donglei, her expression one of fury. Hey, clarify this. I did nothing to provoke you. Li Donglei protested in a final attempt. Unfortunately, his words fell on deaf ears as she unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the frozen Li Donglei. Seething with rage, he was beaten, mercilessly so. Ouch! Stop it! You lunatic! Li Donglei cried out, unable to contain his frustration. You filthy rogue. His protests only fueled her fury, and with every word he uttered, her strikes became more vehement. Ouch. I bear no ill will toward you. Today, you treat me this way, and tomorrow, I shall show you what a woman is capable of. Ouch. Still hitting. Damn you, lecher. I'll make you pay, she retorted, her strikes growing more violent, after a relentless 5 minutes of punishment. Li Donglei felt battered and bruised, while the golden-haired beauty, panting heavily, appeared equally exhausted. Ouch, he moaned, perceiving the girl before him not as a beauty but as a demon. You deserve this, you rogue, she declared, seemingly unsatisfied with her vengeance. Meanwhile, the level 6 water mage had finally managed to encase the little dragon in ice and approached with purpose. Sister, what on earth is happening? Li Donglei was taken aback, realizing that the powerful figure was indeed the sister of the golden-haired beauty. This rogue was spying on me while I bathed, the golden-haired sorceress exclaimed, her finger accusingly pointed at Li Donglei. The younger sister's gaze turned to Li Donglei, filled with disdain and anger. You son of a... I've been sitting here all along. Who has been spying on you? Li Donglei quickly clarified, don't try to wriggle out of it. If I hadn't heard the water, I wouldn't have caught you. That was the little dragon fetching water for me. I assure you, a little cat or dragon has no interest in your body. Li Donglei felt utterly despondent as he understood the reason behind his thrashing. And you continue to lie. The moment I saw your ghastly appearance, I was repulsed. You shameless wretch. The little sorceress kicked him again as she spoke. Ouch. You're killing me. I haven't eaten all day. And that roasted delicacy looks divine. Of course, I was drooling over the meat. Not you. Li Donglei shouted in exasperation. The level 6 mage glanced at the roasted venison beside Li Donglei and then at his bruised form. Unable to suppress her laughter, sister, let it go. Even if he did spy on you, he has already faced his due punishment. And what if I didn't spy? Li Donglei interjected, indignant. Do you dare to speak? The little sorceress, upon hearing him, kicked him once more. You little vixen, strip off all your clothes and let me see. Otherwise, I shall suffer a great loss today. Li Donglei lamented in despair, only to be met with yet another brutal beating. His kind-hearted sister, upon hearing Donglei's lewd remarks, finally ceased her attempts to assist him. After being subjected to a relentless assault for a full quarter of an hour, the frozen little dragon regained its mobility. Albeit visibly lacking in spirit, it approached Donglei cautiously, its eyes wary of the witch sisters. Resembling a plump kitten, the little dragon boasted a rotund body, golden claws, and glistening eyes that held an undeniable allure for the young women. The witch sister reached out, yearning to caress the little dragon, but it had evidently developed a sense of animosity towards her, forcing her to retract her hand and depart with her sister. In the future, I shall ensure you serve me daily, Donglei muttered under his breath, filled with indignation that I want to return to Xiaoxing. The little dragon echoed, though it may not have fully grasped the meaning. It would certainly not forget the phrase upon encountering the witch again. Chapter 11. Thunder Sound. Yuda. As time passed, Donglei found himself increasingly troubled by the realization that he had forgotten. 4 days later, emerging from the Molan mountain range, he bore wounds that had yet to fully heal, and the mere thought of the golden-haired which made him grit his teeth in frustration. Curran Academy was renowned throughout the human realm, not only for its illustrious history, but also for its plethora of skilled individuals, with each generation producing extraordinary talents. The academy was divided into 2 main categories comprising 12 departments: the magical arts, which included the 6 elemental schools of water, fire, wind, thunder, earth, and light, and the martial arts, encompassing the swordsman, knight, dagger, spear, and hybrid classes. Each year, hundreds of thousands of youths aspired to enroll, as the academy opened its gates every August 1st to welcome the most exceptional candidates. All students admitted to Curran Academy were either level 2 mages or warriors at the very least, and once enrolled, they would be fairly divided into classes, typically ranging from 3 to 7 per department, with each class containing approximately 50 students. Additionally, the academy selected the top 100 students from each grade to form 2 elite classes, which served as the pride of Curran Academy. Every student in these elite classes was recognized as the strongest within their respective grade. Receiving careful guidance from the academy's most esteemed instructors, graduates from this institution were highly sought after by emperors and nobility alike. Students trained with their chosen instructors throughout the year, culminating in a standardized assessment at the end of each term. Those whose performance consistently fell short faced the risk of expulsion. Naturally, the truly powerful had no issues breezing through the evaluations, while those slightly less capable were compelled to toil diligently, fostering a culture of rigorous training within the academy. Of course, these standards primarily applied to students admitted through the standard process. For those wealthy nobles who paid exorbitant fees to gain entry, the academy would lower its expectations, recognizing the financial boon these individuals represented, as well as the influence they brought. Today, Karun Academy was teeming with people, including numerous grand carriages and formidable magical beasts that signified the status of certain individuals. However, these aristocrats were not the focus of the day. Rather, it was their children and other hopeful candidates vying for admission. Among them were graduates from Karun's intermediate magical school, as well as those from other institutions, and of course, there was Donglei, a black market candidate without any official enrollment. The annual summer admissions were commencing, and Donglei found himself amidst the throng. This occasion marked Donglei's first experience witnessing such a multitude of people in this world, the atmosphere thick with tension as everyone awaited the examination. At the entrance of Karun Academy, Donglei repeatedly scrutinized the posted examination details, his primary concern being the admission criteria for the elite class. The exorbitant tuition of 50 gold coins for the regular class was far beyond his means. He was here to secure funds, not to part with them. Regardless of whether it was in magic or martial arts, admission to the regular classes hinged upon a single assessment, while the elite class required a second evaluation following the initial one to select standout candidates. Typically, those qualified for the elite class would have no need for the regular assessment, but it also served to filter out those lacking the requisite ability who sought to occupy spots meant for the deserving, thus preventing waste of both slots and time. Silence, please. This year, we have approximately 100,000 candidates applying here, from which the school will select 2,000 students, a 50-to-1 ratio, while the elite class will consist of 500 selected from the top candidates. Announced a wizard clad in a gray robe adorned with a golden sun, his voice infused with magical energy that silenced the clamorous crowd at the academy's entrance. Immediately, the grand gates swung open, and the students surged forward, with those from the martial arts department sprinting ahead. Yet, amidst the crowd, their speed was of little advantage, and the weaker mages struggled even more, as incantations for acceleration and flight were rendered moot by the throng. In the midst of the crowd, Donglei nimbly maneuvered, swiftly making his way to the front. Who said spatial magic was utterly useless? He mused with delight. Inside the academy, following the signs, Donglei was the first to arrive at the administrative office. A serene and elegant small building, at its entrance stood 10 registration points, 5 for martial arts and 5 for magical arts. Without hesitation, Donglei dashed toward the first magical registration booth. "That I wish to enroll," he exclaimed excitedly. The elderly wizard overseeing the registrations lifted his gaze to Donglei and replied in a flat tone, "Pay a registration fee of 1 gold coin. Provide me with your name and the type of magic you practice." He then reached for the first candidate's badge. "What? Why is there a fee?" Donglei protested, his voice raised in indignation, drawing the attention of students arriving behind him. The elderly wizard frowned, casting another glance at Donglei. The situation became exceedingly awkward as the students behind had caught up, with several calling for Donglei to hurry, while he found himself unable to pay the registration fee. That moment, a rotund figure clad in an extravagant red robe approached from the side. The portly youth, approximately 16 years of age, already held a candidate badge in hand. Donglei had noticed him earlier. He had been the first to dash inside when the doors opened. Then suddenly, a plume of steam erupted from behind him, propelling him forward at an astonishing speed. Had it not been for Donglei's spatial agility, he would have struggled to keep pace. Were both the fastest runners. It must be fate. "How about I cover your registration fee?" the portly youth proposed with a grin. Donglei hesitated briefly, then nodded in agreement. After settling the fee, he called out to the young man, "Friend, may I ask your name?" "Lane." "Yuta," came the cheerful response. I am Xiaoxing, Li Donglei." "Yuta, I will repay you," Donglei expressed gratefully. Though he was impoverished, he held his pride, and with his talent for spatial magic, pilfering from the nobility was fraught with risk. Yet he had never resorted to such actions. The little dragon, in its youthful innocence, had stolen various provisions during their 3 years in the ruins, but Donglei had never claimed any of it for himself. The young man merely smiled gently at Donglei's unwavering integrity and replied, "No rush. You can repay me whenever." Daiti was evident that he hailed from a wealthy family, perhaps even nobility. Chapter 12. Magical Power Assessment. Two youths. One feeling isolated in a foreign land, the other exhilarated by the prospect of attending an esteemed academy, walked side by side towards the examination venue, engaging in lively conversation. Truly, this is an unparalleled institution. The main playground spans over 15,000 square feet, Donglei remarked as they strolled, with more students arriving behind them, leading to a collective anticipation that as they waited, Donglei was suddenly nudged by Yuta. My friend. "Look over there," Yuta said, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he pointed to the left. Donglei turned to see the location designated for water magic exams, where numerous enchanting individuals clad in blue robes stood. Interspersed with a few males, blue robes represented water mages, red for fire mages, gray for earth, green for wood, pale yellow for thunder, cyan for wind, white for light, and black for darkness, due to the scarcity of spatial and mental mages on the continent. There was no unified robe for them. "Examinations are about to commence, and you're still ogling the ladies, you lecher," Donglei scoffed. "Hee, most water mages are girls that I in my youth. I chose fire magic just so I could compete with them for snacks. Now, studying fire magic allows me to tease them, as fire and water are adversarial," Yuta replied with an impish grin. "Actually, it's water and fire that are oppositional," Donglei corrected him. Donglei rolled his eyes before striding purposefully towards the water magic examination site. "Hey, where do you think you're going? This is the testing ground for fire magic practitioners," Yuta called out urgently. My apologies, but I am a spatial mage, and there is no examination point for spatial mages here. "So it matters not where I go," Li Donglei replied with a smug smile over his shoulder. "How dare you lecture me?" Yuta retorted, but before he could finish, he saw Li Donglei returning, looking rather dejected. "Have you had a change of heart?" Yuta inquired, a hint of irritation in his voice. "That I was merely concerned for your solitude. Isn't that considerate?" Li Donglei stated, taking his original position behind Yuta. He had just spotted the golden-haired sorceress sisters, and although he despised them, approaching them now would clearly be akin to courting disaster. "Students here for the examination, please arrange yourselves from east to west according to your magic types and registration numbers. With each group containing 1,000 candidates. Kindly maintain order and prepare for your assessments," echoed the voice amplified by magic across the grounds, since Li Donglei and Yuta were already at the front. They had no need to move. Li Donglei glanced around, noting that nearly all the examinees were clad in splendid magical robes, making his own simple attire stand out starkly. Some of the surrounding candidates regarded him with disdainful glances, while others sneered, muttering about how a commoner dared to participate. What of it? Just because they have some power, does that make them superior? Li Donglei thought indignantly. "Quiet, everyone. The testing is about to commence. Each candidate in line. Please approach the supervising teacher in order of your candidate numbers for your assessments," the magical voice announced again. There were 8 lines for fire mages, each with 2 supervising teachers, one a 7th-level fire mage responsible for guiding the students, and the other a 6th-level mage tasked with recording the results. The first test was quite simple. Candidates merely needed to measure their magical strength using a magic crystal. Yuta was the first to step up. He extended his hands towards the central transparent crystal sphere, which gradually shifted to a light red hue, deepening until it transformed into a vibrant orange, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "Sir, this is my maximum magical power," Yuta declared, retracting his hands and bowing slightly to the supervising teacher. "Level 4 intermediate magic power, very commendable." The teacher nodded in approval. "Now please unleash your strongest magical attack upon me." "Forgive me, teacher," Yuta replied. Understanding the examination process, he executed a formal knightly salute, drew his magic staff, recited an incantation, and unleashed a level 4 fire pillar with all his remaining magical energy. The supervising teacher smiled faintly. Choosing not to use his staff, he simply uttered an incantation and extended his hands, conjuring a wall of flames before him. "Fire element, flame blade." Yuta directed his staff, completing the final incantation. The supervising teacher smirked, merely preparing for defense. However, just as the fire pillar was about to collide with the wall of flames, it suddenly split into 4, resembling blade-like flames. One struck the wall, while the other three veered off to assault the teacher from different angles. The teacher's expression shifted dramatically. Sensing danger, he swiftly drew his staff and erected a level 3 defensive firewall around himself that a typical 7th level mage, without reciting an incantation, could at most instantaneously cast a level 3 spell. With a thunderous roar, the two flames clashed, and despite the protective magical barrier set up beforehand, Li Donglei and the others outside felt the searing heat. Damn it, fire magic is just as flashy as water magic. Li Donglei thought, feeling a pang of envy and disappointment. His spatial magic seemed woefully inadequate in comparison. Coughing discreetly, Yuta stood respectfully, though his excitement was evident, while the supervising teacher, caught off guard, had singed a tuft of hair and coughed a couple of times. Although Yuta's level 4 magic had divided into 4, each flame blade had been reduced to level 3 power. The essence of fire magic lies in its relentless offensive nature, which is poorly defended. The teacher had suffered a significant setback due to his overconfidence. Your magic cannot merely be classified as flame blade, the teacher said, his face flushed, the cause of which was uncertain, whether from the heat or embarrassment. Yuta stifled a laugh and explained, the student has made some modifications to the traditional flame blade, simulating a sword intent. While this may reduce its power, it produces an element of surprised awe, quite impressive. You possess level 4 intermediate magical power, and by utilizing your staff, you executed a formidable variant of the flame blade, coupled with some innovation. You have passed and are eligible to participate in the elite class examination. The supervising teacher finally affirmed, handing Yuta the examination certificate for the elite class. Yuta's face lit up with joy upon receiving the document, for his goal had been to enter the elite class. And now he had successfully taken the first step. Candidate number 2, please step forward. In an effort to mask his own embarrassment, the supervising teacher hurriedly invited Yuta to step down. Chapter 13. The sorcerer Yuta was number 1. Li Donglei number 2. As Li Donglei ascended the examination platform, he bowed respectfully to the two teachers and said, I am not a fire mage, but I have come here as there is no testing site for my magic. The middle-aged man recording results took Li Donglei's candidate card and read, Li Donglei, spatial magic. The two teachers then regarded Li Donglei with keen interest, and the testing teacher remarked, spatial mages are quite rare. We haven't had one at our school in years. Let me assess your magical level first. Upon hearing this, Li Donglei placed his hands on the crystal sphere, but then hesitated, awkwardly asking, excuse me, how does one use this? The two teachers stared at him in astonishment, while a few candidates below mocked him, incredulous that a bumpkin without even a magic robe did not know how to use the magical testing sphere. Li Donglei paid no heed to their scornful glances, standing tall and facing the testing teacher. The process is simple. Place your hands on the magical testing sphere and channel your maximum magical power into it. The teacher explained that Li Donglei remained silent, placing his hands back on the sphere, closing his eyes, and drawing upon his understanding of spatial energy from the interplay of 8 elemental powers. He gradually channeled his cultivated spatial magic into his hands until he could no longer sustain the flow. As Li Donglei slowly opened his eyes, he was met with the exaggerated expressions of the two teachers, and the surrounding students no longer looked down on him. 7th level peak sorcerer, the two teachers, one a 6th level peak and the other a 7th level intermediate, were astonished that this student had achieved the pinnacle of the 7th level, especially in the notoriously difficult field of spatial magic. Had he devoted his energy to other types of magic, he could easily have reached the 9th level of senior sorcerer or even the esteemed rank of mage. Who would still dare to underestimate him? With two such exceptional candidates, could this year's intake be extraordinarily promising? The testing teacher mused, then added with a tinge of regret, what a shame that you practice spatial magic. Otherwise, your potential would be limitless. Li Donglei found this puzzling. According to Sophie, spatial magic is the most challenging to learn and progresses slowly. Though weak in the early stages, it is ultimately an invincible force. Was the immense potential of spatial mages unknown to the world? Or was Sophie deceiving him into pursuing a seemingly futile path? Li Donglei dared not dwell on those thoughts. The repeated failures and humiliations of spatial mages cast a shadow over his heart. Tentatively, he asked, Teacher, have I passed? The testing teacher nodded. Although you study the relatively esoteric spatial magic, your 7th level power certainly qualifies you. Li Donglei inquired further, am I eligible to participate in the elite class examination? The two teachers exchanged glances, and the testing teacher advised, by regulation, even a level 4 mage qualifies for the elite class assessment, but that examination carries certain risks that, as far as I know, spatial mages seem to lack any offensive or defensive spells. That is of no concern. I humbly request your approval, Li Donglei replied. Bowing deeply, he was not one to easily concede defeat. Persistence was his greatest attribute. Just as he had once persevered in creating his own martial arts on Zu Star, he would now steadfastly pursue spatial magic. Compared to the previous two candidates, this entrance examination was trivial. Very well, I shall not contravene school regulations. You have surpassed the level 4 threshold and are thus eligible for the elite class, the testing teacher concluded, handing Li Donglei a certificate for the elite class examination. Similar to the earlier candidate card, it bore the magical verification of the school's instructors, making it impossible for anyone to forge. Wow, you are actually a 7th level sorcerer, and a spatial one at that. How impressive! Yuda exclaimed, his expression one of exaggerated astonishment as he approached. Only Li Donglei understood that when he spoke of his prowess, it was not a boast of his own abilities, but rather a testament to his exceptional magical talent. Having attained the status of a 7th level mage in the notoriously challenging realm of spatial magic, are you not aware of the formidable power of spatial magic in its later stages? Li Donglei expressed his incredulity. What nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean by later stages? According to the tomes of magic, a spatial mage below the 9th level cannot cast a single offensive or defensive spell. 9th level is an absolute powerhouse. Even the mightiest king of the IL kingdom must bow and address an 11th level mage as master. In our entire Karen kingdom, we have but 2 10th level mages and fewer than 30 at the 9th level. Is that not considered later stages? Yuda exclaimed vehemently. Li Donglei was momentarily at a loss for words. Although the highest known rank was that of an 11th level mage, he was aware of a documented 16th level magic. Surely, such knowledge must be contained within the tomes, he mused, feeling a desperate need to educate himself. Yet he was illiterate. Alas, it seems I am the only spatial mage. In its early stages, spatial magic is akin to a mere root vegetable, while others remain oblivious to its potential in later stages. Coupled with its notoriously slow learning curve, it is no wonder that such a vast academy has yet to produce a single spatial mage in years. Li Donglei sighed. The scarcity of spatial mages could also be attributed to the resistance from the Church of Light. Yuda inhaled deeply, his sympathy palpable, and explained, the Church of Light does not endorse 3 types of magic. Initially, it was dark magic, which the undead excel at wielding. They are the arch-enemies of the Church of Light and of humanity as a whole. Humans who study dark magic are easily corrupted by its power, leading to inevitable moral decline, so their opposition is hardly surprising. Secondly, there is mental magic, which was once quite popular. However, a malevolent 11th level mental mage emerged, capable of controlling those below the 9th level, and even rendering 10th and 11th level experts into mere fools in direct confrontation. A cadre of elite warriors, including 2 11th level sword emperors and an 11th level fire mage, had to join forces to vanquish him, after which mental magic was prohibited. Both dark and mental magics are absolutely forbidden. Detection leads to execution under charges of heresy, even for nobles and royals, such as the terror of the Church of Light. As for spatial magic, the Church seems to lack substantial grounds for opposition, merely claiming it to be too weak. While they do not outright forbid it, even if one were to study it, they would not acknowledge you as a noble mage. Curse the sun, Li Donglei exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration, only to be silenced by Yuda. Have you lost your mind? The followers of the Church of Light are everywhere on this continent. Be cautious, for they may label you a heretic at a moment's notice. What audacity does that church have to enact such judgments? One day, I shall see its end, Li Donglei retorted, still seething with indignation. You do not even know this. Yuda's expression was one of exaggerated disbelief. I truly wonder if you have suddenly lost all your memories. That I have not lost my memory. Rather, I possess no recollection of this world at all, Li Donglei replied, a hint of melancholy in his tone. Chapter 14. The Church of Light. Yuda, perplexed, merely shrugged and said, the tale of the Church of Light could be recounted for an entire day. Once you enter the academy, you may research the library at your leisure. But I cannot read, Li Donglei lamented, prompting Yuda to fall silent in disbelief. Here was a distinguished student of Karen Academy, yet he could not even recognize letters. a truly laughable situation. Yuta looked at Li Donglei and sighed. In summary, the development of the Church of Light can be divided into three stages. Over 2,100 years ago, Gandhi preached in the Han Empire, which corresponds to the western region of modern-day France. Gandhi claimed that his arrival was not to supplant humanity's past laws, but to fulfill them. The essence of Gandhi's teachings lay in loving God and one's neighbor with all one's heart, soul, and strength. His sermons, coupled with miraculous deeds, resonated deeply with the populace, greatly influencing the subjects of the Han Empire. The king, sensing his position threatened, sought to eliminate him swiftly. Ultimately, the nobility apprehended Gandhi, who endured brutal treatment and humiliation before being executed. Yet Gandhi's intent was to atone for the sins of humanity, willingly shedding his blood. After Gandhi's death, his doctrines did not fade into obscurity. Rather, they gained widespread acceptance, leading to an ever-growing number of followers. Approximately 200 years later, a coalition of Gandhi's followers and commoners overthrew the Han Empire, with the commoner leader, Li, establishing the Shanyan Empire. The founding of this new nation received robust support from the Church of Gandhi, which preached acceptance of governance and enduring suffering to atone for one's sins, promising ascension to the heavenly realm after death. Such tenets served the purpose of governance well, and Li formally recognized the Church of Gandhi as the state religion. Thus, the Church entered its second phase of development, gradually rising to become the continent's predominant faith, with numerous nations adopting it as their state religion. A millennium ago, the undead defeated the beastmen and invaded the human realm, uniting all of humanity for the first time in a stand against both the undead and the demons from the heavens. At this juncture, celestial beings descended, proclaiming to be the incarnations of the God worshipped by the Church of Gandhi. The Church of Gandhi was officially renamed the Church of Light, with angels leading the charge against the undead and infernal demons, ultimately securing victory. It was during this time that the Church of Light transcended national boundaries, requiring the consent of the Pope for the appointment of each monarch, making the Pope the most powerful figure among all of humanity. Angels. Do you know who the greatest enemies of our human beings with power above 12th level are in the celestial realm? It is precisely those angels and their demonic counterparts. Our predecessors fought valiantly against them in the heavens, yet you willingly serve as their lackeys here on earth. Li Donglei shouted defiantly. Are you seeking death? Yuta hastily covered Li Donglei's mouth once more. I do not believe in God, nor in the Creator. I place my faith in myself and my friends, Li Donglei declared earnestly. Neither do I. The Church of Light underwent three stages of development. The first phase can be considered its founding, yet it was met with relentless suppression from the Han Empire, nearly leading to its extinction. Ultimately, it capitulated before a greater power, altering many doctrines to benefit imperial rule, thus seizing its second opportunity for growth, becoming a tool for the slave kings to govern their subjects. Such cowardice is beneath my contempt. Later, when the undead invaded, the Church of Light did not seize a third opportunity for advancement, but was instead supplanted by the angels and ultimately obliterated. Their doctrine was altered, the bishops transformed into popes, and the God they venerated suddenly morphed into the Creator, with their teachings distorted beyond recognition, turning into mere instruments for the angels to dominate humankind. Such a church is not worthy of my belief. Yuta whispered. At least you are somewhat enlightened. Li Donglei finally offered Yuta his first affirming remark. It is not just me. The vast majority of the continent's populace harbors no belief in the Church of Light, and many feel deep animosity towards it. Consider this. Which king would willingly allow another to surpass him? The truth is that they cannot compete. Ultimately, this world is governed by the might of one's fist. He who is strongest reigns supreme. Li Donglei railed once more. Sophie had provided him with information from 30,000 years ago. 30,000 years. The world had undergone profound transformations since then, from the current perspective. The outcome of the celestial battle seemed clear. The angelic forces had triumphed, for the infernal legions would not permit them to easily dominate the human realm. With the angels victorious, Li Donglei pondered the fate of the human powerhouses in the celestial realm. A multitude of thoughts flooded Li Donglei's mind, including the realization that the celestial beings were undoubtedly aware of the terrifying potential of spatial magic, yet chose to withhold that knowledge from the mortal realm. Even the Church of Light, under the control of the angelic forces, actively resisted spatial magic. Did the angels fear the empowerment of their followers, or were they wary of humanity itself? Li Donglei's musings only deepened his confusion. He recognized that his understanding of this world was woefully inadequate. He yearned to acquire literacy and delve into vast quantities of literature, encompassing the geopolitical landscape of this world, the various cultures and terrains, the locations of formidable warriors, and the celestial mysteries, among other topics. Above all, he yearned to grow stronger, yet relying solely on the notoriously slow study of spatial magic seemed an unrealistic path. Li Donglei conversed with Yuta. They arrived at the testing site for martial arts enrollment. Unlike the magic assessments, the martial arts evaluations proceeded swiftly, accommodating 1,000 participants simultaneously. Look, it is Tinglekate, the foremost expert of Karen Kingdom, 10th level Sword Emperor. Yuta spoke with a face full of admiration. Upon hearing him, Li Donglei turned to see an emaciated old man clad in a gray long robe standing proudly at the center of the testing ground. Surrounded by 1,000 candidates facing the examination, within a quarter of an hour, as long as the students' garments remained unscathed, they would pass the test. Each student would be subjected to at least 3 attacks. And to withstand 3,000 strikes in such a brief interval, without harming a single soul, was a testament to the prowess of a superlative master. Yuta murmured, "Such is the might of a true expert." Li Donglei scrutinized the frail elder named Carter, while all the students readied their weapons, anxiously observing the formidable presence before them. Chapter 15. Determination. As the command for the test was issued, Carter began to spin at an astonishing velocity, creating a whirlwind around him. His speed was so extraordinary that Li Donglei could scarcely discern his figure, while the golden-gray dust on the playground was whipped into a tempestuous cloud. The nearest candidate was the first to be swept away by the cyclone, and in the next instant, Carter had moved past him, concluding his test that a candidate who managed to block or evade 2 strikes and only had 1 tear in their clothing might pass. But those who failed to react were undoubtedly eliminated. Although Carter's speed was unleashed, his attacks were tempered to a limit for the sake of these children. Nonetheless, fewer than 40 students successfully passed the test in that quarter of an hour. The might of a 10th level Sword Emperor was indeed fearsome. Impressive, isn't it? Yuta remarked with pride. I've heard Mr. Carter is not far from becoming an 11th level Sword Emperor. An 11th level being is the most powerful known existence in the world. After witnessing a round of testing, Yuta turned to Li Donglei, seemingly basking in the glory of Carter's might, as he would soon become one of his students. Carter was, after all, the president of Calron Advanced Academy. Li Donglei remained motionless, his gaze fixed on the playground. Although Carter had returned to the podium, the dust continued to swirl about, resembling a sandstorm. Yet, Li Donglei uttered 4 words, fighting spirits soaring, 9 heavens 9 swords. Suddenly, he shouted to the heavens, I will reclaim my 9 heavens 9 swords. Yuta looked at Li Donglei in bewilderment and nudged him. Are you all right? Li Donglei turned with a smile and replied. In this world, those who study both magic and martial arts are called magic swordsmen, correct? Magic swordsmen do exist, but you must understand that one cannot study 2 types of magic simultaneously, or the magical elements within one's body will inevitably go awry. Although cultivating both martial and magical skills does not inherently conflict, achieving harmony and mutual enhancement between the 2 is a challenge beyond ordinary imagination. The highest known achievement of a magic swordsman is a 9th level magus and a 9th level greatsword master. While a singular 9th level expert may not be able to contend with him, if one were to focus solely on a single discipline, that magic swordsman could undoubtedly reach the 11th level Sword Emperor or the 11th level magus. Such a pity, Yuta lamented, shaking his head. That I wish to learn martial arts and create my own techniques, Li Donglei declared resolutely, disregarding Yuta's discouraging words. That Yuta's eyes widened in astonishment. What? You want to cultivate both martial and magical skills? The study of spatial magic and the dual cultivation of magic and martial arts are considered the most arduous paths to power on the continent. You intend to pursue both simultaneously while also creating your own martial techniques. You must be joking, Li Donglei responded nonchalantly. To put it in your words, my spatial magic has little value in learning. What harm is there in studying another martial technique? I will train diligently. And when I surpass my own limits and manifest my fighting spirit, I will possess my own internal arts and combat techniques, though I have yet to apply them practically. From Sophie's words, Li Donglei learned that there were 108 worlds in the universe. Perhaps the world where Ziyu Star resided and the current world belonged to the same universe, yet each world had its own peculiar conditions. In Ziyu Star, the various elements were in harmony, rendering magic ineffective. Moreover, the limitations imposed on its inhabitants were exceedingly harsh, preventing any manifestation of fighting spirit. However, here, surpassing the human physical limits was much more feasible. Eventually, one would naturally develop fighting spirit, and possessing fighting spirit would equate to being a first to third level swordsman. When the fighting spirit could be projected externally, one would reach the fourth to sixth level swordsman level. Simultaneously, with fighting spirit within, Li Donglei could begin studying the 9 heavens 9 swords. Once he could project his fighting spirit outward, he would be able to unleash the ultimate technique, the 9-sword slash. With these abilities, even in the early stages, Li Donglei would qualify as a master, and in the later stages, the formidable power of spatial magic would provide significant momentum. Perhaps he could even combine the two. Though Li Donglei was acutely aware of the improbability of such a feat once he set his course, he would not look back. This was Li Donglei's defining characteristic. Yuta shrugged and replied, "That's fair. Spatial magic is unique. You could abandon magic and devote yourself entirely to martial arts." However, Li Donglei did not explicitly state his intention to abandon spatial magic, for he understood the immense power it could wield in the later stages. Yuta grasped Li Donglei's arm, a smile gracing his face as he said, "Dear Donglei, the exam for the elite class will take place in 5 days. The inns and taverns around the school are quite crowded. So let us hurry and book 2 rooms, so we can look out for each other. Of course, if you find the tavern accommodations unsatisfactory, you are welcome to stay at my home, though I personally dislike returning there." Li Donglei shook his head, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, but I have friends waiting for me at the Molen Mountain Range, so I won't be joining you." Without a doubt, many would come to take the exam. Li Donglei had not brought Xiaolong along, leaving it to wait by the small lake near the waterfall. Furthermore, he had no money to stay at an inn, and having only just met Yuta, he would need to bring a gift if he were to go to his home, which would cost him. Thus, Li Donglei could only politely decline the offered dough. "I see, and no worries, we'll meet again in 5 days." The Magic Elite class is a mixed group of the most outstanding students from various magical disciplines that if we both gain admission, we will become classmates and have ample time to interact. Indeed, farewell, my friend. After bidding farewell to Yuta, Li Donglei set off toward the Molen Mountain Range to eye in the Carlin Empire. The name of the Lane family is known to all. The current head of the family, Lane Dai, is the grandson of Lane Nadal, who once served as the guardian deity of the empire and remains its eternal pride. At the age of 63, he reached the pinnacle of being an 11th level Thunder Mage, making him the youngest and most formidable 11th level powerhouse in the empire's history. He became a court magician at the age of 20 and protected the empire for a century at the age of 120. He mysteriously vanished, yet the entire empire will never forget this former guardian deity. In the northern city of Hanzhou, the capital of the Carlin Kingdom, a luxurious palace with vermilion gates, is where Yuta is proudly recounting to his family how effortlessly he passed the elite class examination. Seated in the main position is his grandfather, the current Duke Lin Dai, clad in a green robe, who watches his grandson with a smile, but says nothing. His right sits Yuta's father, Count Lane Jianisi, the Duke's third son, while Yuta's mother sits beside him. These are the family members who care for Yuta's examination, a simple family gathering, as the rest of his relatives are absent. "Well, if you can get into the elite class, I will gift you a 7th level high-ranking illusion beast. After graduation, I can also recommend you to His Majesty the King, and you will receive the title of Viscount after your coming-of-age ceremony." Yuta's father suddenly threw out several enticing offers. Chapter 16. Family. Yet, apart from the high-ranking illusion beast, Yuta had little interest in titles or status. He simply relished the freedom to study magic, make friends, or tease girls, especially those adept in water magic. With a look of disdain, Yuta shifted the topic. "This time, I made a new friend, but he is quite the genius oddball." "Heh, it seems that Tar has made more friends than we have." "What kind of genius oddball is he?" Yuta's mother asked with a light chuckle. "He studies the most difficult spatial magic, yet he has already reached the pinnacle of the 7th level at just 15 or 16 years old. Wouldn't you call that a genius?" "What? A 7th level spatial magician at 15 or 16? Before Yuta could finish, his father, Count Jianisi, stood up in shock, while the old duke's eyes gleamed with intensity, radiating a powerful fighting spirit, clearly a master of swordsmanship. Yuta, feeling somewhat downtrodden, remarked, I know, his magical talent surpasses that of your son by a slight margin, but he studies spatial magic. Must you react so strongly? Having weathered many storms, the old duke quickly regained his composure. Smiling as he said, "Little Tar, you should nurture your friendship with this young man and be sure to invite him to our home. I would love to meet him." Yuta finally smiled and replied, "I had intended to invite him over, but he declined. As he seems to be quite short on funds, he couldn't even afford the registration fee for the exam, and I helped him out." The old duke furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, "Short on funds? How could that be? Only the prominent families on the continent engage in the study of spatial magic, and it is solely these families that comprehend the true might of such arcana." Naturally, Yuta was oblivious to the murmurs of the old duke as he continued to speak for himself. That individual has also recognized the futility of spatial magic. Thus he has resolved to pursue martial techniques, even claiming he will create his own style of combat and a magical prodigy, declaring his intent to forge a unique martial art. How peculiar indeed. He must not abandon spatial magic. Summon him at once. Gaines could not restrain himself from calling out again, exhibiting no semblance of noble decorum, yet was halted by the old duke. The duke, gazing fondly at his grandson, replied with a smile, "To master martial techniques, one must first possess a weapon. I shall provide you with a sword, along with the techniques for cultivating combat energy and a training regimen, which you shall present to him. However, he must pledge not to forsake spatial magic, prioritizing it in his training, with martial arts serving as a supplementary pursuit. Otherwise, do not deliver it. Gifting him a path that leads to the abandonment of spatial magic may indeed be detrimental." Yuta, only partially comprehending, suddenly tilted his head and murmured, "Grandfather, you have never shown such concern when I made new friends before. What has changed today?" The old duke chuckled softly. "You are still young. There are certain matters that need not trouble you for the time being. When you are older, I shall explain everything." Yuta, feeling somewhat discontented, was not fond of his parents perceiving him as a mere child despite being only 15. "I shall return to my room to rest," he said, leaving in a huff on the continent. It seems that only the wind spirit family of the kingdom of Brel can boast the highest level of spatial magic. When I encountered him 12 years ago, he had already attained the rank of a 7th level mage, and now he must have reached the 8th level. After Yuta departed, the old duke spoke as if to himself. Indeed, the pace of learning spatial magic is at least 5 times that of ordinary magic. If my elder brother had not chosen to study spatial magic, he would certainly have attained the rank of a 10th level mage by now, Gaines remarked with a sense of longing. Humph, a 10th level mage. Or even an 11th or 12th. What difference does it make? Have you not heard your grandfather's words? They are perilously close to ruin in the celestial realm, and humanity faces the grim fate of eternal subjugation by angels. We must have another Lord Sophie to unite all of humankind, and the venerable ancestors in the celestial realm have placed all their hopes upon us. The old duke clenched his fists in determination. Were it not for the Church of Light, we could boldly proclaim the true power of spatial magic to the world, allowing more qualified individuals to study it, thereby increasing the chances of success. Alas, the Church of Light is far too powerful. We cannot contend with them. Only we, the great families with ancestors who ascended to the celestial realm, understand the true nature of spatial magic, and only we labor in secret. Damn the Church of Light, a pack of sycophants, Gaines exclaimed, unable to contain his anger. Do not blame them. These individuals are merely pitiable fools who have been deceived. Blame instead those hypocritical angels who feign compassion. Furthermore, the true strong among humanity are fully aware of the situation. We must endure until we are strong enough to fight for our freedom. The most vital symbol of strength is the emergence of another 15th or even 16th level spatial magic deity. The old duke observed sagely, gazing into the distance. Father, we could also reveal the might of spatial magic through clandestine means, thus attracting many to its study. The Church of Light would be unable to ascertain who disclosed the secret, Gaines suggested suddenly. The old duke shook his head and sighed. You do not understand. The concealment of spatial magic's power is a joint decision between the Church of Light and our great families, whose ancestors ascended to the celestial realm. Why? Gaines inquired, puzzled. The study of spatial magic is exceedingly arduous. Take, for instance, the wind spirit, Dolong of the kingdom of Brel, Nakandola, Kali Rakul of Fran, Rodianubai, and Somindafizo of Il, as well as Charles Bidissa. Each of them is a rare magical genius. Our families have diligently sought the most gifted mages from our own lineages and territories, providing them with the finest conditions for study, the best mentors, and the finest magical crystals. Yet after more than a millennium of effort, we have still not succeeded. The closest was Martizel, who stopped short at the 10th level spatial mage rank a century ago. The current highest level, wind spirit, Dolong, is of the same era as your great-grandfather, the 11th level sword emperor Rayan Nadal, both now over 170 years old. Although humans enjoy longer lifespans with greater power, eternal life is unattainable below the 12th level. To master the most challenging spatial magic, the relatively brief human lifespan seems all too fragile. Who among us can match Sophie's unparalleled talent? It would be a waste of life to have more ordinary individuals study spatial magic. It is far better for them to learn other forms of magic, thereby enhancing the strength of humanity. Thus, let us, the great families, seek out those with exceptional potential for the study of spatial magic, without disclosing it to the ordinary populace. The old duke explained with a look of regret. Gaines nodded in understanding. Responding earnestly, to escape the fate of angelic domination, we must strive, regardless of the difficulties posed by spatial magic. Have you heard of anyone achieving the rank of 7th level mage by the age of 15 or 16? Absolutely not. Moreover, this is the most challenging and crucial spatial magic. Perhaps this young lad is our savior, the old duke mused aloud, resembling a child lost in thought. Yet unbeknownst to the old duke, Li Donglei did not possess magical talents akin to Sophie's. Rather, he had directly assimilated all of Sophie's magical understanding into himself. Imagine the scenario. One is Sophie, starting from scratch, and the other is Sophie, a 16th level deity, having completely abandoned her magic to learn anew. Naturally, the latter would grasp the concepts more swiftly and effortlessly. But father, why not reveal the power of spatial magic to him, allowing him to focus on his studies instead of providing him with the fundamentals of martial techniques? Gaines questioned, perplexed. To have him learn martial techniques is merely a ruse to conceal his studies in spatial magic. If the angelic legions were to discover that humanity might produce a second Sophie, do you think the Creator would remain indifferent? Moreover, the path to such extraordinary strength is not ours to dictate. We can only pray that he remains steadfast in his commitment to spatial magic and, more importantly, that he possesses a sense of justice. I shall keep a close watch over him from the shadows. The old duke seemed to have made a momentous decision. Chapter 17. Training Kill. Kill. In the Molan Mountains, the little dragon basked in the sun after a hearty meal, while Li Donglei, completely unaware of the decisions made by the Rayan family, wielded a stick, relentlessly striking at the air. His hands, legs, and waist were bound with stones, each weighing no less than 20 kilograms. Lacking a sword, Li Donglei was forced to pick up a makeshift stick, drawing from his previous experience of creating the 9 Heavens 9 swords. He was at least assured he would not stray from the path. He simply needed to exert himself diligently to end this world. The restrictions on martial skills for humanity were minimal. Perhaps surpassing human limits on Zu Star was daunting. But here many could easily attain the level of combat energy, or even higher. Yet, without a doubt, regardless of location, hard work and sustained effort were prerequisites. Li Donglei was resolute. Once he set his mind to something, he would see it through. For 5 days, Li Donglei endured the wait during all activities, eating, drinking, standing, and lying down, intensifying his training with running and stick practice. When his body reached its limits, he collapsed, still burdened by the stones. The only source of frustration was that after 5 grueling days, he felt no change within himself. The sole consolation came when he removed the stones. He felt remarkably lighter, as if his body had shed all weight. This feeling was delightful. 5 days later marked the assessment period for the elite class. Out of the original 100,000 candidates, only about 2,000 had passed the preliminary exam, and merely 300 were eligible to participate in the elite class assessment. This cohort included both magical and martial candidates, with only 300 selected from a pool of 100,000 students. Undoubtedly, each one was among the elite of the elite. In this instance, Yuta sought out Li Donglei deliberately, rather than their meeting being a mere coincidence. Upon their encounter, they greeted each other amicably and began discussing the upcoming examination. What? Only 100 will be admitted from 300 candidates. 2 for the magical elite class and 2 for the martial elite class. Shouldn't there be 200 in total? Li Donglei protested, discontented. His spatial magic was too weak. He wondered if his status as a 7th-level mage would suffice to impress the instructors. If only 100 were accepted, his chances would dwindle even further. You not know the unspoken rules of our Karun Advanced Academy? Yuta once again posed a peculiar question. Li Donglei merely nodded distantly. Feeling somewhat dejected, the Karun Advanced Academy is undoubtedly the most prestigious institution for magic and martial arts in the entire empire, attracting numerous royal nobles who seek education there. These individuals serve as the financial backbone of the school, and they too aspire to enter the elite class. After all, graduates from the elite class are highly sought after by various factions to secure funding for its operations while maintaining the exclusivity of the elite class. The academy offers 2 elite classes each term, Class 1 and Class 2. For instance, our Magic Elite Class 1 is the true elite class, selecting 50 individuals from a pool of 300 exceptional students today. Meanwhile, the Magic Elite Class 2, colloquially known as the Noble Class, is reserved for the offspring of royal nobility. Yuta explained patiently to Li Donglei. Realizing this, muttered in frustration, so that's how it is. Your master speaks of equality among all beings. But what a farce that is! Yuta's face flushed slightly. He understood that even if he could not enter the Magic Elite Class 1, his father could effortlessly secure his admission into Class 2. However, his inherent pride made him disdainful of such a notion. Yuta retrieved a book on the fundamentals of martial arts and a gleaming long sword from behind him, presenting them to Li Donglei. I know you wish to self-study martial arts, so consider these as my gifts to you. But you must promise me to prioritize learning magic, treating martial arts as a mere supplement, moreover, to outsiders. You should claim to be a swordsman and never boast about being a level 7 spatial mage. My grandfather insisted on this, though I do not know the reason that Li Donglei hesitated. Although Yuta was the only person he had come to know in this world aside from Sophie, he valued their budding friendship immensely. However, having known Yuta for merely 5 days, he was reluctant to accept such a precious gift. Noticing Li Donglei's indecision, Yuta continued, This martial arts book is my grandfather's pride and joy. He is a level 10 sword emperor, on par with the principal, Tenurkardied. As for this sword, it is not only exceptionally sharp, but has also been imbued with magic by a level 9 thunder mage, making it a rare magical sword that is ideally suited for someone like you, a budding sword mage. Surely you cannot dislike it? Li Donglei shook his head, explaining, It is not that I dislike it. Rather, I find it difficult to accept such a precious gift without justification. In my homeland, there is a saying, no merit, no reward. While I may not be an exemplary student, I adhere to my principles. Yuta, displaying remarkable generosity, replied, Given that you hold such values, isn't it worth forging a friendship with someone like me? Let us do this. I shall lend them to you. After all, reading a single word from the book will not diminish it. And the sword only sharpens with use. When you acquire your own sword, you may return it to me. Li Donglei reluctantly accepted. What swordsman does not love a sword? At this moment, he could barely consider himself a budding swordsman. As for the book, he would address that once he learned to read, thus leaving him indebted to Yuta for a significant favor. The examinations for the elite class commenced one after another in a closed training ground, with the methods of evaluation varying according to the candidate's primary disciplines. For instance, the fire magic examination was quite straightforward. A level 4 fireball had to be cast and controlled along a designated route to reach the finish line without detonating en route, with scoring based on completion time. The other disciplines followed a similar pattern. What would the spatial magic examination entail? Heaven knows. Li Donglei could only resign himself to fate as the sole practitioner of spatial magic. He naturally found himself with no other options and was left to face the exam casually, arriving at the right side of the enclosed area designated for the wind magic examination, which was the 5th testing station. Surprisingly, for a single candidate, there were 4 instructors overseeing the examination. One of them sat on a chair, observing the students for any signs of cheating while recording their results for final evaluation. Greetings, esteemed invigilators. Li Donglei bowed respectfully to the 4 teachers. Hello, number 2 magic student. Due to the lack of students studying spatial magic in recent years, you are the only one in this realm. Therefore, after discussions among the Academy's invigilation team, we have devised a new method for your elite class assessment, said the middle-aged instructor, his green magic robe adorned with 3 golden sun emblems. indicating he was a level 9 wind mage. Is that so? Li Donglei thought, wiping cold sweat from his brow due to the unexpected special treatment. What must I do, then, teacher? It's quite simple, actually, since level 7 spatial magic lacks any offensive or defensive maneuvers. As long as you can withstand our continuous basic magic attacks for 5 minutes, you will pass. We will evaluate your magical control based on your evasion during that time, the middle-aged instructor replied. But, teacher, how many spells can you cast in 5 minutes? 10 or 20? And how many teachers will be testing my defenses? Li Donglei expressed his concerns. You know that even the simplest blink spell of spatial magic consumes twice the mana of an ordinary level 6 spell. Fear not. Only level 4 and below basic magic will be employed, and we will not harm you, the middle-aged instructor assured him. Li Donglei had no further objections and concentrated his energy and mana to their utmost limits. To his relief, the middle-aged examiner did not join the attacking trio. Instead, the other 3 instructors began to chant their incantations. Fire, elemental blade of flames. The leftmost male instructor initiated the first assault, employing the same magical attack that Yuta had used during his examination. How infuriating. Right off the bat, a level 4 peak magic. Anyone struck by it would be doomed, Li Donglei cursed under his breath. Executing a blink to evade and finding himself 10 zhong away not use incantations, Li Donglei lamented. A level 7 mage could cast only up to level 3 spells without incantation, and a level 6 blink certainly could not be executed without one. Not only was the middle-aged instructor astounded, but even the attacking trio ceased their onslaught in surprise. If blinking could be performed without incantation, it truly was instantaneous, showcasing its undeniable utility in combat. Li Donglei's face brightened. 5 minutes? He was more than willing to prolong the duration that he then remarked. What you mentioned is the standard scenario. If we can instantly communicate with the surrounding magical elements for sufficient mana, incantations become unnecessary. I am precisely that case. Typically, a level 7 mage would need to instantly communicate with magical elements equivalent to a level 3 mana level. Anything higher would require incantation to condense. How did you accomplish that? Asked the middle-aged instructor, the highest-ranking level 9 mage, who appeared to be a fervent admirer of magic, treating Li Donglei as if he were the teacher. Li Donglei grinned maliciously. If you all refrain from attacking me for these 5 minutes, I shall divulge my secret. The little rascal is quite clever. Even if you do not reveal it, we lifelong magic researchers are well aware of the formidable challenges associated with instant communication of high-level spells. Whether you choose to share it or not is your prerogative. Rest assured, I will not ease the testing process for you to that moment. The level 8 water mage teacher, upon hearing this, directed a formidable ice hammer toward Li Donglei. How cruel. You're clearly in a mood. Li Donglei cursed silently, forced to blink away once more. However, this time, as soon as he landed, a lightning bolt began to coalesce above him. Fortunately, with blinking requiring no time to cast, he managed to evade once again in the nick of time. A level 7 mage and 2 level 8 mages unleashed their respective level 4 spells with barely any delay. Within less than a quarter of an hour, Li Donglei was compelled to blink 8 times. He could effortlessly blink 7 times, but pushing himself to the limit might yield only 11 or 12 attempts. Such a pace was simply unsustainable. To cast 8 level 6 blinks is tantamount to unleashing 16 level 6 wind mage spells. It seems your mana comprehension exceeds that of an average level 7 mage by more than 4 times. A prodigy, the level 9 wind mage exclaimed in admiration. Just then, the level 8 fire mage, noticing Li Donglei's remarkable evasion skills and his inability to land a hit, became enraged and unleashed a large-scale, indiscriminate rain of fire. Teacher, that's against the rules. Fire rain is a level 5 spell, Li Donglei protested, glaring at the male instructor who continued to chant his incantation. Yet, the instructor remained unfazed, and tragically, the other 3 teachers showed no intention of intervening. Fire, elemental rain. As the final incantation was completed, a wide-ranging, indiscriminate attack descended upon him, leaving no avenue for escape. In a moment of desperation, Li Donglei blinked directly in front of the level 8 water mage teacher, clutching her tightly. Humph, I refuse to believe you. Protect yourself. The poor female mage was taken aback, her eyes widening in shock. Just as she was about to evade, the fire rain began to fall, forcing her to conjure a defensive water crystal barrier to shield both herself and Li Donglei. The two spells countered each other, and when the chaos subsided, Li Donglei remained clinging to the female mage. Knowing that his internal mana could not endure many more blinks, with 3 minutes left, he decided to hold on to her, as this would provide him with a protective cover against further attacks. Let go. You. Li Donglei paid her no mind, focusing instead on passing the examination for the next 3 minutes. Cough cough. Although you are a level 7 mage, your magical prowess is at least equivalent to that of a level 8. Your control over magic, as evidenced by your flickering prowess, is exceptionally refined, and you possess the ability to adapt instantaneously. Thus you have passed the test. Congratulations. The level 9 wind mage seated in the center cleared his throat twice. Compelled to conclude the evaluation prematurely. Did you hear that? Let go at once. The female mage shouted. Li Donglei muttered in realization and finally released his grip, bowing to the 4 instructors like a gentleman. Expressing his gratitude. However, the 4 instructors would never again associate Li Donglei with the notion of a gentleman. Upon exiting, he spotted Yuta waiting for him. This time, Yuta had once again ranked ahead of him in the elite class examination, having successfully passed as well. How did it go? How did your spatial magic evaluation fare? Did you pass? Li Donglei replied with a smug grin, shamelessly boasting. It was quite effortless. I completed the task, which was supposed to take 3/4 of an hour. In just 2.0, splendid. That means we shall be classmates from now on. Yuta said cheerfully. By the way, have you established a good rapport with the 4 instructors? Establish a rapport? The 4 instructors. Vice Principal Feng. Our class supervisor for the magic elite class. The Ice Queen, our water magic instructor. The Frost Master, our fire magic teacher. And Donglei, our lightning magic teacher, were all educators from our elite class. Surely, you must be aware of this? At this point, Yuta began to feel that Li Donglei was somewhat dim-witted, entirely oblivious to the circumstances of the continent and his own school. Upon hearing Yuta's words, Li Donglei's expression grew somewhat grim. Chapter 19. Roommates is the Ice Queen that level 8 water mage. Li Donglei pondered anxiously. Indeed, her name is Sylvanas. She is renowned for her striking beauty and stern demeanor, earning her the nickname Ice Queen. Surely not. She appears to be at least 25 years old, too far removed in age from us students, and not particularly attractive. Young matron would be a more fitting moniker, Li Donglei lamented. You understand nothing. As a human's power increases, their lifespan extends as well. Have you ever seen a mage or swordsman marry before the age of 40? The Ice Queen is not 25, but rather 35. It is merely the formidable strength of mages that allows her to appear akin to an ordinary person of 20. Just look at that golden-haired woman with her alluring and seductive appearance. Juxtaposed with her frigid personality, the combination evokes boundless imagination. How could she not be beautiful? Our fire magic instructor has pursued the Ice Queen for over a decade, hence the moniker Frost Master. I have no appreciation for the beauties of your world. I cannot discern whether they are lovely or not. Goodness, I am doomed this time, Li Donglei muttered to himself, feeling despondent and no wonder that male instructor's expression was so grim earlier. After bidding farewell to Yuta, Li Donglei returned alone to the small lake by the waterfall. Tomorrow marks the beginning of school, and he must reside on campus, which necessitates bringing along the little dragon. Li Donglei was merely concerned about whether the little dragon would attract unwanted attention, considering it was, after all, a dragon. On the first day of school, the academy was bustling with a sea of people. Though this time, the expressions on their faces reflected joy rather than the previous anxiety and tension before the exam. At the entrance to the academic affairs office, Li Donglei, cradling the little dragon, was the first to receive his student ID for the first-year Magic Elite class, subsequently obtaining a monthly stipend of 3,000 copper coins based on his student ID. The Elite class does not require tuition fees and provides a monthly allowance of 3,000 copper coins, which was the primary reason Li Donglei had come here. He then made his way toward the crowd, where the performance rankings for newly admitted students were displayed. Of course, only the top 200 names were listed. Those who ranked lower were not recorded, a gesture of admiration for the strong and respect for the weaker. Many people were gathered to view the rankings, and as Li Donglei strained to catch a glimpse of the list, he sadly realized he did not recognize any of the characters, including his own name. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he departed and, following the information on his student ID, located his dormitory in dormitory building No. 3. Yuta. Upon entering, Li Donglei discovered Yuta tidying up the bedding. I've been waiting for you for quite some time, Yuta exclaimed, turning to embrace Li Donglei. How wonderful. Not only are we classmates, but we are also roommates now. Li Donglei replied with a smile. Not just us. All 5 of us in this dormitory are from the same class. Yuta added with a grin. Greetings, everyone. I am Xiaoxing Li Donglei. Li Donglei politely introduced himself to the other 3. I am Carrie Gallen from the Fran Kingdom, a level 5 lightning mage. The tall individual sleeping opposite Li Donglei said with a smile. The tall fellow was quite handsome, tall and slender, resembling a clothesline when he stood sideways. His hairstyle was also quite trendy, making him a suitable representative for the dormitory's image. If the beautiful lady did not fancy this type, she would indeed be blind. The individual occupying the bed across from him smiled politely and introduced himself. I am Jerome, a resident of this Honshu city. Jerome had a rather earnest appearance, his large head appearing somewhat comical. However, he exuded a mature and sincere demeanor. Before long, as they became more familiar, Jerome earned the fitting nickname Big Head. It's you suddenly. Another male who was introducing himself pointed at Li Donglei in astonishment. Li Donglei furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the lecherous man sleeping beneath Gallen's bunk, who indeed appeared somewhat familiar. I was wondering how you managed to escape that night. It turns out you are a spatial mage, truly a magician of thievery. The lecherous man scoffed. "Itsu. You son of a, how dare you accuse me?" Li Donglei finally recognized the individual. He was one of the 5 who had extracted him from the ruins, clad in gray robes. With the assistance of Yuta and Gallen, Li Donglei and the gray-robed mage calmly clarified the situation. The gray-robed mage's name was Mingdalintiao. The 5 of them had been on their final training expedition after graduating from Carey Intermediate Academy, coincidentally arriving in the town where Li Donglei resided. Having heard rumors of a thief who stole everything, they had taken it upon themselves to capture the thief, leading to the ensuing farce. According to Taiyang, among the other 4, the swordsman Pu Faisi and the archer named Delia had successfully enrolled in the elite class of Carey Advanced Academy, while the remaining 2 regrettably did not. The principle of training was to balance strengths and weaknesses to ensure safety and success rates. Among Taiyang's group, Taiyang, Pu Faisi, and Delia were all classified as strong, all at level 4, while the other 2 were merely at level 2. Generally, students at Carey Academy possessed level 3 strength, while the elite class comprised those of level 4, with only a few exceeding that. Li Donglei also endeavored to clear his name, yet he received no acknowledgement. In the eyes of the public, he was the malevolent source that led the noble dragon to its disgrace as a thief, a crime deemed unforgivable. Faced with the accusations of the crowd, Li Donglei tilted his head, deciding to disregard them. You son of a, how could you be named Taiyang? The sun itself is not fearsome. But Taiyang certainly is. It is said that those with lowly names often enjoy favorable fates. I wonder if his father had such thoughts when bestowing that name upon him. He was truly a fitting embodiment of his name. Sporting a middle parting with a distinctly lecherous appearance, in the ordinary class, 8 students shared a dormitory. However, the elite class housed only 4, while some dormitories accommodated 5 individuals. Li Donglei's dormitory fell into the latter category, with the remaining space occupied by a round table and 5 chairs. Each of the 2 bunk beds had a large trunk at either end to store clothing and other belongings. The other trunk was intended as a dedicated space for the 5th person. Once everyone finished arranging their beds, the 5 began to gather around to converse. They were both bored and eager to foster camaraderie, as they would be classmates and roommates for the next 4 years, and possibly lifelong friends. Gallen, your Carey family is quite prominent in the Fran Kingdom. Why not study at Balan Academy? Balan Academy ranks among the top 3 on the continent. Yuta inquired curiously, also hailing from a prominent family. Balan Academy does not have an elite class. Our Carey elite class far surpasses Balan's ordinary classes. I did not choose the best school. I chose the best class. The handsome Gallen replied with a smile. The other 3 nodded in agreement, not paying much heed. Gallen then turned to Li Donglei and said, Li Donglei, it would be best for you to maintain a low profile from now on. Why? Li Donglei furrowed his brow. Chapter 20. Don't mind me. I'm feeling faint. Did you all see the results on the leaderboard? I cannot read. Li Donglei felt there was no need to conceal this. Not knowing the characters of this world was not his fault. They wouldn't recognize the characters from his hometown either. Your magical cultivation and control over magic are ranked first in this cohort. Although your combat ability did not make the list, Your overall strength is ranked third that I need not elaborate further, Galen stated clearly. Why not elaborate? I still do not understand, Li Donglei lamented. Yuta quickly interjected. It seems that Li Donglei may have recently experienced amnesia. Aside from remembering our common language spoken on the mainland, he recalls nothing else, not even the affairs of our school. Li Donglei nodded numbly. Although Yuta's words were somewhat inaccurate, this would facilitate Galen, Jerome, and Taeyong's understanding, so he refrained from elaborating. After all, they might not believe him anyway. That so? Galen scratched his head and continued. Our academy has instituted a special rule to maintain the elite status of the elite class. Any student from the ordinary class who diligently trains to reach the rank of a level 4 warrior is permitted to challenge any student from the elite class. Should they triumph, they gain entry into the elite class, while the defeated must return to the ordinary class. The elite class, too, is the noble class. Even if they are weaker, others dare not provoke them. Historically, students from the ordinary class aim for the last position in elite class 1, but this year, that position belongs to you. Achieving level 7 in magic is quite impressive, among nearly 5,000 first and second year students. You are the sole one at this level. Moreover, in the entire academy, including third and fourth year seniors, there are only 7 at this rank. However, as a space mage, what good is it? Facing Galen's unrelenting cold splash of reality. Li Donglei, still grappling with his despondency, was met with Taeyong's gleeful remarks. Not only that, but our academy has 2 highly anticipated rankings, one of which is the top 10 masters list. Typically, the top spots are dominated by third and fourth year elite students, yet exceptions do exist, such as exceptionally gifted prodigies who, upon entering their first year, possess the strength of a level 7 mage. The competition among the top masters is fierce. After all, only 6 of the top 10 are level 7 mages, and for the remaining 4 level 6 mages, defeating a level 7 mage is a remarkable honor. Taeyong winked at Li Donglei, clearly targeting him. Li Donglei looked pitifully at Galen, Jerome, and Taeyong. Feeling the urge to cry, he turned to Yuta, the person he was most familiar with, and asked, "Do you have something to say as well?" Yuta gazed at Li Donglei with sympathy and replied, "You must have prepared yourself psychologically. The other ranking is the top 10 beauties list, where they are adored like stars and moons, should someone offend them. Those noblemen and masters wishing to court them will undoubtedly showcase their masculine prowess before these beauties. Our cohort has already placed Kanoa among the top beauties upon entering the academy. Unfortunately, her sister spotted you on the list and told a group of admirers, 'This person is the one my sister and I despise the most.' Legend has it that upon learning you are a space mage, no fewer than 100 individuals have sought you out for a duel." Li Donglei, still reeling from disbelief, thought to himself, how could a girl be among the top 10 beauties when we first-year students are merely 15 or 16 years old? The boys have yet to grow tall, and the girls have not yet developed. How could she possibly be on that list? Are you joking with me? Li Donglei felt a flicker of illusion. Thus, this only emphasizes how extraordinarily beautiful Noah is that in 2 years, she will undoubtedly be the most stunning person across the continent. Most of the beauties in the higher grades are already taken. Just think about it. Such an incredibly beautiful girl, who will only grow more enchanting and is still unattached. Her worth far exceeds that of the Academy's top beauty. Offending her is tantamount to incurring the wrath of all the handsome and beautiful students in the Academy. I initially intended to accompany you upon seeing you on the list, but after hearing what Noah's sister, Nolan, said, I had no choice but to withdraw and pretend not to know you, Yuta explained. Somewhat sheepishly, that you're a traitor. How could you abandon me? I have chosen my friends poorly. Li Donglei collapsed on the ground, lamenting. Is the school strict about fighting? Strict? Not at all. We are a martial arts and magic academy. The school wholeheartedly supports activities that enhance practical experience, including challenges and non-lethal duels, Yuta declared loudly, elucidating Li Donglei's situation. Little did they know, aside from those first-year students aspiring to enter the elite class, the top 10 masters eager to defeat a level 7 mage, and the handsome boys wanting to impress the beauties, the 2 instructors, Iceberg Beauty and the Frost Sorceress, would not be kind to Li Donglei either. On the very first day of school, Li Donglei had unwittingly become the target of half the academy's ire. He suddenly felt that attending school was a grave mistake, that I want to return to ZU Star. Finally, the most earnest Jerome approached the prostrate Li Donglei with concern. It's all right. No one has ever died in this school, has there? Li Donglei was instantly rendered unconscious from exasperation. Big-headed Jerome attempted to pull him up. But Li Donglei immediately protested. Leave me be. I'm fainting here. Chapter 21. Nostalgia life is indeed tragic, yet even the most sorrowful life must continue. After much contemplation, Li Donglei ultimately resolved to limit his movements to the classroom, dormitory, cafeteria, and restroom, striving to maintain a low profile. Whenever someone sought him out for a duel, he would raise a white flag, avoiding confrontation. Although such behavior might be deemed cowardly, he believed it better to be a coward than to end up dead. One of Li Donglei's guiding principles was to fight when he had the upper hand and flee when he did not. Of course, the number of individuals he could defeat was minimal. After tidying up his dormitory, Li Donglei, clutching his gold-trimmed admission letter to the elite class, joined Yuta, Galen, Taiyang, and Jerome in heading to the classroom to register. Upon reaching the classroom door, Li Donglei took a deep breath and knocked gently. "Come in," came the warm voice of an elderly gentleman from within. The five of them entered, discovering that the voice belonged to the 9th-level wind mage, who was also the academy's vice principal and the homeroom teacher for the magic elite class. Jin Fanfingfing, Ziyu Star, Li Donglei reporting. Lane, Yuta reporting. Callie, Galen reporting. Meng Dilling, Taiyang reporting. Jerome reporting. Please take a seat. Once all your classmates have arrived, we will arrange the seating, Feng said, marking their names on the roster with a gentle smile. The classroom was arranged with long tables for two, and after bowing respectfully, Li Donglei and Yuta took their seats in the back corner, while Galen and Taiyang sat at the table in front of them. With Jerome behind, the small classroom buzzed with activity. Groups of boys huddled together, openly discussing a particular girl, while girls formed clusters, whispering to one another and occasionally stealing glances at a boy. Taiyang quickly reported the details. Our class has a total of 50 students, including 22 girls and 28 boys, which gives us a male-to-female ratio of approximately 5-4. Our dormitory has 5 members, so rounding up, we can expect to be assigned 4 girls. Excluding the big-headed one, each of us will be paired with 1 girl. Not bad, right? Taiyang chuckled mischievously. Li Donglei quickly calculated in his mind and confirmed with a grin. Indeed, not bad. Just then, Jerome, often considered the epitome of loneliness by his roommates, suddenly broke into a naive smile, exclaiming, "I like that girl." The group turned to follow his gaze, and Yuta commented, her figure is decent, but her looks are rather average, and she has quite a few pimples." Li Donglei felt a wave of disappointment and shook his head in frustration. "You really have such low standards. Look at her. Her face is etched with sorrow." Big-headed Jerome chuckled, unfazed, and continued to admire the girl. Li Donglei finally laid eyes on the enchanting girls of the magic elite class, seizing the opportunity to appreciate beauty, whether in the study of magic or martial arts. There was an inherent charm that set them apart, enhanced by their vitality and longevity, which often surpassed that of ordinary people. Thus, it was common to find beauties among mages. However, individuals like Hiei, Kanoa, who were naturally stunning and possessed a personality capable of melting even the coldest hearts, especially after mastering water magic, were truly exceptional. Even strikingly beautiful girls would feel a sense of inferiority in her presence. Li Donglei had long deduced that with 1 sister and 1 brother, and a personal vendetta against him, they were undoubtedly the infamous witch sisters. Turning around, he spotted the 2 girls surrounded by boys, with the elder sister Nolan quietly conversing with a boy on her left, while the younger sister Noah sat with her head bowed, silent. It is said that the 2 sisters bear an almost uncanny resemblance to each other. However, the demeanor of the younger sister, Noah, is distinctly unique. Perhaps it is her innate grace, or perhaps it is because she is a 6th-level mage that she has earned a place among the top 10 beauties, while her elder sister, Norin, has not. Nevertheless, this does not diminish Norin's allure to the young men around her. When Li Donglei cast his gaze towards the witch sisters, Noah, who had been looking down, seemed to sense his attention. She raised her head and met his eyes, offering a warm smile. Unbeknownst to her, the handsome young men who had been watching her immediately directed their murderous glares at Li Donglei. However, his glance towards Noah was fleeting, almost unintentional, and he paid no heed to the disdainful looks from those young men. For his full attention was captured by a girl seated at the farthest back row, specifically the one on the right. She was a tall girl with a beautifully curvaceous figure, exuding an exquisite charm and a gentle demeanor that evoked a sense of delicate fragility. Yet, it was not merely her physical beauty that captivated Li Donglei. It was her visage that drew his attention. Though her skin was fair, he recognized it as the distinctive hue of yellow-toned skin, reminiscent of the beautiful girls from his hometown. Her lustrous black hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders, with two small strands falling gracefully onto her chest. The jade-like complexion of her cheeks glimmered alluringly, while her large, dark eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, appeared to shimmer with unshed tears. Her delicate nose and rosy lips combined to form a visage of breathtaking beauty. She moved with a graceful elegance, radiating an aura of purity and dignity that I in this world. Li Donglei finally encountered someone who mirrored him so closely, evoking a profound sense of nostalgia and a bittersweet longing for his distant homeland. The memories of his home and the land he had forcibly suppressed surged forth, attacking his sentimental heart with unrelenting fervor. Tears seemed to tremble in his eyes. Noah, following Li Donglei's gaze, turned to look back. A wave of disappointment washed over her. She had known instances where others feigned indifference to capture her attention, but this time, her instinct told her that the boy she had encountered previously genuinely overlooked her. When Noah glanced back at Li Donglei, she found herself captivated by the sorrowful depth within his gaze. Unlike the fervent and possessive stares she often received from other boys, Li Donglei's eyes bore a poignant sadness that resonated deeply with her. An emotional sincerity laced with a gentle melancholy that was particularly unbearable for a girl. Noah found herself irresistibly drawn to that gaze, yet it pained her to realize it was directed at another girl, not herself. The girl he had been observing finally noticed Li Donglei's attention, lowering her head shyly. After a moment, she cautiously lifted her gaze, only to find that Li Donglei was still watching her. She offered a polite smile before once again bowing her head. Li Donglei, still grinning foolishly at the girl who had lowered her head, then turned back with satisfaction. "You fool," while others steal glances at beauties for a brief respite. "You seem utterly entranced by Noah, gazing for so long. It's no wonder Norin calls you a rogue. You certainly possess the potential for such an illustrious title." As he turned back, Yuta remarked with a disdainful smirk. Little did Yuta know that, while they might perceive Noah as more beautiful than the girl behind her, Li Donglei's attention was firmly fixed on that very girl. "Though you recognize the girl seated on the right in the middle of the last row?" Li Donglei asked, uninterested in providing an explanation that I must concede. "You have an eye for talent. Her name is Feek Susan, a 6th-level light mage, on par with Noah. In this year's first-year magic newcomers, she ranks 3rd overall, with Noah holding the top spot, and the two of them are the only 6th-level mages in the entire cohort. The 4th place belongs to our dorm mate, Galen, a top-tier 5th-level lightning mage," Yuta said, feigning admiration. Li Donglei nodded, mentally repeating the name Susan several times. "I hope you can share a table with her." Li Donglei was unaware of how long he had been lost in thought, only realizing upon turning back that his classmates had gathered. "Now that everyone is here, I will outline the details of our class. Our Magic Class 1 consists of a standard 50 students, all of whom are at least 4th-level mages. Achieving this level at such a young age suggests that with diligent study, you will undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. Moreover, we have 5th, 6th, and even 7th-level mages among us, soon to surpass our instructors," the elder Feng Feng said with a smile from the heart. "There are 28 boys and 22 girls in our class. Among them, there are 9 studying water magic, 8 fire mages, 8 earth mages, 7 wind mages, 6 lightning mages, 6 earth mages, 5 light mages, and 1 spatial mage. With magical assistance and teaching, rest assured that you won't miss anything from the back or struggle to see. Today, we will arrange seating based on our magical affinities, with those of the same type sitting together, followed by a ranking based on their scores. This will facilitate communication and learning among peers of similar abilities." As Feng Feng concluded, murmurs of speculation filled the room as students contemplated their potential seating arrangements based on their abilities and magical types. The boys frequently glanced towards the few beauties, while the girls' gazes wandered as well. The seating arrangement had remained consistent over the years, so there was little surprise, though Li Donglei felt particularly troubled, being the sole spatial mage. Who would he sit with? After some discussion, Feng Feng cleared his throat and continued. "I am sure you all are aware of your comprehensive rankings. Since water, wind, light, and spatial magic are all odd-numbered, each of these types will have 1 student paired with a classmate of the same type. After much consideration, I have decided that the most powerful water mage, Noah Hing Aiku, will sit with the highest-ranked 7th-level mage, Li Donglei. The strongest 6th-level light mage, Feek Susan, will sit with the strongest 5th-level wind mage. Catch a bite. This arrangement ensures that those of similar ranks and abilities sit together, promoting stronger collaboration. That is unfair. Stronger students should sit with weaker ones to help them improve. How can the teachers separate Noah from us? A water mage protested. Aside from Noah, your water magic students are paired based on their 2nd and 3rd rankings, while the lowest 2 will sit together. Remember, this world knows no fairness, only the strong and their power. I am merely helping you recognize this reality sooner. Fengfeng's voice, imbued with magic, silenced the class to lighten the atmosphere. Fengfeng added, with the odd-numbered situations resolved, the remaining students will be paired based on their rankings. You should all be aware of your desks now. I will call out the names. Starting from the left of the first ROWAS names were read aloud. Seating arrangements were confirmed. Li Donglei found himself seated in the far right of the 3rd row. Nestled between the water and wind mages, many boys, particularly those sitting alongside other boys, cast envious glances at Li Donglei. Feeling a surge of discomfort, his left sat 2 boys of the wind magic, while Noah chose to sit at the right. Against the wall, Li Donglei plopped down beside Noah, silently acknowledging her as a witch. He then glanced back at Susan, unaware that as soon as he took his seat, Noah had greeted him with a smile that could rival the beauty of a nation, while he remained focused elsewhere. Ultimately, Susan found herself seated with another girl from the wind magic class. While Li Donglei turned back to Noah, extending his hand with a gentlemanly smile. Hello, I am Li Donglei, also known as Yuxing. It is an honor to be your desk mate. With a gracious smile, she extended her delicate, fair hand and returned, I am Hung Noah, but I look forward to our time together. The 2 shook hands. A wave of jealousy ignited in the hearts of onlookers, yet the moment was not ripe for an outburst. Fortunately, their handshake was brief. In Li Donglei's mind, Norin, the older sister, embodied the archetype of a witch. She had pummeled him after he inadvertently glimpsed her bathing. Conversely, Noah had already exhibited her kindness. Yet if it weren't for that ice dragon of hers, Norin would never have had the chance to unleash her fury upon him. Thus, Li Donglei harbored a certain psychological aversion towards Noah as well. Regardless, over the next 4 years, should he be fortunate enough to maintain his status in the elite class, he was destined to sit alongside the witch sister. Once the class was divided, each student introduced themselves briefly before the day concluded, with the real lessons commencing the following day. For dinner, Li Donglei joined Yuta, Galen, Taiyong, and Jerome at the cafeteria, bringing along his little dragon. It was his first visit to the dining hall, and upon arrival, he noticed a large sign that read, to support underprivileged students, the price of lower-tier meals may not exceed 10 copper coins per serving. We encourage all students to monitor this and report any discrepancies to the academic office. Li Donglei read these words. A warmth surged within him. The school's considerations were truly thoughtful. Although 10 copper coins was no small sum, it was quite a challenge for an esteemed institution like Kalen. After all, those who could study magic and martial arts were mostly scions of wealthy families. How many children from impoverished backgrounds had the opportunity to partake in such pursuits? Let us go buy our meals. We can sit here, Yuta suggested with a smile. Selecting a table for 6, the others nodded in agreement before heading off to procure their food, cradling the little dragon. Li Donglei traversed from the far left food counter to the far right, only to find that even the lowest priced options were in the mid-range category. He glanced back at Yuta and the others, who had already gathered and were waiting for him, and reluctantly decided to settle for a mid-range meal. After returning the 1,000 copper coins from the 3,000 he had received in subsidies, he was left with 2,000, which he knew he had to ration carefully. What an adorable little magical beast. It's rare for students to have such companions. The middle-aged woman serving food bore a weathered expression. It was unexpected that someone like her would take a liking to this little creature. Good morning. Li Donglei greeted cheerily. Like a serving of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and 5 steamed buns. Pleased, he then turned to the little dragon, saying, Brother Divine Beast, you're no longer a divine beast, and I'm certainly not a master at the nascent soul stage. Let us call it a truce. How about I have 2 buns and you take 3? The little dragon vigorously shook its head, displaying an unmistakable displeasure. Meat? I want meat. Alas, we're not wealthy lords at the moment if there's meat for me. Then you may have some. But if there's none for me, then it's not happening for you either. Once the money runs out, we'll have to fend for ourselves, Li Donglei declared, his tone unyielding, raising suspicions of potential mistreatment towards the little magical beast. The middle-aged woman, however, beamed with kindness as she added 3 pieces of meat to Li Donglei's order from the higher-priced section, making a gesture that suggested he should keep quiet about it. Overwhelmed with joy, Li Donglei felt dizzy. While he may not possess the looks to captivate countless youthful maidens, being adored by middle-aged women was still a boon, especially if it meant free meat. If this weathered matron were to ask him for an autograph, he would not hesitate at all. That I'll come back tomorrow and bring this little fellow 3 pieces of meat. How delightful, the matron remarked as she affectionately patted the little dragon's head. The little dragon responded with a dragon-like smile. Yet, Li Donglei felt a twinge of annoyance, offering only a forced smile and gratitude before departing with his meal. The 6-seat table was now fully occupied by the 5 from the dormitory and the little dragon, who usually leaped onto the table, making its presence nearly negligible. Li Donglei handed 1 bun to the little dragon, deliberately ignoring its pitiful gaze as he savored the meat. You ungrateful creature. What a lack of loyalty. Taiyang scoffed at Li Donglei. Dada. You ungrateful beast, Yuta exclaimed, but his ire was directed at the little dragon, who had stealthily snatched a piece of meat from his plate while he was distracted. Known as the thieving dragon, this behavior was something only Li Donglei was aware of. The others remained silent, protectively guarding their food, devoid of any sympathy. A group that would bully a small animal. Li Donglei eventually offered the last piece of meat to the little dragon, but it was evident that the little creature's appetite was insatiable. Realizing it could not gain any benefits from this group of miscreants, it decided to seek food elsewhere. What a charming little creature. As the little dragon hopped onto a table, a girl immediately let out a shriek and scooped it up. The other girls quickly joined in, as if the allure of the little dragon far eclipsed their interest in their own meals. Would you like a bun? One girl inquired, holding out a bun to the little dragon with a warm smile. The little dragon shook its head, extending its chubby, golden claw towards a meat-filled box, and exclaimed, "Meat? Ah, this little fellow can understand us and even speaks." Yet another shriek erupted, and curious girls began to gather around. You can each have a turn petting it. They took turns offering their best food to the little dragon, some even going so far as to purchase special treats just for it. The little dragon quickly grasped that boys were selfish, realizing that only the girls would offer it food. Beauty was irrelevant. It delighted in the affection of any who offered meat, leaping into their arms and batting its sparkling eyes in an endearing manner. Some girls even couldn't resist kissing its greasy little mouth, much to the astonishment and dismay of Li Donglei and his companions, who could only watch in disbelief. Brother, in your next life, don't be human. Let us be dragons instead, Galen lamented, tears brimming as he observed Li Donglei's predicament. Hee, Jerome chuckled foolishly. Before long, the little dragon, with its belly round and content, returned with a triumphant dragon smile. Trailed by a group of girls, a few of whom lingered reluctantly behind, a girl with green-tinted beauty jogged over, gently cradling the little dragon and asking, "Little one, whose are you? Can I take you with me?" Yuta dashed over, feigning adoration as he gazed at the little dragon, claiming, "This is mine. This rascal has been quite the troublemaker for the lovely ladies, with so many beautiful gazes now focused on him." Yuta felt a little lightheaded, quickly launching into a series of self-introductions and sweet nothings, entirely neglecting the little dragon in the process, perhaps sensing that she was merely a supporting character in Yuta's monologue. The green-tinted beauty merely smiled lightly, while the girls behind her seemed disinterested in the chubby boy. Yuta promptly extended his hand, saying, "Beautiful lady, may we become friends? Selfish beast, you have no regard for others." Li Donglei and his companions cursed internally. The green-tinted beauty handed the little dragon over to Yuta, and in that fleeting moment of transfer, the distance was negligible. Yuta wore a smitten expression, yet the little dragon was displeased. It had been bullied by this gluttonous boy earlier and promptly leaped from Yuta's embrace, squeaking in its childish voice, "Bad person," before scampering back towards Li Donglei. The onlookers were astute, and the girls quickly saw through Yuta's deception. The green-tinted beauty smirked mischievously, saying, "Li Yuta, is it? I'll tell you my name next time. Oh dear, little dragon, how can you run off? I haven't even fed you yet," Taiyang exclaimed, intercepting the little dragon as it dashed between Li Donglei and itself, lifting it up with an overly affectionate demeanor. Indeed, our little dragon is far too playful, Galen chimed in, though his gaze drifted toward the distant beauties. Jerome chuckled foolishly once more. Ungrateful beasts, all of you. Li Donglei ground his teeth, feeling a pang of heartache. As night fell, the gentle breeze of late summer carried a hint of coolness. After finishing their meal, Li Donglei strolled along the campus path. With the little dragon trailing behind at tea times, it would dash into the bushes, using its chubby claws to dig in the soil for crickets, while at other moments, it would squat in front of Li Donglei, waiting for its master. Sated from their meal, perhaps this was the happiest the little dragon could be. Coincidentally, Yuta was also out for a stroll, and upon encountering one another, they exchanged a few words before walking side by side. Both remained silent, passing by the metallurgy hall, the mining hall, and the weaponry hall. The night breeze from the north was indeed quite chilly, prompting Li Donglei to pull his clothing tighter around him. You should really change your clothes. They're both torn and old, Yuta remarked, trying to spark a conversation. These are the only benefits I gained from digging a well for someone 2 years ago. I didn't even receive payment, just a beating, Li Donglei thought to himself, burdened with his thoughts, and did not respond. The two continued along Ziqiang Road, quietly making their way to the campus playground. The playground was vast, requiring at least 3,000 meters to circle around it, and it was divided into numerous smaller areas, including 8 dueling arenas. For students at Kalen Academy, dueling was as commonplace as drinking water. The mere thought of it made Li Donglei long for Ziyu Star. Suddenly, Li Donglei stopped at the bleachers, lowering his head to utter, "Fatty, I think I might be in love." Yuta raised his brows, rolling his eyes to is it Noah, since he is so close? No, Noah is just my desk mate. Don't get the wrong idea. Yuta, astonished, inquired, "If it's not Noah, then could it be Susan, the one I asked you about when we entered the classroom today?" Yuta scrutinized Li Donglei. "You rogue. Are you certain this is genuine?" Li Donglei pondered gravely for a moment, recalling how upon first seeing her, it felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His heart twisted painfully, and his stomach began to churn in that instant. He thought to himself, "Li Donglei, you're done for. This is the lifelong companion you have always yearned for," he added in a hushed tone. "Moreover, I'm actually not from this world. Susan resembles someone from my hometown so closely that seeing her feels extraordinarily familiar." "Enough," Yuta interrupted, his expression blank. "Follow me." The two walked in single file into the dormitory, which, to their surprise, was empty. The other 3 were nowhere to be found. They approached Yuta's bed, where Yuta retrieved a finely crafted golden wooden box from beneath his pillow. Opening it revealed a piece of white jade with a single, powerful character engraved on it. One that Li Donglei could not recognize. "That I carved this 2 years ago," Yuta proclaimed with vigor. "Good morning," the little dragon exclaimed, leaping onto Yuta's bed, sniffing the jade but finding it inedible. Mimicking the greeting in its childish voice, Li Donglei couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. "You have grand ambitions, aspiring to rise early and work hard, achieving greatness for all eternity." "Not at all." Yuta appeared to be lost in thought. 2 years ago, at the Junior Magic Academy, I had also developed feelings for a girl. Hesitating and delaying my approach led to a lifelong regret. I remind myself that pursuing romance must be done promptly. "Brother Fat," Li Donglei grasped Yuta's hand tightly, feeling a sense of camaraderie. Chapter 24. Thank you for bringing this matter to our attention. We will address it, a teacher from the Academic Affairs Office solemnly promised after hearing Li Donglei's concerns about the cafeteria's lack of affordable meals. "Thank you, teacher," Li Donglei responded, his opinion of the school's faculty improving instantly as he walked contentedly towards the classroom. Upon arriving at the classroom door, which was ajar, he spotted the icy beauty standing at the podium, causing his heart to race. However, there was no choice but to muster his courage and proceed to Li Donglei. "Hurry to your seat. From now on, you must arrive half an hour early to class. That we are an elite class, distinct from others," the Ice Queen declared, her expression one of discontent, embodying the archetype of a strict educator. Li Donglei. It was evident that she was taking personal vengeance on the first day of school. "The teacher remembers my name. What a privilege," Li Donglei remarked, sticking out his tongue as he hurried back to his seat. Once seated, he exchanged smiles and nods with Noah, then glanced towards Susan, who was also looking at him, instantly brightening his mood. Li Donglei, do not be distracted. The most crucial aspect of being a magician is to maintain focus. The Ice Queen seized every opportunity to admonish him that you've got to be kidding. Li Donglei thought, feeling quite displeased. Was it such a crime to have shared a brief hug? Due to Principal Fengfeng's multiple responsibilities and busy schedule, our elite magic class was rather unique that in addition to the homeroom teacher, there was a vice homeroom teacher, a role I was temporarily fulfilling. All right, class, let us begin. Today's main topic is the origins of magic. The Ice Queen commenced an extensive lecture on the origins, development, and notable historical magicians associated with magic. Li Donglei found the lecture somewhat tedious. After all, he had little to learn at school that he couldn't teach himself. With few who understood spatial magic, he was more than capable of instructing others. More importantly, possessing the complete legacy of Sophie meant that it was as if she were constantly by his side, offering guidance. Who else could possibly understand magic better than Sophie? As for martial skills, at the moment the immortal shattered the jade pendant gifted to him, an overwhelming torrent of insights regarding the Tao flooded his mind. Li Donglei realized this was the immortal's understanding of the Tao. If he could fully comprehend these principles one day, he would be on the same level as that immortal, at least at the time the pendant was created. Now, he merely needed to contemplate and follow the trajectory of the Tao to forge an entirely new 9 heavens 9 swords. In other words, Li Donglei sought to learn the immortal's martial techniques, having no intention of studying the martial arts of this world, thus requiring no instruction from others. Li Donglei planned to engage in self-study. Fortunately, the school had a great deal of trust in the elite class students. For instance, when discussing fire magic, students from other disciplines were permitted to skip class, including water and lightning magic, since there were no classes on spatial magic. Li Donglei could attend only one public magic class, and one class on knightly spirit each week if he so desired. This session was the public magic class, which did not differentiate between disciplines and provided a general overview of magical knowledge. Li Donglei's gaze was vacant, his mind wandering aimlessly until he finally heard something akin to "you must supervise each other diligently," followed immediately by the phrase he most enjoyed hearing, "Class dismissed." "What were you daydreaming about during class?" Noah gently inquired as they gathered their belongings. This was her first time initiating a conversation with Li Donglei. Her voice was soft and melodious, capable of melting anything. When she spoke, the world seemed to fall silent, lest it disrupt this celestial melody. Yet, such divine sounds were rare. This was only her second time speaking in class, and Li Donglei felt honored that both instances were directed at him. "Wow, you noticed that? I thought I was quite impressive, sitting here sleeping while self-studying." Li Donglei exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Li Donglei, how dare you sleep in class?" A boy from the fire magic discipline suddenly pointed at him and shouted, prompting several others to glare at him in unison. "How dare you? Who are you to concern yourself with my sleep?" Li Donglei retorted loudly, feeling exasperated at how quickly people reacted when he spoke to a girl. "Norlin, gather the others. Let's go," the fire magic student said with a malicious grin, calling over the witch, Norlin, and 3 others. Li Donglei was left confused, glancing at Noah inquiringly. Noah sighed, expressing regret. Aside from the lecture, the teacher just appointed the class leader, Galen, the magic committee member, Susan, and 5 discipline monitors. He also announced many classroom rules, which will be enforced by the 5 monitors. If any of you violate the rules 5 times in a week, there will be consequences, and sleeping is one of them. "Damn it," Li Donglei cursed under his breath, then nonchalantly whispered, "No worries, I still have 4 chances left. Just don't tell them if I sleep next time." Noah chuckled. However, Li Donglei was mistaken. After parting ways with Noah, he had just stepped outside with Yuta and the others when he was summoned to the office by the Ice Queen. After a friendly discussion lasting half an hour, Li Donglei was assigned the task of cleaning the classroom alone. When Li Donglei finally made his way to the cafeteria, he noticed a new bulletin board. After inquiring with a passing student, he learned that it announced, to accommodate impoverished students, the price of medium-priced meals in the cafeteria must not exceed 10 copper coins per serving. Students are encouraged to supervise and report violations to the Academic Affairs Office. Transforming low-priced meals into medium-priced ones could save 10 gold coins. Finally, Li Donglei found a glimmer of comfort today as he eagerly entered the cafeteria. After searching around, he discovered that all the previously medium-priced meals had been upgraded to high-end. While the high-end meals had been elevated to luxury status, the dishes remained unchanged, and the prices stayed the same. "Damn it, I want to go back to Xiaoxing," Li Donglei lamented, feeling increasingly despondent. Meanwhile, Little Dragon fared worse. The girls had finished their meals and left, leaving him to starve. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yuta and the others had already arrived. "What did the Ice Queen want with you?" the newly appointed class leader, Galen, asked curiously as soon as Li Donglei entered the room. "She punished me to clean the classroom, which benefited today's duty student, the one who reported me," Li Donglei replied, somewhat irritable. "In no way. Did you really commit 5 offenses in one day?" "I didn't see a single one. It was 5 offenses in one class, not one day." "Please pay attention," Taiyang interjected, relishing the chance to correct him. Enough. I only made one mistake, yet all 5 of them saw it. Each one reported me, while the Ice Queen was just looking for an excuse to get me," Li Donglei grumbled. "If the Ice Queen hears you call her that, she might make you regret it even more this afternoon," Yuta remarked, laughing without a hint of sympathy. He, Jerome, the big-headed one, chuckled foolishly. Li Donglei couldn't help but reflect on his poor choices and friends. Chapter 25 10 Years of Ice Melting. The afternoon was reserved for the fire magic class. Technically, Li Donglei and his companions were not required to attend, but the homeroom teacher, Feng, insisted that they come for the first lesson as a matter of respect for the instructor. Li Donglei entered with a sense of trepidation, knowing that after having embraced the Ice Queen, 10 years of ice melting would surely harbor some thoughts about him, though certainly not favorable ones. They asked for 10 years of ice melting, setting aside his fervent dedication and perseverance in matters of love. Li Donglei personally felt that this individual lacked charm, having pursued someone for 10 years without success. During class, Li Donglei had learned his lesson. He dared not sleep, and even the covert glances at Susan were executed with utmost caution, determined not to give 10 years of ice melting any leverage against him. Unfortunately, the teacher seemed disengaged from the lesson, showing a keen interest in medicine instead, primarily discussing folk remedies that strayed far from the essence of orthodox Western medicine. According to him, practice was essential for any endeavor. Whether 10 years of ice melting spoke of fire magic or his medical musings, Li Donglei feigned rapt attention, resting his chin on his hands, appearing utterly engrossed, seeking only to avoid any troubled. "Li Donglei, you seem quite lively, full of energy, and your attention in class is remarkably focused," 10 years of ice melting remarked with an approving expression. "The teacher's class is simply captivating. It's irresistibly engaging, making it impossible for students to disengage," Li Donglei expressed, standing up with feigned reverence. This flattering remark proved quite effective, as 10 years of ice melting instantly brightened, clapping Li Donglei on the shoulder and proudly addressing the entire class. "Everyone should learn from Li Donglei. As students of Karen Academy, we must strive diligently from our very first day, ensuring that we graduate as pillars of the nation. Of course, your health is of utmost importance. Never think that just because you possess magic or fighting spirit, you are immune to all ailments." Li Donglei had yet to comprehend the meaning of those words when Hua Bing, after a decade of ice melting, unceremoniously retrieved an assortment of instruments from his large bag and set about using them on him. He struck his heart with a hammer-like object twice, encircled his head thrice with an iron hoop, and checked if his teeth were loose by wiggling them. In that moment, Li Donglei existed merely as a prop, a figure of desolation. The surrounding male students could hardly conceal their schadenfreude, while the female students exhibited a blend of fear and curiosity. His roommates prepared for his posthumous arrangements, and even Noah found himself believing Hua Bing's dubious claims, assisting in the assault on Li Donglei while occasionally inquiring about his symptoms. From all observable aspects, you appear to be in excellent health. Splendid." As the class drew to a close, Hua Bing finally concluded his examination. "Who said I had problems? You son of a..." Li Donglei cursed inwardly, though outwardly he expressed tearful gratitude, saying, "Teacher, your concern for me is overwhelming. I am deeply moved and sincerely implore you to extend your care to others. They need it far more than I do." Upon hearing this, the entire class shifted in color, casting murderous glares his way. Hua Bing surveyed the room and took a step back, prompting the class to retreat 3 steps in unison. He glanced at the clock and noted, only a few minutes remain until class ends. Where were we in our study of fire magic? The class was left in a state of confusion. Unsure of the topic, Hua Bing sighed, shaking his head. "Well then, I recently learned a wondrous healing technique from the East, known as acupuncture. It is said to be incredibly effective for ailments, and even without illness. It can invigorate the body and restore vitality. Today, I shall demonstrate this miraculous technique on our classmate Li Donglei. Free of charge. No. No. Li Donglei's lips quivered, his words escaping him. Without further ado, Hua Bing produced over 10 silver needles and plunged them into Li Donglei's head. During the acupuncture session, Hua Bing strolled leisurely around the classroom, exuding an air of self-satisfaction. While Li Donglei's head resembled that of a hedgehog, the surrounding students, considering their own safety, instinctively distanced themselves from Hua Bing, including the unfortunate Li Donglei. "Teacher, I feel a bit dizzy," Li Donglei managed to utter, his voice faint. Hua Bing, seemingly perplexed, retrieved a human anatomy chart from his bag, marked with numerous circles and notes. The girls blushed, while the boys scoffed. Unperturbed, Hua Bing continued, 6 of your acupoints are incorrect. With my wisdom, I can scarcely remember them after just one glance." Li Donglei, now gripped by terror, slumped into his seat. Finally, the class concluded. And as he exited, he leaped up, cursing, "You son of a... If I ever attend your class again, I swear I'm not from Xiaoxing." The second class of the afternoon was on the spirit of knighthood, taught by a middle-aged man, bald with a sharp visage, resembling a bandit, whose attire was both dirty and disheveled. That it was puzzling to have him lecturing on chivalry and gentlemanliness. One wondered about the underlying intentions of the school's arrangements. Upon beginning his lecture, it became evident that this bandit had a stutter, and a severe one at that, leaving the audience speechless. Galen turned to Yuta, seated behind him, and remarked, "Fatty, why are all your teachers in Carlin like this? In our Fran, the teachers are all sprightly, impeccably dressed, standing at the podium with eloquence, their ideas groundbreaking, undoubtedly recognized as authorities, invigorating us students to feel exceptional after hearing their insights." Yuta scoffed. "Then why are you still attending school here in Carlin?" "I simply took a wrong turn," Galen replied, a hint of regret in his tone. Taeyong on the left interjected dismissively, "What do you know? A true master does not flaunt his abilities. Your people from Fran are easily dazzled by superficiality, akin to young girls swooning over a Prince Charming. I have faith in this one. His struggle to articulate surely means each word he utters carries weight, and anyone who can survive in the prestigious Carlin Academy must possess exceptional qualities." However, one must concede that Taeyong had a discerning eye. This bandit truly embodied the essence of chivalry and gentlemanliness. Remaining composed while the classroom erupted in chaos, Li Donglei, still reeling from his near demise at the hands of Hua Bing in the previous lesson, felt his head grow heavy as he gazed at the bandit's mouth moving like a fish gulping water. His consciousness gradually faded, and he collapsed with a resounding thud, drooling without a shred of dignity. Yet, Li Donglei was unprepared for the bandit's cunning. Just as he was delivering his lecture smoothly, he suddenly slammed his hand on the podium and bellowed, "There once was a widow." Li Donglei jolted upright in shock, and several nearby students awoke from their stupor, startled. The knightly spirit instructor, sporting a sly grin, continued calmly, "When two armies clash, the knights must." The entire class exchanged bewildered glances, unable to reconcile the ambiguous shout with the calm demeanor of their teacher. Left utterly speechless. Chapter 26. The perilous outset. In the midst of the lesson, an elderly woman clad in a gray magical robe burst in without knocking, startling everyone. "Mother, what brings you here?" the bandit exclaimed, his face instantly lighting up with a smile. The elderly lady, likely feeling lonely and aggrieved, seized the opportunity to vent her frustrations in front of the entire class for 10 minutes, recounting grievances about her late husband, followed by diatribes against Carlin. "The head of Carlin's department is worse than a beast. He pursued me for 3 years, always acting like a turtle, and now, how dare he?" The students stared blankly, astonished by her verbosity. It seemed ludicrous that the son of such a loquacious woman would stutter, yet the bandit dutifully played the role of a loyal listener. As she lamented, her gaze fell upon Li Donglei, who was drooling and fast asleep, instantly igniting her fury. "What is your name?" she demanded. Noah quickly nudged Li Donglei awake, who appeared bewildered. "The teacher's mother is asking for your name," Noah whispered urgently. Clueless, Li Donglei stood up and replied, "I am Li Donglei from Xiaoxing." The elderly lady, still seething with anger, thundered, "Li Donglei, is it? I will remember that. I am your earth magic teacher. If you do not pay attention in my class, I will ask you a question during the exam. What is the nickname of my granddaughter? If you cannot answer, you shall not pass." Finally, Having survived to the end of class, Li Donglei felt the world spinning as he joined his roommates for dinner. Xiaolong continued his antics of scamming food and drink. As they strolled along the shaded paths of Carlin Academy, Li Donglei encountered the various student organizations for the first time. These were self-organized groups, actively supported by the academy, believed to foster skills and prepare students for better societal adaptation in the future. However, upon witnessing the multitude of individuals, each one proudly claiming titles such as leader, deputy leader, and officer, Li Donglei was taken aback. A naive newcomer, approached with sincerity, signing up and inquiring whether he met their requirements. After placing his handprint, he soon realized that as long as one was not a complete fool, they were accepted, provided they paid AFEL. Li Donglei chose to join the Self-Reliance Society, a decision driven by his financial capacity. As it was rumored to be filled with talented individuals aspiring to become masters in their own right, by forging good relationships here, he could gain allies should any conflicts arise in the future. That night, the dormitory held its customary discussion session. Li Donglei lamented, "Today, I joined the Self-Reliance Society, and it cost me 100 copper coins. Me too." Taiyang raised his hand. "I joined the Literary Society. You enjoy that sort of thing?" Li Donglei inquired incredulously, unable to detect a shred of cultural inclination in Taiyang. "No one cares about that. I joined because there's a beautiful girl in the Literary Society," Taiyang stated, his face alight with infatuation. Deliberately leaving the identity of the girl unspoken, waiting for others to inquire. Yuta, however, was not one to play along, interjecting, "You're just a fool. Even restaurant owners know to place a pretty girl at the entrance to attract customers. Those society members are far more cunning than that. How could they not know? You blindly dove in, like a naive lamb." "Humph," Taiyang dismissed the comment. "That girl is from our class, named Susan. I will do whatever it takes to get close to her." Susan. The name struck Li Donglei like a thunderclap, leaving him dazed. In that moment, regret washed over him. Why hadn't he joined the Literary Society? Why? Yuta glanced at Li Donglei, sensing the impending rivalry, knowing that one would likely emerge victorious while the other would suffer. "I also joined a society called the Harmony Society. Quite elegant, wouldn't you say?" Galen proclaimed, a flicker of pride in his voice. "Are there pretty girls there?" he added with a chuckle. Jerome, with his round face, chuckled foolishly, and even he acknowledged the absurdity, revealing the skepticism of the others towards Galen. His involvement with the music club was undoubtedly unrelated to music itself. "You know nothing of art, do you?" "Art?" Galen exclaimed as he sprang to his feet, seemingly invigorated, suggesting, "Shall I play a piece on the organ for everyone?" He then retrieved a somewhat worn organ from his bed and struck a rather cool pose. Boasting, "I brought this all the way from France." The group erupted into applause, with Taiyang admiringly exclaiming, "Wow, I never realized we had a bard in our dorm." Everyone nodded in agreement. Galen, brimming with satisfaction, began to play the organ, producing a series of creaking sounds reminiscent of an old water wheel. Li Donglei, in sheer agony, closed his eyes and feigned ecstasy. Thankfully, it ended swiftly as Galen declared, "I've forgotten the next part." The crowd clapped once more, expressing their admiration for Galen's artistry and lavishly praising him, before inquiring about his experiences learning the organ. In the end, Taiyang even expressed a desire to become his disciple. Galen's confidence swelled to unprecedented heights as he patted his chest, assuring them it would be no problem. However, Taiyang never mentioned it again, while Galen eagerly inquired several times, only to be met with Taiyang's constant refrain of being too busy to learn. Li Donglei had dabbled in it for a while, but that is a tale for another time. Thus, the quintet in the dormitory acquired a new nickname, that of Galen's organ, while the others had already been dubbed Li Donglei the Rogue, Yuta the Chubby One, Jerome the Round-Faced One, and Taiyang the Sun. Early the next morning, Li Donglei hurriedly arose, for he had a matter of great importance to attend to. This matter could very well affect his lifelong aspirations, enrolling in the literary club. Better late than never. Furthermore, he must keep this from Taiyang. Maintaining the element of surprise would grant him the upper hand. Thus, Li Donglei could not consult him, nor could he approach Yuta, Galen, or Jerome, as they would surely divulge his intentions. He was left to devise a solution on his own. Fortunately, Li Donglei was no fool. He understood that asking questions was essential. With perseverance, he finally managed to locate the organization after more than 2 hours. Before the organization sat a young girl, who was by no means beautiful, There were countless unremarkable girls, so I shall not dwell on that I wish to join the literary club, Li Donglei stated directly. Oh, I'm sorry, but we are already at full capacity, the girl replied with a smile. What? Full? This is quite unexpected. How can there still be so many people interested in this trivial pursuit, in the presence of a girl? Even the slightest misstep can be fatal, and the worst part is that one often remains oblivious to the error. The girl's brows furrowed. She coldly stated, Please be mindful of your words, classmate, that I apologize. I apologize. I misspoke. Li Donglei realized he had made a grave strategic error by approaching the situation with arrogance while seeking assistance. Considering we are all lovers of literature, could you perhaps make an exception? Li Donglei softened his tone. I'm truly sorry, but we are indeed at capacity. The girl persisted. One more person, one team make a difference. Please accept me. I'm sorry, she repeated, unfazed by Li Donglei's pleas. Desperate, Li Donglei bit the bullet and produced 1,000 copper coins. You all pay 100 copper coins, and I will pay 1,000. Surely that will suffice? The girl's face paled at the sight of the coins. Your demeanor changes swiftly. It appeared that money could not sway her. She was no mere charlatan, that money, truly so magnificent. A sharp voice rang out from behind Li Donglei that he recognized the voice. Having followed its owner before and understood that it belonged to none other than Susan, the tone sent chills down his spine, leaving him feeling cold and certain that his fate was sealed. Indeed, Susan showed no hesitation, exclaiming, Get out. The word get out was rather problematic. If one wished to urge someone to leave quickly, run would suffice, and go would be more polite. Get out was slow and lacked grace. However, the young girl was simply ignorant of etiquette, and Li Donglei chose to forgive her. With each step filled with regret, Li Donglei exited the literary club's domain. To embark on a quest unfulfilled is a hero's lament. Chapter 27. Peeping. Having encountered formidable teachers, an icy matron, a decade-old icebreaker, a bandit, and an elderly lady, Li Donglei found it rather easy to skip classes. The time spent evading lectures was dedicated to solitary sword practice, during which he also endeavored to learn the characters of this world. In recent days, he had come to profoundly appreciate the horrors of illiteracy. Surrounded by a library brimming with tomes, he found himself unable to decipher a single word among countless billions. His attempts to comprehend the world around him often resulted in needing to ask classmates for clarification regarding school announcements. How disheartening! Regrettably, no one was there to teach him. Self-study proved challenging at times. Li Donglei would indulge in fanciful daydreams of Susan guiding him through the intricacies of reading, though such thoughts were mere fantasies, especially after his recent dismal encounter with her. Currently, Li Donglei recognized only a few characters, insufficient for comprehending the foundational texts on martial arts. However, all martial skills emerged only upon transcending human limits. Once that threshold was crossed, one would cultivate battle energy within, leading to the mastery of various martial arts techniques as delineated in the foundational texts. Different texts imparted distinct methods, thus birthing diverse martial arts styles. Upon reaching a fourth-level realm or higher, battle energy could manifest externally, becoming the advanced martial arts chronicled in various manuals. This was the essence of martial arts and a primary determinant of a warrior's strength. With 9 heavens, 9 swords falling into this category. With the remaining copper coins, he purchased a heavy suit of iron weighing 40 kilograms, donning it to practice an array of training methods from Ziyu Star, including running, squats, and leaps, along with sword techniques such as thrusting, slashing, and slicing. Each movement resonated with the foundational techniques he had initially cultivated. This was not Ziyu Star. Many could cultivate battle energy here, and reaching human limits was relatively straightforward, provided one was willing to exert effort and endure hardship. Li Donglei had a passion for martial arts and yearned to reclaim his 9 heavens, 9 swords. He idolized strength and craved power, reminiscent of his earlier self-creation of martial arts techniques. After a full day of martial training, he felt only exhaustion, with seemingly no progress. This was to be expected, as mastering martial arts was no trivial task. By evening, Li Donglei hurried through dinner. Little Dragon, clever as ever, would waddle into the dining hall, charming the maidens, only to abandon them post-meal to seek out Li Donglei. Yet, this did not diminish his allure to the girls. The absence of sunlight did not imply a lack of heat, just as the absence of a girlfriend did not negate a longing for companionship. Little Dragon was endearingly clumsy yet occasionally mischievous. Adept at winning hearts, occasionally uttering sweet nothings. Perhaps gifting Little Dragon to Susan for a few days would yield favorable results? On a sultry summer evening, with the heat oppressive, Little Dragon scampered about in search of food, while Li Donglei's thoughts lingered on one individual. Thus, he arrived early at the magical training grounds, which resembled a vast plaza. When empty, it was spacious and tranquil, adorned with various magical orbs, and the surrounding environment was pleasant, an ideal spot for meditation. A large section to the north served as a practical training arena, allowing students to unleash their creativity. As evening approached, the area grew crowded, yet Li Donglei searched in vain for Susan. The practical training area to the north was sparsely populated, and Susan was nowhere to be found. After circling the grounds twice, feeling bored, he decided to climb a tree for some respite. Climbing was perhaps an exaggeration. Li Donglei merely flickered up, a technique allowing him to ascend or descend as long as no obstacles hindered him. This was exceedingly effortless for him. The tree was not particularly tall, boasting lush foliage and offering an excellent vantage point. From this perch, Li Donglei could observe the entire training area, yet it would be challenging for anyone on the ground to spot him. In other words, should Susan appear, he would see her without the risk of being noticed, granting him the freedom to gaze upon her without fear of disdain. Thus, Li Donglei lay in wait atop the tree, quietly anticipating the arrival of his quarry. Before long, he succumbed to slumber. Summer evenings naturally induced drowsiness, and after a full day of martial training, he was in dire need of rest. The cool breeze made the setting even more inviting. Unless he regained the invincible vigor of his, staying awake would prove an arduous task. That, of course, sleeping on a tree branch was no easy feat, but Li Donglei had undergone specialized training. When Taiyang and the others discovered that Li Donglei could sleep in a tree, they were utterly astonished, equating it to Yuta's ability to sleep standing. It was quite a feat. In truth, Li Donglei was at a higher vantage point than Yuta, who remained on the ground. However, Li Donglei remained silent. Embodying a commendable humility, he had not slept long before awakening, perhaps anxious about missing his quarry. Yet, upon opening his eyes, he realized that dusk was approaching, signifying that the prey had indeed slipped away. Since the opportunity had passed, he had no choice but to linger atop the tree, observing the magical duels of others. The array of spells, water orbs, fire pillars, wind blades, earth shatters, and luminous points was a dazzling spectacle, with several showcasing considerable power, igniting a yearning within Li Donglei. Regrettably, as a distinguished 7th-level spatial magician, his repertoire was limited to mere flickering and spatial magic circles, which he had yet to employ due to a lack of magical crystal cores. Among the throng nearest to Li Donglei, he spotted Galen, easily identifiable by his tall stature, resembling a bamboo pole that he stood at the forefront, hunched over like a frostbitten eggplant, seemingly summoning a thunder spirit. The thunder spirit was formidable, capable of unleashing a massive bolt from above, potentially stunning an unprepared individual. A conservative estimate, Galen's target was a petite girl, and during the skirmish, they exchanged flirtatious glances. Undoubtedly with ulterior motives, Li Donglei scoffed internally. Chapter 28. The great package. The young girl, however, was no pushover. She recited incantations, causing the surrounding wind elements to coalesce rapidly. Urgent, Li Donglei exclaimed, realizing with alarm that he suddenly needed to relieve himself. Without hesitation, he initiated a flicker to find a suitable place to address this pressing matter. Theoretically, flickering would pose no issue, but just as Li Donglei descended from the tree, he heard a commotion above. Looking up, he beheld a pale blue wind blade directing a colossal thunder spirit crashing down. The girl had unwittingly diverted Galen's thunder spirit towards him. Didn't she see him perched in the tree? Li Donglei cursed inwardly, barely managing a reflexive gasp before blood gushed forth, stars dancing before his eyes, and he promptly lost consciousness. Li Donglei was aware that someone was reveling in his misfortune. His arrival in this world was nothing but a grand jest played by the heavens, as Sophie had described. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in the school hospital. At an institution like Galen's. Injuries from brawls were as commonplace as drinking water, and the hospital's facilities were quite impressive. Li Donglei's appearance was quite comical. His hair stood on end, singed and smoking, while his face bore a sickly yellow and charred hue. The result of Galen's thunder spirit. The left side of his head had been grazed, likely by the girl's wind blade. Had it been just a tad deeper, Li Donglei might have bid farewell to countless beauties. The doctor was trimming the hair around Li Donglei's wound, wielding a curved needle as he gestured above his head. Li Donglei's eyes widened in alarm. Are you really going to pierce my skull like that? It won't hurt. You'll save on anesthetic, the doctor replied impassively, forcibly holding Li Donglei's south head in place as he began the gruesome procedure. Amidst a cacophony of agonized cries, he completed his merciless act. Then summoned a lovely nurse, used magic to heal him, then bandage him up. The nurse, with her flowing golden hair and dressed in a white robe, resembled an angel when Li Donglei caught sight of her. His eyes nearly bulged out. Noah. Indeed, the beauty before him was Noah, her delicate face adorned with a gentle smile, as soft as water, a true paragon of beauty. With her presence, Li Donglei's headache seemed to diminish. Noah first cast a water-based healing spell, then began to carefully bandage Li Donglei's head. In truth, his injuries were not severe, yet she wrapped his head tightly with a generous amount of gauze, eventually producing a small mirror for him to see. Thus, Li Donglei beheld an enormous bandage atop his head. "Oh, I look ridiculous," he asked, gazing at the oversized wrap that was 3 times the size of his head. Noah shook her head gently, her cheeks reddening as she stifled a laugh. "Could you perhaps make it look a bit more attractive?" Li Donglei finally voiced his wish. Noah pursed her lips, suppressing her laughter. "No. I must be responsible for the patient." Li Donglei pointed at the massive bandage atop his head, asserting, "How am I supposed to face anyone like this? To ruin a man, the best method is to strike at his pride. Do you realize what you're doing? This monstrous wrap is intolerable for a handsome fellow." "Oh, then I'll find some flowers to adorn it. It will look prettier," Noah replied, dashing out in earnest. "Flowers?" Li Donglei thought, feeling his sanity teetering as he lay back down, burying his head under the covers. As evening descended, Li Donglei was roused by waves of laughter. Upon opening his eyes, he found Yuta, Galen, Taiyang, and Jerome sitting by his window, laughing uproariously. The camaraderie of his dorm mates filled him with a sense of pride. "I truly appreciate you all for visiting," Li Donglei exclaimed cheerily. The 4 paused momentarily. Then Taiyang pointed at Li Donglei's head, bursting into laughter. "Ha ha! What a magnificent bandage!" This prompted the others to join in the laughter. "Hadn't you just finished laughing? Why continue?" Li Donglei's face turned pale as he grappled with the myriad thoughts racing through his mind. It seemed his once-cherished image was destined to be obliterated by this absurd bandage. "Have you lost your mind? It's just a bandage," Li Donglei ventured hopefully. "You're the one who's mad." Taiyang continued to laugh heartily. "It's not just a bandage. It's tied in a grand bow, with big red flowers." Li Donglei hastily reached up to touch the top of his head, only to find 2 large wings. That little imp Noah had dared to play tricks on him, truly inserting flowers. This debt would not go unpaid. He would surely settle the score with her next time. Yuta remarked solemnly, "Seeing is believing. Your bandage is quite well done, very aesthetically pleasing, and, profound. Do you think Noah might have taken a liking to our rogue?" Galen's tone was peculiar, while Yuta and Taiyang wore contemplative expressions, seemingly assessing the likelihood of such an affair. Only the large-headed Jerome remained silent. If everyone were like him, the world would be at peace. To divert attention from this predicament, Li Donglei raised his voice. "Enough of your nonsense, friends. Look what I've brought to eat. Hurry and show me. I'm starving." I just happened to buy some apples," a timid voice piped up. Li Donglei turned in horror to see Noah, her bright eyes sparkling with mirth, yet slightly flushed in the presence of so many boys, her voice barely above a whisper. Dismayed, he thought there was no way to clear his name now. Yuta and the others wore strange expressions, while Galen's face twisted in a manner reminiscent of dough being kneaded. Finally, someone burst into laughter, triggering a cascade of mirth that flowed like an unending river. "What's the matter?" Noah inquired, confusion etched upon her face, her voice still soft and trembling. "Ignore this bunch. They're all scoundrels," Li Donglei replied brusquely. "Oh, then let me peel you an apple," Noah said, placing a basket of apples down and carefully starting to peel one. The onlookers were filled with envy, and Li Donglei found himself at a loss for words. As darkness approached, one by one, his mischievous friends returned to their dorms, while the cunning little dragon, having scrounged a meal, followed Li Donglei's scent into the hospital. "Come here." Upon seeing the little dragon, Li Donglei felt his spirits lift considerably. The dragon leaped up, seemingly intrigued by Li Donglei's bandage. It approached, sniffed at it, then playfully tugged at the wrap, a medicinal scent wafting through the air, prompting it to let out a little sneeze. You can't eat that, the little dragon said in a babyish tone. Ouch, you little thief. You're hurting me, Li Donglei exclaimed, pulling the little dragon closer. Glancing at the dragon's daft expression, he sighed. Brother divine beast, shouldn't we have come together? How come your life is filled with delightful food and beautiful maidens while I'm stuck in this miserable situation? Why am I so unfortunate? Chapter 29. Hospital stay. The little dragon, uncooperative, yawned widely, wriggling free from Li Donglei's grasp and curling up on his bed, ready to doze off. Just then, Noah returned, bringing a late-night snack. Upon seeing the little dragon, she was instantly captivated by its adorably clumsy demeanor, placing the snack on Li Donglei's bedside while crouching down to admire the dragon with a delighted expression. The little dragon, though simple-minded and solely focused on food, was not without its instincts. It lazily opened its eyes to assess the newcomer, then promptly recoiled several steps, its eyes wide and claws raised. Baring its teeth while emitting a few dragon growls, the witch sisters had not only targeted Li Donglei, the little dragon's innocent heart bore scars as well. That I'm not afraid of you. Li Donglei chuckled. Tomorrow, I'll surely win this little one over. Noah's eyes glimmered with disappointment as he refrained from forcibly capturing the little dragon, leaving behind a parting remark before hastily departing. The following day, Noah managed to win over the little dragon with an array of delectable treats, and soon enough, the two became inseparable. To make matters even worse, the little dragon grew fond of Noah's embrace, frequently leaping into his arms for a nap, which left Li Donglei seething with jealousy. While berating the little dragon for its lack of principles and loyalty, he couldn't help but ponder whether the creature's gluttony extended to a penchant for affection as well. In the confines of the hospital room, boredom was a foregone conclusion, with the little dragon being Li Donglei's only companion. Occasionally, Noah would visit, often bearing gifts of fruits, seeds, and various meats, ensuring that both Li Donglei and the little dragon were treated to a feast. All while tidying up the disheveled hospital beds, they spent more time together. Familiarity naturally blossomed between them. Their conversations often revolved around their respective lives, although it was primarily Noah who spoke, and Li Donglei who listened. With his own story being almost non-existent, claiming to come from another world, Li Donglei suspected Noah might think him mad, opting to remain a silent, attentive listener instead. Noah, being the daughter of a close friend of Principal Carter and a water magic practitioner herself, occasionally volunteered at the school's hospital, earning a bit of pocket money in the process. 10 gold coins a month. How does that sound? She proposed, pride shining in her eyes. One wouldn't expect it from someone who blushes at the mere act of conversing with a stranger. You've managed to venture out and earn your own spending money. Impressive, Li Donglei exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up in admiration. Who said I blush when talking to you? Noah immediately protested. We're hardly acquainted. We might as well be at the stage of uncooked rice yet to be turned into a meal. Li Donglei smirked. What do you mean? Noah appeared genuinely puzzled. Ahem, I mean that our understanding of one another is still quite superficial, he clarified, only to be met with a playful punch to his chest from her. In the spirit of reciprocity, and drawing from millennia of rich cultural etiquette, Li Donglei could not let the gesture pass unacknowledged, and he returned the punch, albeit missing his target. You. Noah shielded her chest with her hands, letting out a startled shriek as she stumbled back. Rogue, she exclaimed in a mockingly low voice, her expressions exaggerated. I'm merely returning the courtesy. Otherwise, it would be impolite. Haven't you heard that even bandits uphold a code of chivalry? Li Donglei retorted, a hint of discontent in his tone. Fuming with indignation, she brandished her magic wand, hesitating momentarily before setting it aside. Fighting with women is too troublesome. I really need magic. I doubt I would fear her in a fair fight. Li Donglei thought, feeling a surge of delight as he assumed a fighting stance and raised an eyebrow at Noah. With a playful smile, Noah approached, seemingly devoid of intentions for battle. Li Donglei relaxed his guard, only for her to suddenly reach out and deliver a swift slap to his head, targeting his most sensitive spot. Truly a woman's heart can be the most venomous. Li Donglei grimaced in pain. Howling in protest, Noah jumped back, reveling in her triumph. Let's see if you dare to disrespect me again, she teased, stepping out with a playful sway. This marked an unfortunate beginning. From that day forward, any slight act of disrespect from Li Donglei would earn him Noah's swift retribution. Thus, it became a common sight in the hospital corridors, a patient with a uniquely bandaged head sprinting ahead, pursued closely by a little girl, evoking both amusement and trepidation among onlookers. On days when Noah was in good spirits, she would rewrap Li Donglei's bandages, often in whimsical styles, some resembling gift boxes, others crafted to look like floral arrangements. The most infuriating instance was when she fashioned the bandages to resemble rabbit ears using 2 chopsticks to prop them up. How tragic! How utterly tragic! Even more lamentable was the fact that the little dragon was increasingly swayed by Noah's charms. The duo would often conspire to vex Li Donglei, who, despite knowing the little dragon was merely deceived, felt that ignorance was no excuse for betrayal. Li Donglei dared not voice his grievances. Upon seeing his appearance, the doctors, aware that it was all Noah's doing, merely chuckled and chose to overlook it, recognizing that she was a force to be reckoned with. Today, a peculiar wind seemed to blow through, bringing along Yuta, Galen, Taiyong, and Jerome. The first time they had gathered since Li Donglei's injury, the 4 mischievous friends sparkled with mischief. And upon spotting the food on the bedside table, the rotund Yuta let out a wild howl and pounced upon it like a famished beast. Taiyong cast a sidelong glance and quipped, "Looks like you're living quite comfortably. This must be a gift from Noah, right?" Yuta clutched all the food to his chest and called out to Li Donglei, "It's all mine now. Besides, you have someone sending you gifts anyway." It turned out they had come solely for the food, and just as Li Donglei was about to take on Yuta, Galen interjected, "Rogue, you've been here for quite a while. Why haven't you recovered yet?" "Karina has been asking when you'll be well enough for her to visit and apologize." Li Donglei's face clouded with confusion, prompting Galen to clarify, "Karina is the girl who practiced magic with me that day." "Seriously? How outrageous. She caused me all this trouble, and now she wants to visit to apologize. That is just cruel," Li Donglei exclaimed, jumping up in indignation. "Speaking of which, your hospital expenses have nearly depleted my living allowance. I provided you with a stellar excuse to skip class, and you've got a stunning beauty like Noah keeping you company every day. Count your blessings," Galen protested. "Rogue, Karina is Susan's roommate that if you recover, Susan will return tomorrow," Yuta added, his intentions seemingly ulterior. "Wait, really?" Li Donglei responded, his surprise evident. "Indeed," Yuta said with a feigned gravity, "you must pay attention to the girls around Susan. Many pursue her, yet overlook the sisters, aunts, and cousins nearby, only to later regret it. You must seize the opportunity with Susan's dormitory friends. Then what is the point of talking? I'll be fine. I've already recuperated. It's just that Noah insists I stay a bit longer." "Tell Susan I'll be discharged tomorrow," Li Donglei declared, brimming with vigor, though a sudden discomfort washed over him, stemming from thoughts of Noah. Could it be he was developing feelings for her? He shook his head vigorously, unwilling to entertain such a ludicrous notion. Chapter 30. The hospital discharge debacle. The following day, Li Donglei rose early, first grooming himself, washing his face, and donning a fresh outfit before feigning weakness in bed. The little dragon was deliberately confined to the room, as Noah believed that this cunning creature might serve as a means to draw closer to Susan. Before long, the door creaked open, and Li Donglei eagerly turned his gaze, only to be met with disappointment upon realizing that the visitors were Yuta and a gaunt young man beset with acne, his appearance a sorrowful sight. "Fatty, this is a classmate of Susan's from the Junior Magic Academy. You might want to inquire about her," Yuta chuckled, clearly relishing in the situation. Li Donglei felt a wave of gratitude wash over him, touched by Yuta's thoughtfulness for rising so early to address his personal affairs. Even having sifted through the student directory to find Susan's classmates, in a courteous manner, the acne-ridden youth spoke. "Susan? I have a vague recollection of her, quite reserved, though I know little of her family. In middle school, she often received instruction from an older mentor in magic and progressed rapidly. There was no one in the school who could rival her. However, she was quite unassuming, and we didn't pay her much attention." After bidding farewell to the young man, Yuta began to analyze the situation for Li Donglei. Having an older mentor teaching her magic suggests she has a notable background, but the fact that she hasn't been courted means she lacks romantic experience, which complicates matters. The sentiments of youth are always poetic. It's often said that young girls, when they first awaken to love, subconsciously set certain criteria for their future partners. If they encounter someone who largely fits that mold, the chances of success are significantly heightened. Currently, Susan has no romantic history, making it difficult to ascertain her type. Does she prefer the rugged type or the scholarly one? The melancholic or the cheerful? Romantic gestures are unlikely to go awry, Li Donglei mused, nodding in agreement, though he hesitated to voice his own youthful sentiments. Shall we first secure our position in this matter? Li Donglei ventured cautiously. Absolutely. Prepare well, and I will head out to join Susan and the others, serving as your inside man, Yuta affirmed, his confidence unwavering. My brother. Li Donglei immediately grasped Yuta's hand tightly. Soon after, Yuta, Taiyang, and Jerome arrived, indicating that Susan would be there shortly. Half an hour later, Susan, Karina, and Gala knocked on the door, bearing steaming bowls of red date millet porridge, along with chicken soup and boiled eggs. Nearly rivaling a sumptuous feast, Karina incessantly apologized, explaining her prior absence. Li Donglei exuded the demeanor of a true gentleman, broad-minded and witty, shouldering all the blame himself, occasionally letting slip a playful quip, familiar with all walks of life. His principle was to maintain a courteous yet dignified attitude, offer genuine praise with a hint of exaggeration, and showcase talent without ostentation. Karina's attitude towards Li Donglei improved significantly. The two engaged in delightful conversation, while Galen wore a displeased expression. Before long, another knock echoed, and before the door was opened, a voice called out, "Susan, come play with me. I'm utterly bored." Jerome opened the door to reveal a girl in a short skirt with an alluring figure. "It's you." Upon entering, she glanced around, her finger pointing at Li Donglei, seemingly confirming his identity. Li Donglei turned to look, recognizing the archer girl from the group that had captured him, leaving a lasting impression on him. Fearing that her words might be detrimental to him, Li Donglei could only muster the courage to greet her warmly, as if they were long-lost friends. "Long time no see." "Haha. Susan, this is the thief I told you about. The one we captured during our training." Li Donglei felt a wave of embarrassment. He had inadvertently sold himself out. Sigh. "Usually, I can tolerate being wronged, but not today," he said, glancing cautiously at Susan. However, Susan and Karina were utterly captivated upon discovering the little dragon sleeping soundly at Li Donglei's bedside. "What a lovely little gold dragon," Susan exclaimed, her big, watery eyes sparkling. "Harry, come see." Karina beckoned softly, seemingly afraid to disturb the little dragon's pleasant dreams, but the girl named Harry was anything but quiet. She squatted by the bed, her face alight with joy as she gently touched the dragon's two whiskers. The little dragon, plump and sleepy, swatted her hand away, continuing to slumber, much to the delight of the three girls behind them. A group of boys looked on, dismayed. "You've made 3 critical strategic errors today," Yuta sighed, patting Li Donglei on the shoulder. "First, you shouldn't have pretended to be weak. You've been discharged from the hospital. So what's the point of that charade? The first impression you gave was that you had ulterior motives. Second, you shouldn't have chatted with Karina for so long. It's essential to please the girls around Susan. But you mustn't forget the main focus. You made it seem as if you were disregarding Susan. Third, the little dragon is a double-edged sword. It can help you win over girls, but it can also compete for affection in front of beauties. Look at the situation now. The 3 lovely ladies have completely sidelined us handsome fellows." Li Donglei glanced at the 3 girls entertaining the little dragon, harboring a flicker of hope that it can't be that serious. "Look at Susan. She doesn't seem upset at all. That's the tragedy. It indicates she doesn't care how you treat her, meaning she has no interest in you whatsoever. I've given up pursuing Susan for your sake. If you don't shape up, I'll have to reconsider." Li Donglei sighed dramatically, then took a deep breath and walked over to gently pick up the little dragon. The 3 girls were exceptionally careful, unwilling to wake the little dragon. Just as it was disturbed from its sweet dreams, it displayed mild displeasure. Li Donglei then presented the little dragon to Susan, saying, "The little dragon is very well behaved. How about giving it a hug?" The little dragon gazed at Li Donglei with a look of indignation, but Li Donglei paid it no mind, directly handing it over to Susan, who smiled as she accepted it. In that fleeting moment of exchange, the distance between them was almost negligible, and Li Donglei could even sense the fragrant scent of Susan's breath. A graceful lady, a gentleman seeks her company. The age-old romantic phrase suddenly resonated with Li Donglei, and he felt a surge of emotion. It was just a minor setback, nothing that could deter his determination. As they departed the hospital, the 3 girls helped Li Donglei tidy up his room. Susan had tied her hair up, her cheeks flushed, and in the sunlight, her delicate fingers appeared almost translucent. Li Donglei mused that while it is often said that girls are most beautiful when shy, they are truly stunning when engaged in work. Regardless, Susan had come specifically to see him today, What did that signify? Li Donglei found himself lost in thought for a moment, finally returning to the long-missed dormitory. He had scarcely settled in when a shrill voice shattered the air. Li Donglei, you big jerk, get out here. The voice sounded familiar, yet he couldn't immediately place it. Which girl is so rude? Galen grumbled, shouting towards the outside. That moment, silence fell, and just when everyone thought the culprit had been scared off, a volley of ice shards came flying in. Damn it, Taiyang exclaimed, quickly casting a spell to conjure a large earth shield. This little girl is so bold. I'll go meet her, Yuta declared, grabbing his wand and preparing to step outside. Li Donglei, grateful, intercepted him, saying, this is directed at me. I'll handle it. Naturally, he didn't intend to engage in a fight. He had no offensive or defensive magic to speak of. He donned his clothes and strolled downstairs, where he found Noah standing at the base of the dormitory, her face a mask of fury. Wait. This isn't Noah. There's not a trace of her gentle demeanor. She's a stormy girl. Nolan? Li Donglei thought nervously, the which Nolan held no good impressions in his mind. What did you do to my sister? She demanded, raising her wand. Li Donglei quickly raised his hands in a placating gesture. Saying, hold on. Let us clarify. I didn't bully her. This afternoon, my sister was happily bringing food to the hospital, and when she returned, her eyes were all red from crying. She has been going to the hospital these days. And when I inquired, it turned out it was because of you. You rogue, do you dare deny it? Nolan hissed through gritted teeth. She was there to see me, but that was part of the hospital's duties. Besides, I didn't even see her today, Li Donglei replied, suddenly realizing that he had left the hospital without informing Noah. Could it be that Noah was upset because of that? Nonsense. My sister blushes at everyone. How could she work at a place so crowded as the hospital? We're not lacking money at home. You must explain yourself today, or I'll kill you. Sister. Noah finally arrived, linking arms with her sister. Her eyes reddened, casting a mournful glance at Li Donglei. Thank you for taking care of me all this time. I'm sorry I didn't tell you when I left, Li Donglei said earnestly. Bowing in apology, Noah shook her head, softly replying that it was all right, though her expression conveyed a sense of grievance that made Li Donglei feel increasingly uncomfortable. Gratefully, he lied. I actually intended to tell you. And to thank you properly. You know, I suffered a head injury and my memory isn't too reliable. I got flustered when I was leaving and just forgot that it's all because of the little dragon. I asked it to remind me, and it just wanted to sleep. Behind Li Donglei, the little dragon raised its dazed head, softly uttering, liar. Noah's eyes, however, brightened considerably as she asked softly, really? Nolan, deflating, shot Li Donglei a fierce glare. Huffing, if you dare bully my sister again, I'll ensure you meet a gruesome end. With that, she stormed off. Only Li Donglei and Noah remained, along with the little dragon, who stared blankly. To express my gratitude and apologies. I hope I can offer some form of compensation, Li Donglei proclaimed, puffing out his chest grandly. Really? Noah looked at him, her eyes blinking. Li Donglei felt a twinge of unease. This seemed complicated, yet a man's word is his bond. How could he retract? Besides, if he backed down now, Nolan would surely return in a fury. All right, Li Donglei nodded, feeling as if he had stepped into a trap. Would you accompany me shopping tomorrow? It was clearly Li Donglei's fault. Yet Noah gently inquired if that would be acceptable. If it had been Nolan, he could scarcely bear to imagine the consequences. I thought I was in for a fate worse than death. Shopping is a trivial matter. No problem at all, Li Donglei readily agreed. Let us make a pact. Noah extended her pinky, her hand delicate and exquisite, resembling a piece of fine jade carved into a warm and spirited form. Li Donglei and Noah linked their pinkies, and he foolishly took her hand, earnestly commenting, your hands are so beautiful. Noah immediately pulled away, her face flushed, scolding him as a rogue before dashing off. Li Donglei, quick-witted, immediately pursued her, grinning mischievously as he said, to be honest, I'm only this unruly with you. I'm quite shy around other girls. Li Donglei presents himself as remarkably honest in the presence of other girls. As he is afforded no opportunity to act otherwise, the veracity of this assertion remains unverified. However, Noah smiled, a radiant smile that dazzled and captivated all who beheld it. In Chapter 31, titled The 5 Heroes of Karen. The two of them strolled side by side along Ziyuan Road. Initially, there was a palpable silence between them. Noah, typically reticent, seemed to harbor some resentment towards Li Donglei. Cradling the little dragon, She occasionally patted its head, largely ignoring him. Despite Li Donglei introducing several topics of conversation, Noah appeared disinterested, seemingly pouting in displeasure. With no other recourse, Li Donglei proposed, "Let me tell you a joke." Noah turned to him, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Though her lips remained stubbornly sealed, Li Donglei chuckled softly and began. Once upon a time, Mama Pig lived a blissful life on the mountain with her 3 little piglets. The old wolf, envious of their happiness, plotted to devour them. One night, he stealthily approached the little pig's door, only to be detected by the vigilant Mama Pig. Protect their home, she commanded. Big Pig, guard the door. Second Pig, watch the window. Little Pig, why are you silent? You are the most beautiful. Go and lure the old wolf. Eat the pigs. The little dragon in Noah's arms immediately muttered. Drooling at the thought, Noah could no longer contain her laughter. Playfully chiding, "You are the little pig." "No, you are the old wolf." With that, she set the bewildered little dragon down. "Be good, little one. Walk by yourself, won't you?" "No." The mischievous dragon shook its head, visibly displeased at that critical moment. Li Donglei intervened, preventing the poor little dragon's mischief from ruining the fun. "Indeed, I am the old wolf, and you are the little pig," he declared triumphantly. Noah, catching on, raised her hand to strike him. "If I do not enter hell, who will?" Li Donglei shut his eyes, allowing her small hand to land squarely on his head. A sharp pain radiated from his scalp. He had underestimated the situation. His head wound had yet to fully heal. He silently lamented his fate, cradling his head and groaning in agony. Noah, somewhat flustered, stammered, "I thought you would dodge." Suppressing his pain, Li Donglei replied earnestly, "This is the punishment I deserve." Noah looked at him and laughed. "Then let me hit you again." She assumed a playful stance, not wishing to suffer the same fate twice. Li Donglei quickly covered his head and scurried away. When they resumed their peaceful walk together, Noah cautiously linked her arms through Li Donglei's left arm that he glanced back at her. In the golden glow of the setting sun, her face appeared bashful, an exquisitely shy beauty. They ambled through the campus like a couple in love, while the little dragon waddled ahead, its rotund body leading the way. That evening, once all 5 members of their dormitory had gathered, the class leader, Karen, convened a meeting, the naming ceremony for room 307. Karen succinctly outlined the agenda. To elevate the dormitory's prominence among the girls and enhance the prospects of the 5 bachelors in hastening the end of their single status, a fitting and memorable name was required. He invited everyone to share their suggestions. Yuta was the first to speak. "How about Jinchalu? It signifies the pavilion by the water receives the moon first. Romantic and poetic, cleverly embodying our collective wishes in a way." The proposal was met with unanimous disapproval. The name was deemed too effeminate for their rugged dormitory image. "Let us go with 5 wolves. It has a double meaning and sounds cool," Taeyong chimed in. "That name is appealing, but it risks assigning us the title of lecherous wolves, which is undesirable," Karen pondered. "What about the bachelor hall? We are all single," Li Donglei suggested, only to be met with scathing ridicule. "If you want to be single for life, go ahead, but don't drag us down with you. Let us call it the 5 heroes of Karen," Jerome shyly proposed. The group regarded him with surprise. "Who knew you were so profound?" Jerome smiled modestly, though a hint of pride was visible on his face. "Excellent, noble, and dignified. Besides, our dorm truly embodies the spirit of heroes, with aspirations that soar high. Let us go with this," Karen declared decisively. The 5 heroes selected an auspicious day for a grand unveiling ceremony. Yuta procured a sheet of white paper and personally pinned the 5 heroes of Karen in large letters, affixing it prominently above the door. The others felt the handwriting was rather unrefined, to which Yuta pretentiously remarked, "It's all about depth and mystery." The group collapsed in laughter. The most excruciating ordeal in existence is accompanying a woman on a shopping spree, and Li Donglei was experiencing this agony firsthand. Regretting his earlier reckless promise, the next morning, he was roused from his comfortable bed by Noah's insistence to leave. Together, they traversed from the affluent eastern district, valued at thousands of gold coins, to the bustling western commercial area, filled with countless goods. They roamed the streets, and on their third pass through the town square, Li Donglei's eyes glazed over, his legs felt weak, and he was utterly fatigued. He silently praised the little dragon for its wisdom in seeking food elsewhere and not tagging along, while Noah remained energetic, striding forward with renewed vigor. Li Donglei finally could not hold back any longer, asking, "What exactly are we doing?" "Shopping." Noah shot him a glance, responding nonchalantly, "But we aren't buying anything. What is the point of shopping? If she were not a girl, and a beautiful one at that." Li Donglei was certain he would have resorted to violence by now. Must shopping always involve purchases? Noah's eyes widened in disbelief at his seemingly foolish inquiry. What kind of thieving logic is that? Li Donglei lamented, collapsing onto the stone railing in the square, refusing to budge. Noah attempted to pull him up, but when she failed, she pouted and walked away. Moments later, she returned, holding 2 candied hawthorns, cheerfully declaring, "Get up, this candied hawthorn is yours." "Humph, wealth cannot corrupt my principles. You think 1 candied hawthorn can make me yield? I demand at least a plate of roast chicken," Li Donglei thought disdainfully, remaining obstinate. Noah blinked, then said, "If you're truly tired, rest here for a while. I'll be right back." Li Donglei felt a wave of relief wash over him and nodded eagerly. Before long, Noah returned with a silk scarf and a bag of food. She carefully tied the scarf around her neck, crafting a lovely bow, and asked Li Donglei, "Is it pretty?" "Absolutely," he replied earnestly, finding her beauty enhanced by the scarf, radiating a delightful charm that invigorated him. In contrast to her usual gentle demeanor, this new look provided him with a refreshing thrill. However, Li Donglei noted that Noah retained her delicate, bashful nature in the presence of others, akin to a timid bird. Yet when with him, she exhibited a growing fierceness, occasionally chasing him playfully. "How much was it?" 560 copper coins. 560. Does that rag have 560 threads? Li Donglei exclaimed incredulously. Noah pouted, turning her head in annoyance, refusing to acknowledge him. Li Donglei produced a small teddy bear, presenting it to her with a playful grin. "This is for you. You bought this for me?" A glimmer of surprise danced in Noah's eyes. "Not quite. A child here was bullied by another, and I helped him out. This teddy bear is my reward," he replied nonchalantly. Her voice carried a mix of disappointment and astonishment. But she accepted it with delight. "That you're amazing. You could even stand up to a child. Goodness, are you complimenting or mocking me? In this world, I have always been the one bullied. Today, I finally got to turn the tables, and am still looked down upon." Li Donglei feigned a sigh, shaking his head. "All right, I bought you a whole roast chicken. After you eat, you must continue to accompany me," Noah said, her face beaming with joy as she handed him the food bag. Really? The ensuing days became somewhat monotonous. Initially, Li Donglei attended every class, not for the sake of learning, but merely to catch glimpses of Susan. However, he soon discovered that Susan seldom attended class, perhaps, as the earlier gossip suggested. She received guidance directly from many magical experts and esteemed predecessors, negating the need for excessive attendance. Gradually, Li Donglei lost interest, and even under Noah's threats, he remained unyielding. Nonetheless, he did not give up. His greatest trait was perseverance, especially when it concerned matters of lifelong importance. Aside from daily sword practice and meditation, he strived for happiness. As long as Susan was absent, Li Donglei mingled easily with her friends, feeling relaxed and composed, with his thoughts flowing freely and his demeanor becoming effortlessly charming. All that these sisters desire is for even a brief commendation about themselves to reach Susan's ears, thereby laying a solid foundation for the future. As for the young men around, Li Donglei is rather straightforward, often saying things like, "Make sure to take good care of our Susan in the future," or remarking that Shanshan seems to have lost weight again these days. Li Donglei's strategy is to generate public opinion, akin to a tiger marking its territory to deter others from coveting it. However, after a period of effort, the results have been meager and several issues persist. Susan appears blissfully unaware, occasionally attending classes without so much as a glance at herself. It seems that the channels of information are malfunctioning, failing to reach the intended audience, and thus no feedback is forthcoming. The reactions of his group of friends are quite normal, merely exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind?" The alarming part is that Susan's sisters now regard Li Donglei with a peculiar gaze, particularly Karina, whose large, sparkling eyes constantly dart towards him. Perhaps if Li Donglei were to ask her out now, she might just agree. Noah, on the other hand, is particularly strange, often sulking for no apparent reason, and has drawn an invisible line at their table, forbidding Li Donglei from crossing it. Fortunately, Li Donglei has been attending classes less frequently, thus avoiding potential peril. Yuta often quips, "You know, Your lecherous heart is now apparent to passers-by, and even the stray cats and dogs. Yet the main character, Susan, remains oblivious. Li Donglei grinds his teeth in frustration. Chapter 32. Heartbreak. Li Donglei squats on the steps of the grand auditorium, gazing at the night scenery that a cold breeze sweeps by, causing him to cough uncontrollably. Alas, it is already late autumn, yet one dresses so lightly and braves the night wind without fear of the chill. Yuta approaches, asking, "Rogue, do you have something on your mind?" Even a fool could discern that he initially believed pursuing Susan was a gradual accumulation of affection, and once the reservoir was full, everything would fall into place, culminating in the embrace of the beloved. All patience and sweetness, he never considered that this reservoir was not solely his to fill. Others were contributing as well, and those with greater prowess could sweep Susan away with ease. That it was only 3 days prior that he spotted Wenza standing beside Susan. Wenza, a second-year student, tall and casually dressed, exudes an effortless charm that he is Susan's neighbor, having grown up together, and it is said that their parents are also well connected in the political arena. The first time he ventured into the first-year area to seek out Susan, he inquired of Li Donglei for directions. That day, Li Donglei was squatting at the dormitory entrance, indulging in affordable snacks, saving money, and avoiding competition with Xiaolong. Wenza politely asked Li Donglei, "Could you please direct me to the dormitory building where Susan from the magic elite class resides?" Li Donglei hastily discarded his snack, pointing into the distance. Girls' dormitory 401. 401. Wenza carries an air of nobility about him. He is always impeccably dressed, exuding a pleasant demeanor. He treats others with great courtesy, yet it feels as though a master is graciously treating their servants, leaving the servants with no choice but to be even more respectful, lest they fail to appreciate their good fortune. Whenever Wenza visits Susan, if she has not yet finished class, he quietly waits at the side, never disturbing anyone. One day, Wenza brought Susan a large package filled with both food and useful items, rather brazen. To Li Donglei's astonishment, Susan reciprocated with an even larger package, essentially walking into a trap. The two shared laughter and banter. Brushing past Li Donglei, he felt a wave of darkness wash over him, his throat turning sweet with bitterness, and he hurriedly veered onto a side path to evade those two smiling faces. "Damn it! What is this? Just a pretty boy with delicate skin." Li Donglei maliciously shot his arrows from the shadows. In truth, Wenza is quite handsome, capable of eliciting screams from girls just by walking. And he is even the school's poster boy, the epitome of male beauty. In the dormitory, Taiyang and Susan had previously studied at the same junior college. Humph, a polished fade with no substance. Surely he lacks depth. Li Donglei, once again provoked, resorted to underhanded tactics. Wenza is a level 7 swordsman, ranking 4th among the top 10 students in the school during his second year, with an immeasurable future ahead. Taiyang likely relishes the thought of driving Li Donglei to madness. Strength is power. Indeed, Wenza's father hails from the illustrious Veblen family of the empire, possessing a remarkable lineage. He is proficient in various musical arts, adept at navigating diverse social settings, fluent in Elvish and ancient Sanskrit, and a master weaponsmith capable of forging superior weapons. Wenza is well-versed in military strategy, having once led a troop in actual combat under his father's guidance, resulting in a resounding victory that even the emperor commended. Wenza also has a teacher. "Wenza is your biological father." Li Donglei's heart plummeted. This is the kind of person Wenza is, charming the girls while the boys harbor no ill will towards him. Goodness, why must there be both Donglei and this Wenza? Li Donglei seethed with indignation, howling in despair. "You two are not comparable," Taiyang calmly interjected. Li Donglei seemed possessed, contemplating his own worth. He hadn't even had the chance to confess his feelings to Susan. She hadn't glanced his way, and yet here he was, consumed with jealousy. The other 4 comrades regarded Li Donglei with strange expressions, and that night, in a fit of rage, he smashed Yuta's magic wand with a punch. Yuta was taken aback, but quickly reassured. It's fine. I was just looking to replace it anyway." Seeing Yuta's forgiving gaze, Li Donglei realized he had transformed from a heartbroken lover into a lunatic. Li Donglei spent a sleepless night. The next day, Yuta requested a substantial sum from his family, and Li Donglei accompanied him to purchase a new magic wand. The cheaper ones cost nearly 100 gold coins. And if one were to sell both Li Donglei and Xiaolong, they would likely fetch that amount. Yuta, however, was unconcerned. for his family background was undoubtedly on par with, or even superior to that of Wenza or Susan. He purchased a high-grade magic wand for 1,000 gold coins. That evening, Li Donglei, cradling Xiaolong, announced to his roommates that he intended to retreat to the Molan Mountain range to hone his martial skills and magical prowess. Vowing not to return until he had strengthened himself, while others came to school to acquire skills, Li Donglei sought the monthly stipend of 3,000 copper coins, for he needed sustenance and the companionship of friends like Yuta and Noah. As for magic and martial skills, he would learn those on his own. Now, he was determined to study diligently. The following morning, he returned to the small lake by the waterfall, where no fewer than 100 people were enjoying themselves. The 5 warriors seemed to escort him as though he were a hero, collectively skipping class to accompany him here. Observing the lively scene, Li Donglei thought of Noah and Norlin, aside from Yuta. These two were the first individuals he had interacted with, and here, during his retreat at Molan, he had not informed Noah. It was quite bustling here. Li Donglei forced a smile, commenting, Weishan Lake is one of the 4 great scenic spots of our school. So naturally, there are many people. Yuta smiled in agreement. Li Donglei surveyed the surrounding verdant hills and crystal waters, occasionally spotting small animals scurrying about. It was indeed beautiful. It struck him that after all this time at school, he was still unaware of the 4 great scenic spots, revealing his own ignorance. All right, my 4 mischievous friends, let us part ways here. Do remember to visit me often, Li Donglei said with a smile. After some comforting words and encouragement, they finally departed. Li Donglei ventured 3 miles deeper, where he encountered no one. He dared not proceed further, for the deeper one went, the more likely one would encounter magical beasts. And at present, he could only flee from them. Li Donglei seemed to have gone mad, practicing relentlessly, running, weighted jumping, climbing, and more, all exceeding his usual training regimen. His physical limits reached a breaking point, and he finally paused to sit. But this was not rest. He was in meditation, focusing on spatial magic, which, at least in its later stages, remained quite powerful. Using the sword Yuta had gifted him, he practiced thrusts, slashes, and cuts, everything reminiscent of his initial training. Just as he had in the forest, and here, Xiaolong had caught live prey to accompany Li Donglei in honing his skills, starting with a mature deer, then wolves, and eventually tigers and leopards. This wasn't Ziyu's star. Many could cultivate fighting spirit, and reaching the limits of humanity was relatively easy, as long as one was willing to put in the effort and did not fear hardship. Li Donglei adored martial skills. Yearning to reclaim his 9 heavens' 9 swords, he idolized strength and craved power, much like when he had once created his own techniques. Moreover, this time he was profoundly affected. The heavens do not forsake those who are earnest. Though he faced setbacks in matters of the heart, he found success in martial pursuits. Over the course of 4 months, during the day, Li Donglei practiced his swordsmanship in the deeper regions of the Molan Mountains. And at night, he meditated on magic while also self-studying the characters of this world, a subject he found quite maddening. Now, he had mastered over 3,000 characters. Achieving proficiency in the basic 3,000 was no small feat. And with this knowledge, the written language of this world posed no challenge for him. After 4 months of rigorous training, Li Donglei finally manifested fighting spirit within him, marking his official entry into the ranks of a first-level swordsman. The path of cultivation is arduous, and Li Donglei's relentless efforts over these 4 months only led him to this level. At this moment, he could truly appreciate the extent of the assistance Sophie had provided him in magic. Without her, he would likely still be merely a 3rd-level magic apprentice. In April, his roommates occasionally visited him, with Noah being the most frequent. Each time she came, she brought him a plethora of items, food, clothing, and other necessities. Sometimes, she would even take the little dragon with her for a few days, but more often than not, she stayed behind to keep him company, which deeply touched Li Donglei, who bore the scars of emotional turmoil. However, the following month was anything but easy. The school held tests twice a year, and the first round was fast approaching. Li Donglei needed to thoroughly review the essential knowledge for his public magic class and the nightly spirit course. Finally, "You're willing to stay put in school," his roommate Yuta remarked with a smile upon hearing that Li Donglei had decided not to return to the Molan Mountains for the time being. "Indeed, you only attend the public magic class on Mondays. Taking advantage of Professor Mendel's gentle demeanor, you've even skipped the Wednesday nightly spirit course. Be careful, or Professor Meng might fail you in that class." Taeyong teased, "Nightly spirit is a load of nonsense. Merely propaganda to corrupt the minds of the faithful. I refuse to learn it, Li Donglei scoffed. Alas, you sit next to the first beauty of the first year. One of the top 10 beauties in the entire academy, and we, your male peers, are consumed with envy. What's most intolerable is your utter lack of appreciation for such fortune. You skip classes and leave the pure, beautiful, charming, and generous Noah hanging. I almost feel compelled to challenge you to a duel, the class leader Gallon expressed, his face a mask of indignation as he pointed at Li Donglei. Shut it, you sun-soaked fool. No one else is challenging me to a duel. You're just my roommate. Get lost, Li Donglei retorted angrily. It's not that no one wants to challenge you. It's that you're hardly ever at school during the day. If you don't go to the Molen Mountains this month, you should pray daily for the Creator's protection, Yudo warned kindly. Perhaps I should just spend every day in the library. That way, no one should be able to find me, Li Donglei suggested sheepishly, aware that he was still an 8th-level magic scholar without offensive or defensive spells, and with only 1st-level martial skills. He was no match for 3rd or 4th-level warriors. The others were left speechless. Inside the school library, this was Li Donglei's first visit, the largest library in the Karen Kingdom. Its collection was undoubtedly the most comprehensive. He first sought books introducing this world, including history, geography, and politics, subjects that had always piqued his interest. Back in middle school, he routinely scored near perfection in these 3 subjects. However, when Li Donglei delved into the origins of the world, he was disheartened. The text was filled with grandiose claims about the Creator's self-sacrifice in creating the world. From Sophie, he had learned that such narratives were mere fabrications, designed to deceive the masses by the Church of Light. Disillusioned, he turned his attention to the power structure of this world. The world he inhabited was known as the Demon and Warrior continent, where 4 major races resided across its 4 cardinal directions. In the eastern ancient forest lived the enchanting elves, masters of wood magic, who called the forest home. A millennium prior, a war had forced the undead into the southern Thorns marshes, while the beastmen inhabited the impoverished northern highlands. With humanity occupying the most fertile western plains, the Molen Mountains, situated at the intersection of the human, beast, and elven territories, housed the most formidable magical beast population in existence. The 4 races suffered greatly from the war 1,000 years ago. Yet humanity emerged as the ultimate victor, maintaining dominance over the continent. The Creator of the heavenly realm chose to exert control over humanity, thereby governing the entire demon and warrior continent, while the dark overlord Satan was said to command the undead. As a result, humanity and the undead became the fiercest of adversaries. The 10 schools of magic favored humanity's constitution, making it most suitable for the cultivation of light, dark, water, fire, wind, lightning, earth, and spirit magic, while wood magic was less compatible. Progressing at a snail's pace akin to spatial magic, in the human realm, dark and spirit magic were banned, resulting in universities like Karen focusing solely on the 5 elemental schools of magic. Conversely, the elves predominantly excelled in wood magic, though exceptions existed, as every elf was inherently magical. The beastmen were the opposite. Their tough exterior rendered them ill-suited for magic, yet they were renowned for their martial prowess, a fact even humanity had to acknowledge. Before the millennium-long war, the beastmen's 11-sword sovereign was the embodiment of power among the other 3 races. Although their current status was uncertain, it was clear that they possessed almost no magical expertise and lacked wisdom. The undead, on the other hand, were creatures brought forth from the depths of hell by the Dark Overlord, intent on annihilating humanity and seizing the continent, as the Church of Light had claimed. Li Donglei had 100 doubts about these assertions, yet it was undeniable that the undead were proficient in dark and spirit magic, particularly in summoning and manipulation techniques. Within the human realm lay 4 powerful nations, the formidable Il Kingdom, straddling the southeast and southwest, the northern Fran Kingdom, the northeastern Brel Kingdom, and the smallest and weakest, Karen Kingdom, which lay nestled between the other 3. Originally, Karen and Brel had been a single entity, standing equally with the other 2. But a war 3 centuries ago had split them apart, resulting in the present division of 2 strong and 2 weak nations. Despite Karen's vulnerability and lack of natural defenses, no one dared to invade, as its geographical position was crucial to the economic lifeblood of the human realm. Anyone who dared to encroach upon it would face intervention from the other nations, not to mention the meager forces of Karen itself. A conflict involving the 3 nations against the one was something no one desired. and any negotiations to divide the interests of Karen would take years, a complex game for politicians. Next, Li Donglei examined the entire continent's geographical map. Gaining a preliminary understanding of this world, he pondered whether there were other continents beyond the boundless seas surrounding the demon and warrior continent, for this planet was vastly larger than Ziyu Star, which hosted 7 continents. However, there was no information on this matter, as no one had successfully traversed the entirety of the ocean, leaving the world beyond the sea shrouded in mystery. He spent the entire day immersed in study. Over these 4 months, he had practiced swordsmanship in the Molan Mountains, where he also ate. With a monthly stipend of 3,000 copper coins, he had managed to save a respectable amount. While this was sufficient for meals at school, it barely covered the cost of a simple magical robe that he could not even afford a thread of it, let alone a wand, which was worth more than gold, items reserved for the nobility. As mages and warriors were typically of noble lineage, A.S. Li Donglei stepped outside. He approached the section filled with magical literature when he heard a voice that seemed familiar. "I truly have an appointment this afternoon. Please do not disturb me, that it's just a meal." "There's no need to make excuses," came a reply. Upon looking, he saw a man clad in golden warrior attire, standing about 6 feet tall, strikingly handsome, and adorned in a lavishly tailored noble outfit. A sword hung at his waist, its sharpness obscured, but the hilt boasted a massive ruby, likely worth 1,000 gold coins. He possessed height, looks, and wealth, exuding an air of refined courtesy, truly the archetype of a prince charming in the eyes of many women. Yet the girl he pursued wore a look of disdain, clearly wishing to avoid him. "Noah, didn't we agree to have dinner together? Why the delay?" Li Donglei called out gently from a distance. Upon hearing his voice, Noah's face lit up as she sprinted toward him, grasping his arm and turning back to smile. "I truly didn't deceive you. He is the one I was meeting." The nobleman, evidently unwilling to accept this, pointed a finger at Li Donglei, threateningly asserting, "You'd best keep your distance from Noah, otherwise you'll regret it. Come on, you let a goddess like Noah dine with a wretched-looking, awkwardly proportioned man who reeks of foulness? Have you no sense of decency? Beware, or the Creator might smite you with divine retribution," Li Donglei retorted, wrapping an arm around Noah's shoulder, rendering the nobleman utterly worthless. Noah did not resist Li Donglei's embrace. But the nobleman could no longer tolerate the situation. "Remove your filthy hands, and dare you reveal your name?" The nobleman, clearly unaccustomed to such verbal confrontations, could only muster this exclamation in his fury. "I am Li Donglei, a student of the elite class of magic, seated next to Noah." "Oh, you frighten me," Li Donglei retorted, his hand remaining firmly in place. He felt no particular attraction towards the enchanting beauty from another world. Yet he could not deny the allure that Noah possessed, transcending the very concept of beauty. Regardless of one's preferred type, anyone who beheld Noah would inevitably concede to her beauty, including Li Donglei, who sought to take advantage of the moment. "Very well, I am Na Golan, a mid-level swordsman of rank 6. Pray, disclose your level." Few dared to engage him in a direct contest, and he wished to gauge your strength. "Do not claim to be a spatial magician, lest he challenge you to a duel," Noah whispered conspiratorially into Li Donglei's ear, a gesture that the nobleman interpreted as an intimate exchange, further intensifying his ire. "I demand a duel," the nobleman, now bereft of reason, bellowed by the Creator's name. "I, Li Donglei, a pinnacle-level mage of rank 7, formally accept your challenge," Li Donglei proclaimed loudly. 7. The nobleman's face turned a ghastly shade of green. To accept a challenge in the Creator's name implied a genuine rank 7. Yet when had a new rank 7 mage emerged from the academy? More critically, a rank 6 swordsman was no match for a rank 7 mage. "You. Very well. Once I attain the rank of 7 swordsman, I shall fulfill my vow of duel." With that, the nobleman scurried away, tail between his legs. "How convenient. By the time you reach rank 7, it could be centuries." Li Donglei scoffed loudly. "Did I have warned you? Do you still dare to accept the challenge? What if he truly loses his mind and insists on a duel?" Noah said, her tone laced with concern. I intended to intimidate him with my status as a rank 7 mage. Such individuals are often hollow tyrants, cowardly rascals that I had already devised an excuse to evade today or tomorrow's duel. Yet I did not anticipate he would flee first. Ha! Li Donglei declared triumphantly. Noah could no longer suppress her laughter. At least in this regard, you two are quite alike. And yet, you haven't removed your hand. Keeping it here feels rather pleasant. I am reluctant to part with it. Li Donglei replied shamelessly, though he reluctantly lifted his arm from around the beauty. You truly have reached the pinnacle of rank 7. How did you achieve this so swiftly? As a prodigy of magic, Noah naturally took a keen interest in the subject. Well, I had already attained rank 7 before arriving at school, merely a hair's breadth from rank 8. It is peculiar that I have not broken through in these past few months, but I remain confident. My progress is already commendable, Li Donglei said nonchalantly. The higher the rank, the more arduous the cultivation becomes. Each ascending level presents a threshold that is challenging to surpass. That I have lingered at the pinnacle of rank 6 for half a year, yet I have been unable to break through. Noah expressed, a hint of despondency in her voice. What thresholds? Each realm demands a distinct comprehension of magic. It is this variance in understanding that constitutes the so-called threshold. In other words, should a peak rank 6 mage grasp the essence of a rank 7 mage, they would be close to achieving that rank. Without comprehension, one remains forever ensnared by this threshold. That I have not only comprehended the realm of rank 8, but even that of rank 15 or 16. Therefore, there are no such thresholds, Li Donglei asserted. Such bravado. Where exists such lofty ranks? At most, there are rank 11 magi. However, your assertion holds some truth. Despite perusing countless tomes on rank 7 water mages, I can comprehend the material, yet fail to grasp it. Feeling as if I am merely a hair's breadth away from understanding, though I cannot pinpoint what that hair's breadth is, Noah murmured softly. Li Donglei found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, what she said held truth. Yet, he deemed it unwise to elaborate. The two continued their conversation as they strolled. After traversing a considerable distance from the library, Li Donglei caught sight of numerous male gazes directed at him. Filled with hostility, which momentarily soothed his vanity, upon reaching the girls' dormitory area where Noah resided, at the foot of dormitory 9, Li Donglei jested, "How amusing, after nearly a semester as your deskmate. This is my first time escorting you to your dormitory." Noah looked at Li Donglei and smiled. With exams approaching, do you still practice your swordsmanship daily? Li Donglei scratched his head in embarrassment before replying, "This month, I shall dedicate myself to reviewing my studies at school and will refrain from sword practice. Given our amicable rapport as deskmates, having assisted you today, you must provide me with ample guidance on chivalry. In the library, you mentioned treating me to a meal, yet you bring me here only to request my assistance. Am I not at a disadvantage?" Noah remarked mischievously, her eyes sparkling. "Ahem, to be candid, with my current finances, treating you to a meal would be an inconvenience for you. However, I assure you, there shall come a day when I will treat you to a meal of great significance and delight." Li Donglei replied earnestly, "Such mystery. I shall watch you closely, and for now, I shall trust you." Noah teased, "Then I shall see you in class tomorrow." Until tomorrow. After bidding farewell to Noah, Li Donglei returned to his dormitory feeling lighthearted. However, on his way back, he encountered a sight that sent chills down his spine. A small dragon, grinning mischievously, was clutching a magical robe and scampering towards his dormitory. To his shock, upon spotting him, the little dragon dashed directly towards him. Thieving dragon, once again, it has pilfered something of great value. The magical robe. As the owner of the little dragon, even if he were innocent, he could not escape suspicion. "Come here," Li Donglei called out morosely, beckoning the little dragon over. He seized the magical robe, intending to clarify the situation with its rightful owner. However, upon obtaining it, he was dismayed to discover that the magical core embedded within the robe was missing. More precisely, it had been consumed by the little dragon. The magical robe and wand are deemed more precious than gold due to their embedded magical cores, which are extracted from the bodies of magical beasts of rank 4 and above. This implies that creating each magical robe or wand necessitates the slaying of a formidable magical beast equivalent to a rank 4 mage or swordsman, a testament to the inherent danger and value involved. The magical cores are formed from the essence of the magical beast's power, possessing immense energy. For mages of the same affinity, possessing such a treasure enhances their ability to condense magical energy and increases its potency. Furthermore, as a budding divine dragon, the little dragon must absorb substantial energy to advance, making magical cores an ideal choice. Regrettably, Li Donglei himself lacked a magical robe, let alone surplus magical cores for the little dragon's consumption. Now, at Kalen Academy, where affluent nobles abound, their magical robes and wands would provide the little dragon with ample magical cores, allowing its thieving instincts to flourish. Li Donglei, in anguish, held the magical robe devoid of its core. Noting the golden crescent moon adorning its left shoulder, signifying it belonged to a rank 4 fire mage. This is beyond salvaging. The cheapest magical core would still cost dozens of gold coins. Even selling me would not suffice to cover the expense. After much contemplation, Li Donglei ultimately made a painful decision to bury the magical robe in a hidden spot. This is the only way to mend the situation. I must ensure the little dragon refrains from stealing again. Stealthily, he ventured deeper into the Molan Mountains, buried the robe, and returned to the school feeling somewhat guilty. "Do not steal again. Understand?" Li Donglei admonished sternly. The little dragon, attuned to Li Donglei's feelings, nodded with its large, watery eyes, comprehending his meaning. "Not tasty," the little dragon replied innocently, with its adorable appearance and clumsy antics, even if it had caused a significant mess. One could hardly bear to chastise it. Observing the little dragon's endearing demeanor, Li Donglei felt a twinge of guilt. The most esteemed magical beasts on the continent are those of rank 8 and above. In the eyes of nobles, an advancing magical beast can be equated with such high-ranking creatures, as they possess the means to nurture their magical beasts into formidable entities. Moreover, advancing magical beasts grow alongside their masters, fostering a deep bond, which renders them far more potent in battle than their peers. Yet the little dragon, despite being a majestic, advancing magical beast, had remained at rank 3 ever since it had joined Li Donglei, instilling a sense of guilt within him. Witnessing the little dragon's unwavering loyalty only deepened his remorse. Li Donglei crouched down and scooped up the little dragon, carrying it towards the dormitory. The following day, as Li Donglei had anticipated, a rank 4 fire mage reported the theft of the magical robe to the academic office. Such items are indeed of great value, promptly capturing the school's attention. Chapter 35. The Dream of Magic. Li Donglei, meanwhile, could only feign ignorance, diligently reviewing the principles of chivalry. Perhaps fortune favored him. This incident left no trace, likely due to the little dragon's exceptional thieving skills. Subsequently, another piece of joyous news emerged. A monumental secret divulged by Gallen A.S. Li Donglei fervently practiced his martial skills. Gallen, brimming with excitement, tugged him towards the entrance of Dormitory 9. There stood Wenze, Susan, and a lovely girl with brown eyes, engaged in lively conversation. It seemed Wenze had shared some amusing anecdote, as Susan smiled coyly, while the girl laughed heartily, her laughter like a fluttering flower. "Did you see that girl? She is Wenze's girlfriend." Gallen informed Li Donglei that he had heard from Karina that Wenze's girlfriend was Susan's cousin, and the two often relied on Susan to convey messages and tokens of affection between them. What a match! Truly, what a match, Li Donglei thought, grinning foolishly as he extolled Wenze and the girl as a perfect couple, destined for each other. Reflecting on it, he lamented the unnecessary suffering he had endured. How unworthy it all seemed. Yet, Wenze inadvertently served as a reminder to Li Donglei. He was not a thief of love, but perhaps others were sharpening their knives. Determined to hasten his progress, Li Donglei resolved that gold must ultimately shine forth. That evening, Li Donglei dedicated himself to the study of magic once more, and due to the transformation in his mindset, he astonishingly reached the realm of an 8th-level magus, with the complete inheritance from Sophie. He advanced from a 2nd-level magic apprentice to the pinnacle of a 7th-level magus over the course of 2 years, after emerging from the ruins 4 months ago and witnessing an array of dazzling spells. A moment of enlightenment led him to achieve the 8th level. However, from the inheritance, Li Donglei sadly discovered that the only new spell he had acquired was singularly useless: sleep. More precisely, he could now consciously dream while asleep, existing within his dreams as if they were a special realm. Utterly useless, he mused. No spatial magician would ever wish to invest their energy in such a futile space magic. The magic of sleep was akin to having none at all. For a spatial magician, ascending to the 8th level merely meant a greater reservoir of magical power. Nothing more. Little Dragon had seemingly vanished, leaving Li Donglei without an outlet for his grievances on his first attempt to utilize his newly learned magic while sleeping. He found it surprisingly effective, allowing him to persist for an extended period. In the dream, a void enveloped him. Nothing existed, and he longed for his hometown, which, to his dismay, was absent. His thoughts drifted to Susan, the girl with yellow skin, black eyes, and black hair, who occupied his mind day and night. As if summoned by his thoughts, Susan appeared suddenly, and Li Donglei's heart soared with joy as he rushed to grasp her hand. However, her initially warm smile turned rigid, and instinctively, she withdrew a couple of steps, regarding him warily. Surely not. Reality is cruel. Even in dreams, I am denied a pleasant experience. Li Donglei lamented to himself. What do you mean by dreaming? She exclaimed, clearly irked by his rudeness. Taken aback, Li Donglei sensed something was amiss and dared not make any sudden movements. Instead, he awkwardly chuckled. I apologize. Just now, I merely wished to shake your hand. She frowned slightly but chose not to hold it against him. Responding graciously, how did I suddenly end up here? There's an old saying from my hometown. To gather is to share a bond. Perhaps this is our fateful encounter. Would you be interested in rekindling our classmates' camaraderie in this fateful place? With a bold face, Li Donglei replied, Indeed. At this, she chuckled. What do you mean by our hometown? You, who are clearly not a romantic, trying to feign romance. Li Donglei felt his cheeks flush, having never pursued a girl before. He lacked the knowledge of such nuances. They bantered for quite some time, their conversation flowing easily, but eventually, they fell into silence. Li Donglei, apprehensive of the quiet, worried that the enchanting girl before him might find their company dull. Thus, the night passed. The next morning, awakening from a night spent utilizing a spell that consumed almost no magic power, Li Donglei felt his magical abilities had significantly improved. Perhaps this spell was not entirely worthless. At the very least, it allowed him to engage in a meditative practice while sleeping, accelerating his magical growth without disrupting his rest. Most importantly, he had the opportunity to share a night, albeit merely in dreams, with the girl of his affections. Now assured that Susan was without a boyfriend, and delighted by the prospect of encountering a version of her that felt almost real within his dreams, Li Donglei felt quite content. On the following day in class, he noticed that Susan had glanced at him several times, which he discerned through his own discreet observations. During the break, he approached her, asking, Did you sleep well last night? I had a peculiar dream, and upon waking, I felt my magic had increased significantly. What about you? She smiled as she responded, maintaining eye contact. Sensing an opportunity, Li Donglei eagerly declared, I dreamed of you. We were in a chaotic realm, and it felt so real. You. The things in dreams are real. Could it be that we truly exist within our dreams? Li Donglei was astounded, suddenly recalling his earlier rudeness, inwardly cursing himself. Had he known she was real, he would have seized the moment to kiss her. What a missed opportunity. The two engaged in a lively discussion, their excitement palpable, culminating in Li Donglei fervently inviting Susan to join him in his dreams daily, an offer she readily accepted. In the 8th level spatial dream, the speed of magical progress far surpassed that of ordinary meditation, especially since meditative practice required 3 hours of rest for every hour spent in meditation. Indeed, this form of meditation became even more efficient and less tiring. Li Donglei had finally become the first spatial magician in history to genuinely value this spell. The subsequent class focused on nightly virtues. Li Donglei had attended only one previous session and vaguely remembered the middle-aged teacher, Mendeli, who resembled a bandit and had a stutter, though he possessed a good-natured temperament. This student appears unfamiliar. What is your name? He suddenly called out, as Li Donglei found himself lost in thought. With many peers awaiting the spectacle, he steeled himself and stood, declaring, I am Xiaoxing, Li Donglei, while performing a nightly salute with a semblance of grace. Ah, the teacher nodded. You just performed a nightly salute, D. Oh, you know why the salute involves crossing the right hand over the chest? Listening to Mendeli was undeniably a trial, prompting Li Donglei to quickly respond. Ah, that question is rather complex. It might take an entire class to explain. That's all right. Just give me the gist. I am eager to know your understanding. Mendeli seemed to deliberately target this often truant student. In simple terms, it is customary for those who value the nightly salute to do so, Li Donglei replied. Mendeli paused, expecting more, but quickly realized Li Donglei had finished at it. He inquired. Yes, that's it, Li Donglei affirmed. That seems rather simplistic, doesn't it? You asked me to keep it simple, Li Donglei retorted. Mendeli nodded, seemingly in agreement, then prompted, then elaborate a bit more. Li Donglei felt overwhelmed. Complex topics could hardly be summarized in a single class. Observing the bemused expressions of his classmates, including Susan and his desk mate Noah, he couldn't help but feel flustered. That moment, A series of explosive sounds erupted from the back of the classroom, the force shattering the glass and frightening several girls. Naturally, the lesson could not continue. Mindeli was the first to dash outside, followed by a throng of students. "Why aren't you moving? Don't you want to see what's happening?" Li Donglei noticed Susan remained still. She smiled. "There must be a large crowd outside. Even if we go out, we might not see anything. Besides, one of them is a light mage that don't forget. I've already reached the 7th level magus. I can sense the battle of that light mage without stepping outside. And as for the other, observing is of no use. That's true. You achieved the 7th level magus last night. Magi can indeed sense magical fluctuations of their own affinity." "I'll head out then," Li Donglei said, laughing as he rushed outside. Meanwhile, Noah stared at the pair with a puzzled expression. "Old man, don't damage our school's flora and fauna." Upon reaching the outside, Li Donglei immediately heard the furious roar of the principal, Tingercarty. True to Susan's prediction, the school's vast playground had transformed into a battleground, packed with spectators, including several upperclassmen. Li Donglei and Noah could hardly discern anyone amidst the chaos, only witnessing the clash of blades and advanced light magic as dust and debris filled the air. Within a radius of 300 feet, no one dares approach. It's utterly terrifying. Li Donglei marveled. "Li Donglei, you seem quite familiar with Susan," Noah remarked abruptly, without any introduction. Turning around, Li Donglei noticed Noah smiling at him. "Not really. We hadn't seen each other for many days, but we had a delightful conversation last night." "How is that possible? Aren't you usually absent from school?" Noah inquired, his expression revealing some discontent. "Well, I return to school every night," Li Donglei replied. Li Donglei naturally exclaimed, suddenly recalling a point of discussion, and promptly clarified. "I forgot to mention that I have reached the realm of an 8th level mage. I possess an 8th level spatial magic that allows one to consciously dream while sleeping. We are conversing in a dream. So today, Susan and I have taken a step forward in our relationship. Haha. Why was I not aware of this?" Noah said with a hint of resentment, only to feel slightly out of sorts, questioning why it mattered to her. Upon noticing Noah's flustered demeanor, Li Donglei, in a moment of self-adoration, fancied that Noah harbored feelings for him. However, Xuanji shook his head. With a beauty of such caliber, a mere commoner like himself could only dream. Pursuing Susan seemed the more pragmatic choice, as although there were other suitors for Susan, none rivaled Noah's allure, resulting in less competition. Moreover, Susan embodied the charm of a hometown beauty, making it impossible for him not to pursue her. At that moment, a significant upheaval erupted at the center of the battlefield. "Old man, casting such a powerful spell, be wary of my students," a voice thundered, seemingly unfazed by the skirmish. "Rest assured, my 9th level magic will only target those above the 8th level." "Don't tell me your institution boasts 8th level experts. If so, our Fran Empire Academy willingly accepts being ranked beneath your Karen Academy." Li Donglei, initially taken aback by these words, suddenly heard a series of incantations. A commanding voice resonated. "Light element. Obliterate the light that shines across the 9 provinces." Li Donglei could not discern the events unfolding at the battlefield's core, only aware of a colossal sphere of light rapidly coalescing in midair, illuminating the earth, sky, and firmament. Then, that sphere split into two. One part surged toward the central battlefield, presumably the work of the 10th level Sword Emperor, Carter. The other half hurtled toward Li Donglei's direction. 9th level magic. Students nearby hastily sought refuge. Yet as the designated target, Li Donglei found escape futile. To his astonishment, Noah stood before him, invoking a 6th level water defense spell. "What are you thinking? Attempting to block a 9th level magic is tantamount to courting death." Before Noah could complete her incantation, Li Donglei wrapped his arm around her slender waist and executed a series of 10 flickers, evading their original position. The current Li Donglei was no longer the 7th level mage of yore. His flicker had expanded to a staggering 40 zhong, and even with Noah's assistance, they could flicker 30 zhong. Evading continuously through a dozen flickers was a breeze. Li Donglei embraced Noah and flickered away. The principal, Carter, let out a deafening roar that reverberated through the skies. In the next instant, a tempest of wind and thunder erupted, powerful waves of energy cascading throughout Karen Academy. The colossal golden sword beam shot toward the half-sphere of light, tracing a beautiful arc reminiscent of a golden dragon, colliding with the radiant sphere. Contrary to expectations, There was no explosion. The two forces met and, astonishingly, canceled each other out, falling into silence. This indicated Carter's mastery of power had reached an extraordinary level. For only when two opposing forces are nearly equal does such cancellation occur. If either force were slightly stronger or weaker, a cataclysmic explosion would ensue. However, the light sphere targeting Li Donglei plunged downward the moment he flickered away. Enormous fissures, each half a zhang wide, radiated outward from the sphere's epicenter, causing the entire Karen Academy to tremble violently. Buildings near the explosion site collapsed in droves, the thunderous roar echoing incessantly at that moment. Everyone within a radius of several miles felt the earth quaking, their astonishment palpable. Eventually, as calm returned, a massive pit, 200 zhang in diameter, was left at Li Donglei's original position. The residual waves of the explosion expanded across the entire playground. And although students who had retreated managed to cast their defensive spells or combat energy to resist the shockwave, no fewer than 30 students sustained injuries. Ordinary individuals devoid of magical or martial prowess would likely have perished. And dozens of the ancient structures of Karen Academy crumbled. This was the might of 9th-level magic, and merely the weakest variant at that. The extent of power possessed by the world's strong was beyond imagination. The majority of the onlookers stood in stunned silence, their gazes divided between the two formidable experts at the battlefield's epicenter and the other target. Li Donglei continued to embrace Noah's slender waist, exuding an aura that drew attention. Yet, none could discern that this seemingly ordinary individual clad in common attire was, in fact, an 8th-level powerhouse. Damn it. Thankfully, I fled swiftly. I must not meet my end here. Li Donglei cursed vehemently as the crowd dispersed. Li Donglei finally caught sight of the newcomer, an elderly man donned in a white mage robe, adorned with a golden staff, an unmistakable emblem of a 10th-level mage. Meanwhile, Principal Carter remained in his gray long robe, immaculate, and exuding an unmistakable aura of mastery. Both experts regarded Li Donglei with astonishment, their expressions frozen for a full 3 seconds. The 10th-level mage exclaimed in disbelief. No way, he has achieved the 8th level at such a tender age. Principal Carter, equally surprised, realized he had such an exceptional student and triumphantly declared, "Haha, old man, do not forget your earlier words. From now on, our Karen Academy shall rank above your Fran Empire Academy, and for my injured students, you shall compensate for the collapsed buildings. I will not rest until I receive every last coin." Ahem. Well, I am merely the vice principal of Fran. For you to rank above us, I must seek the principal's approval if he consents. I certainly have no objection, the old mage said with a cunning grin. I knew you would resort to that. You old fox, do not harm my students. Just wait until we reach the Mullen Mountain Range, and I will cleave your staff into 4 pieces. With that, Principal Carter sprang into action, his feet propelling him forward with the speed of flight. Only an 11th-level powerhouse could truly fly. This held true for all powerhouses, with the exception of flying magical beasts, such as small dragons. The two formidable experts moved swiftly, yet many followed in pursuit, for a clash of such masters was undoubtedly a spectacle worth witnessing. However, numerous individuals remained behind, many male students casting hostile glances at Li Donglei. "Will you not remove your hands?" Noah whispered, her cheeks flushed. Only then did Li Donglei realize he had been holding on to the beauty for too long. "Thank you for shielding me earlier," he said politely. Then added softly, "Let them be envious of me." "Ha." Noah smiled but said nothing. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Li Donglei and Noah walked side by side. "May I visit your dreams?" "I am quite curious," Noah said gently as they strolled out. "Of course, but my dreams are not like ordinary ones. They are rather sparse and humble," Li Donglei replied with a self-deprecating smile. "Then it is settled." "What must I do?" Noah asked eagerly. "You need not do anything. As long as your dormitory is within 10 miles of my sleeping place, I can bring you into my dream." The prospect of meeting the beauty of his heart in a dream captivated Li Donglei. And he had thoroughly studied his dream, discovering that as his magical power increased, the range it could encompass expanded rapidly. Upon arriving beneath Noah's dormitory, Li Donglei joked with a smile, "It is getting late." To be the flower protector of such a stunning beauty is indeed a pleasant surprise, making this trip worthwhile. Noah smiled again. As a water mage, she embodied the gentle nature of water, soft and serene. Rarely speaking to Li Donglei dared not linger too long. He feared he might genuinely fall for the enchanting girl before him. Noah's beauty was irresistible to any man, yet Li Donglei understood the chasm that lay between them. A man must first achieve greatness before he can rightfully marry the one he loves. A belief Li Donglei held firmly. On his way back, Li Donglei spotted a familiar figure, none other than the notorious scoundrel Gorin, whom he had seen in the library the previous day. This fellow was lurking beside the girl's dormitory, engaged in some unknown activity. Li Donglei crept closer, but failed in his stealth. As a 6th-level swordsman, Gorin was quite alert and immediately noticed Li Donglei's presence. "Gorin, are you enjoying the scenery here? Perhaps spying on the girls undressing?" Li Donglei declared loudly, his voice ringing out unabashedly. "Not everyone is like you." Gorin scowled at Li Donglei's loudness and promptly fled, disappearing in an instant, terrified of being spotted by the girls. Such a hypocrite, Li Donglei scoffed with a smirk, turning to walk back to his dormitory. Only to pause and glance back. "I suppose I'll take a look too." Heh. Standing in the concealed spot of Gorin, with the darkness not yet fully enveloping the surroundings, Li Donglei, following the same perspective Gorin had just observed, caught sight of 2 girls on the left side of the 3rd floor of the dormitory engaging in laughter and conversation. Among them was none other than the enchanting witch, Naline, and at that moment, Noah entered the room as well. That fellow was actually peeking into Noah's dormitory. Although Li Donglei had never contemplated any romantic development with Noah, the knowledge that Gorin was spying on her stirred a sense of discomfort within him, leaving him uncertain whether this feeling stemmed from a common male possessiveness or if he was gradually developing feelings for Noah. When departing, he noticed Gorin's student ID and, with a mischievous grin, tossed it into a more conspicuous location before leaving nonchalantly. That night, Li Donglei brought Noah into his dream, a realm utterly void. It felt like a newly formed space, devoid of anything tangible. Upon entering, Noah remarked, "It is much better now. When it was first created, it was truly empty. I could only perceive the fusion of time and space, unable to discern whether this place was shrouded in darkness or illuminated by light. As my magical prowess ascended to the mid-8th level, light and darkness, along with the 8 elemental forces of water, fire, wind, thunder, earth, and wood, emerged within this space. Look at the vibrant colors now. It has improved significantly." Li Donglei explained with a smile. "The derivation of 8 elemental forces from a space?" Noah mused, intrigued by this extraordinary realm. She softly added, "Yesterday, you shared your magical dream with me. I consulted the magic compendium by my bedside, which mentioned that historically, some spatial mages at the 8th level experienced similar magical dreams, but their dreams were merely void, lacking even the 8 elemental forces, let alone anything else. Thus, few have pursued this magic. Why can yours manifest all 8 elements? This matter has been a topic of discussion between Susan and me. The only distinction between myself and other historical spatial mages is that I have simultaneously trained in martial skills. When I reached the level of a first-tier swordsman, my internal energy manifested that very night, coinciding with the emergence of the 8 elemental forces. Therefore, Susan speculates that this occurrence is due to the influence of my internal energy. Though this remains merely our conjecture, Li Donglei confessed candidly, mastering the notoriously challenging space magic is inherently a slow process. Yet you are the only one studying space magic, while simultaneously learning martial skills. Noah scoffed lightly. "Quite foolish, isn't it?" Li Donglei replied, feeling a bit dejected. Noah chuckled in response. "Has Susan not come?" Noah suddenly recalled, her eyes shining with clarity. Li Donglei smiled mysteriously, saying nothing, but around Noah, an abundance of water elements began to coalesce, gradually forming vivid blue displays between Li Donglei and Noah, their richness surpassing imagination. "Everything here is under my control," Li Donglei declared with pride. "Just think, if you could meditate and study water magic amid such concentrated water elements, your progress would undoubtedly accelerate, and importantly, it would not hinder your rest. During the day, you would remain invigorated, for it feels as though you are in a dream, thus resting. Susan and I often converse here. She resides not far from this place. This spatial magic is truly marvelous, and no wonder you reached the 8th level so swiftly. Meditating in such an optimal environment must have propelled Susan to the 7th level of mage as well." Noah expressed a hint of envy in her tone. Aside from Sophie, this was the first time Li Donglei had heard someone praise spatial magic so openly. "If you wish, You may also meditate here in the evenings." As a gesture of mutual support between classmates, Li Donglei remarked nonchalantly, "May I bring my sister along?" Noah inquired earnestly. Li Donglei felt a twinge of annoyance, still haunted by the shadow of the witch Nolene. Yet he understood that a girl like Noah asking a boy for help was likely to elicit a willing response from anyone if she is agreeable. "I have no objections. After all, it is merely a matter of not crossing paths," he replied. Noah laughed again. "Is it really so exaggerated? My sister is wonderful. You both simply have a misunderstanding. I can help clarify things for you. Do you believe I did not spy on her while she bathed?" Li Donglei asked, suddenly hopeful. Uncertain, she replied, "Then why would you assist me in explaining? If you acknowledge your errors, that is sufficient," Noah replied, leaving Li Donglei momentarily speechless. Humans are never satisfied. The mere opportunity to spend nights with Susan had once been a distant dream for Li Donglei. Yet now he found himself yearning for more. Typically, Susan would engage in studying light magic within his magical dream realm, and whenever he approached to strike up a conversation, she seldom spoke. When silence fell, Li Donglei would quietly exert all his effort to condense light magic elements, aiding Susan in her studies, before departing silently. During such moments, a sense of loss would wash over him, only to be alleviated by Noah's presence. In the magical dream realm, she never meditated. While Li Donglei was with Susan, she would observe from a distance, and when he emerged, she would sit beside him. "Do you think I am handsome?" Li Donglei suddenly blurted out in the dormitory. "Well, you are quite tall and your features are angular." Yuta nodded in agreement. Li Donglei felt no joy from Yuta's praise. He acutely sensed his own lack of masculinity and coolness. Aside from his sharp tongue, he had little else to offer. His magic was ineffectual, martial skills barely initiated, and he understood nothing of other matters. Even without Susan's comments, he felt somewhat inadequate. What kind of things attract young girls? It's a race against time. Isn't Valentine's Day just 20 days away? Li Donglei mused aloud. Upon hearing this, Jalen, who had been lounging on his bed, immediately jumped up and exclaimed, "Learn to play the accordion. You don't need to be a master, just a basic understanding sets you apart, and it exudes a romantic aura. Just imagine, if you were to embrace an accordion outside the girls' dormitory, eyes closed, singing love songs. What girl could possibly resist?" Li Donglei retorted with frustration. "Jalen, I must learn the accordion. If I fail, I might as well not live. You must help me." After a moment of contemplation, Jalen replied, "You scoundrel. It's not that a brother wouldn't help. But everything I know is self-taught that I can play but cannot teach. You'd still need to find a true master to learn properly. Then accompany me to find one. I'm counting on you for the rest of my life." As the capital of Karong, Han Shoqing boasted a myriad of industries, including numerous masters who earned their living teaching music. After searching through many establishments, they finally entered one where the proprietor, with a scruffy beard and long hair reminiscent of a woman, dressed rather shabbily, Jalen remarked, "This fellow is no fool. Just look at his fingerwork. He's definitely a master." Thus, Li Donglei paid 3,000 copper coins for tuition and an additional 1,500 for an accordion, marking the beginning of his formal lessons. This money constituted a significant portion of his finances from the school's support over the past few months, yet Li Donglei felt no regret whatsoever. Unexpectedly, Li Donglei discovered he possessed a musical talent. After just a few attempts, he grasped the basics of chords. Within a week, he was able to play simple tunes. The instructor was delighted, stating that the essence and charm conveyed in Li Donglei's music surpassed even his own. Hard work yields rewards. If only Li Donglei had applied the same dedication to mastering martial skills, he would have likely reached the third tier of swordsman by now. Upon returning to his dormitory each evening, he would first purify himself with incense, then recite a verse. "Wishing to share my innermost thoughts with the zither, yet few understand. When the strings break, who will listen?" Following this, he would practice diligently until the late hours. Even when the other four warriors forcibly expelled him outside for their own slumber, he continued to play, unceasingly honing his craft. The winter winds howled outside, and the chill of the night intensified. His nails split, fingertips bruised, and each touch sent sharp pangs of pain. Soon enough, Li Donglei's accordion lessons came to an end. 3,000 copper coins were only sufficient for 15 days of instruction. And without funds to continue, he prepared to leave. The teacher, reluctant to let him go, grasped Li Donglei's arm, exclaiming, "Young brother, With your level of comprehension, you can surely master this. Your future is limitless. I charge you tuition. We can hone our skills together, Li Donglei thought to himself. What future? Ultimately, I'm just learning to play the accordion. His motivation was to capture Susan's attention, as the time he had previously spent in her magical dream realm had already been compromised significantly. Seeing Li Donglei's determination to depart, the teacher grew agitated. I've never encountered someone so self-defeating. Li Donglei felt a warmth rising within him and grasped the teacher's hand, asserting, everyone has their own aspirations. With just 4 days until Valentine's Day, Li Donglei had long begun his preparations. He secretly practiced the accordion, concealing from Susan the diminishing time he spent in her magical dream realm, all with the intention of presenting something impactful on that day. Starting half a month prior to Valentine's Day, Li Donglei ceased shaving, and by the time the day arrived, he bore a strikingly weathered appearance. Karina, Susan's roommate, specifically informed Li Donglei that Susan intended to remain in the dormitory and would not go out. As they lingered in the dorm until the sun dipped below the horizon and the lights began to twinkle, the brothers, demonstrating their camaraderie, decided to forsake the splendid opportunity to win over the fair maiden. Choosing instead to accompany Li Donglei in a collective venture, in Chapter 38. A radiant bitter smile, Yuta, ever the loyal companion, purchased matching fashionable attire for this group activity. Not only their shoes, but even their socks were identical, creating quite a striking visual from a distance. Taeyong and Jerome exerted themselves, pushing aside the eager suitors congregated below the girls' dormitory to clear a substantial space, while Galen took on the role of conductor. Tasked with setting the atmosphere, Galen, too, bore an accordion, claiming it was to accompany Li Donglei's singing for encouragement. As they prepared to commence, a crowd began to gather, chattering and pointing. Overwhelmed with anxiety, Li Donglei's focus unraveled. His mind blank, redirecting his attention to the pine trees by the entrance and the weathered brick wall. Galen gestured to Li Donglei, signaling that everything was ready. He then called out loudly towards the windows above. Susan, Susan, I love you. Taeyong, Yuta, and Jerome joined the throng, clapping loudly to cheer him on. However, the response from those around was tepid, causing Li Donglei to break into a sweat. Regaining his composure, Li Donglei strummed the strings of the instrument and opened his mouth, his deep baritone resonating softly. The wind stirs the window, rustling the leaves. Dreams wander to distant realms. The moon peeks out, revealing a sliver, while on the ground, someone lies awake. Clouds obscure the light, lengthening the night. The breeze gently caresses your hair, as night closes its eyes and falls silent. I know you are listening to my words. I wish to express that I will love you just a little more. Always whispering in your ear, trust that you too love me, even if just a little, but you have yet to realize Li Donglei believed he was performing adequately, as genuine applause began to echo from the crowd. Many dorm windows opened, including that of room 401. Yet there was an unsettling silence within. Susan's dorm showed no sign of life, an eerie stillness pervading the air. With no retreat left, Li Donglei gritted his teeth and continued to sing. Upon reaching the third verse, Karina hurried down, pulling Li Donglei aside. Li Donglei, Susan said she really likes your song. Thank you. Is that it? Yuta exclaimed in disbelief. Karina cautiously glanced at Li Donglei and handed him a small gift box, whispering, this is from Susan. She hopes you like it. She also mentioned considering you a good friend and isn't ready to discuss feelings just yet. Li Donglei forced a smile, replying, it's all right. At least I made my feelings known today. Who can match this courage? Yet, everyone recognized the truth, for Li Donglei's expression was somewhat dazed as he cast the accordion aside and departed, head bowed under the weight of many gazes. Damn it. What is this? How could it turn out like this? Li Donglei felt a surge of frustration. Jerome wanted to comfort him, but was restrained by Taeyong. After circling the school playground 3 times, Li Donglei had yet to return by midnight. The cold wind felt particularly biting tonight, and more than once, he caught sight of someone behind him pulling their thin jacket tighter, turning around hoarsely. He asked, aren't you going back to rest? A figure emerged from the darkness. Noah, who lowered his head and slowly raised it, tears shimmering in his eyes, yet he shook his head without uttering a word. Go back. I'll stay here and enjoy the breeze. Noah remained still, softly stating, Susan doesn't dislike you. She just doesn't want to rush into feelings. You two will be together in the future. Li Donglei managed a weak smile. stepping closer to meet Noah's gaze, saying, "You fool. Do you know you're terrible at comforting people?" Noah fell silent. "It's late. Let me walk you back to your dorm." With that, Li Donglei made his way toward Noah's dormitory, with Noah following closely. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, they were greeted by a multitude of gifts: stuffed animals, toy bears, little dogs, flowers, food, and love letters scattered about, with many heart-shaped red candles having long since melted. Two girls nearby were chatting and snacking. "Noah, you're finally back." One girl, bundled in thick clothing, waved her hand. "These are all for you. Unfortunately, the last boy left because you weren't here, and your sister received a pair of gifts and is in her dorm." "Exactly," chimed in another chubby girl, mouth full of food. "We kept an eye on these gifts for you. It's been so long. A little snack as a reward isn't too much to ask, right?" Noah stamped her foot in frustration, slightly complaining. "You ate them. How am I supposed to return them? I don't want any to." Li Donglei felt a pang in his heart, suddenly reminded of Susan. Perhaps his actions tonight were not what she desired. He stepped forward, nonchalantly sitting on a large teddy bear, then casually grabbed a snack and began to eat. Noah watched him silently. Li Donglei handed her an elegantly packaged box of sweet cakes, saying, "Happy Valentine's Day. This is for you. Let me know if it tastes good." Noah's eyes brightened as she accepted the treat and sat beside him. "Eat up. If someone gifted it, why not enjoy it?" Li Donglei encouraged with a smile. Noah nodded, gently unwrapping the sweet cake and offering Li Donglei a piece first. The other two girls discreetly excused themselves. "Whenever I'm down on my luck, you're always by my side." "Thank you." Li Donglei suddenly expressed heartfelt gratitude. Noah's face flushed slightly, remaining silent. She rarely ate much, typically taking a piece whenever Li Donglei unwrapped something, nibbling slowly, making it take a long time to finish. She wouldn't even glance at the food Li Donglei left unopened, which made him feel somewhat guilty. "You, a stunning beauty, the only one among the campus's top 10 beauties without a boyfriend, have spent this significant Valentine's Day with me." "I feel somewhat—" "No, that's not it," Noah interrupted, a rare interjection before falling silent again. Li Donglei removed his jacket and draped it over Noah's shoulders. With his mood dampened, he spoke little, while Noah was naturally quiet too. They mostly sat in silence, quietly passing the latter half of the night together. As dawn broke the following day, Li Donglei reflected on the night. His spirits lifted considerably despite the lack of full understanding. He gently patted the weary Noah, saying, "You haven't slept all night. Go rest." Noah nodded. Li Donglei turned to leave. Li Donglei. Noah hesitated, wanting to speak, he glanced back at her, the morning light illuminating his smile. It is said that dawn symbolizes hope. You should be happy. Rest assured, I've decided to dedicate myself to mastering martial arts and magic, leaving all other trivial matters behind." With that, Li Donglei flashed a brilliant yet bittersweet smile before departing. Noah returned a radiant smile of her own. Chapter 39. A mistaken theft. It had been many days since Li Donglei last saw Xiaolong. Previously, he had forgotten to search for him amidst his piano lessons. Upon returning to the dorm and awakening from a deep slumber, he noticed a significant absence of Xiaolong snoring at his bedside. Xiaolong, both gluttonous and slothful, had not been seen for several days. Nor had he appeared in the cafeteria to charm food from others. Something was amiss. Due to their spiritual connection, Li Donglei found it easy to locate Xiaolong, sensing his general whereabouts. When he finally lifted the plump dragon, he was met with a shocking revelation. Xiaolong had advanced to level 4. Xiaolong was an ascending dragon, a king among beasts, and the energy required for such an upgrade was several times that needed for a typical beast. Yet, within a mere 20 days, he had risen from level 3 to level 4. "You stole again," Li Donglei exclaimed in horror. Xiaolong could only utter a few simple phrases but understood Li Donglei's intent. It flashed a toothy grin, acknowledging its misdeed with a nod. "Stolen goods, are they?" Li Donglei's first instinct was to hurry and bury the contraband before educating Xiaolong. Xiaolong extended its chubby paws, mimicking the act of digging a hole on the dormitory floor to bury. Then feigned a pitiful expression, looking up at Li Donglei as if fearing his anger. In a surprising mimicry of Li Donglei, it consumed the magic crystal core on top and buried the leftovers. Li Donglei felt overwhelmed but refrained from scolding Xiaolong. The dragon was his companion brought from Ziyu's star, and his feelings for it transcended mere owner and beast, evolving into a deeper bond of friendship and loyalty. In this world, only Xiaolong would unhesitatingly fight for him without reservation. However, Aside from providing Little Long with morsels of meat, Li Donglei is incapable of offering anything else. Without Little Long, he would have perished from hunger amidst the ruins long ago. Yet, Li Donglei's roasted meat merely satiates Little Long's appetite. What Little Long truly requires is energy. Alas, it's futile to explain this to you. Li Donglei cradled Little Long and gently tapped its diminutive head, conceding that if he must resort to theft, so be it. Those who can afford magical robes and wands are invariably nobility. In a sense, he considers himself a Robin Hood of sorts, redistributing wealth from the rich to the poor. If discovered, he would simply flee and abandon his studies, for there is little knowledge to be gained when one can barely afford a meal. When Li Donglei uttered these words, the first names that sprang to mind were Yuta, Susan, Noah, along with Galen, Taiyang, and Jerome. Perhaps within the walls of Karen Academy, these few friends were the only ones Li Donglei held dear. Did Li Donglei genuinely wish to leave Karen Academy? Clearly not. Each day bore the monotony of revising lessons by day and meditating on magic by night. Yet he found no disappointment in this routine. The witch Norlin, upon hearing that the dreamscape for cultivating magic belonged to Li Donglei, promptly declined, much to his amusement. For half a day, Little Long's body could expand and contract, even taking to the skies, providing perfect conditions for thievery, bolstered by 3 years of rich experience in the ruins. Although the nobility had grown cautious upon hearing whispers of theft, with so many nobles in Karen, there would inevitably be a few who let their guard down, allowing Little Long to succeed repeatedly. Nevertheless, the school was increasingly vigilant about the matter. The principal, the legendary Sword Emperor Carter, had reportedly resolved to take matters into his own hands when the thieves proved elusive, which caused Li Donglei to break into a cold sweat. How about you introduce me to them? That evening, within the dormitory, Li Donglei and his 3 companions habitually chatted long into the night. Their discussions invariably revolved around 3 topics: matters related to magic, beautiful women, and the political landscape of the continent. The focal point of their conversations about beauty was Li Donglei, as he had grown quite close to the campus belle. Noah. When it came to magic, everyone expressed their opinions freely, while Galen, the self-appointed political commentator, aspired to be a statesman, despite merely serving as class monitor. This time, however, they were not alone. Taiyang's good friend, Purvis, the 4th-level swordsman whom Li Donglei had encountered in the ruins, had come specifically to seek an introduction to Norlin. "I've told you before, I know Noah, but I'm not familiar with Norlin," Li Donglei lamented, feeling frustrated at the prospect of being a matchmaker, especially for the little sorceress. "Surely not, big guy. They are sisters and in the same class. With you being so close to her sister, how could Norlin possibly ignore you? You don't intend to court both sisters, do you? That would be quite scandalous," Purvis remarked incredulously. "You're absolutely right. Norlin has never been kind to me," Li Donglei replied. At that moment, Galen suddenly interjected, "Wow, what splendid weather we have today. The sky is clear, and a gentle breeze invigorates the spirit." Purvis looked at Galen quizzically. "What are you talking about? It's nighttime." However, the expressions of Li Donglei, Yuta, Jerome, and Taiyang changed dramatically, and they rushed out of the dormitory, relief flooding over them as if they had narrowly escaped disaster. Soon enough, Purvis followed suit. "Oh dear, creator above, your flatulence is truly foul. In this urgent situation, there was no time to explain. This was merely a signal that Galen was about to pass gas. Purvis's friend." Taiyang expressed his helplessness, noting that only Galen remained inside the dormitory. While it was typical for anyone to occasionally pass gas, for some unknown reason, Galen's flatulence was exceptionally pungent and alarmingly silent. Li Donglei and his friends had suffered greatly from it. After several serious political discussions, the 5 companions had reached a consensus. Whenever Galen needed to relieve himself, they would first compliment the weather, allowing Li Donglei and the others to escape. Naturally, Purvis was unaware of these signals and bravely faced his demise, though he would think twice before attempting to enter Li Donglei's dormitory again. After a considerable time, Galen, hoarse from shouting, finally declared 6 times that the stench had dissipated before Taiyang volunteered to re-enter. Then came Purvis, Jerome, and just as Li Donglei was about to follow, Yuta stopped him. "Li Donglei, what is that on your familiar's head?" Upon hearing this, Li Donglei turned to see Little Long, with its rotund body swaying and a mischievous grin on its face, approaching him while wearing a small, clean white cloth atop its head. Furrowing his brow, Li Donglei approached and lifted the cloth, only to be astounded to find it was a snug little garment. clearly belonging to a female doe. My dear dragon, I could overlook you stealing magical energy cores, but this, you'll get me killed. Li Donglei lamented, nearly in tears. Little Long, however, persisted in its childlike voice, repeating, serve the bed, serve the bed. Li Donglei turned to Yuta, who was looking at him with incredulity and extreme disdain. Hush! Li Donglei immediately gestured for silence, whispering, by the heavens, this ISNT am I doing? Please, don't let it out. My goodness! Yuta suddenly exclaimed that Yuta's outburst drew the attention of everyone in the dormitory. You are far more shameless than I am. I shall henceforth acknowledge you as my leader. Whose property did you pilfer? It wouldn't happen to be Noah's, would it? Purvis chortled with a mischievous grin. Ugh, I've said it 100 times, it's not my concern. How would I know whose it is? Li Donglei cried in despair, while Little Long irresponsibly dozed off, needing to sleep to accelerate the absorption of energy from the magical energy cores it had consumed. You can't possibly tell me a dragon has an interest in women, especially a juvenile dragon. Just look at the state you've brought this noble creature to. It's a delinquent child. Taiyang said with disdain. Li Donglei, somewhat irritated, raised a finger and insisted, for the 101st time, this is not my concern. I still have my doubts, brother. You should boldly admit it. We, your wolf friends, would take pride in you. Yuta swiftly betrayed Li Donglei, though it was unclear if he was encouraging or mocking him. Li Donglei rolled his eyes, choosing to ignore him as he gazed hopefully at class monitor Galen, seeking a modicum of trust. Ahem. Well, since you've already stolen it, if Donglei has regrets or doesn't wish for others to know, I suggest you have your familiar discreetly return it. We've discussed this for so long. It's already late. If you go quietly, no one will be the wiser. Damn it. You don't believe me either, Li Donglei exclaimed in frustration, yet Galen's suggestion was indeed reasonable if he secretly returned it. Perhaps everything could be forgotten as if it had never occurred. Li Donglei shook the sleeping Little Long until it roused, and after some shaking, it finally awoke, its face reflecting the confusion of a human. Yet it complied with Li Donglei's wishes. Li Donglei are going to? Galen asked in surprise. You wouldn't have me let Little Long run around with that on its head, would you? If someone sees, I'd be doomed. I'll keep it in my pocket and, upon arriving at the dormitory entrance, hand it over to Little Long when the coast is clear. Li Donglei explained matter-of-factly. The four of them shared a knowing glance and burst into laughter. Li Donglei, utterly exasperated, chose to ignore them and stealthily led Little Long out of the boys' dormitory that were all big perverts. Donglei is the Wolf King. Take care, O leader. Having walked quite a distance, Li Donglei could not discern the first line being sung due to the off-key rendition. However, he clearly heard the second line, sung by none other than Yuta, who boasted the loudest voice among the four. Yuta, you fatso. Li Donglei cursed as they walked. It was already late at night. All the rooms were dark, and the academy lay in silence. Following Little Long's guidance, Li Donglei concealed himself behind a decorative rock in front of the girls' dormitory, where Noah resided. After careful observation for a while, without any unusual occurrences, he retrieved the small white garment and handed it to Little Long. Chapter 40. Fleeing expressing its intent, Little Long cutely uttered 2 words, serve the bed, yet stubbornly refused to move. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to have fallen asleep, likely due to having consumed too many energy cores, necessitating quick rest for energy absorption. Li Donglei furrowed his brow, following Little Long's gaze and realizing it was directed toward Noah's dormitory. Connecting the dots with Little Long's repeated phrase, he suddenly understood. This must be a personal item belonging to Noah or Norlin. After all, when Li Donglei was once mercilessly beaten by Norlin, he had grumbled about making her serve him daily, never anticipating that Little Long had remembered by the sun, having suffered such a grave loss last time. Consider this my revenge, Li Donglei muttered under his breath. And as he contemplated the possibility that this might belong to the thieving sorceress Norlin, his feelings of guilt were momentarily alleviated. Fine, if you, the thieving dragon, are unwilling to return it, I shall go myself. After uttering these words, Li Donglei flickered several times and stealthily arrived at the 3rd floor, where Noah and her companions resided. One must admit that space mages possess considerable potential as thieves. At the very least, this flickering ability proves exceptionally useful. Standing at the entrance of Noah's dormitory, Li Donglei listened intently, noting only the rhythmic breathing of several women within. Overjoyed, he silently pushed the door open and stepped inside. unconcerned about startling the four occupants. As they were all mages and lacked the sharp senses of swordsmen, the girl's room was infused with a delicate fragrance, reminiscent of orchids and musk, intoxicating in its allure. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the interior with clarity. To the left, Noah and Norland slumbered in their respective beds, one above the other, while the other two girls, also elite classmates, occupied the beds on the right. However, Li Donglei sadly realized that while he found the two girls familiar, he could not recall their names, having missed too many classes. In the moonlight, Noah's serene sleeping posture radiated grace, her exquisite features exuding an air of dignity and purity. In stark contrast, Norland's sleeping position was rather unrefined. The light blanket she had once covered herself with lay discarded on the floor, her slumber appearing innocent and endearing. Suddenly, Li Donglei recognized a dilemma. While he was certain that the small garment belonged to this dormitory, he had no idea whose it was or where it should be placed. Clutching the small piece of white fabric, he glanced at the sleeping beauties, feeling utterly conflicted. With no other recourse, he randomly conjectured and stuffed the white fabric beneath Norland's magical robe. Yet, as soon as his hand brushed against the robe, an icy sensation enveloped him, and the room was suddenly flooded with a surge of water magic elements, paralyzing Li Donglei instantly, bathing the entire room in a blue luminescence. This is disastrous. The robe has a spell of restriction, Li Donglei lamented. The sudden influx of magical energy roused the four sleeping beauties, who opened their eyes almost simultaneously, upon seeing a man standing frozen in the room. A look of instinctive terror crossed their faces. However, recognition dawned when they realized it was Li Donglei, eliciting a mix of fear and astonishment, particularly from Norland, who recalled him as the lecherous individual who had once spied on her while she bathed. The worst possible scenarios flashed through her mind, nearly causing her to faint. Yet, upon noticing Li Donglei's trembling form, she remembered that he was merely paralyzed, which offered her a slight sense of calm. A scream erupted from the girl in the lower right bunk, but fortunately, Norland gestured for silence. "Ts already paralyzed. There's no need for shouting. That would be rather embarrassing," Norland said, her expression one of smug satisfaction. "Li Donglei?" The moonlight obscured Noah's expression, but her eyes dimmed with concerned awe. "My apologies." Li Donglei grinned mischievously at the sorceress Norland. "You despicable rogue, shameless scoundrel." Norland's eyes blazed with fury. "How can you still have the audacity to say that? You assaulted me without any justification, claiming I had spied on you while bathing," Li Donglei retorted indignantly. "Recalling the past with equal eye, our Iato come at this hour into our girls' dormitory and insist you didn't spy on anyone. Is there a precedent for such behavior?" The girl in the upper left bunk scoffed disdainfully. "He is the thief who stole the magical robe. He triggered my spell of restriction that we should report him to the academic office." "No, let's hand him over to the city guard," Norland exclaimed, pointing at Li Donglei with excitement. Simultaneously, each of them recalled their own magical robes and staves, sighing in relief upon confirming their safety. Li Donglei too breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the little dragon had stolen someone else's magical crystal core and, in a moment of good spirits, had also taken Norland's clothing to in the outside world. The ratio of nobles to commoners was 1 to 10,000. However, at Carlin Academy, it was nearly 1 to 1,000, almost reversed. It was rare to find impoverished children like Li Donglei, who lacked even a single magical robe. For someone to possess only one magical robe or staff was considered quite destitute. Li Donglei hurriedly explained, "I am actually here to return this." Following his gaze, the four girls finally noticed the intimate piece of clothing in his hand. "You are utterly shameless, completely without dignity. You are simply perverse." Norland launched a tirade of insults, while the other three remained silent, though Li Donglei could feel their disdainful gazes upon him. "Alas, yet again I am wrongfully accused that I came to return something, and yet you have tarnished my reputation so thoroughly. Do you even care about your garment?" Li Donglei said irritably. That is mine," Noah admitted, somewhat embarrassed, from the upper bunk. Li Donglei found himself momentarily stunned. He felt no guilt towards Norland, but regarding Noah, the awkwardness lingered for 2 seconds. And not daring to meet Noah's gaze, he looked down and flickered away, vanishing in an instant. It was no longer their first encounter, and having reached the 8th level of spatial magic, Li Donglei's resistance to the 8 elemental forces had significantly increased. A level 4 freezing restriction could hardly hold him for long. You big rogue, wretched scoundrel, Norlin cursed once more. Her voice was so loud that it could likely be heard throughout the entire Carlin Academy. Arriving at the foam mountain in front of the girls' dormitory, Li Donglei picked up the slumbering little dragon and prepared to flee. He had long anticipated that the little dragon's theft would eventually be discovered, and he himself would need to escape. If the sorceress worried about losing face, it would be best to handle the situation discreetly. However, if she were to fly into a rage, he might as well let her vent her frustrations before making his escape. Had it not been for Norlin's insistence on turning him over to the academic office and the city guard, Li Donglei would not have decided to run away. He would never have acted with such blatant disregard for the sorceress. Especially in front of NOA.IN a flicker. He jumped to the top of the towering wall of Carlin Academy, and with another flicker, he exited the school without passing through the gates, all in silence. Generally, one could utilize spatial flickering in any direction, including upwards. While the theory was sound, performing an upward flicker required meticulous control of spatial magic that a slight error could result in a fall that could cause injury or even death. It appeared that he had mastered flickering with remarkable precision. Suddenly, a deep, resonant voice emerged from the shadows. Startling Li Donglei, he beheld an elderly man clad in a golden noble's robe, slightly hunched and appearing frail. How could such a seemingly weak old man have approached Li Donglei without his notice, especially since he was, after all, an 8th-level mage? From the same direction, another figure emerged, lean and with a gray robe. Appearing to be around 60 years old, his eyes gleaming like a wolf in the night, radiating sharpness, it was none other than the principal, Sword Emperor Carter. Good evening, Principal. Good evening, sir, Li Donglei greeted with a fa of calmness. His heart unflinching. Young man, what brings you out at such a late hour? The elderly noble inquired with a smile. Oh, the weather is fine, the stars are bright, and I could not resist the temptation to take a stroll. Li Donglei replied vaguely. However, Principal Carter's expression turned grave under the moonlight as he stated, "You, student, are still being dishonest at this hour. You are likely not far from your demise. Do you think I'm frightened?" What a jest! Principal Carter stepped closer, his voice cold as he declared, "In the past 13 days, you have incited your phantom beast to steal 32 level 4 magical crystal cores, 7 level 5 cores, and 1 each of level 6 and 7 cores, resulting in the destruction of 39 precious magical robes and staves. The stolen goods are buried in a large hole at the edge of the Moorland Mountains. The value of those 39 magical robes and staves is so great that turning you over to the city guard would suffice to execute a commoner like you 1,000 times over. Not to mention that all of your thefts were from the privileged offspring of powerful nobles. Tonight, you trespassed into the girls' dormitory and harassed the daughter of Duke Galeen, which implies a suspicion of misconduct. Should this charge be substantiated, you could be executed 10 times over. Do you truly believe you can escape such a fate? Principal, you cannot slander me so, Li Donglei retorted, though you are skilled enough to track my movements without my knowledge. Do not presume that I am defenseless. The academic office reported only 6 lost magical robes, and all were level 4 cores. Where do these 39 come from? As for tonight's incident, I swear upon my conscience that if you were tracking me, you would know the full context of the events. How could I harbor any intention of misconduct? You truly are relentless. Since the first magical robe went missing, I have conducted a discreet investigation that I am fully aware of over 30 stolen treasures, and their owners. It is merely this thieving dragon who specializes in pilfering from the elite class of the second year. Those individuals have a sense of pride and do not report their losses, simply acquiring replacements as if nothing occurred. Only 6 reported to the academic office. Do you wish for me to summon the remaining 33 to confront you directly? Moreover, considering your actions tonight, it is not unreasonable to suspect you of misconduct. Damn it. Li Donglei inwardly cursed vehemently, yet when confronted by the formidable 10th-level Sword Emperor, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. "Heh, you're merely scaring the children," remarked the serene noble elder with a gentle smile, who had remained silent until now. "I have been discreetly observing you. While your theory of taxing the rich to aid the poor may seem somewhat forced, it is evident that your heart is not wicked. As for tonight's, it truly has nothing to do with you. We are here to assist you. Otherwise, we would have captured you long ago. Is it truly so good?" Li Donglei questioned, a hint of disbelief in his voice. In fact, I was prepared to apprehend you when I lost my second magical robe, but it was this gentleman who stopped me. He claimed he would compensate for the lost robe and staff. And even I am unsure why. You should have a word with him. Principal Carter spoke, strolling into the darkness of the night. Only Li Donglei and the noble elder remained, leaving Li Donglei momentarily at a loss for words. The weather is splendid today, with the sky aglow with stars. Shall we take a stroll? The noble elder proposed with a smile. Li Donglei felt a flush of embarrassment. It was indeed a clear night. Yet only the moon shone brightly, devoid of stars. His earlier claims of a starry sky were mere fabrications. The two walked side by side. I had anticipated that your spatial magic had reached the 8th level. Would you be so kind as to share your training methods? The elder inquired seemingly casually. I practice every night and train in swordsmanship during the day. As for my rapid progress, there are likely many reasons. But to elaborate would be quite complicated, Li Donglei admitted candidly. Perhaps this is what they call destiny. The elder chuckled, then continued. But why did you choose spatial magic? Are you not aware that it pales in comparison to other forms of magic? Well, my master is a spatial magician. When he first taught me, I was utterly ignorant of the magics and martial skills of this world, and I learned rather muddled, Li Donglei replied with a self-deprecating smile. The elder chuckled again, adding, Fate. Why do you wish to assist me? Li Donglei finally posed the question. Perhaps by helping you today, you might be able to aid humanity in the future. You may not understand this now. But remember, never claim to be an 8th-level spatial magician, and avoid using spatial magic unless absolutely necessary. The elder's final words were laden with gravity. Why? Li Donglei inquired, perplexed. Because there exists a powerful force outside that does not wish to see humanity grow strong. Especially not formidable spatial magicians. If you reveal your brilliance, you may invite peril upon yourself. For now, you are merely at school. There is still time. Li Donglei, seeing the elder's serious demeanor, remained silent, awaiting further explanation. I have already spoken with Carter. From now on, you will be a student in the elite martial class at Carlin Academy. All records of your magical activities at the school will be completely erased. Remember, you are merely a swordsman. If you need to study spatial magic, you may forego martial classes. The reality of leaving the elite magical class dawned upon him. Li Donglei remained in stunned silence. Also, ensure that your familiar does not continue to pilfer magical energy cores. If it persists, I cannot bear the cost, nor can it steal certain items from girls. It would be quite embarrassing for me. The elder added, eliciting a sheepish scratch of the head from Li Donglei. Is your familiar truly an advancing beast? The elder suddenly inquired with curiosity. Li Donglei glanced at the elder, uncertain whether to disclose the truth. If it were not, it would not require so much energy. Yet if it were, having consumed so many magical energy cores, it should have already reached the 7th or even 8th level. Why then was it barely on the cusp of being a 5th-level familiar? The elder, unfazed, continued speaking. It should be considered as such. Li Donglei murmured in response. I hope you cultivate spatial magic. However, I am unfamiliar with magic and cannot assist you. Yet, if you conceal your identity as a swordsman, I can teach you a method that not only accelerates your martial training, but also prevents your familiar from thieving, allowing it to absorb energy instead. Would you be willing? The elder smiled. Absolutely. Where else could I find such a wonderful opportunity? Li Donglei exclaimed with a mischievous grin, revealing his true nature. The elder chuckled, saying, Tonight, your familiar consumed 5 magical energy cores, if it is indeed an advancing beast. It will certainly reach the 5th level after fully absorbing them. A 5th-level familiar can bond with its master, and the benefits of such a bond are beyond my need to elaborate. You will soon experience them firsthand. What I wish to convey is that your familiar is a dragon. Dragons possess dragon pearls, and it should have one as well. The dragon pearl is akin to other familiars' magical energy cores. As long as your familiar bonds with you, its dragon pearl can either absorb or transfer power to you. When you cultivate your fighting spirit, ensure that at each peak of your training, the dragon pearl absorbs all the energy without leaving a trace. By continuously training in martial skills and generating fighting spirit, your dragon will be able to absorb energy without resorting to thievery of magical energy cores. And what of me? Li Donglei asked eagerly, feeling as though he was gaining more than he had anticipated. You will naturally benefit as well. You know why continuous combat enhances a person's strength so rapidly. Li Donglei shook his head. The fighting spirit resides within the body, distributed like a network. Each line of this network resembles a retractable tube. When your fighting spirit reaches its peak, the tube becomes taut, making expansion difficult, thus slowing your training. However, if you draw out all the fighting spirit each time it reaches its limit, the tube will relax, allowing you to train anew and tighten the tube again. This cycle of tension and relaxation will rapidly expand the tube, resulting in the swiftest training speed. In essence, each time I let the dragon pearl absorb fighting spirit, it is akin to experiencing a fierce battle. This method will significantly accelerate your training speed. This theory resembles the meridians described in martial arts novels, Li Donglei remarked, nodding in agreement. Suddenly recalling a Taoist saying about balance in nature, the elder shook his head, stating, although it resembles the rapid improvement seen in battle, this form of training cannot compare to the reality of combat, especially life and death struggles. Only when confronted with death can humanity's unparalleled potential be unleashed. The experiences forged in iron and blood, the aura of mastery cultivated in such scenes, the indomitable will to fight, and the unwavering belief in victory are unattainable through ordinary training. These aspects are the very soul of a warrior. Though Li Donglei had yet to experience this firsthand, he profoundly agreed. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse could never rival one that endured the storm and snow, with the latter possessing far more vitality. Elder, I have another question, Li Donglei said, gazing at the elder before continuing. The little dragon is of noble dragon lineage. Why is no one vying for it? Ha ha ha. You think too much. Ordinary dragons have lifespans of 3,000 to 4,000 years. Your dragon is akin to a 3 or 4-year-old child among humans. What use would it be to others? It will take at least 1,000 years for it to reach maturity, by which time we will likely have turned to dust. Currently, it is so feeble, merely at the 5th level. Those nobles can easily acquire a 7th level familiar without risking their status to compete with you. Of course, if they discover that your dragon is an advancing beast, the situation may change, as advancing beasts can grow rapidly if provided with the necessary energy. Li Donglei nodded in understanding. Unbeknownst to them, the two had circled the school, and as they completed their walk, the first light of dawn began to appear in the east. Daylight is approaching. After conversing with you for so long, I sense that beneath your seemingly carefree exterior lies a yearning for strength and ambition. Which is sufficient? Your path cannot be dictated by others. It must be forged by your own efforts. Li Donglei smiled foolishly and said, Thank you, Elder, for your assistance. May I have your address? Although it may be presumptuous, I wish to find a chance to repay your kindness in the future. Heh, as I've said, as long as you possess a kind and righteous heart and diligently study spatial magic, that will be the greatest repayment to me. That I must take my leave now. Regarding the accusations of theft concerning the magical robe and staff, I will arrange for someone to take the fall for you. However, I cannot assist you with that girl's matter. You must resolve it on your own. And a farewell. Li Donglei scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. The youthfulness of it all, the elder exclaimed, suddenly accelerating his pace and vanishing into the shadows within mere breaths. Left with nothing to say, Li Donglei cradled the slumbering little dragon and made his way back to the dormitory. However, in the dead of night, with such a loud voice from Nolene, it is likely that more than one person is aware of his unauthorized intrusion into the girls' dormitory, given the popularity of Noah and Nolene among the boys. Li Donglei walks with a sense of trepidation. There is no need to ponder. Nolene must be utterly furious with him at this moment. If she discovers that he dares to linger at Carlin Academy, it would be strange if she doesn't immediately hunt him down for a confrontation. Chapter 42. Duel. On his way to the dormitory, many students cast peculiar glances his way, whispering behind his back. Li Donglei can easily guess what they are gossiping about, that he has now become a notorious figure at Carlin Academy, his reputation sullied to the extreme, and all news concerning him must be negative. When he flashed a smile at a beautiful girl, he was met with a disdainful roll of the eyes and a sharp retort. Pervert. A simple, benevolent smile had been misconstrued as lewdness. Perhaps it would be best for him to maintain a stern demeanor while walking. As he approached the entrance of his dormitory building, Li Donglei suddenly sensed something amiss. The students here appeared to be overly concentrated, and many bore expressions akin to spectators at a show. Damn pervert. You finally emerged. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Li Donglei lamented internally as Nolene emerged from a nearby moon gate, her face a mask of frost. Noah also wore a stern expression, clearly disappointed with Li Donglei's nocturnal escapade, and a dozen girls trailed closely behind them. Cough. Cough. So it's the unparalleled beauty and unparalleled intellect of Miss Nolene. Do you require my assistance? Li Donglei feigned indifference with a smile. Nolene gritted her teeth and said, Damn pervert, spare me your smirks. You know why I've sought you out. Today, we will settle this once and for all. Seeing the dire situation, Li Donglei attempted to flee, only to realize that the onlookers had intentionally or unintentionally blocked his escape route. Nolene, I believe we have no grievances between us. Why are you obstructing my path today? Li Donglei boldly asserted, assuming Nolene was too embarrassed to reveal the incident of her being disrespected. What he did not realize was that after Nolene's irrational outburst last night, not only her dormitory, but also many surrounding students were privy to the details. And among the boys, numerous admirers of the sisters began to speculate wildly upon hearing whispers. Various versions of the story circulated, and upon hearing these rumors, both Noah and Nolene were utterly mortified. Early in the morning, she had gathered her friends to wait at the entrance of Li Donglei's dormitory. You shameless rogue, even 1,000 cuts would not assuage the hatred I bear in my heart. At this moment, Nolene was exceedingly agitated, her right hand gripping her wand so tightly that the blue veins were clearly visible. Regaining her composure, she declared formally, I, Hung Ai, Ku, Nolene, hereby challenge you to a duel in the name of the Creator God. Is that even allowed? Li Donglei was left speechless. This was indeed troubled. He immediately adopted a demeanor of unwavering resolve and replied solemnly, In the name of the Creator God, I, Xiuxing, Li Donglei. Do not accept your challenge. That to back down from a woman's challenge is the mark of a coward. Indeed, the act of retreating while invoking the Creator God's name is a blasphemy against the divine. Several boys in the audience began to stoke the flames of the situation. Nolene had never encountered such a brazen refusal and momentarily found herself at a loss for words that in the face of the crisis. However, Li Donglei remained calm, saying, This duel was proposed unilaterally by you. I have the right to decline. Nolene retorted, You have no choice. If you do not duel me, I will not let you leave. Li Donglei replied, I have no desire to engage in a fight for no reason. What era are we in? Peace is the trend of history and the inevitable course of development. At that moment, Li Donglei spotted Susan, whose expression was equally grim, having heard a plethora of negative rumors about him overnight. Yuta, Galen, and Taeyong also arrived, drawn by the commotion. Li Donglei approached Galen and whispered, as our class leader, You should mediate this internal conflict. Seriously? You want me to clean up your mess? Look at the situation today. What am I supposed to say? Galen lamented. Li Donglei, undeterred, called out to Nolene, We are all students of the elite class. Our class leader has something to say. The crowd's attention swiftly shifted to Galen, who felt the heat of Nolene's fiery glare upon him, leaving him utterly uncomfortable. I want to say that what Li Donglei is about to say is what I wish to convey. Everyone, please direct your questions to him. Damn it. Li Donglei was left utterly speechless. Shameless rogue, do not think you can evade this. Regardless of whether you accept the duel, I will kill you. I am going on the offensive. As she spoke, Nolene raised her wand high. The atmosphere became tense, and more students gathered, encircling the scene, their numbers continually increasing. Among the crowd were Noah and Nolene's fervent admirers, who harbored a strong animosity towards Li Donglei and were prepared to fight if necessary. Li Donglei glanced at the murderous intent emanating from Noah and remarked, Is it really necessary to go this far? Must we truly resort to a life-or-death struggle? Noah raised her wand and declared, You shameless rogue, today, it is either you or me. Li Donglei rubbed his nose, feeling vexed. Then it seems it is you who will be left behind. Noah addressed the crowd. Did you all hear? This rogue is prepared to wager his life. If I kill him, it will be no fault of mine. Damn it. When did I ever say that? Li Donglei protested loudly. Yet, Nolene had already begun to wave her wand, softly murmuring an incantation, and a barrage of gleaming eye spikes hurtled toward Li Donglei. He did not dare to underestimate the threat. Swiftly dodging out of the attack's range, taking a step back, he shouted, Wait, don't think that just because I often skip class, I know nothing. Fighting at the dormitory in trance violates school rules. Do you wish to be expelled? I certainly do not. Carlin Academy permits students to duel, but to ensure the safety of the participants, duels must occur in designated arenas supervised by teachers. Otherwise, expulsion is the penalty. With no way to avoid the duel, Li Donglei had no choice but to comply. At least with a teacher present, he could ensure his safety. All right, let us go now, Nolene declared, striding toward the playground. Noah cast a glance at Li Donglei, then lowered her head, not uttering a word as she followed her sister, trailed by a group of onlookers. I'll go fetch a powerful teacher to officiate. Ensuring your safety. Realizing that Li Donglei was unable to cast even a basic attack or defense spell, Yuta quickly dashed toward the office. Wolf leader, you will be the first from our dormitory to sacrifice yourself for lust. Your comrades will remember you. Taiyang seized every opportunity to taunt Li Donglei. Get lost, you son. Li Donglei snapped back in irritation. Susan forced a smile, then turned to leave, clearly uninterested in witnessing the duel. Li Donglei, helpless, realized that his misdeeds from the previous night were swiftly catching up to him. He took the little dragon back to his dormitory, laid it on his bed, and then, along with Galen, Taiyang, and Pufus, walked towards the duel arena. The arena was essentially a square space measuring 10 zhang, resembling a boxing ring, but significantly larger. By the time Li Donglei arrived, it was already packed with spectators, the majority of whom were supporters of Nilin. As soon as Li Donglei appeared, a chorus of jeers erupted. Damn it, my reputation is ruined. I've truly become infamous this time. Li Donglei cursed under his breath. Before long, the referee teacher summoned by Yuta arrived, and upon seeing the esteemed referee, Li Donglei felt an overwhelming urge to commit murder. The Ice Queen, an 8th level water mage, possesses formidable power. She will undoubtedly ensure your safety. Moreover, both water and light magic are adept at healing spells, so even if you are injured, you need not fear. What do you think? Yuta said with a proud expression. Damn, it's a miracle she doesn't intend to kill me. Li Donglei lamented, on the verge of tears. Just as he was feeling bored, the Ice Queen announced, I will serve as the referee for this duel. She smiled upon seeing Li Donglei and Nualin in the arena. Her expression relaxed. Please, teacher, announce the start. Nualin bowed to the Ice Queen and stated, All right, I trust you are both aware of the rules of the duel, so let us. I'm not aware. This is my first duel. Li Donglei spoke immediately. Bing Shan gazed at this individual who had once embarrassed her, displaying no sign of unease, and smiled as she remarked, Weapons may be employed in the duel, but phantom beasts are prohibited. No assistance is allowed, and one must refrain from using excessive force. Admitting defeat, being thrown out of the arena, or losing combat capability all constitute a loss in the duel. Realization dawned on Li Donglei, a smirk gracing his face, leaving Yuta and the others perplexed. Well then, if you are all prepared, let us commence, Bing Shan declared before stepping out of the arena, appearing as though she were an audience member eager for entertainment. Nualin, undeterred, raised her magic staff and began to chant a level 4 attack spell. A colossal ice spear, 3 zhang in length, rapidly materialized, and without hesitation, Nualin directed the ice spear toward Li Donglei's heart. Li Donglei smirked, executing a blink to evade and positioning himself outside the arena. However, despite the diminished power of the ice spear compared to an ice cone, it remained controllable, relentlessly pursuing Li Donglei. You wretched girl, do you truly wish to kill me? Li Donglei shouted in exasperation, dodging once more as he reappeared on the opposite side of the arena. He called out to the icy beauty. Teacher, I have exited the arena. Will you not declare the duel concluded? It was only then that the referee, the icy beauty Nasi, realized Li Donglei had indeed lost, evidently a deliberate ploy on his part. The battle has only just begun. Teacher believes this is merely a minor oversight on your part, and I shall allow you to continue competing, Bing Shan stated, her expression one of unwavering support. I do not permit this, Li Donglei protested. Yet, with the referee refusing to announce the outcome, the match was to continue. Even more vexing was that Nualin's ice spear continued its relentless pursuit of Li Donglei, forcing him to blink away twice in the span of their conversation. Stop. Is it not enough for me to admit defeat? He bellowed as he took the stage. To concede without a genuine fight is the act of a coward and a violation of the knightly spirit. It is forbidden, Bing Shan replied, devoid of sympathy. You ice-cold vixen, is it truly so harsh for merely embracing you? Li Donglei retorted in anger. The students below were taken aback. Disbelief etched upon their faces. Nasi, renowned as the most beautiful teacher at Karen Academy, was typically referred to solely as the Icy Beauty, a moniker she rather enjoyed. Yet today, someone audaciously dared to address her as the Icy Vixen in front of so many. Even more intolerable was the fact that this rogue had publicly divulged the incident of their prior embrace. Nasi's fury surged, threatening to explode as she grappled with her emotions before the students. The thought of personally punishing him crossing her mind that moment. However, Principal Carter materialized before the crowd. compelling the icy beauty to restrain her wrath. Meanwhile, Li Donglei felt the hostile gazes of numerous boys directed at him. Yet, he had no time to ponder, for Nuo Lin's ice spear was relentless in its pursuit, leaving him with no choice but to evade. Principal, this is not a duel. This is murder, Li Donglei protested while dodging. However, Principal Carter merely smiled and remarked, to blink without incantation and to do so continuously consumes magical energy, likely 30 times that of controlling an ice spear. Yet, it is apparent that the little girl is nearing her limit. Are you here to spectate or to sip tea? Lives are at stake, Li Donglei thought, astonished at the apparent coldness of the school's faculty. Nevertheless, Carter's keen gaze discerned the disparity in strength between the two. Nuo Lin was drenched in sweat, her complexion pale, gradually faltering, until her ice spear ultimately dissipated. Just as Li Donglei intended to exhale in relief, Nuo Lin began to chant once more, this time casting a level 3 water magic spell. Indicating her depletion of energy, despair washed over Li Donglei as he glanced back at the crowd, including the two teachers, all of whom appeared to be mere spectators, showing no inclination to intervene. You have forced my hand, Li Donglei cried out suddenly, blinking forward to close the distance between himself and Nuo Lin. Caught off guard, Nuo Lin found herself enveloped in his embrace, her right hand, which held the magic staff, ensnared within his grasp. A piercing scream erupted, echoing in Li Donglei's ears, nearly deafening him, yet he dared not release her. You despicable rogue, let me go. Nuo Lin struggled with all her might. But the frail form of the female mage proved no match for Li Donglei's hold. Her efforts were futile. Release me, you shameless cad. Nuo Lin's voice grew hoarse from her shouting that I shall let you go, and we will part ways, no longer interfering with one another, and consider this duel concluded. What say you? Li Donglei proposed. Do not speak. You have not brushed your teeth today. Your breath reeks. Li Donglei was taken aback. Drenched in sweat. At that moment, Nuo Lin had the audacity to utter such words. Yet indeed he had not brushed. Release your filthy hands, Nuo Lin yelled, her voice strained. I shall let you go, and we shall remain indifferent to one another henceforth. Li Donglei insisted that I will surely kill you today, Nuo Lin declared, once more reciting a level 4 ice spike spell. In a standard casting position, a mage is adorned in magical robes, holding a magic staff. Their left hand positioned a fist's distance from the abdomen, right hand half raised with the staff, eyes slightly open, reciting the incantation. This moment, a mage can maximize their magical prowess, absent the robes and staff. One may still recite the incantation in a standard posture, yet Nuo Lin's current state was evidently unsuitable for spellcasting, especially as her magical energy had dwindled to its nadir. To forcibly wield a level 4 spell could trigger a magical backlash, potentially resulting in the depletion of her magic or, in severe cases, endangering her life. Nuo Lin, utterly enraged, recklessly continued her incantation. That we are in this together. You unleash the ice spikes, seeking mutual destruction, Li Donglei shouted. Yet Nuo Lin's eyes blazed crimson, her demeanor one of reckless abandon. Silence. Nuo Lin pressed on with her spell. Damn it, Li Donglei cursed, realizing he could not free his hands in time. In a moment of desperation, he opened his mouth and sealed Nuo Lin's lips with his own. The crowd below erupted in gasps. Some boys were on the verge of exploding with fury. Well done, Wolf Leader, Yuta exclaimed loudly. Shameless rogue, others shouted in outrage. The scene descended into chaos. Silence. Principal Carter infused the area with powerful energy, instantly restoring order. Li Donglei glanced sideways at the level 10 Sword Emperor, Carter, who appeared utterly flustered in the face of such a student. Li Donglei, release your hands. I declare the duel concluded. It is a draw. Should anyone make a move again, expulsion will follow, Principal Carter stated sternly, finally relinquishing his grip on her lips. As soon as Nuo Lin regained her freedom, she collapsed onto the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Nuoya rushed to embrace her sister, her eyes reddened with tears. Witnessing Nuoya's resentful gaze and Nuo Lin's anguish, Li Donglei felt a pang of guilt. Although he had been coerced today, causing a girl to cry was an act of cowardice, a belief Li Donglei had long held. Today, he had indeed acted the part of a coward, and a rogue coward at that, an admission he could not escape. Li Donglei stepped forward, intending to apologize or offer comfort. However, the moment he moved, he was met with the wary stares of Nuo Lin and Nuoya. The hatred radiating from Nuo Lin's eyes halted him in his tracks, causing the carefully crafted words of apology to slip from his mind. After a moment of silence, Li Donglei finally managed to utter, "Actually, I am inherently kind." At this, Nualin's eyes rolled back, and she fainted from sheer rage. Chapter 44. Enraged and intensively training, the scene erupted into chaos once more, yet was swiftly quelled by the principal. The icy beauty promptly approached to cast a water-healing spell. "Principal, I suspect Li Donglei is the thief who has been stealing magic robes and staffs these past few days. He snuck into our dormitory last night," a girl suddenly accused, pointing at Li Donglei. This girl had been standing alongside Nuaya, and Li Donglei vaguely recalled her as one of the other two individuals sharing a dorm with Nuaya and Nualin. "He crept into your dormitory at midnight." Upon hearing this, the crowd began to connect the dots, especially given Nualin's furious demeanor. Numerous boys' veins bulged, torn between jealousy and a sense of righteous indignation. "Perhaps you are mistaken. The thief of the magic robes and staffs was apprehended last night and sent to the city guards. And Li Donglei has no connection to this matter. Students whose magic robes or staffs have gone missing should visit the academic office to register. The school will compensate you for 50% of your losses." However, as a mage, regarded as a formidable force in this world, he found himself utterly powerless when a petty thief made off with his most treasured possession. This was a display of incompetence. Our Carlin Academy is the cradle of the strong, and for those who exhibit such weakness, the school will revoke all qualifications for commendations. The robust voice of Principal Carter resonated throughout the dueling arena. Upon hearing this, Li Donglei silently cursed the treachery of the situation. He had instructed Xiaolong to pilfer from the elite students of Class 2, believing that to these nobles, a magical robe paled in comparison to their pride. Of the 39 items reported missing, only 6 had been officially filed, and now, with the principal's pronouncement, it was likely that few would bother to report the theft. Last night, the elderly gentleman seemed to have already handed over gold coins equivalent to those 39 magical robes and wands to the academy, ensuring the school would profit at least 10,000 gold coins, or 1 million copper coins, indeed. Yet, Li Donglei had no energy to contemplate this. He was too preoccupied with his own troubles, under the scornful and contemptuous gazes of the crowd. Li Donglei, along with Yuta, Galen, Taiyang, and Jerome, hastily made their way to the dormitory, thus bringing a temporary end to the turmoil. After a sleepless night, Li Donglei slumbered deeply through the morning, awakening in the afternoon to find the 4 stalwart companions in the dormitory. "Why are you all staring at me?" he queried. "I heard from the Ice Queen that you were transferring to the combat class," Yuta said, half inquiring. "Yes, I've heard about that," Li Donglei nodded in acknowledgement. "So, we will have only been classmates for half a year." Although their time together had been brief, they had shared nightly conversations about beautiful women and magic, and the 5 had undeniably become good friends. The sudden prospect of parting left a tinge of reluctance in their hearts. "What? The principal told me that I have to change dorms, and I can skip the combat class and the usual examinations. Quite a privilege, wouldn't you say? I must tell you, my relationship with the principal is quite solid." Li Donglei began to boast extravagantly, only to be interrupted by Galen. "That's good. We were just planning a farewell dinner. But now it seems we can spare ourselves that. Hee hee, it's great that you're not leaving," Jerome chuckled, scratching his head in a silly manner. "Damn," Li Donglei scoffed in disdain. "In that case, you rascals, we'll accompany you down," Taiyang said with a mischievous grin. "What do you mean by rascal? Why would I want to go down?" Li Donglei protested with a frown. Rascally, a newly minted term, has swept through Carlin Academy in a mere half-day. Congratulations, you have become one of the school's top 10 notable figures. Among the top 10, there are either the finest experts in the academy or the most beautiful women, and yet you have secured a place among the top 10. As your roommate, I too bask in your glory, Taiyang said, feigning solemnity. What a ridiculous nickname. Who came up with such nonsense? Li Donglei thought angrily, realizing that his reputation was irreparably tarnished, and his previously pristine image in the minds of Noah and Susan had crumbled completely, which truly pained him. Setting aside the issue of nicknames, a throng of boys had gathered outside the dormitory, seemingly intent on challenging him to a duel. It's another duel. When will this end? Are they all ganging up on me because I'm a space mage? Li Donglei erupted in frustration. Sitting up abruptly, he felt a wave of irritation wash over him. Damn it, his temper flared, causing his stomach to churn in discomfort. What should we do? Those people seem determined to find you in the dormitory. And there are even upperclassmen among them, Yuta said, a hint of concern in his voice. "If I were an 8th level thunder mage or an 8th level swordsman, I would show them who dares to play the hero." "A bunch of bullies who only boast in front of girls," Li Donglei replied, his anger palpable as he stood up. "Are you really going out? Those 4th and 5th level swordsmen are not like those timid girls from Nolan. How will you handle them?" Yuta looked up at Li Donglei. "Go out? Not a chance. After all that flashing, my magical energy is down to less than 40%. I would be courting death," Li Donglei said. Calming himself and speaking solemnly, "I am going to the Molan Mountain Range to learn combat techniques that I'll return stronger. Just wait that if you still remember me, I'll be training on the eastern side of Weishan Lake. And I'm still an elite class student. So remember to collect my monthly stipend of 3,000 copper coins that a poor child from a humble background like me is in dire need of funds." "Well, given your current reputation and strength, it's indeed a bit dangerous at school. Going to the Molan Mountain Range might be for the best, but don't worry. We'll at least send you some clothes and other essentials." Yuta was the first to agree, and Taiyong, Galen, and Jerome nodded in unison. "Very well then, my 4 mischievous friends. Next time we shall hunt together in the Molan Mountain Range, and I'll treat you to my delicious barbecued meat," Li Donglei said half-jokingly. "Mischievous? You're the one who is mischievous." Yuta playfully punched Li Donglei's shoulder, and the 5 erupted into laughter. Ultimately, Li Donglei descended from the dormitory carrying the slumbering Xiaolong. In the crowded space, he flashed away discreetly, leaving the dormitory behind. Drink, drink, drink. In the Molan Mountain Range, having been there for a month, Li Donglei tirelessly practiced the foundational combat techniques that Yuta had gifted him. Clad in a golden vest, throughout the days, he diligently trained by day, and, despite having no longer the company of Susan following Valentine's Day, he continued his studies in spatial magic at night. As his magical energy progressed swiftly even in his dreams, the golden vest on Li Donglei was a manifestation of Xiaolong. A 5th-level magical beast could attach itself to its master. The magical beasts of mages could provide their masters with magical energy and accelerate the gathering of that energy, while the beasts of swordsmen could grant strength and transform into protective armor for their masters. The higher the grade of the magical beast, the greater its resistance to magical and combat energy attacks. A magical swordsman possessed the dual advantages of both. The significance of magical beasts is universally acknowledged on the continent, surpassing the swords of swordsmen and the staffs of mages. Correspondingly, the capabilities of magical beasts varied with their levels. For instance, the Xiaolong, having just reached 5th level, could only cover 30% of Li Donglei's upper body with its armor, resembling more of a short shirt than a proper battle suit. However, as Xiaolong grew stronger, the armor would expand and cover more area. As the king among advancement beasts, Xiaolong possessed a certain defensive capability against various magical and combat energy attacks. Attacks below level 3 could hardly harm Li Donglei, while those above level 3 could be significantly mitigated, making it truly formidable. What delighted Li Donglei even more was that with Xiaolong transformed into armor upon him, it became more obedient, as it continuously drew energy from his combat energy. Moreover, Xiaolong could alter its size and weight, allowing Li Donglei to shed the heavy stones he had previously bound to himself, letting the armored Xiaolong add weight to accelerate his training. Training was arduous and challenging. Without anyone to supervise, it was even more difficult to persevere alone. However, Li Donglei, repeatedly bullied for being a space mage, was resolute in his determination. After a month of relentless training, combat skills by day and magic by night, he confirmed the old man's assertion that once his combat energy reached its peak, he could allow Xiaolong's dragon pearl to absorb it completely and then restart his training, which significantly increased his progress. Over the course of the month, Li Donglei had already advanced to the 3rd-level swordsman realm. Previously, he had only reached the 1st-level swordsman after 4 months of training. Furthermore, having reached the 3rd level, Li Donglei's combat energy had established its own operational pathway. The various secrets of combat energy, varying in strength and weakness, largely stemmed from differing routes of energy flow. Initially, Li Donglei had followed the operational route outlined in the combat technique book provided by Yuta, managing to cleave through a tree as thick as a thigh with one swing at the 2nd-level swordsman stage. However, he then recalled the principles concerning the trajectories of the heavenly path, the Ren and Du meridians, and the 8 extraordinary meridians that he had devised in his own 9 heavens 9 swords technique. In the pursuit of creating his own technique, Li Donglei had perused numerous cultivation tomes and, guided by the Jade Pendant's heavenly principles, had studied the intricacies of the human meridians for an extended period. Now, he decided to entirely revise his combat energy route, focusing on the Ren and Du meridians as the primary channels, supplemented by the 7 and 8 meridians to circulate throughout his body. After all, he was merely at the second level. If he failed, he could always start anew. As Li Donglei swung his sword once more, the same combat energy prowess enabled him to sever a tree as thick as his waist, amplifying his power by more than sevenfold. Further experimentation with speed, reflexes, defense, and the operation of the new combat energy route revealed significant qualitative improvements, while he cursed Yuta for providing him with a worthless book. Li Donglei became increasingly resolute in his commitment to the Ren and Du meridian combat energy route. If Duke Leiyin, Yuta's grandfather, were to overhear Li Donglei disparaging his martial arts manual as worthless, he would undoubtedly confront Li Donglei with great fury. This very manual was once specifically borrowed from his esteemed friend by the guardian deity of the Kurong Empire, Leiyin, whose companion was none other than the renowned and formidable Sword Emperor. So Minporxis, a master of the 11th rank. In Chapter 45, titled The Struggle of the Tiger and the Serpent, Li Donglei embarked on his journey from absolute novice to the first-tier swordsman, a process that took him 4 months. Initially fumbling his way through, he gradually grasped the intricacies of the world through the guidance of the martial arts manual provided by Yuta. Engaging in systematic training, the transition from the first-tier swordsman to the second tier proved to be far more challenging than the previous phase. However, by adhering to the methods taught by the elderly gentleman, Li Donglei was able to effectively harness his energy. After each session of cultivating his fighting spirit, he would allow the little dragon to absorb it entirely, achieving a balanced regimen that enabled him to ascend to the second tier in a mere 26 days. As he progressed from the second tier to the third tier, Li Donglei employed a methodical approach, integrating the principles of Taoist cultivation into his training. Focusing on the Ren and Du meridians, he directed his fighting spirit in reverse along the energy pathways, the Du meridian commencing at the perineum, traversing the spine, and culminating at the Baihui point atop the head, before descending through the Ren meridian to the Dantian. This cyclical movement of energy, known as the microcosmic orbit, epitomized the Taoist concept of harnessing the essence of heaven and earth, refining his vitality, energy, and spirit. Presently, Li Donglei is capable of executing the microcosmic orbit, reaching his limit after completing 20 circuits daily. Once he perfects the fusion of the heavenly essence with his own fighting spirit, he will advance to the stage of energy transformation known as the macrocosmic orbit, ultimately culminating in the transcendental state of spirit cultivation, with a focus on the Ren and Du meridians. Supplemented by the 7 primary and 8 secondary meridians, his cultivation speed saw a qualitative leap, propelling him from the second to the third tier almost instantaneously upon adjusting his energy pathways. Upon reaching the third-tier swordsman level, Li Donglei discovered he could introspectively observe his internal fighting spirit. He clearly perceived a swirling mass of condensed energy at the convergence of the Ren and Du meridians within his Dantian. Surrounded by a void of power emanating from his spatial magic, his Dantian had become a wellspring of strength, allowing his fighting spirit and magical energy to far surpass that of his peers. He referred to this nexus of fighting spirit and magic as the 9 Heavens 9 Swords, reminiscent of the unique technique he had devised on Ziyu Star. With each cycle of the microcosmic orbit, Li Donglei could palpably feel his advancement, engaging in uninterrupted training for an entire month. Deep within the Molan Mountain range, ancient trees towered overhead, casting shadows that obscured the sunlight, allowing only a few rays to filter through the dense foliage. Upon reaching the pinnacle of his fighting spirit cultivation, Li Donglei's golden vest transformed into the little dragon, which had been diligently absorbing the entirety of his third-tier energy, thereby advancing to the intermediate level of the 5th-tier magical beast. Now, Li Donglei's sustenance extended beyond mere wild fowl and hares. He hunted formidable magical beasts, targeting 4th, 5th, and even 6th-tier creatures. Despite his rapid progress, he recalled the wise words of the elderly gentleman from a month prior. While one could swiftly elevate their fighting spirit through various means, such training paled in comparison to the invaluable experience gained through combat. Hence, Li Donglei sought not only to hone his skills, but also to acquire practical experience and cultivate a courageous heart. He could easily contend with 4th-tier magical beasts, wielding the potent 9 Heavens 9 Swords alongside spatial flickering as support. For slightly weaker 5th-tier creatures, he donned the little dragon's transformed attire for enhanced defense while drawing upon some of its strength. However, when faced with formidable 5th-tier beasts, Li Donglei would collaborate with the little dragon to vanquish them, simultaneously training their combat synergy as for 6th-tier beasts. Engaging them would exact a heavy toll, rendering such encounters unworthy of pursuit. Thus, they typically retreated from confrontation. In the eyes of wild beasts, humans, like other creatures, are bound by the law of survival of the fittest. There exists no scenario where the weak dominate the strong. Regardless of the cleverness of the weaker party, within the Molen Mountain range, Li Donglei and the little dragon formed a relatively formidable duo, establishing their own territory. Regrettably, unlike other magical beasts that preyed upon those beneath them, Li Donglei and the little dragon refrained from hunting 4th-tier creatures, often targeting those above, resulting in a scarcity of 4th and 5th-tier magical beasts within their domain. Thus, Li Donglei now sought to encroach upon neighboring territories. With a thunderous roar, the little dragon signaled their arrival, a warning to the territory's inhabitants. Typically, the territorial owner would promptly appear to repel or eliminate intruders. However, if they recognized their inferiority, they would retreat to safety. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed from the distance. Roar, what's this little tiger up to today, daring to challenge us? Li Donglei mused with intrigue. Point 2. The little dragon articulated, still struggling with its limited vocabulary. As they ventured deeper into the territory, they hunted any 4th-tier magical beasts they encountered. Typically, the little tigers would avoid interference, for their collective strength aligned with the 6th tier. Conflicts of life and death were rare among equals unless circumstances dictated otherwise. Ahead lay an open expanse devoid of towering trees, only meager shrubs dotting the landscape. That moment, another thunderous roar reverberated through the Li Donglei, and the little dragon turned to find a massive beast. Its golden spotted fur glistening in the light, resembling a tiger but significantly larger, standing vigilant, occasionally letting out powerful roars. Before it slithered a colossal serpent, crimson in hue, with a girth comparable to a man's thigh. Yet, this was no ordinary serpent. It was a high-tier magical beast, the fire serpent, known for its iron-like scales, venomous fangs, and the ability to wield intermediate fire magic. It posed a formidable challenge. The tiger roared. Li Donglei discerned the distinct sound of hissing, clearly the serpent flicking its tongue. Taken aback by the sight of such a magical beast, he abruptly halted, remaining motionless. The 7th-tier magical beast. The hierarchy within the Molen Mountain range was rigid. With the strongest beings being 6th tier, how could a 7th-tier beast emerge here? Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this fire serpent was transitioning from its growth phase to maturity, requiring vast amounts of energy. Likely, it had driven away or consumed the magical beasts within its territory, and with 7th-tier foes unwilling to confront it, it had ventured into this 6th-tier realm to hunt. This moment, the saber-toothed tiger and the fire serpent glared at each other, while Li Donglei and the little dragon stood silently, acutely aware of their own 6th-tier prowess. Should they attract attention from either party, they could easily become targets themselves, leading to an inevitable chaotic melee. Seeing that its roar had failed to intimidate the opponent, the saber-toothed tiger unleashed a bolt of lightning from its jaws, crackling and sizzling as it surged toward the fire serpent. The defining trait of magical beasts is their ability to cast spells, particularly those ranked 4th tier and above. They, like Li Donglei, can summon magic without incantations, and when combined with their formidable physical assaults, only a magic swordsman, who merges martial prowess with sorcery, stands a chance against them. Of course, wielding powerful weapons can also compensate for any deficiencies, as humanity's strength lies in its ability to utilize diverse tools, such as armor and swords. Both lightning and fire are offensive in nature. Lacking in defense, the lightning struck. The fire serpent did not attempt to evade. Rather, it opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames. The two elements collided midair, yet neither yielded, continuing their assault on their respective foes. With a roar, the saber-toothed tiger swiftly dodged, the flames singeing the rear half of its body, leaving the fur on its tail slightly charred. Remarkably, the fire serpent's massive form reacted even faster than the tiger, deftly evading the lightning strike with a mere shift of its body. Once more, the saber-toothed tiger roared, launching itself at the fire serpent. Unfortunately, the serpent's agility proved formidable. It twisted away, inadvertently allowing the saber-toothed tiger, measuring 3 meters in length, to pounce upon it. With its enormous maw poised to bite into the serpent's neck, the battle raged on. The crimson serpent writhed frantically, yet it could not escape the jaws of the saber-toothed tiger, which had seized its neck with a vicious bite, blood gushing forth in torrents. The serpent retaliated with equal ferocity, coiling its massive body around the tiger in increasingly constricting loops, while the tiger, in turn, tightened its grip. Only the diminutive dragon, no larger than a kitten, emitted a series of frantic roars. What the rush? Just wait a moment. Li Donglei halted the advancing dragon. The tiger and the serpent remained locked in a stalemate until, ultimately, the saber-toothed tiger, nearing its limit, released its hold on the crimson serpent, in the spot where the serpent had ensnared it. The tiger unleashed 3 consecutive 6th-level bolts of lightning. The serpent trembled violently, and, unable to withstand the onslaught, it relinquished its grip on the tiger. The serpent and the tiger then distanced themselves from one another, eyeing each other warily at that moment. The crimson serpent bore numerous wounds at its vital 7-inch mark. Had it not been for the formidable defense of a 7th-level magical beast, it would have perished from the tiger's earlier assault. The saber-toothed tiger, seemingly more gravely injured, had blood trickling from its mouth. Likely a result of being struck by the serpent's tail, its once lustrous fur now appeared dull, and its robust form wavered unsteadily. Just then, the saber-toothed tiger turned to depart. How cowardly, tiger! Not this again, Li Donglei grumbled inwardly. During his and the dragon's initial incursion into this territory, the saber-toothed tiger had engaged them in battle, but upon realizing that their strength equaled its own, it allowed Li Donglei to capture 4th-level magical beasts within its domain. Now, facing the crimson serpent, it acted similarly. The crimson serpent did not launch an attack, remaining vigilant as it observed the saber-toothed tiger retreat, having previously scoured the demon realm of Zeustar for formidable opponents. Li Donglei understood that this was a primal instinct among beasts. Their objectives were twofold: survival and reproduction. Beasts of comparable strength typically do not engage in life-or-death struggles. At least, Li Donglei had never witnessed lions, tigers, or leopards in mortal combat, as one party would merely drive the other away. The saber-toothed tiger and the crimson serpent belonged to this category. Once the saber-toothed tiger vanished from sight, Li Donglei turned his attention to the crimson serpent, contemplating whether to subdue it. Though a 7th-level magical beast, the serpent was not yet mature, its true power being that of a peak 6th level. After its prior confrontation with the saber-toothed tiger, it had suffered significant damage, making its capture seemingly feasible. The question remained, however, how much would it cost to achieve this? Just as Li Donglei pondered, the crimson serpent made a decision for him, lunging directly at him with its blood-red maw. Startled by the sight of its gaping jaws, Li Donglei broke into a cold sweat, evading with a quick flash as the dragon soared into the sky. Yet, the crimson serpent was not to be underestimated, as its tail lashed out once more. "Damn it, so you think you can bully us just because we aren't 6th level?" Li Donglei shouted angrily, dodging the serpent's tail once more. Instead of retreating, he closed the distance, thrusting his sword toward the wound inflicted by the saber-toothed tiger, and without pausing to assess the outcome, he flickered away to safety. Indeed, in the brief moment of his escape, the serpent's gaping maw lunged toward its own vulnerable spot. Unbelievable, its defenses are absurdly resilient, even after sustaining such a wound, Li Donglei exclaimed, observing that only a trickle of blood remained at the serpent's 7-inch mark. The crimson serpent glared at him with its terrifying, fist-sized eyes, twisting its body to charge at Li Donglei. At that moment, magical elements began to converge frantically around the dragon, which, upon opening its mouth, unleashed a flurry of delicate snowflakes into the air. Casting a chill in the depths of the Molan Mountains, the thick layer of impenetrable ice enveloped the crimson serpent, growing increasingly dense until it was completely encased. However, the freezing only lasted a few seconds before cracks began to form, spreading from the top of the ice block downward, culminating in a resounding shatter. The serpent reappeared, albeit visibly weakened. Li Donglei, accustomed to coordinating with the dragon in battle, seized the opportunity, channeling all his 3rd-level fighting spirit into his sword. With a mighty shout, he thrust it toward the serpent's wound, striking true. This time, the crimson serpent offered no resistance. The blade plunged deep, and as Li Donglei flickered away, a dark, venomous liquid erupted at the spot he had just vacated. sending chills down his spine. The Crimson Serpent, having finally gained a moment's respite, perhaps fueled by its hatred for Li Donglei, reared half its body upright. Gathering magical elements in a frenzy, Li Donglei retreated further. While the dragon flew to his side, erecting a water barrier in front of them, the serpent opened its maw wide, exhaling a torrent of flames that coalesced into a massive fire serpent. Identical to itself, aimed squarely at Li Donglei. A fire magic of the same tier as the 6th level ice dragon, Li Donglei thought, as the dragon's 5th level ice wall melted away within seconds. The dragon soared into the sky, and Li Donglei flickered to evade. However, to his dismay, as soon as he re-emerged, the fire serpent followed closely behind, indicating that the Crimson Serpent was manipulating this 6th level spell with its magic. Distracted. "Little dragon," Li Donglei shouted while dodging the flames. The dragon understood the command and unleashed a barrage of earth and water magic from the AI. The serpent struggled to control the fire serpent while evading the dragon's onslaught. It became increasingly flustered. Li Donglei, observing the chaos, deliberately slowed his approach, inching closer to the serpent. The heat from the fire serpent was becoming unbearable, yet he persisted in his measured pace. In the next instant, he flickered to the serpent's underbelly, catching it off guard as it continued to direct the fire serpent in pursuit of him. With another flicker, he retreated 10 paces and shouted to the dragon. Now, with a roar, the dragon transformed into a massive 5-zhang-long form, charging at the Crimson Serpent and engaging it in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, Li Donglei stood atop the serpent's 7-inch mark, raising his sword with all his might and plunging it into the wound. Burying the blade halfway, the serpent writhed violently, blood gushing forth from its critical injury, painting its entire body a gruesome red. It allowed the dragon to tear at its flesh, turning its attention to protecting its vital spot. But Li Donglei had already flickered away, leaving the sword embedded in the serpent's body. The Crimson Serpent, in desperation, turned to engage the dragon once more, but Li Donglei swiftly flickered back to its 7-inch mark, driving the sword deeper into its wound without granting any chance for recovery. This back and forth continued until the serpent, gradually succumbing to exhaustion, unleashed a desperate area-wide fire magic attack, endangering both Li Donglei and the dragon. With no other option, they retreated. This moment, Li Donglei had fully embedded his sword within the serpent's 7-inch mark. The serpent, having forced Li Donglei back, began to flee. "No way. You think I'm going to let you escape like this?" Li Donglei shouted, flickering after it, while the dragon followed suit, casting spells to freeze and slow it down. Li Donglei executed 4 consecutive flickers, swiftly reaching the serpent's vulnerable spot. Grasping the sword's hilt, he steadied himself and unleashed a powerful punch at the serpent's wound. Thud, thud, thud. The serpent's body shook violently as its gaping maw lunged at Li Donglei. He flickered downwards, and as the serpent turned to confront the dragon, he seized the opportunity to charge back in. This time putting all his strength into driving the sword, hilt and all, into the serpent's 7-inch mark, while the dragon's ice spear followed suit into the wound. The serpent convulsed violently, its maw opening wide in a straight line as it thrashed about. Shaking its head in fury, Li Donglei and the dragon kept their distance, well aware of the ferocity of a magical beast in its death throes, waiting for the opportune moment. After half an hour of relentless thrashing, the serpent gradually ceased its movements. The dragon cast several spells to probe for any signs of life, and upon confirming that it had truly perished, Li Donglei joyfully began to skin the serpent and prepare the meat. The dragon's first priority was the magical crystal core nestled within the serpent's brain, a 7th-level treasure that would surely keep it smiling for days. "Greedy dragon, you devoured a few thousand gold coins from me. So hurry up and find some dry branches," Li Donglei scolded playfully. After harvesting the finest serpent meat, both he and the dragon feasted until fully satisfied. Li Donglei then took the remaining meat for sustenance on their journey and made his way back to school. A few days prior, Yuda, Galen, and Taiyang had visited him, informing him that the final exams were approaching. Given his absence from classes, failing to attend the exams would render Li Donglei no different from a dropout. Upon arriving at Weishan Lake, he gradually noticed the presence of people. After taking a bath and donning the new clothes that Yuda and the others had brought him, he discreetly entered the school. "So I don't have to take the exams?" he inquired at Principal Carter's office regarding the examination process. You were in the magic elite class for the first half of the semester and the martial arts elite class for the second half. It's impossible to assess you, especially since I've heard you hardly attended classes, though you think you could pass those tests. If it weren't for Duke Lane's protection, you wouldn't have it so easy. Principal Carter replied, his expression one of exasperation. Duke Lane? Is he the same old gentleman who accompanied you that day? Li Donglei immediately inquired. The only elder among the 4 dukes of the empire without any official position. And also a dear friend of mine. The principal nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. Could you inform me of his residence? Last time he graciously assisted me with a monetary contribution to the school. And I wish to find an opportunity to repay him, Li Donglei stated earnestly. Was that merely a small sum? How can a student like you afford to repay? The principal asked with keen interest. Recently, the students have been in the Mullen Mountains, where we managed to acquire some magical crystal cores. Although it is not yet sufficient, we will soon gather what we need. What? You managed to obtain magical crystal cores? The principal's expression turned skeptical, well aware that Li Donglei was only a level 3 swordsman. Li Donglei chose not to elaborate, simply pointing to the small dragon and stating, "It was she who assisted me." The principal observed the small dragon and remarked, "A level 5 magical beast, and indeed a superior dragon. It is certainly capable of defeating magical beasts below level 5. However, areas inhabited by level 4 and level 5 magical beasts are considered deeper within the Mullen Mountains, where high-level magical beasts may occasionally appear. It would be prudent for you to avoid such places." Little did he know that if Carter were to discover that Li Donglei was not merely visiting but residing there, his thoughts would be intriguing. Yes, student understands. However, you still have not informed me of the Duke's residence, Li Donglei insisted. He is the grandfather of Lei Yuda from the first-year magical elite class. You were in the same class. If you are acquainted, simply seek him out, the principal said, idly adjusting the teacup on his desk. His interest peaked as he continued, a grateful heart and ambition. It seems you are quite different from the rumors circulating within the school. So, you also pay attention to the gossip around here, Li Donglei replied, slightly embarrassed. I am well aware of the so-called top 10 talents, top 10 beauties, and top 10 figures you students concoct. This is quite commendable. The competition fosters ambition and vitality, which will aid your adaptation to society in the future. But if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, Li Donglei said, nodding in a somewhat confused manner. By the way, the elite classes for the 3rd and 4th years have an additional elite test beyond the regular exams, which involves an adventure in the Mullen Mountains, since you have already ventured there. I hope you can join the others. It would be greatly beneficial. Chapter 47. Rogues vs. Scoundrels. Can first-year students also participate? Outstanding students may volunteer, the principal replied with a smile. Oh, I will consider it, Li Donglei said as he exited the principal's office. Having just arrived at the school and inquiring about the exams, he found himself unwittingly beside the girls' dormitory. It had been a month since he last saw Susan, and he wondered if his impression on her had improved. Unfortunately, instead of encountering Susan, he spotted Noah and the witch Nolan, who were presently accompanied by 3 boys. One of the boys, persistently pursuing Noah, was none other than the obnoxious Nagolan he had encountered previously, while the other 2 trailed behind Nolan. Li Donglei turned to leave, attempting to evade them like a plague. However, his sudden movement inadvertently attracted Noah and the others, who sensed the fluctuations of magical elements around them, particularly the spatial magic. The others paid little heed, but Noah, being sensitive, glanced in the direction of the magical disturbance, where she found no one. She paused, surveying her surroundings until her eyes landed on Li Donglei's figure. A month apart had seen Li Donglei don new attire, yet upon seeing his silhouette, Noah instinctively recognized him. She opened her mouth to call out, but found herself unable to do so. This moment did not escape Golan's notice. He too turned to look in Li Donglei's direction, just as Li Donglei checked to see if Noah and the others were aware of his presence, resulting in a mutual recognition. A wave of jealousy surged within Golan. Having pursued Noah relentlessly for days, almost sacrificing his dignity, he now witnessed her entranced gaze fixed on another man, igniting his rage and resentment. "You despicable rogue!" Golan shouted at Li Donglei. His cry drew Noah's and Nolan's attention towards him. "Damn rogue, you finally emerged," the witch Nolan exclaimed upon spotting Li Donglei, her expression one of bitter enmity. Li Donglei felt overwhelmed. Realizing evasion was futile, he boldly approached, cradling the small dragon, halting just shy of 3 paces from his former deskmate. With his signature mischievous grin, he said, "Long time no see. You still look as splendid as ever." A glimmer of mist appeared in Noah's eyes, and a smile graced her face. Golan, displeased, retorted, "Rogue, I challenge you to a duel. You must pay for your past offenses against the lovely Miss Nolan." Li Donglei regarded him with a look of disdain. Ignoring Golan entirely, Golan's anger intensified. "Did you hear that? Coward, annoying fly," Li Donglei thought to himself, wishing to retort, but suddenly shifting his expression to one of feigned sorrow. He bellowed, "Golan, you wretched beast, you once stole Noah's undergarment. And when I discovered it, you begged me on your knees not to reveal it, even requesting I return it." Li Donglei lamented, as if he were the one wronged. "You see, I was ridiculed by the entire school. Yet I never exposed you." "What did you say, you damned scoundrel?" Golan exclaimed, his face paling at the accusation. He drew his sword, revealing his strength as a level 6 swordsman, his aura flaring with agitation. If Noah were to believe this, he would have no hope of pursuing her. "So you fear I'll reveal your secret? You wish to silence me? How foolish of me to consider you a friend when I endured the scorn of the entire school and kept your secret. You damned rogue! How dare you slander me? I will slay you with a single strike." Li Donglei paid him no mind, continuing, "Now you seek to pursue Noah. No, merely to display your false sense of justice before the girls, challenging your friend who bore the brunt of your misdeeds. You are a base creature, forsaking your comrades for fleeting desires. I regret my poor judgment in befriending you." Golan had not anticipated this turn of events, his fury reaching a boiling point as he swung his sword at Li Donglei, the blade emanating a formidable aura. Yet Li Donglei deftly evaded with a flicker, landing and immediately shouting, "You vile creature! Do you truly wish to commit murder, or is it merely for show before Noah?" Golan, filled with anxiety, stammered, "Noah, do not believe him. This is all the rogue's deceit." Noah regarded Golan with a stoic expression, while Nolan furrowed her brow, uncertain of who spoke the truth. "At that moment," Li Donglei shouted, drawing the attention of the surrounding students eager for a spectacle. "Golan, you wretched beast, even now, you shamelessly lie. When you pilfered Noah's undergarment, did you not drop your student ID right beneath Noah's dormitory? That is evidence." Li Donglei continued to shout, ensuring the entire school would hear. Before Golan could retort, Nolan pointed an accusing finger at him. Her face flushed with anger. "Well, we found your student ID beneath the dormitory. You claimed you had merely dropped it while passing by. But how could it possibly fall there? You deceived us." Nolan's fury directed at Golan suggested her growing suspicion of him, casting doubt on his character. Golan, now in a panic, stammered, No, it was an accident while I was spying on you. I truly did not steal." Golan was on the verge of tears. He had the audacity to admit to spying on Noah and Nolan, but lacked the courage to confess to theft. "You deceitful coward! At this point, do you still wish to conceal the truth? If I do not expose you, will you continue to deceive everyone for eternity?" Li Donglei feigned deep sorrow, his expression resembling that of a betrayed friend. "Silence! I demand a duel with you. Right now. Duel. One plea is insufficient. Beware of suffocation, you wretch." Li Donglei continued to mock him, having no intention of dueling, for a level 6 swordsman was not someone he could contend with alone. "Even with the small dragon at his side, that I can testify that Golan is innocent. I was with him that day," another boy interjected, only to be interrupted by Li Donglei. "You are no better. When you were robbed, you lost even your undergarments. It was I who scavenged through the trash to find you a rag to cover yourself, and now you call him brother. Yet, upon arriving at school with money, you kicked me aside, aligning yourself with Golan." Li Donglei immediately pointed at the student and shouted, believing that his outcry would carry more weight. However, he sorrowfully realized that he did not recognize the boy. "What nonsense are you spouting? As a dignified level 4 swordsman, how could I possibly be robbed by a thief?" The man's blood surged with rage, his anger unabated, still refusing to admit it. "You just arrived at the school, and classes haven't even begun yet. Have you been following me around every day, calling me big brother? Have you been lurking near Weishan Lake, spying on girls while they bathe?" Li Donglei continued his slander. Fully aware that his reputation was already tarnished, he decided to go all out, for the most invincible in this world are those who fear nothing. "Miss Nalin, that day when I spied on you bathing, It was this rascal who taught me to even claim that you have a large beauty spot between your bosoms. Alas, I saw nothing and was ruthlessly beaten by you, while he has secretly watched you countless times, evading punishment, and now he trails behind you daily, spewing sweet nothings and professing loyalty. O heavens, may the Creator strike down these hypocritical beasts with divine wrath. Li Donglei's voice grew hoarse, and to his astonishment, a tear of grievance escaped the corner of his eye. What absurdity is this? This is a frame-up, a slander. I demand a duel. The unfortunate fellow had been unjustly accused, particularly concerning his long-cherished admiration for Nolene. And his fury reached a boiling point. Nolene's face flushed crimson, nearly dripping with mortification. She felt an overwhelming urge to slay Li Donglei. The incident of being watched while bathing was known only to her and her sister. And now Li Donglei had revealed it in front of so many people. How could she ever face them again? What was even more terrifying was the realization that she truly enjoyed bathing in Weishan Lake. If what Li Donglei said were true, she might not have been the only one observed. The more she pondered, the more furious and ashamed she became, wishing desperately to find a hole to hide in. And you, Li Donglei glared fiercely at the last boy among the group. Me. I. The moment the focus shifted to him, the boy panicked, drawing his sword in a flash. If you dare to slander me, I will prove my innocence with my life. Your innocence, my foot. If you truly had the courage, then die before me to prove your purity. Otherwise, it merely reveals your hypocrisy and indicates you have something to hide. Li Donglei pointed at him, a look of disdain etched on his face. I haven't done anything to offend you, so don't drag me into this. The boy's bravado faltered, realizing he could never follow through on such a threat. Fine, I am not heartless. Since it's come to this, I want to expose you, Li Donglei said with a feigned benevolence, but his words subtly implied that the boy had his own unsavory secrets. The boy's face turned pale, yet he dared not offend Li Donglei. It was evident that Li Donglei's reputation was already in tatters, and he seemed intent on dragging others down with him, a risk not worth taking. I have revealed the truth of the matter. Yes, I have indulged in some misdeeds, but I must assert that hypocrites are far more terrifying and loathsome than true villains. My wrongdoings have met with punishment. Whereas these individuals roamed free, even following Miss Nolene and Miss Nuya during the day like gallant gentlemen, only to engage in lewd acts with the two noble ladies at night. What pains me most is that Miss Nolene seems to be quite close to these beasts. The world is forever shrouded in darkness. While everyone else is intoxicated, I remain sober. Amidst universal corruption, I alone am pure. As Li Donglei lamented the injustice of the world, several figures slipped away ostentatiously. Stay away from me, Noeline shouted at the two boys behind her, her expression radiating pure hatred, perhaps finding a temporary outlet for her anger towards Li Donglei. Chapter 48. The Rogue Identity. Li Donglei hastened to the dormitory, where the stout Yuta, the muscular Galen, the dashing Tai Yong, and the goofy Jerome awaited him, all looking as if they had been waiting for quite some time. Why are you all staring at me like that? Upon entering the dorm, Li Donglei felt a twinge of curiosity. Wolf boss, you've stirred up quite a commotion since arriving at school, the chubby Yuta exclaimed, beaming with admiration. What do you mean? Your shout was so loud that the entire school heard it. And now you pretend to be oblivious? Taeyong immediately derided him. Damn, I thought you were my brothers. How could you know about it, and not come to cheer me up, when many voices join together? They can create a resonant truth that if you all played along with me, others would believe it. Li Donglei suddenly envisioned a scenario where his name would be fully cleared. Wolf boss, you're being set up without a moment's thought. We are all good kids, kind-hearted at that. Going would only complicate matters for you. Yuta replied with a sidelong glance, feigning explanation. Get lost. At least I speak the truth. I have poor taste in friends. And you scoundrels only talk about not supporting me. Ahem. Let's discuss serious matters. How did your final exams go? Galen intentionally shifted the topic. The principal gave special permission. I don't have to take the exams. Haha. However, he mentioned an elite class exam, saying I should participate in an expedition to the Molan Mountains. Li Donglei said with ease. The elite test is a trial for 3rd and 4th year students. For us 1st and 2nd years, attendance is optional. Galen promptly clarified. The others nodded in agreement that I know that. But you say I never attend classes, and now I'm skipping the exam. What kind of student does that make me? Li Donglei exhibited an unusual seriousness. Wolf boss, I must remind you that in the depths of the Molan Mountains, the ones testing you are not teachers but magical beasts, while the school will provide some protection. Who can guarantee there won't be any accidents? Earlier, the seniors who graduated 3 years ago encountered a level 9 magical beast, resulting in the deaths of over 10 students, Taiyang warned sternly. Don't forget, I spend a considerable amount of time in the Molan Mountains. My experience is extensive. You will be perfectly safe following me, Li Donglei assured them confidently. I'll think it over, Galen said after a moment as consideration. My grandfather also wants me to gain some practical experience. If it gets too dangerous, I can always withdraw midway. Yuta chuckled, if you all go, what will I do here? I'm so handsome. How could I possibly encounter a high-level magical beast? Taiyang replied, somewhat resigned, I have no choice but to follow. Hee, I'm going too, Jerome said with a silly grin. That night, as Li Donglei fell asleep, he once again entered his magical dream, with the advancement of his magical powers. The scope of his dreams expanded significantly. Upon reaching the strength of a level 3 swordsman, the combined presence of his fighting spirit and magical energy guided his dreams, transforming them into a realm not only filled with space and the 8 elemental forces, but also tangible embodiments of those elements: sky above, earth below, with air, light, darkness, vapor, flames, gentle breezes, lightning, soil, and trees. All these entities were under Li Donglei's control, entirely at his command. That I, in his dream, Li Donglei diligently searched for Susan, yet found no trace of her, his heart filled with foreboding. He swiftly sought out the second person who was aware of his magical dream realm. Nuya, I thought you would never invite me again, Nuya said softly upon entering Li Donglei's dream. A tranquil smile gracing her face. I assumed you would always regard me as a rogue and ignore me. Li Donglei scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. You have indeed been quite excessive towards my sister. I never said I wouldn't regard you as a rogue, Nuya replied with a hint of reproach. Li Donglei feigned surrender and quickly changed the subject. Let us not dwell on past glories. Do you know where Susan is gone? Nuya's smile momentarily faltered before she spoke again softly. A fortnight ago, an elderly gentleman came and took her as his pupil, leading her away. What? Is this true? She just followed a stranger without question? Li Donglei couldn't help but complain. You mustn't be so rude. When that elderly gentleman came, even Principal Carter and the Empire's 5 level 10 experts came to greet him from afar. The respect and reverence they showed were genuine. Even before level 11 experts or the king, they merely offered a slight bow. Therefore, that elderly gentleman must be an extraordinary figure. Susan's father, the Empire's South Chief Court Magician, Lord Feek Camille, was overjoyed to learn that the elderly gentleman wanted Susan as a student, and he immediately arranged for her to withdraw from school. The principal continuously congratulated Lord Camille, Nuya recounted in one breath. But her face bore no trace of envy. Do you know where she is studying now? Li Donglei pressed on, unwilling to give up. Nuya shook her head. Susan is the elderly gentleman's only student and must follow him. I don't know where he resides, so she has become his closed-door disciple. Li Donglei felt somewhat disheartened, the news catching him off guard, leaving him, unwilling to accept the reality, the only girl in this world with black eyes, black hair, and yellow skin vanished before him. In the presence of Susan, there was not only the allure of her beauty, but also a deep yearning for home, a feeling akin to that of family. Yet, in the vastness of the world, he wondered when they might meet again. Why are you silent? Noah finally broke the silence. No, it's just that I momentarily don't know what to say. Li Donglei replied with a forced smile. Do you care about Susan? Noah inquired cautiously. Li Donglei turned, closing the distance between them to an almost negligible span. Noah instinctively stepped back, her cheeks flushing crimson. Li Donglei, momentarily at a loss for words, pleaded, Come on, do you really think of me as a rogue? Those incidents are not as you perceive. I'm just rather unfortunate, always being blamed for everything. Then why did you suddenly come so close? Li Donglei gestured to himself and said, Didn't you ask why I care about Susan? Look closely. Don't you see that Noah and I share the same traits? We both have black eyes and black hair, and our skin is yellow, though hers is fair while mine is a bronze. So what? Noah replied somewhat discontentedly. There are many people on the continent who share my eye and skin color. It's different. In my hometown, people like us are everywhere, but here Susan is unique. Seeing her stirs a multitude of memories within me, An overwhelming sense of nostalgia that you cannot fathom. The loneliness one feels in a foreign land is profound, as is the longing for home, Li Donglei expressed, his voice tinged with emotion. Then can't you return home? Noah asked, still somewhat displeased. Though the reason for her discontent remained a mystery, Li Donglei opened his mouth, sighed, and spread his hands. Forget it. You wouldn't believe me anyway. Regardless of how you view me, I consider you a friend and wish to share my heartfelt thoughts with you. Noah gazed at him with her watery eyes, awaiting his words. First, I do not belong to this world. Second, the accusations of peeping while bathing and stealing have nothing to do with me. As for the first point, please cease your inquiries. I cannot clarify these unfortunate events myself. Li Donglei stated with a resigned expression. Then let us discuss the second point. You've lied again. Why? Li Donglei protested. Earlier today, you lied. The incident concerning my clothing was not the fault of Goran. Although you didn't steal it, you played the victim so convincingly. If it weren't for Yuta, Galen would have clarified things for you, and I might have believed you, Noah replied, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Indeed, I meant that those two matters have nothing to do with me. I did not lie. Your clothing was pilfered by Zalong, and your sister was disturbed while bathing because Zalong fetched water. It truly has no connection to me. Li Donglei quickly clarified. What about the night of the duel, when you bullied my sister? How do you explain that? This time, Li Donglei was genuinely at a loss for words, seeing his flustered expression. Noah couldn't help but chuckle, then asked, why are you trying to explain yourself to me? To clear up misunderstandings and to become friends again. Who wouldn't want to befriend a stunning beauty like you? I believe any normal man would be eager for that, Li Donglei replied with a mischievous grin. Then there's no need for explanations, as your goal has already been achieved, Noah said, her face slightly flushed. What do you mean? You're quite dense. Even if your previous rogue behavior was intentional, I forgive you that if it wasn't. I understand your grievances. That's what I mean, she clarified. But not clearing things up still feels a bit unjust. Li Donglei murmured. All right then, those three fellows from earlier haven't voiced their grievances yet. Just look at their miserable expressions. They used to pride themselves on being gentlemen, remembering Goran and the others from earlier. Even Noah couldn't suppress a smile, caring so much about one's image and reputation. Do you know what kind of person that creates? Li Donglei asked with a sly grin. What kind of person? A hypocrite. Indeed, if you're not a hypocrite, everyone would know about the misdeeds you've committed. Your cries from earlier were quite loud. Recalling the earlier events, Noah's face flushed once more. Just be your authentic self. And as long as your conscience is clear, I don't care how others perceive me. What about my perception? Noah suddenly fixed her gaze on Li Donglei. Li Donglei chuckled and casually walked away. Noah hurried to catch up, saying, well, I do care. Otherwise, I wouldn't exert so much effort to explain things to you tonight. Li Donglei tilted his head and smirked. That's more like it. Noah smiled contentedly. Oh, by the way, for the upcoming final exams, I want to participate in the regular test, but I plan to join the elite test. Are you going? Li Donglei suddenly asked with a grin. I'll go too, all right? My sister has been wanting to drag me along for ages, Noah immediately replied. However, I've heard it's quite dangerous. Magical beasts don't show mercy, Li Donglei remarked with a mischievous smile. What does that mean? Noah asked curiously. It's a saying from my hometown, meaning that a beautiful girl is someone everyone would hesitate to harm. Something along those lines, Li Donglei explained with a smile. Noah turned to look at him and smiled back, the gentle breeze stirring her long hair, momentarily causing Li Donglei to lose his composure. There's another saying from my hometown. A glance can captivate a city. A second glance can topple a nation, Li Donglei said casually. That phrase rolls off the tongue nicely. What does it mean? It means that a breathtakingly beautiful girl, with a single smile, can make an entire city fall for her. With another smile, an entire nation may crumble. I never expected you to be capable of such sweet talk, Noah teased, playfully pointing at Li Donglei as if he were a thief. I'm a rogue. After all, he replied with a laugh. Very well, roguely, if I find myself in danger in the Molan Mountains, you'd better show your brave side and protect me, Noah said, playfully patting Li Donglei's shoulder as if entrusting everything to him. Sure, but I'll have to borrow your enchanting waist for a moment then. Haha, Li Donglei leered, unabashedly admiring her beauty. Noah's cheeks flushed, and she playfully swung her fist at him. In Li Donglei's hometown, a young man and woman together are often likened to fire and kindling. While Li Donglei didn't know if he could develop romantic feelings for Noah, he certainly knew that being with her brought him joy. And perhaps it brought her joy as well. Moreover, such fiery nights would likely occur frequently in the future. In the days leading up to the ordinary examination, Li Donglei found himself with ample leisure time. His roommates were all busy, scarcely returning to their dormitory, while Noah used the time in his dreams to review her studies. Even the gentlemen who usually appeared to be his adversaries had little time to pay attention to Li Donglei. Everyone was preoccupied with examinations, leaving only Li Donglei to himself. Boredom settled in. Fortunately, after 3 years in the ruins, his tolerance for solitude was somewhat greater than that of the average person. Even so, he still wished for the elite test to commence sooner, as he felt a surge of adventurous impulse within him. He relished adventure, especially when shared with friends. 5 days later, at Weishan Lake, one of the 4 scenic spots of Karen Academy. The area was typically filled with couples in love, but now it was occupied by teachers and the elite students from the 3rd and 4th years. That it seems that very few 1st and 2nd year students have come. Yuta whispered before their departure. Not at all. During the last elite test, only 2 students from the 1st and 2nd years registered. This time, our dorm alone has 4 participants, and there are 6 from Noah's group. Galen proudly declared. The 3rd and 4th year students were divided into 4 classes, 1 for magical arts and 1 for martial arts, while the 1st and 2nd years had only 10 participants, all grouped together. They included 1st year students Li Donglei, Yuta, Galen, Taeyong, Pufus, Jerome, Noah, and Nolan, along with 3 upperclassmen from the 2nd year martial arts class, Jia Kai, Hu Yuan, and a girl named Linda. Sorry, the 2 from last year's 1st and 2nd years were me and her. Please take good care of us, a rather dashing young man said with a grin, revealing himself to be Jia Kai through the introductions. That you're the ones. Even if the lower year students have strength, they wouldn't participate. After all, the 3rd and 4th years will have their opportunities sooner or later. You 1st years are just seeking adventure, and the 2nd years are doing the same, Taeyong exclaimed dramatically. Aren't you in the same boat? Jia Kai whispered. We were dragged along by him. Who knew this guy was such an adventure fanatic? Taeyong immediately pointed at Li Donglei, sweeping everything aside with a dismissive gesture. Li Donglei was left speechless, lamenting his poor choice of friends. Nualing glanced at Li Donglei, feeling a mix of disdain and surprise. At least in this regard, she and Li Donglei were quite alike, as she too had brought her sister to participate in the elite trials. Just then, the ice-cold beauty approached gracefully, surveying the 10 lower-grade students gathered together, including the troublemaker Li Donglei in her eyes. The Molan Mountain Range still holds dangers, she remarked appreciatively. In previous years, very few 1st and 2nd graders participated. I didn't expect so many to have the courage this year. Good day, teacher. The 10 students greeted the ice-cold beauty in unison, with Li Donglei following suit. Greetings, everyone, she replied with a smile. This is Lita, a 2nd year student and a top-tier level 6 swordsman. She is the strongest among you. She participated in the last elite trial and has considerable experience. I shall appoint her as your temporary group leader. Is there any objection? Isn't it only by comparison that we can determine who is truly the strongest? My sister is also a level 6 water mage, Nualine whispered, though her voice was loud enough for everyone present to hear. Our pack leader is an 8th level mage, Taeyong chimed in, seldom supporting Li Donglei. And don't forget the 3rd level swordsman and the 5th level beastmaster, Yuta added, embellishing the situation. Having a girl as the leader is rather embarrassing. Isn't it? Galen expressed his discontent. Among the 4 who had spoken, 3 supported Li Donglei. The ice-cold beauty cast a glance at Li Donglei, feeling a sense of pride, and said, We are about to set off. There is no time for you to compete. The role of group leader is merely nominal. You will follow the 3rd year students. With that, she handed the girl named Lita a magic wand. According to the rules, our teachers are not allowed to accompany students during this expedition, but we will be nearby, should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Activate this wand, and the teachers will come to your aid. Remember, we define unforeseen circumstances as encountering magical beasts of level 7 or above, or large hordes of magical beasts, if you cannot even handle weaker magical beasts. This elite trial will be deemed a complete failure, and you will become a disgrace to the school, the ice-cold beauty warned sternly. Rest assured, teacher, the seemingly weak Lita replied with a smile. Yes, remember to stay behind the 3rd year students and observe. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, so do not rush ahead. The ice-cold beauty clearly held a favorable view of the seemingly delicate girl. Understood, Lita responded, maintaining her obedient demeanor, once everything was ready. Li Donglei and the others set off alongside the third-year students, led by Nade, the class president of the third-year martial arts elite class, a level 7 swordsman ranked third on the school's list of top 10 experts. Departing from Weishan Lake, they would have to travel a considerable distance before encountering any magical beasts, and along the way, they chatted and laughed to pass the time that I must say, you second-year students are rather embarrassing. Your top expert is a girl. Just look at her thin arms and legs. Are the male swordsmen in your year mere decorations? Taiyang sarcastically remarked to Jia Inkai as they walked that you were ranked 9th among the school's top experts. Why don't you give it a try? Jia Inkai shot back, his tone displeased. Let us pretend I said nothing. Taiyang shrugged, feigning helplessness that I heard Jia Inkai followed because he has a crush on Lita. What about you? On the other side, the chubby Yuta was striking up a conversation with another second-year student named Yiguan. Yiguan, with his distinctive small eyes, whispered mysteriously, treasure hunting. Treasure hunting? What treasure? Do tell, Yuta said with a sly grin. His interest piqued. Do you really want to know? Yiguan replied teasingly. Well, I want to tell you. Yuta was left speechless. The 10 of them walked behind the third-year students, with Li Donglei and group leader Lita bringing up the rear. Originally, Nuya intended to come over and chat with him, but she was pulled away by the witch Nolene, who would certainly not allow a rogue to get close to her sister, even if her sister was willing to converse with Li Donglei. As for Pufus, he followed behind Nolene, carrying the luggage of both the witch Nolene and Nuya, resembling a laborer, yet he was a content laborer, having come for the witch Nolene, much like Jiankai. After trekking for half a day, everyone felt exhausted and hungry. Nade finally closed the map in his hands and declared loudly, let us take a break here. According to the map, low-level magical beasts have started to appear in this area. We must restore our energy and stamina before venturing deeper. Hey, Wolf Leader, why must we stick to this particular route through the vast Molan Mountain range? Yuta queried, running up to Li Donglei with a puzzled expression. I know nothing about the school. Why ask me? Li Donglei shot him a look as if he were an idiot. Yuta fell silent. This route is the one the teachers have traversed the most. They are familiar with it. Besides, there are only so many teachers at the school. Concentrating on a single path ensures our safety that if we were to disperse, how could there be enough teachers to protect each of us? Galen explained with a smile. Safety? With over 200 of us, at least we have 4-level experts, and there are even 6, 7, or 8-level experts among us. Surely, we can handle even a level 9 magical beast. I've heard that merely reaching an area where level 7 magical beasts appear counts as successfully completing the elite trial. What danger could there possibly be? Li Donglei suddenly felt that this so-called elite test was rather simple. The problem is that we are all students with little combat experience. Some of the girls can't even stand the sight of blood. They are no different from ordinary people. Otherwise, the tragic incident 3 years ago wouldn't have occurred. In 4th grade, with some experience, the difficulty increases. Haven you notice that 4th graders are on a different path than us. Galen continued to explain. Combat experience? Li Donglei pondered for a moment, sensing some truth in it. He recalled that during his first hunt for a wolf, despite being far stronger, he had still been injured due to a lack of experience, feeling nervous and flustered. However, if a 4th-level expert, lacking practical experience, was truly no better than an ordinary person, Li Donglei couldn't wrap his head around it. Unable to fathom it, he chose to dismiss the thought. Just then, the golden short shirt he was wearing glimmered, and the little dragon transformed into a creature the size of a kitten, eliciting envy from those around. Wow, everyone should buy magical beasts after graduation. Wolf Leader had one even during his student days. It's truly enviable, Yuta said, drooling. What kind of magical beast is this? It looks like a cat, but isn't one and has no fur, Lita said, her interest piqued. Ahem, this is a dragon. Merely a bit overweight from overeating. So it requires careful identification, Li Donglei replied, feeling a bit embarrassed as he led the little dragon towards the other side of the forest. Student, please do not leave the group. Nade, the leader, stood up immediately upon seeing Li Donglei attempt to stray. Senior, are you suggesting we should munch on our rations and carry our swords and magic wands to our destination only to return? We are here to train, not to sightsee. Hunting magical beasts not only solves our hunger, but also serves as excellent practical experience. That is the true essence of our elite trial, Li Donglei stated before turning back towards the depths of the forest. Upon hearing Li Donglei's words, the girl named Lida's eyes lit up, and she followed suit, with Nuya trailing closely behind. Then Nalin, followed lastly by the two pursuing boys, Pufus and Jiangkai. Helianade was left speechless by Li Donglei's retort and sat down with the others to eat. What brings you here? Li Donglei turned back with a smile at the sound of voices behind him. Training, Nuya replied with a slight smile. Li Donglei smiled back, and soon it was the little dragon's turn. The little dragon possessed keen senses, especially in its ears and nose, and its paws could detect the slightest vibrations in the ground. In short, within a 10-mile radius, any creature larger than a rabbit would not escape the little dragon's pursuit. Chapter 51. Greenhouse Flora. In the guidance of the little dragon, Li Donglei and his companions quickly spotted a green-eyed monkey. Though merely a level 2 magical beast, it was quite cunning and fast. Who wants to try their hand at some practice? Li Donglei turned back with a smile. Should keep it down, or you'll scare it away. Pufus immediately whispered. You know nothing. Animals have far better senses than humans. Don't expect it to not notice us. Magical beasts possess simple intelligence. Our casual conversation will make it relax, whereas your anxious whispers might cause the more cautious beasts to flee. Li Donglei remarked in a calm voice, as if discussing mundane matters. Indeed, when a person is tense, fearful, or filled with murderous intent, they emit a certain aura. Many magical beasts can sense this aura. Unexpectedly, Linda possessed considerable knowledge about the magical beasts. At that moment, the enchantress Norlin had already begun to chant her incantation, and the surrounding water elements gradually coalesced. The azure-eyed monkey suddenly became alert, turning its gaze toward the source of the magic. Norlin, before leaping to another tree. Little dragon, go, Li Donglei shouted decisively. The little dragon, displaying remarkable synergy, instantly enlarged its form, lifting Li Donglei into the air. Water element. Ice seal. Norlin's magical contract was finally complete. And with a flick of her wand, a bolt of icy power surged toward the azure-eyed monkey. Fool, was all Li Donglei uttered before vanishing from sight. The little dragon soared above the azure-eyed monkey. While Li Donglei's keen gaze flashed as he blinked forward, abruptly appearing atop the creature and swiftly slicing through its throat with his sword. The entire sequence occurred in the blink of an eye. And moments later, both Li Donglei and the still twitching corpse of the azure-eyed monkey plummeted from the branches. With another blink, Li Donglei landed precisely on the ground, demonstrating his flawless calculation and mastery of the technique. Blinking allowed for movement in any direction, but ascending or descending was perilously tricky. Miscalculating the distance when descending could result in crashing into the ground, while misjudging it too closely could leave one suspended in midair. The downward velocity also complicated one's judgment. Li Donglei's adeptness at blinking served as a testament to his extraordinary skill. Those present were witnessing Li Donglei unleash his prowess for the first time. In their minds, he had merely been a spatial magician devoid of any offensive capability. Yet this spectacle shattered their preconceived notions. Wow, Boss Wolf is so cool. Your magical control ability surpasses even the teachers. Exclaimed Purfus, wide-eyed. Li Donglei, blushing slightly, replied, if you reach level 8, you'll still only be able to play with one spell every day. Your magic will surely be quite refined. Scoundrel, I wanted to capture it to play with. How could you kill it? That's so cruel. Where's my freezing spell? Norlin pointed angrily at Li Donglei that if magical beasts were so easy to tame, no one would need to spend exorbitant amounts on phantom creatures. Li Donglei mumbled to himself, wishing to avoid further conflict with the enchantress. The wise man does not quarrel with a woman. What are you mumbling about? Compensate me for my little monkey. Norlin shot back. Li Donglei retorted with righteous indignation. Surely you know the effective range of freezing spells. Just now, you and the azure-eyed monkey were at least 300 zhong apart. A level 3 freezing spell had long since lost its potency. I discovered it and killed it, so why should I owe you anything? You. How was I to know it would run so far? Li Donglei was rendered speechless. Sister, does your magical beast just stand before you, allowing you to play with it using spells? Don't call me sister. I'm not that old. Norlin protested immediately, her demeanor becoming entangled, leaving Li Donglei exasperated. Ignoring the enchantress, he deftly began skinning the azure-eyed monkey's corpse. Searching for dry twigs, you're so cruel, Norlin exclaimed as she witnessed Li Donglei stripping the skin from the azure-eyed monkey. She couldn't help but scoff, and even Noah's face paled slightly, perhaps witnessing such brutality for the first time. Li Donglei, with bloodied fingers, pointed at Norlin and said, "You girls are truly something. I kill a monkey, and you cry cruelty, yet you don't call it cruel when you eat people. Who eats this little monkey?" "You barbarian," Norlin scoffed again. "Oh, when you eat chicken or duck, that's not called cruelty, but when we eat a monkey, it is? Isn't that hypocritical? I'm done talking to you." "Go away," Li Donglei replied curtly, harboring no fondness for the enchantress, who bore a visage akin to Noah's. Norlin was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by Li Donglei's retorts. Li Donglei expertly kindled a fire, skewered the meat, roasted it, turned it, added fuel, and sprinkled seasoning. Everything was executed with remarkable finesse. The little dragon, as usual, lay before Li Donglei, fixated on the process, occasionally drooling and licking its plump dragon lips. Meanwhile, Noah and the others watched in astonishment as Li Donglei busied himself. Half an hour later, the savory aroma of the roasted meat wafted through the air, making it hard for anyone to resist salivating. The golden brown surface of the meat occasionally crackling with juice, an irresistible sight. Perfus, Gil, Inkai, and others were already eager to approach, while Linda and Noah stood nearby observing. With Norlin lingering at a distance, Li Donglei's roasting of the meat resembled a masterful performance of art, evoking admiration from onlookers. After another quarter of an hour, several students in the distance caught a whiff of the mouth-watering scent and promptly made their way over. "Boss Wolf, how could you be so inconsiderate, roasting meat for yourself while we're left with dry rations?" The portly Yuta exclaimed with glimmering eyes from afar. "Exactly. Right, gallant Taiyang," they chimed in immediately. "Where were you when I was catching this monkey and searching for firewood? Now that everything's ready, you come over," Li Donglei retorted irritably. Nonetheless, being that the magical beast was substantial, he was more than willing to share with his friends. Li Donglei observed as his three roommates, Perfus, Linda, and Gil Inkai, tore off a piece of meat, then cheerfully called to several third-year students. "Anyone who hasn't had enough to eat, come join us. We have more than enough." Disregarding the commotion behind him, he took the finest piece of meat and approached Noah. "Do you remember that time in the library when I mentioned I would one day treat you to a meaningful delicacy?" Li Donglei offered the roasted meat, saying, "I personally captured it and cooked it myself, and it's magical beast meat, the freshest wild game. Quite meaningful, isn't it? As for its taste, that's for you to judge. Noah, it's truly delicious. Even better than the best roast from Kalen's place," Yuta mumbled while chewing. Noah smiled lightly and replied, "If I hadn't seen you kill this magical beast, I might have enjoyed tasting it, but now I really can't eat it." Perhaps next time. Li Donglei found it difficult to understand that in the ruins, he had eaten roasted meat every day, and after emerging, he hunted for his own food, which was akin to the survival instincts in nature. If one did not hunt other animals for sustenance, one would starve. The human capacity for compassion could sometimes be quite absurd. At least, Li Donglei could not comprehend it many times. Although he recognized Noah's sincerity, it was by no means a hypocritical sentiment. And he believed Norlin's situation was similar. "Very well, I initially intended to help the little dragon shed some weight, but I suppose that will have to wait until next time," Li Donglei conceded reluctantly. While the little dragon wore a mischievous grin, drooling, suddenly, a chorus of wolf howls echoed from all directions, startling many students into dropping their roasted meat and frantically scrambling to flee. "Don't panic. It's just a few wolves. Quickly, head to where Senior Hellion Nade is," Li Donglei shouted, pulling Noah along toward the resting area of Hellion Nade and others. With someone taking the lead, the crowd found their courage and followed, fearful of falling behind and becoming prey to the magical beasts. Upon reaching the resting area, nearly 100 students from 2 elite third-year classes huddled together nervously. "Class leader, activate the magic wand and summon the teachers," a timid girl exclaimed in fear. "Indeed, I've heard magical beasts love to eat humans," another added. "But we haven't even seen the enemy and are already running. Isn't that a bit cowardly?" a dark-skinned boy countered. "I live on the prairie. Wolves aren't that frightening. Besides, wolves are nocturnal. If you're really afraid, you can just climb a tree and wait until dawn, and the wolves will naturally leave," another student chimed in. "What are you talking about? It's noon. It's broad daylight. We're not facing ordinary wolves but magical beasts," another boy remarked, glancing toward the magic wand in Hellion Nade's hand. Hellion Nade appeared hesitant. Just then, 3 blue wolves came into view, quickly followed by 4, 5, 6, and more. Many began to retreat. Class leader, this isn't a school duel. We're up against merciless magical beasts that could kill us. Call for the teachers, a man pleaded, clutching Hellion Nade's sleeve. The howls of the beasts echoed, growing closer, intensifying the fear among the students that a few brave souls stepped forward, weapons drawn, vigilantly watching the encroaching magical beasts. What does the 3rd chapter, 6th clause of the Knight's Code say? Courage and fearlessness. Have you all swallowed the knightly spirit you've learned daily? Is the magic and martial skill you've studied all for naught? Li Donglei bellowed. Boss, I believe the 6th clause's 3rd principle is courage and fearlessness. You mixed it up, Yuta quickly whispered to correct him. Silence. Li Donglei shot him a death glare before pointing at a blue wolf, declaring, look at that. Think about what the magical beast compendium says about it. What magical beast is this? Windbell Wolf, a level 2 magical beast. To face a level 2 swordsman, you wouldn't even need weapons, yet you're all trembling before a mere level 2 magical beast. He scolded, P.S. I have always believed that a person, regardless of their rank, cannot truly amount to anything without the tempering of experience, without the heart of a warrior, and the courage to engage in battle. This perspective has colored my current narrative. However, it seems that the conventional wisdom of high ranks equating to mastery no longer holds true. With Snail's current approach to storytelling, I wonder if the audience will be receptive. Due to my overwhelming academic commitments, I have been unable to respond to everyone, and I will only be able to complete all my examinations by July 5th. Some brothers have inquired about the title of the book featuring Chang Bingtian as the protagonist. Ahem, I apologize for the oversight. I have 2 books in total, and the one featuring Chang Bingtian remains ethereal and elusive. Perhaps I spoke too soon. Others have commented that the small dragon in this book bears a striking resemblance to one from Divine Tomb. Indeed, there is an adorable small dragon in Divine Tomb, and similarly, it appears here, but it is also found in Legend of Xingfeng and other works that if you perceive this as imitation, then many books in the world would fall silent. I hope you can pen a compelling narrative that offers an entirely fresh perspective. As for the inquiry about completing the vow within 6 months, I fear I may disappoint you. The storyline of this book is quite expansive. Your declaration of life is worse than death has taken me aback that I wish you success in your adventures, and perhaps return to the book later. Approaching 860 comments, I finally noticed someone criticizing this book as garbage. I remain quite indifferent to such opinions. As I have previously stated, the more readers a book attracts, the more polarized the reception will be. I write for those who appreciate my work, and for those who do not. I can only extend my apologies for wasting your precious time. Regarding whom Donglei will end up with, I can only say that the romance in this book strives for innovation. I have a general idea, but I cannot disclose too much at this moment. The updates have been affected by examinations, but they will accelerate thereafter. All right, let's continue to strive, both in study and in writing. Chapter 52. The leader the wolf will devour a man. Exclaimed a student immediately. I have faced wolves before. Li Donglei retorted loudly that I finally comprehend the school's earnest intentions behind this elite trial. Look around. Within the confines of the school, we have food and drink, without the need to struggle for survival or worry about the future. There is little motivation for personal endeavor. Yet here we have noble level 4 swordsmen and level 4 mages displaying cowardice in the face of a level 2 monster. Ignoring the gazes of all present, Li Donglei continued his passionate monologue. Now, look at these wolves. A mere pack of 70 or 80 medium-sized wolves. They are not fools. They are aware of our numbers and are merely waiting for us to make a move. If we run, they will panic and chase after the slowest among us. But do we truly need to flee? Upon concluding his words, Li Donglei suddenly flashed to the nearest wolf, swiftly severing its throat with his sword. The wolf pack, no longer merely howling in a circle, surged forward with 3 wolves lunging at Li Donglei, and many more attacking the other students. Screams erupted as some turned to flee, while others, paralyzed by fear, remained rooted in place. Yet there were those few who bravely confronted the oncoming wolves, albeit in scant numbers. The wolves charged. Only a dozen dared to engage in battle, yet a level 4 swordsman could easily dispatch 20 level 2 swordsmen. In an instant of confrontation, over 20 wolves fell, illustrating the vast disparity in strength. A single strike could determine life or death. Sword energy and magic enveloped the sprawling forest as the Wolf King realized that the group before him was 100 times stronger than himself. These few were exceptionally formidable. Within a mere quarter-hour of combat, a chilling howl echoed, and the wolf pack retreated just as swiftly as they had arrived, with blood still dripping from his sword. Li Donglei cast a disappointed glance at the students who had retreated to a safe distance merely to spectate, then smiled at his comrades who fought alongside him. "I told you, not everyone is a coward. It's regrettable. Had we all joined in, not a single wolf would have escaped, and our provisions for the journey would have been secured," Li Donglei remarked with a grin at Li Donglei. "What did you do before coming to Karen Academy?" asked Lingda, one of the 10-member group, who had participated in the skirmish, her expression cheerful. The others turned their gaze toward Li Donglei, clearly respecting him for his actions, which starkly contrasted the rumors surrounding him as a rogue. I suppose I am somewhat of a vagabond, going wherever I could find a meal. I heard that the elite class at Karen Academy does not require tuition and even provides a stipend. So I came here to get by." "Haha," Li Donglei replied with a hint of humor. "Hee, it appears our reasons for coming are similar. I too sought food, though the school meals are rather expensive, yet far more comfortable than outside." A robust fellow chuckled. "I was a mercenary before, having taken down thieves, so a few wolves are no trouble. However, I was advised by our captain to study here for a few more years before returning to mercenary work," said another boy with slightly tousled hair, laughing. "My home lies on the border between Karen and Fran, a region often ravaged by war and bandits. We learned to defend ourselves from a young age." A seemingly delicate girl stated nonchalantly, "Is it possible that none of us here come from intermediate schools before attending Karen Advanced Academy? I had never been to school either. I came here for a few gold coins. As life outside is perilous, one must risk their life for a single gold coin. How wonderful it is here." As Li Donglei listened to the stories of his classmates, he glanced back at those who remained distant spectators. Adorned in finery, wielding sharp swords and expensive magical staffs, yet they were oblivious to the realities of survival. Despite years of training in martial arts and magic, none had ever experienced genuine combat. Their encounters confined to mere duels with classmates. How absurd, fellow students. The wolves have fled. I believe the school would be most pleased to witness our repulsion of the wolves, and our parents wish to see their children's courageous sides. "Let us continue forward," Li Donglei proclaimed loudly. The others wore flushed expressions to Li Donglei. "You should lead us," Helionade said shyly, handing over his map and magic staff to Li Donglei. Li Donglei surveyed the group and inquired, "What does everyone think?" "Good." The 10 or so who had fought alongside Li Donglei, along with Yuta and others, voiced their agreement, while many remained silent, adopting a resigned demeanor, yet no dissenting voices emerged. "Very well. I shall take the lead," Li Donglei replied without hesitation, then issued his first command. "I require everyone to gather all provisions, water, and any edible items you possess, and place them in front of me." "Why?" a boy immediately protested. "There is no reason that I in the army. Obedience is paramount. We are currently in a wilderness march. I cannot slay you, but I will not tolerate cowardice or hindrance within my ranks. If you disagree, feel free to leave the main group and face the wolves, tigers, leopards, and venomous snakes alone," Li Donglei stated sternly. "The school has no such regulations," the student began, but was met with Li Donglei's icy glare, which silenced his further objections. "Enough, Ryan. It is merely a matter of consolidating our supplies. We still have enough to eat," another boy consoled with a smile. Finally, Li Donglei's first command was enacted amidst murmurs of surprise. Observing the pile of food at their feet, Li Donglei wore an innocent smile, then approached the dark-skinned man who had fought alongside him, whispering, "You were using fire magic earlier, weren't you?" "Indeed, I am a level 5 fire mage. A member of the third-year elite magic class, Reno Jade," the man replied with a smile. "Good. Incinerate all the food and water," Li Donglei commanded softly. The fire mage looked at him in astonishment. Li Donglei met his gaze with an expression of trust. With renewed determination, the fire mage began to chant, and amidst the confusion of the others, he suddenly unleashed a level 4 fire pillar that engulfed the gathered food. "What are you doing, you fool?" Dozens of students shouted in outrage, while a few water mages attempted to extinguish the flames, but it was too late. A level 4 fire pillar could reduce the provisions to ash in an instant. And it was not a fleeting blaze. "Reno Jade, I challenge you to a duel." A boy stepped forward, his face flushed with anger. "Silence," Where was your courage to duel when we fought the wolves? You could have used water magic to douse the flames. Why did you not remember that you are powerful mages when the wolves attacked? Li Donglei retorted. It was I who instructed him to burn it. Before anyone could react, Li Donglei made an even more outrageous move. He raised the map given by the teacher and tore it to shreds, simultaneously snapping the magic staff in two. Are you trying to kill us, you madman? Several students drew their swords, pointing them at Li Donglei, who met their frantic gazes with an icy stare. My father is a count of the empire, a close friend of the principal. I will report you to the administration. We are here to hone our skills, not to indulge in leisure. We no longer require food, water, maps, or any magic staffs for help, for we do not need these things. Not a single one. To starve or thirst to death in the Molen Mountain Range is the epitome of irony in the world. I am aware that the route provided by the instructor has been tested multiple times and is deemed safe. There are instructors nearby who will assist us upon seeing a magic wand. Yet, with all these assurances, when shall we truly mature? When shall we become genuine warriors, the pillars of our nation? Li Donglei cast a cold gaze upon each student, standing atop a mound, and proclaimed loudly, "Do not tell me you are the son of a count or the daughter of a duke. Here, you are nothing more than a member of this team, and that is all. Now we are part of the Molen Mountain Range. We must fully integrate, adapt, and ultimately conquer this place. Did you see the wolf pack earlier? We perceive them as magical beasts, but to them, the concept of humans is non-existent in their eyes. I am no different from other magical beasts that I want you to consider yourselves as magical beasts too. And even more powerful ones at that." Expressions varied among the crowd, but undoubtedly, more than half regretted coming here, and even more regretted encountering Li Donglei. My father is a count of the empire, a close friend of the principal. I will go to the academic office. You madman. I want to go home. Cried a girl. Of course, you can return home, but no one will escort you, young lady, without a map. If you are confident you won't get lost, encounter a magical beast, starve, or fall ill, please, I beg you. Regrettably, Li Donglei heard more cries, including those of boys. Since I have taken on the role of the villain, I shall see it through. Li Donglei sighed inwardly and declared loudly, "Each of us possesses level 4 strength. 110 of us. What does that signify? As long as we are brave and coordinated, even a level 10 expert cannot defeat us. What are you afraid of? Follow me, and I guarantee your safety. Stray from the team, and I assure you that your chances of survival are far less than those of death." Exactly, what are you afraid of? Over 100 level 4 experts, far stronger than our previous mercenary group. Who can contend with us? A mercenary who had just fought wolves alongside Li Donglei exclaimed. The former team leader, Nade, raised his hand as if in a classroom. "Speak. Do you know the way back?" he asked quietly. Deep within, the sky is obscured, making it easy to get lost, unless one has lived here for an extended period. Getting lost is inevitable. I know the way through the area of level 6 magical beasts, but beyond that, we will all lose our way. However, rest assured, no matter where we go, he can lead us back. Li Donglei smiled as he pointed to the rotund little dragon. Chapter 53. Into the depths. The little dragon only knew a few simple phrases. Today, Li Donglei spoke extensively, most of which it did not comprehend. However, upon seeing Li Donglei point at it, the little dragon gave a dragon-like smile, which lightened the hearts of the onlookers. "Oh, where must we go to return?" Nade inquired again. "Our combined strength surpasses that of an ordinary level 10 magical beast. But for everyone's safety, we shall not proceed beyond the level 9 area," Li Donglei replied with a smile. Level 9. 3 years ago, a level 9 magical beast suddenly entered the territory of level 7 magical beasts, resulting in the tragic deaths of over a dozen people. Li Donglei's icy demeanor returned as he coldly stated, "Those who perished were not level 4 experts but ordinary individuals who would simply turn and flee. They possessed no combat prowess, not to mention a level 9 magical beast. Even a few windbell wolves could easily slay them, just like all of you today." Everyone lowered their heads, feeling ashamed and silent. Li Donglei raised his voice. "As your leader, I will first ensure your safety and secondly seize this opportunity to train you into true warriors, bona fide level 4 powerhouses." With that, Li Donglei boldly ventured deeper into the mountains. The dozen or so individuals who had fought alongside him immediately followed, with Noah pulling his sister along, and then came Yuta and the others. "Let us return together, with so many of us. It should be safer. A boy quietly suggested to another, his eyes filled with fear. Everything looks the same here. You can't tell east from west, oh, you know the way? The boy said as he joined the group. Even if I knew the way, the few capable of fighting have left. Who will protect us? A girl disdainfully remarked, but ultimately had no choice but to follow the front of the group. Li Donglei and Ling Da chatted and laughed as they walked, completely unfazed by the tension behind them. The magic wand given to you by the Ice Mountain Lady is still with you. Right? Li Donglei asked in a tone only the two could hear. What lady? Haha. I destroyed it. Ling Da replied with a bemused expression but immediately added in support. Just kidding. I hid it away. The third years don't even know we have a magic wand in our group. If our group asks, just say I destroyed it too. Li Donglei continued in a hushed tone. If these fellows realize there is no way back, they will fight with all their might. This is called burning one's boats. However, we cannot truly leave ourselves without an escape route. If a high-level magical beast happens to stroll into our midst, we will naturally seek help from the instructor, Li Donglei said with a mischievous smile. You are so cunning that Li Donglei rolled his eyes and, after a moment of contemplation, shifted the topic. It seems you have yet to introduce yourself. Before coming here, what were you doing? Like them, I studied at Karen Intermediate Academy and then was admitted here. Ling Dao replied with a smile that is that true? I shall truly regard you with newfound respect. Li Donglei exclaimed in surprise that it's not as you think. I too have trained hard that my father is very strict and has trained me since childhood using military methods. Last year, he even took me into battles several times that I witnessed much bloodshed and many deaths, which built my courage. When you were speaking to him earlier, it was quite similar, though my father is both imposing and righteous. While you are bravely wicked, Ling Da said with a smile. Are you complimenting me or mocking me? Li Donglei responded, somewhat vexed. Can you tell me who your father is? Li Donglei inquired again. Count Gouanajade, currently stationed at the border. Facing off against the forces of Fran, Ling Da said with a hint of worry, then suddenly looked up and smiled. You are more cunning than my father, always deceiving others. How so? Li Donglei immediately protested. Didn't you just deceive everyone regarding the magic wand? Moreover, even if we cooperate perfectly, we can at best defeat a level 9 magical beast, and it would come at a great cost. We are no match for level 10. The gap between level 10 and 9 is immense, a chasm of difference that cannot be imagined. You are exaggerating our strength. Do you not think that what we need most right now is confidence and courage? Sometimes a well-intentioned lie is necessary. Li Donglei smiled. Courage? I think you are already very brave, Ling Da replied. You are brave too, but let us be clear. I mean us. I mean this team, not just me or just you. I have just realized I feel an overwhelming impulse, a strong desire to lead an army across the world. Though our scale is small right now, it feels great in my heart. Haha. Li Donglei laughed heartily. At that moment, Yuta, Noah, and the others rushed to Li Donglei's side, while Ling Da smiled and moved to the front of the group. You fat idiot. Why didn't you join us earlier? Li Donglei feigned anger. Boss Wolf, I have only ever seen illusions of beasts, and they are quite docile. I have never killed anything larger than a chicken. I couldn't bring myself to do it, Yuta replied innocently. Being timid is just being timid. Don't make excuses. You fellows are quite fierce when fighting humans. Why do you go mute in the face of a few wolves? Li Donglei questioned, puzzled that we see people every day. And we become familiar with each other. Who fears whom? But magical beasts lack humanity and have a fearsome reputation. When we see them, we instinctively think of being devoured, so of course we want to flee. Li Donglei stepped forward with a wicked smile. Have you ever killed a magical beast or brushed past death? Of course not, Yuta replied, eyeing Li Donglei warily. Well, don't worry. Soon you'll have your chance. Yuta's expression changed, and he suddenly grabbed Li Donglei, saying, Boss Wolf, if we really encounter danger, you must save me. If I die, countless beautiful girls will surely mourn. Get lost, Li Donglei retorted with a laugh. Li Donglei's group had been in the Molan Mountain range for 2 days. As they ventured deeper, the frequency of encounters with magical beasts increased, yet they were all of the weakest kind, typically dispatched by Ling Da alone with her sword, drink, with a single stroke of her sword. Linda felled a red needle pine, her eyes still sparkling with excitement. Oh, beauty, take it easy. No one is competing with you to slay the magical beasts. However, Purvis dared not voice his thoughts aloud, more akin to muttering to himself. Did you see that? In front of the Ice Queen, she is the epitome of a well-behaved child, obedient and charming. Yet, When the Ice Queen is absent, she becomes rebellious. Initially, the Ice Queen instructed us to stay back in the third year and not to show off. With her sparkling eyes, she kept nodding. I understand. Teacher, you can rest assured. But now, she is at the forefront, striking the hardest blows, Tai Yong whispered to Li Donglei. Indeed, it is often those who appear to be the most obedient students who are the least so. It is the acknowledged bad students like myself who are the true backbone of the school, Li Donglei asserted without a hint of embarrassment. Ahem, Wolf Boss, let us remain calm. You truly are a role model for our students. Unlike the beast slayer ahead, Yuta derisively remarked that IT should be bloodthirsty killer instead. Galen quickly added embellishments. Shoo, keep your voices down. We mustn't let Linda hear us, the honest Jerome cautioned. What are you all whispering about? I heard my name mentioned. Linda suddenly turned around, her voice melodious, her eyes sparkling with beauty. However, the sight of a trace of blood on her sword made everyone shiver involuntarily that it was him. He said it. Purpose, Tai Yong, Li Donglei, Yuta, and Galen pointed in unison at Jerome that it was you. You were the one who spoke my name just now, speaking ill of me behind my back, Linda exclaimed. Her eyes blazing with fury, Jerome felt a pang of despair. He was the only one who had not spoken ill of her. Li Donglei quickly shifted the topic, calling out to the group. Look how brave Linda is, leading the way for us, while you so-called men sit idly by. Is this how you embody chivalry? The group fell silent, having followed Li Donglei for 2 days, whether for motivation or provocation. He was employing various methods to bolster their morale and courage, and his authority grew with each shout. They all understood that when Li Donglei turned to bellow, it was a command. Indeed, Li Donglei then ordered, Senior Helionator, I am unaware of the ranking of the top 10 experts on campus, but you must now display the prowess of the third strongest, you and the so-called 6th and 8th experts. Step to the front if a few low-level magical beasts approach and you flee without fighting. I swear, even if you are devoured, I shall not come to your aid. Perhaps Li Donglei's true strength did not match that of these individuals. But once someone fears another, they are defeated without a fight. There is a certain authority in this. Much like an emperor with only a breath left, even the bravest generals tremble before them. The emperor holds the power over the lives of his ministers. Now, it seemed Li Donglei could control the fates of everyone present. The march continued, with Helionator and another man and woman forced to walk at the forefront. However, it was much improved, witnessing Linda, a seemingly weaker girl, effortlessly slaying magical beasts like chopping vegetables. The group's fear of the beasts gradually faded, replaced by a hint of exhilaration, after summoning their courage to slay the first magical beast. Helionator and the others became increasingly emboldened, feeling like invincible knights. Yes, everyone requires a process of growth. Those who have lived in blissful families, far from war and suffering, even with immense power, would find it unimaginable to emerge and kill without mercy. Such occurrences belong only in novels. I assure you, we must believe that everyone harbors a touch of hypocritical compassion. Yet, regrettably, to become a true powerhouse, one must have blood on their hands, and the path of an emperor is indeed paved with blood. Chapter 54. Advanced Magical Beasts. As Li Donglei continued to direct, every student in the martial arts class had the opportunity to step forward and confront their first taste of killing. Alongside their first sense of accomplishment, the mages also had the chance to cast a few supportive spells behind the swordsmen. Let us rest here. We face our first night of marching, Li Donglei shouted to the crowd. Everyone plopped down, initially thinking Helionator's 2-hour rests were exhausting. But compared to Li Donglei, it was like comparing a small fish to a great whale. Li Donglei had allowed for a 7-hour march during which they had only sipped water, consuming not a morsel of food, all the while needing to slay low-level magical beasts to conserve energy. Only Li Donglei remained standing, all eyes upon him as moonlight filtered through the trees, casting a pale glow upon him. Under the moonlight, his complexion appeared somewhat pallid, his chest rising and falling slightly. Watching this once infamous rogue, now bearing the weight of their expectations, they silently yearned for the sense of achievement he might bring. A feeling that was undeniably thrilling despite the arduous journey. In the gazes of the girls, apart from anticipation, there lingered something else. This world inherently anticipates strength and praises heroes. Our first lesson in this journey is called courage and fearlessness. We have been learning. And now we commence our second lesson, endurance and resilience, he proclaimed loudly. All eyes turned to Li Donglei, awaiting his next words that I understand that this journey has been much harsher than at school or home. But what does that matter? To become true powerhouses, we must be able to endure illness, pain, loneliness, failure, and now hunger and fatigue. That Li Donglei scanned the crowd, and they returned his gaze during our last food and water collection. I noticed some students had held back some supplies that I do not mind that. But now, you must bring everything out. There is a river nearby, extending deep into the Molan mountain range. Do not disdain its cleanliness. If you were in a desert or trapped in ruins, you would understand how precious this dirty river water can be. This time, Li Donglei was quite satisfied. At least no one voiced opposition. Even after gathering the food, before Li Donglei could speak, a fire mage cast a fireball, and no one objected, even if some felt a pang of regret for the food. All right, now we will split into groups. We have a total of 110 people, 54 swordsmen, 55 mages, and myself, who can be counted as a swordsman as well. 0.5 people per group, with either 2 swordsmen and 3 mages or 3 swordsmen and 2 mages. You may allocate yourselves as you wish, but each group's strength should be balanced. I will give you 1 hour to form your groups. If you fail to do so within the hour, I shall intervene. That I will also adjust any groups with significant power disparities. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed through the mountains, lingering in the air, halting Li Donglei's words as he turned to see the source. Linda reacted swiftly, drawing her sword as she declared, "Advanced magical beast." Everyone sprang to their feet. Facing the source of the sea are Li Donglei slowly turned, positioning himself in the center of the crowd. A wave of foul wind swept through, causing the leaves to rustle violently. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, a magical beast leapt from the dense forest, its head resembling that of an ape, long arms, a short tail covered in black fur, and 4 protruding fangs gleaming in its fierce gaze. Linda felt a surge of alarm, recognizing it as an 8th-level magical beast, the 4-toothed fiery ape, known for its ferocity and immense strength, making it a formidable opponent. Everyone, be cautious. This is the advanced magical beast 4-toothed fiery ape, and it is quite difficult to deal with, she warned. But before she could finish, she noticed that besides Li Donglei and a few others, the rest had inexplicably retreated to a safe distance. What a bunch of cowards, Linda thought disdainfully, stealing a glance at Li Donglei, who happened to meet her gaze and smiled at her. Linda felt her cheeks flush unexpectedly. Do not expect them to cultivate much courage in a single day. This is already a marked improvement compared to when they encountered the wolf pack. Li Donglei remarked with a smile, showing no concern for the 4-toothed fiery ape. As he spoke, the 4-toothed fiery ape roared and charged forward. Linda, sword in hand, was the first to rush in. Jiang Kai observed the fierce battle unfolding and whispered, "Yuta, your people from the Galan Empire are renowned for their bravery in battle. Why aren't you aiding?" Yuta rolled her eyes and replied, "Have you ever seen someone as heavy as me rush in to grapple with an 8th-level magical beast? I'm contemplating which spell would be most effective at this moment. Aren't you fond of Linda? Why don't you step up now?" My hands were born to play music for Miss Linda. I cannot appear as a barbarian before her," Jiang Kai said, thick-skinned, PFT, shameless. "Hey, as a thief, you didn't attend school before coming to Galan. Why don't you act like those people?" Iguan shot him a sidelong glance. "Have you ever seen a thief engage in melee like a warrior?" "Hey, Miss Noah," Galan suddenly exclaimed, "doesn't your water element have a 6th-level ice dragon? Why not summon it to help?" Cough. "Sister Linda is focused on honing her sword skills. I'm merely giving her the opportunity," Galan, with a hint of skepticism, remarked. "Surely, you are not frightened." Chapter 55, the 55th volume. First style. With a resounding thud, Galen's head was struck, and he collapsed to the ground. Stars swirling before his eyes. On the battlefield, led by Linda, 7 swordsmen relentlessly besieged the 4-toothed fiery ape from all sides, fully entangled with it, while 6 spellcasters in the distance continuously unleashed their magic. Li Donglei deftly darted to the weakest point of the 4-toothed fiery ape, delivering a swift strike before vanishing instantaneously, leaving no opportunity for the beast to retaliate. Excluding Li Donglei, an 8th-level spatial magician, the remaining 13 were all of 5th and 6th-level caliber, collectively engaged in combat with the formidable 4-toothed fiery ape. Showcasing the fruits of their rigorous training over the years, the beast towered nearly 3 times taller than an ordinary human, its shrieks accompanied by razor-sharp fangs descending like a tempest, creating a cataclysmic atmosphere. Yet, The seven swordsmen danced and evaded amidst the shadows of its claws, seizing every opportunity to strike with their blades. Although the four-toothed fiery ape possessed immense strength, it was not invulnerable. Soon, several wounds marred its body, and the distinctive green blood of magical beasts began to flow. Meanwhile, the distant spells only compounded the woes of this powerful 8th-level creature. Do not rush, for a cornered beast may fight fiercely. Li Donglei cautioned while battling. The defense of an 8th-level magical beast was difficult to fathom. Despite their relentless slashes, the group failed to strike its vital points, merely causing it to bleed profusely. Further inciting its primal fury, with a deafening roar, the four-toothed fiery ape charged towards Linda, who deftly maneuvered to its side. Observing its raised arms exposing a gap beneath its ribs, she swiftly thrust her sword. The blade sinking deep into the creature's flesh, the four-toothed fiery ape let out an earth-shattering roar. Swinging its arm downward, Linda's sword became lodged within the beast, and as she attempted to evade, it was too late. The brute's long arm struck her shoulder with a resounding crash, sending her flying 5 or 6 yards to the ground, feeling as if her bones had shattered at that moment. A torrent of blood gushed from the wound beneath the creature's ribs, indicating a grievous injury. Yet, it seemed impervious to pain, letting out another roar as it lunged at Linda. Struggling to rise, she felt an overwhelming pain coursing through her body, rendering her unable to stand. The onlookers gasped in shock, rushing forward to rescue Linda, but the distance rendered their efforts futile. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Linda, none other than Li Donglei, who had blinked to her side. Without a moment's hesitation, he scooped her up and, with 4 rapid blinks, transported her to a safe location with Yuta and the others. Noah, I hear that water magic is adept at healing. Count yourself in for the fight against this 8th-level beast. Li Donglei quipped lightly, noticing that Linda was no longer in mortal danger. Noah lowered his head in embarrassment, and when he looked back up at Li Donglei, he had already blinked back into the fray. This creature is on the brink of madness. Everyone, maintain your distance and prioritize your safety. Let us entangle it until it exhausts its strength and bleeds out before we strike together, Li Donglei proclaimed. And all nodded in agreement, remaining vigilant against the four-toothed fiery ape. After half an hour of entanglement, although they did not take reckless risks and all remained safe, Li Donglei and his 13 comrades were nearing exhaustion. While the beast's movements grew increasingly feeble, its roars weakening significantly, the ground was stained with its blood, and as a gentle breeze blew, a palpable scent of iron permeated the air, with a thunderous roar. The four-toothed fiery ape seemed to sense its impending demise, suddenly unleashing its latent potential, heedless of Li Donglei and the others' attacks, and charged northward in a desperate bid for escape, but it's trying to flee. A fire mage shouted in alarm amidst the chaos. The others turned to look. They were horrified to see that apart from Li Donglei and his companions, nearly 100 onlookers surrounded them. No matter which direction the four-toothed fiery ape fled, students were present, and its frantic path was headed straight towards Noah and Linda. Defensive magic, Helionade. Galen, what are you dawdling for? Li Donglei shouted repeatedly. Upon hearing their names, Helionade and Galen trembled, as if some unseen force compelled their legs to move forward in fear. Yet, in the confusion, Noah failed to recite the incantation properly, only managing to conjure a secondary water wall. The combined prowess of Helionade and Galen barely amounted to 4th-level strength. The thin bolt of lightning struck the four-toothed fiery ape, causing it to become even more frenzied, its massive form charging forward heedlessly. Suffering yet another wound from a blade's edge, with a hoarse, vengeful roar, the creature's eyes glowed with fury, as if it would expend every last ounce of strength to annihilate these detestable humans. The fragile ice wall crumbled like paper, revealing the gravely injured Linda and a group of bewildered students behind it. That moment, Li Donglei blinked into position, facing the four-toothed fiery ape with his back to Noah and Galen. The others could not discern his expression, but Yuta, Taeyong, and Jerome, even in the darkness, could see that one half of Li Donglei's face was crimson with blood, while the other half was ashen, resembling a corpse. His eyes burned with intensity, and suddenly he spat a mouthful of blood, which splattered across the sword that Yuta had gifted him. In the ancient talisman he possessed, it was inscribed, "The yang energy of the human body gathers in the governor meridian. Qi flows into the dantian, bolstering strength, traversing the lumbar points, the mingmen, the xianshu, the spine, and the central meridian, culminating in the yang and the spirit platform, the divine path, the body column, the tau of the great vertebra. The silent gate, the wind palace, the brain portal, the strong interval, the back apex, the 100 meetings, the front apex, the Xian meeting, the upper star, the divine court, the pure cleft, and the water ditch, as Li Donglei drew upon every last ounce of his strength. His fighting energy erupted from the governor meridian, pooling in his palms that he raised the sword high, standing firm against the heavens. In the next instant, he slightly bent his left knee, his right leg curving inward, his right foot stepping into the ground, transforming the blade into a circle, and with a sudden motion of his hands, the sword cleaved downward, the first style of the 9 heavens 9 swords, giant sword slash. Chapter 56, the 56th volume, Little Dragon in a Coma. The sword light, igniting from the starlit night, eclipsed the stars above, descending with lethal intent. The four-toothed fiery ape sensed the imminent danger and raised its arms to shield its head. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the creature was violently shaken, its left arm severed completely, and its right arm drenched in blood. Roar! It was as if the creature finally felt the excruciating pain. It threw back its head and howled. Torrents of blood spewing from its mouth, its eyes filled with crimson veins, evoking a scene of utter carnage, akin to a prehistoric behemoth of darkness, having completely lost its sanity and disregarding its own life. The four-toothed fiery ape was consumed by pure hatred, a cornered beast fighting to the death, charging relentlessly towards Li Donglei alone. Finally, sensing Li Donglei's fatigue, the golden short shirt he wore emitted a dragon's roar as the massive form of the little dragon appeared. Stretching 30 zhang in length, far surpassing the four-toothed fiery ape in size. 30 zhang represented the true form of the little dragon, for only at this size could it unleash its full potential. Yet, what did it matter? The little dragon was merely a 5th-level phantom beast, facing an 8th-level magical beast. The power of an 8th-level creature was intensely concentrated, akin to a miniature atomic bomb, harboring a terrifying energy far surpassing that of a vast quantity of explosives. However, confronting the terrifying entity, the little dragon surged forward at maximum speed, resembling a cloud of cotton colliding with a block of steel. Upon impact, the little dragon's chest caved in, and its entire body was sent flying towards Li Donglei and the others. With all its remaining strength, the dragon's head glanced back at its master, and in a final act of defiance, its colossal form shrank to that of a mere kitten, landing safely in Li Donglei's embrace. Averting the danger of being crushed into a pulp. In contrast, the 8th-level magical beast, the four-toothed fiery ape, unleashed a desperate retaliation fueled by its life force, finally succumbing to the relentless assault, especially from Li Donglei and the little dragon. Collapsing to the ground in utter defeat, Li Donglei, cradling the little dragon, abruptly turned around. The witch Norlin could not suppress a shriek, while Noah looked on in terror, his mouth agape, wanting to cry out but silencing himself with his hand. Tears streaming down his face. At that moment, Li Donglei's visage was a ghastly sight, one half crimson with blood, the other pale as a corpse, his eyes bloodshot, and blood pouring from the corners of his mouth. Hellion, Nade, and Galen recoiled in fear, retreating repeatedly. All of this transpired within mere moments, as the other 12 combatants finally rushed to his side, followed closely by the onlooking students who encircled them. Why didn't you recite the incantation? Who do you think you are? Without the chant, could you possibly unleash 6th-level magic? Furthermore, you, whose inner energy has been thrown into disarray, failing to channel your martial essence according to the prescribed techniques. How much strength can you truly summon? What has become of the martial skills you practice daily? You, a purported 7th-level master, and you, the fearsome visage of Li Donglei, resembling a frenzied lion, berating each individual, causing all to lower their heads in deference, too afraid to meet Li Donglei's gaze. Li Donglei, you must take a rest. The injured Lingda could not restrain herself from advising. You have always been light-hearted, never genuinely angry. Please do not act this way. It pains me to see you like this. As Noah spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. Seemingly distressed for Li Donglei, Li Donglei turned to survey the crowd, his mind somewhat muddled, suddenly altering his tone as if engaging in self-reflection. Have we truly only been together for a single day? Just one day ago, you were all noble sons and delicate daughters. Whether willingly or by compulsion. In this fleeting day, I have witnessed your unwavering strength, your burgeoning courage, and your ever-growing trust in me. The first time we prepared food, how many of you were ready to fight me? Yet the second time, you all complied without a single word of complaint. You have bestowed upon me your trust, and with it, an immense pressure. Yes, a pressure. The more trust you give, the heavier the burden becomes. A wave of shame and emotion washed over everyone present. Li Donglei suddenly flicked his sleeve, his weakened body nearly collapsing from the surge of emotion. I have vowed to ensure your safety. And I intend to transform you all into courageous individuals, true warriors. This is a deception. If you do not fight for yourselves, who will protect you? Then Li Donglei embraced Xiao Long and began to move forward, his voice dwindling to a whisper. You have improved vastly since your arrival. However, in the face of harsh reality, no one will grant you the luxury of slowly gaining strength. Your path is yours alone. He glanced down at Xiao Long, pressing his hand against its abdomen, feeling the heartbeat within, a smile gracing his lips before he finally succumbed to exhaustion. In that instant, panic seized the crowd, as if their pillar of strength had crumbled. Their banner had fallen, their guardian had departed. When light once again flooded his eyes, Li Donglei found himself cradled in Noah's embrace, who was feeding him wild fruit juice with a spoon she had brought from her training. Li Donglei struggled to rise, and the others gathered around upon noticing his awakening. Are you all right? Noah asked, her cheeks tinged with crimson. Li Donglei scanned the room and replied with a mischievous grin. In the past, if I exchanged a word with my classmate Noah, you would all be displeased. Why is it that this time you tolerate such tender care from a beautiful girl? The crowd chuckled awkwardly. While Noah's face reddened further, you've been unconscious for 6 days. I didn't want you to starve, Noah whispered. Li Donglei scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I only remember the four-toothed fierce ape charging towards you. And I blinked in front of you, then fell into a frenzied state. After that, everything is a blur. What does falling into a frenzy mean? Lingdao interjected curiously. Though your final strike was merely the martial essence of a 4th-level swordsman, its power was immensely concentrated. That condensed blade was equivalent to a full-force attack from a 6th-level swordsman. Teach me, Li Donglei sincerely explained. Falling into a frenzy is a term from my homeland, describing a state of martial technique triggered by inner demons. For instance, during combat, my emotions fluctuated wildly, causing my martial essence to run amok, leading to this state. However, it is not a favorable condition. Look at me. I struck once and fell unconscious for 6 days. My martial essence is completely depleted, and I have no idea how many days it will take to recover. Seeing the mixed expressions on their faces, Li Donglei abandoned further explanation and asked, where have we traversed in these 6 days? We have not moved far. Before you fell unconscious, your mind was somewhat muddled, allowing us a glimpse into your heart, albeit just a fragment. This has strengthened our resolve to follow you into the depths of the Molan Mountains. And we await your guidance, Yuta replied supportively, smiling. Li Donglei glanced around at his classmates, each one regarding him with smiles filled with trust, fully affirming Yuta's words, which brought an unexpected delight to his heart. Very well. Tell me how you all fared during these 6 days. I wish to understand the situation. Li Donglei said with a smile to Yuta. We followed your earlier suggestion. Oh, no, your order, and divided into 22 groups. You, Noah, Nolan, Purvis, and I formed the first group. Naturally, you are the leader. If you prefer not to have 2 lovely ladies in your group, we will abide by your decision and change it, Yuta said, raising his eyebrows playfully. Spare me the banter. Continue, Li Donglei retorted. The 4 of us were responsible for looking after you and the injured Lingda, while the other 21 groups ventured out twice daily for training, with the task of capturing a beast of level 3 or higher. Anticipating Li Donglei's potential displeasure, Yuta quickly added, I understand that it may seem shameful for 5 4th-level mages and swordsmen to capture a level 3 beast, but we prioritized safety, especially after encountering a high-level beast like the four-toothed fierce ape. Li Donglei laughed heartily. I never imagined you all would be so capable. I thought you might return directly to school. It was embarrassing when you first fell unconscious. Everyone panicked and considered returning. But we were unsure of how to get back, Galen admitted sheepishly. Can you not hold your tongue? Taiyang quipped. Ha. Well, it seems that in these 6 days, you all have grown significantly. Capturing a level 3 beast means that next time we encounter an 8th-level beast, at least Lingda and I will be able to fight more boldly. Standing up, Li Donglei looked at the group and declared, each of us must mature. The Molan Mountains are our stepping stones to growth. Let us proceed deeper into the realm of the 4th-level beasts. Wait a moment. You've been unconscious for 6 days. consuming only water and wild fruit juice. That aren't you hungry? Noah suddenly interjected, her voice diminishing. Li Donglei patted his stomach and chuckled. Now that you mention it, I do feel rather hungry. Oh, bring it out. Lingda shook Noah's hand playfully, causing her to blush. What? Li Donglei inquired, intrigued. Noah had always saved some roasted meat, claiming it was in case you awoke and were very hungry. Isn't she thoughtful? Lingda teased, winking at Li Donglei. Ah, heroes and beautiful maidens, we single men can only accept our fate, Yuta lamented dramatically, amidst their playful banter. Even Li Donglei felt a tinge of embarrassment, let alone Noah to A.S. Li Donglei. Noah, Yuta, and the others sat together. The group watched in awe as Li Donglei devoured food equivalent to that of 4 people. Now working on his 5th serving, Yuta swallowed hard and murmured, I only just realized that Noah's roasted meat is better than that of the Wolf King. It is simply irresistible. Taiyang scoffed, if you were hungry for 6 days, you could have devoured food meant for 10 people. Chapter 57. Frenzy the Sorceress. Nolan exclaimed, Goodness, where does this glutton store all that food? His physique does not seem capable of accommodating it. As she spoke, Li Donglei finished the last morsel of food, placing the gnawed bones aside, still displaying an expression of insatiable delight, sending shivers through the onlookers. Noah tentatively asked, Do you need anything else? Li Donglei shook his head. That will suffice. It was the finest meal I have ever had. However, I promised to treat you to a meaningful meal, and it appears I have been outdone. Noah glanced at her companions, seeing the innocent expressions in their eyes, and finally relented. All right, I will roast some more for everyone to try. Xiaolong had succumbed to a unique state known as death sleep. This term refers to when a phantom beast sustains near-fatal injuries and must consolidate all its life force to heal. During this time, the beast can only breathe, rendering it incapable of any other activity, hence the name death sleep. The duration varies based on the severity of the injuries and the beast's healing capabilities. However, one certainty remains. Upon awakening, their overall strength diminishes significantly. Yet, Li Donglei remained unconcerned, content as long as Xiaolong's life was no longer in jeopardy. He pondered whether this was the retribution of the thieving dragon or if, as a king among advanced beasts, it simply had to endure greater trials. Li Donglei occasionally pondered this as he gently stroked Xiaolong's dragon whiskers, hoping for it to open its eyes this time. Li Donglei opted for a methodical approach. They resided in the territory of the 4th-level magical beasts for a full fortnight. Each day, every group was required to capture at least one 4th-level magical beast, leading to a situation where, by the end, only a few 4th-level magical beasts could be found within a radius of several dozen miles. Occasionally, some daring groups stealthily ventured into the 5th-level magical beast territory. A coalition of 5 4th-level experts, working in perfect harmony, could easily tackle a single 5th-level magical beast, not to mention a high-ranking swordsman like Hellion Nade, who, once unleashing his full power, could lead his group through the 7th-level magical beast territory with ease. For a complete 15 days, Li Donglei remained at the encampment, as he and Xiaolong had sustained the gravest injuries during their battle with the 4-toothed fierce ape. Xiaolong had yet to awaken. And after the fierce clash, Li Donglei found his fighting spirit utterly depleted, with previously open meridians now somewhat obstructed. Throughout these days, Li Donglei diligently worked to restore his fighting power, and at last, he had fully recuperated, even reaching the realm of a 4th-level swordsman. In truth, he had anticipated this outcome a fortnight prior, recognizing that the manifestation of fighting spirit into a colossal sword strike was the hallmark of a swordsman above the 4th level. With his strength restored to its zenith, Li Donglei's confidence surged. Gathering everyone together, Li Donglei smiled and remarked, The transformation of an individual is not dictated by time, but rather by the magnitude and quantity of experiences one endures. We have spent over 20 days in Molan, and everyone has made rapid progress. Although not every individual can defeat a 4th-level magical beast in one-on-one combat, I firmly believe that when we return, our parents will be utterly astonished. All eyes turned to Li Donglei. Without a doubt, the camaraderie built over 20 days of fighting side by side had elevated his standing to an unparalleled height, while gratitude towards him grew exponentially. Without Li Donglei, they could not fathom when they would have matured. Reflecting on the events of the past 20 days made them swell with pride. Li Donglei then inquired, Now, I wish to ask everyone, what have we learned from this elite trial? Courage, Galen was the first to respond, his gaze toward Li Donglei resolute. Collaboration, which is the tacit understanding forged through fighting side by side. Another third-year fire mage promptly added. Li Donglei recalled his name was Linuogia. Endurance. I've lost at least 10 pounds over these days. The portly Yuda's words elicited laughter from those around. Daring to try. I was the first to sample the river water and the wild fruits from the trees to ascertain their edibility and safety for everyone. Taiyang, who managed their meals, chimed in immediately. Li Donglei nodded and asked. Anything else? Friendship. I believe that through this ordeal, we have all become very good friends. Noah raised his fair hand and spoke softly. Li Donglei nodded. This bond forged through shared struggle and near-death experiences was invaluable and would remain unforgettable even decades hence. Li Donglei continued. What you have all said is indeed correct, yet it is not entirely so. Rather, it is relative. We have become relatively braver than before, but when confronted with more formidable foes, we still experience fear. In the face of fear, an individual's strength cannot be fully realized. We need to be braver still. We have learned to cooperate. Yet this cooperation is limited to small groups of 5, that let us not forget that we are 110 individuals united as one. Only when we can fight side by side as a collective can we truly embody team spirit. Similarly, while we have grown more resilient, having battled magical beasts and accepted minor injuries with a smile during magical healing, we may not have encountered true hardship, at the very least. We have been free from want. As long as we are willing, we can secure that as for friendship. It is the most precious of all. Yet here in Molen, aside from each other, we face no external distractions, which fosters our strong cohesion. However, we have only been together for less than a month. Once we return to our society, distractions will abound. For instance, if I were to ask you to confront a 4th-level magical beast now, you might bravely step forward. But what about in school? Our teachers must ensure the safety of their students. And our parents are deeply concerned for our well-being. The influence of these figures can lead to hesitation about whether to engage in battle, even when you know it is necessary. Everyone contemplated Li Donglei's words. Savoring their meaning, Li Donglei smiled gently at them. Wolf leader, what do you mean by this? Yuda asked in a hushed tone. That we have lingered in Molen for too long. I fear our school and our parents are quite worried. Thus, we must return soon. However, there is still much for us to learn. Returning now would leave me unsatisfied. Therefore, I wish to embark on one last wild endeavor, Li Donglei said with a mischievous grin. You can't be serious. Everyone is following your lead now. We will do whatever you say, but please don't lead us to our doom, Yuda replied with evident concern. Rest assured, I will exercise caution. Allowing time for everyone to digest his words, Li Donglei added. Does anyone have any good suggestions? Growth as individuals necessitates a process. With our current efforts, I believe we will soon become the bravest of souls. Helionade looked at Li Donglei with unwavering confidence. I think we can venture deeper. The challenges there will be greater, and our growth will be expedited, Galen suggested. However, time is of the essence. We must remember that for over 20 days, we have been missing, and in the perilous Molen Mountains filled with magical beasts, our teachers and parents must be deeply concerned. With examinations concluded, we are currently on break, and with only 10 days until school resumes. We must return before then, Li Donglei urged earnestly. He then stood and proclaimed, we have already performed admirably. We will have opportunities to return for further training. However, as this marks our first encounter with courage and struggle in life, we must ensure it concludes splendidly. Therefore, I propose 2 actions. The first to manifest our team spirit, and the second to embody our adventurous spirit, battling together amidst danger while nurturing our brotherhood. Li Donglei, we all trust your judgment. What should we do? Lingda's clear voice rang out, and the others regarded Li Donglei with confidence. Li Donglei pointed to the left, saying, over there lies another 4th-level magical beast territory, which we have never approached, for it is not just one magical beast, but a swarm. The Qingling poison bee, with a hive the size of 3 rooms, contains at least 3,000 worker bees, each a 3rd-level wind-type magical beast, along with no fewer than 50 drones, which are 4th-level magical beasts, and a queen whose offensive capability is nearly negligible. By coordinating effectively, we should have no trouble defeating them. Everyone inhaled deeply. The thought of battling over 3,000 3rd-level magical beasts was utterly insane. Surely even a 9th-level expert would hesitate to face such a swarm of poisonous bees. Yet, The group seemed accustomed to Li Donglei's audacity, and no one voiced any objections. This is an entirely different level of difficulty compared to our usual training. I believe we should not be too reckless. Noah's gentle voice emerged, strikingly clear. Indeed, Li, do not presume you are invincible. You will inevitably face the consequences of your recklessness. If anyone frequently vexed Li Donglei, it was undoubtedly the sorceress Nolan, who seemed to harbor a persistent bias against him. Li Donglei appeared to have anticipated this. As soon as Nolan finished speaking, he replied, I am indeed audacious, but I possess assurance. While the Qingling poison bees are renowned for their unity, they are equally notorious for their impatience. 3 miles to the south of the poison bee hive lies the river from which we drink. We can lure the bees to the riverbank. If we can defeat them, splendid. If not, we can simply leap into the water. For the Qingling poison bees will be powerless against us. How do we lure the bees? Taiyang seemed to concur with Li Donglei's plan. You all will stand ready by the riverbank. I will handle luring the bees. However, those who cannot swim must first learn how to hold their breath underwater. The water near the shore is not deep, so there is no need for concern, Li Donglei stated confidently. Thus, a thrilling battle of madness was set to unfold. Chapter 58, The Qingling Poison Bees, Part 1, deliberately chosen on a day with humid air. This would significantly diminish the combat capabilities of the Qingling poison bees. Li Donglei ventured alone into the territory of the Qingling poison bees. Generally, they would not attack unless provoked. They belonged to a category of magical beasts that adhered to a principle of non-aggression. If one did not offend them, they would not retaliate. However, once provoked, they would charge in overwhelming numbers, unflinching in the face of death. However, today, it was evident that Li Donglei had come looking for trouble. Standing at a distance from the hive of the Qingling poison bee, Li Donglei dared not approach. Instead, he gathered his fighting energy from afar, slightly bending his left leg while inwardly curving his right foot firmly planted in the Qian position, transforming his blade into a circle, with both hands raised high. He brandished his sword, the sharp aura emanating from it immediately alerting the surrounding Qingling poison bees. The last time, Li Donglei, as a third-level swordsman, had forcibly unleashed a massive sword strike, but this time, having ascended to the 4th-level swordsman realm, he could barely execute this move safely. Without further thought, he swung his sword forward, and a colossal golden sword, magnified in size, cleaved toward the hive. The Qingling poison bees were caught unprepared, and the hive was split in two by an attack equivalent to that of a 6th-level swordsman. Buzzing and whirring, the industrious worker bees from all around the hive, along with the drones, swiftly converged, launching an assault on Li Donglei with a speed that surpassed even that of birds. Anyone else would have surely perished, but fortunately, although Li Donglei's fighting energy had been exhausted by the sword strike, his magical energy remained intact. With a single teleportation, he had already escaped 40 zhang away, then turned back, seemingly waiting for the poison bees to pursue him. With their home under attack, the bees were relentless, pursuing him without hesitation. As this chase unfolded, Li Donglei adeptly led over 3,000 poison bees to the designated location. Despite having mentally prepared for this, the sight of the swarm of Qingling poison bees, no larger than sparrows and clad in a mottled greenish-blue hue, still caused the faces of the onlookers to pale. Why are you still standing there? This is far more terrifying than the four-toothed fierce ape. Move closer to the river, Li Donglei shouted while flickering toward the group of Noah and others. Listen to my commands and prepare for battle. By the time he uttered these words, he had already materialized among the crowd. Continuing his loud directives, fire and lightning mages, prepare for large-scale, indiscriminate magic, and unleash your most powerful spells. All swordsmen, form a protective outer circle around the mages. You shall engage in close combat, allowing not a single poison bee to breach our defenses. Earth mages, enhance the swordsman's defensive magic. Not forget our aerial defenses. You are to focus on protection. Wind magic is less effective against the Qingling poison bees. Your primary role is to cast supportive spells to aid the swordsman in combat. Water and light mages, position yourselves in the center of the crowd. Should anyone be injured or poisoned, administer immediate healing. Though many faces turned ashen, not a single person faltered. After over 20 days of training, they had learned the essence of battle in an instant. Incantations of magic resonated throughout the area, and the outer fighting energy radiated a brilliant glow. The most powerful among them, Hellion Nade, stood at the forefront. No longer the privileged young man of great strength, yet lacking in combat prowess. Soon, the swarm of poisoned bees pursuing Li Donglei arrived within a mere 200 zhang of the crowd. With piercing eyes, Li Donglei seized the moment and commanded, "Fire and lightning attacks." At the sound of his order, the already agitated fire and lightning elements transformed into formidable magical assaults. Several 6th-level fire dragons swept through the swarm of poisoned bees. While a torrential rain of flames accentuated the might of the dragons, the sky dimmed abruptly as bolts of lightning descended, striking the swarm mercilessly. The poisoned bees, as if struck by a devastating blow, scattered in all directions. When the rain of fire and lightning ceased, they regrouped, channeling their strength to unleash thousands of 3rd-level wind magic spells, which obliterated several fire dragons, yet hundreds of their own lay lifeless on the ground. Undeterred, the poison bees converged once more, hurtling towards Li Donglei's position. Water mages, provide another barrier. Swordsmen, prepare for combat. Fire and lightning mages, do not waste your magical energy. Continue chanting and unleash spells of 4th level and above. Do not fear the approaching poison bees. Your comrades stand before you. Li Donglei continued to command loudly. A single giant sword strike had drained all of Li Donglei's fighting energy, yet he remained among the crowd, which proved advantageous as he could wholeheartedly direct the battle. On the battlefield, an exceptional commander is far more valuable than a mere valiant warrior. However, this battle had only just begun. As the swarm of poison bees charged toward the swordsman's encirclement, the second round of bombardment from the fire and lightning mages commenced. This time, considering their proximity, all spells were of a smaller range. However, the concentrated power of these smaller spells left hundreds of poison bee corpses in their wake as the swarm scattered in fear. The two sides finally engaged in close combat, with all swordsmen unleashing their fighting energy to fend off the poison bees, while various earth-based defensive spells were cast and wind magic enhanced the swordsman's reflexes, creating a seemingly harmonious synergy. Yet, the poison bees were even more united, with the strongest 4th-level drones leading the charge. Wherever the drones pointed, the swarm attacked, intensifying pressure in those areas while leaving others relatively unscathed. More terrifying was the bees' utter disregard for their own lives, adopting a strategy of mutual destruction. Earth and water mages, focus your defenses on the swarm's attack direction. Until our defensive magic holds, swordsmen must conserve their fighting energy. This is a war of attrition, Li Donglei continued directing. Light mages, unleash healing spells. Experts above the 6th level should seek opportunities to eliminate the 4th-level drones. The battle entered its first phase as the poison bees attempted to breach the swordsman's defensive perimeter, while the swordsmen and the fire and lightning mages took the opportunity to inflict significant damage. For now, everyone remained calm. Should the poison bees break through, it was hoped that composure would endure. As it stands, our losses to the poison bees are immeasurable compared to theirs. Against a swarm equivalent to 9th-level magical beasts, victory is within our grasp. Li Donglei continually bolstered morale. However, despite his motivational words, the outer swordsmen were drenched in sweat, many of their fighting energies waning. The fire and lightning mages behind them were also panting heavily, their faces pale. There are too many poison bees. We cannot withstand them in a head-on clash. Boss, let us earth mages attack as well. Offense can serve as defense, alleviating pressure. Moreover, a combination of different magical attacks yields greater power, suggested an earth mage to at this point. Apart from a few individuals, the entire team had begun addressing Li Donglei as boss. No, you must conserve all your strength to protect the swordsman. If the defensive perimeter is breached, we will face not only the onslaught of wind magic and the swarm but also their bites and stings. The first to suffer will be you mages. Li Donglei immediately countered the proposal, leaving the proposers somewhat disheartened. However, you make a valid point. We cannot merely clash head-on. I will have the water mages assist with attacks. You earth mages must fortify defenses. A balance of offense and defense is crucial. Should we achieve victory, your contribution will be paramount, Li Donglei remarked, adept at winning hearts, reminiscent of historical figures like Liu Bei and Wen Wang. The earth mage nodded vigorously. Fear not, Wolf Boss. We earth mages shall ensure the poison bees do not breach our defenses, boasted Tai Yang, who was nearest to Li Donglei, albeit a 4th-level mage, considered relatively weak within the team. Li Donglei smiled, turning to the water, wind, and light mages within the inner circle. Water mages, attack the swarm, but coordinate carefully. Avoid counteracting the fire magic. The light mages should primarily assist the swordsman. Without them, you mages would be in peril. Wind mages, refrain from attacking the poison bees. Your role is to support the swordsman's strikes. After delivering his instructions, Li Donglei continued to oversee the battlefield. The ground was littered with the carcasses of poison bees. Yet the skies remained darkened by their numbers. After approximately a quarter of an hour, signs of exhaustion began to manifest within the ranks, as a fourth-level swordsman suddenly collapsed, fortunately, protected by the mages. He was spared from the bees' assault that Li Donglei dragged him back to the center of the protective circle, but soon another swordsman fell, followed by a fire mage, though the battle had not yet lasted half an hour. Each moment had been an all-out assault without pause, making their endurance thus far quite impressive. Signs of fatigue spread through the ranks like a plague, with the relatively idle wind mages assuming the task of retrieving their comrades. The defensive circle has halved. Do not push yourselves if you cannot hold on. Those feeling unwell should retreat to the protective circle to recover their strength and fighting energy. The rest must hold the line. Li Donglei ordered. With this command, he sadly observed as nearly all the swordsmen began to retreat, causing chaos in their formation. The swarm of poison bees, sensing the opportunity, surged forward. A fourth-level swordsman was beset by 3 approaching poison bees, 2 of which had already stung him. All back to your original positions. Earth mages, increase your defensive magic, Li Donglei urgently commanded. The swordsman, stung by poisonous thorns, heard Li Donglei's command and charged forward without hesitation. Li Donglei was deeply moved. Although they had long reached their limits, not a single one of them requested to retreat. They continued to fight, awaiting his orders, and compared to their initial arrival in Moulin, their progress was indeed remarkable. However, as the swordsmen reformed their defensive circle, it became evident that within just the past 2 quarters of an hour, 13 swordsmen and 2 mages had been stung by the poisonous thorns. Merely 2 quarters of an hour had elapsed. They could not allow the enemy to breach their defenses. To do so would mean defeat, Li Donglei silently reminded himself, though he did not voice it. Those who have been stung, step back. The rest, remain steady. Tighten the defensive circle and fill the gaps left by those retreating, Li Donglei commanded loudly. Noah, apply the antidote herbs we prepared earlier, and light mages. Cast your healing spells. In that fleeting moment, when Li Donglei turned to Noah, he witnessed Noah unleash an ice blade. Although it was a 5th-level spell, its area of effect rendered each individual strike less potent than a single 2nd-level spell. One of the ice blades struck a 4th-level male bee, which had just endured the fiery rain. Yet, astonishingly, it survived due to its formidable vitality. The widespread firestorm, though individually weak, was followed by the ice blade. And the male bee fell from the sky as if faced with annihilation. During its descent, a lightning bolt struck, instantly shattering it to pieces. The combination of fire scorching, ice freezing, and then the thunderous strike rendered even steel exceedingly brittle. At that moment, the poisonous bee was doomed. Each magical force had its limitations, yet their synergistic use amplified their impact significantly compared to solitary application. Li Donglei was nearly elated, realizing that such a strategy would drastically reduce their resource expenditure while enhancing their lethality. Perhaps this was the theory mentioned by the Earth Mage regarding the potent collaboration of different magical forces. Regrettably, Li Donglei realized he lacked adequate knowledge of offensive magic, and it was only now that he grasped its profound significance. To the south, Bruce has collapsed. A voice jolted Li Donglei from his excitement. The 1st to the 10th groups of swordsmen, fall back to rest. Everyone else, reduce the defensive circle by half. Withdraw slowly, do not rush. Earth mages, strengthen the defense, Li Donglei quickly ordered. Despite this, 3 more swordsmen fell victim to the chaos caused by the poisonous bees. However, the situation was already much improved compared to before. The light mages focused on healing the swordsmen engaged in battle. While those resting regained their strength, swordsmen on the front line, do not use your fighting spirit for long-range assaults on the poisonous bees. Your current task is to maintain the defensive circle. Do not allow the bees to breach our lines. Water, fire, and lightning mages, heed my commands. Fire mages, execute widespread attacks. Individual power need not be overwhelming. Release now. Water and lightning mages, prepare for assault, Li Donglei shouted in succession. His voice hoarse from excitement, as the rain of flames descended. It appeared the swarm of poisonous bees was not significantly impacted. Water mages, unleash your area attacks. Lightning mages, follow suit, with a barrage of commands. A wave of assaults decimated nearly 400 bees, yielding immediate and considerable results, invigorating the morale of the troops. The battle raged on for another 5/4 of an hour, and the number of poisonous bees dwindled to a lamentable level. The two teams of swordsmen had taken turns attacking multiple times, and the fire and lightning mages were utterly exhausted. The burden of offense fell to the water and wind mages, whose combined efforts, though less potent than before, still delivered impressive damage. The swarm of poisonous bees, seemingly undaunted and tireless, continued their relentless assault. "Boss, Taiyang has collapsed," Galen's weary voice called out, prompting Li Donglei to glance back. Even the light mages, who had seemed the most relaxed, now bore pale faces, not to mention the earth mages tasked with defense, knowing that if either a mage or a swordsman fell, their team would be defeated. Li Donglei felt the weight of urgency. The light mages cast their most powerful healing and restorative spells, awakening all who had lost consciousness. Another 1/4 of an hour passed, and Li Donglei surveyed his comrades. Many had regained consciousness. After such a prolonged battle, words escaped him. Swordsmen above level 5 provide rear guard while the others produce the prepared bamboo poles and muster all their strength to jump into the river. With Li Donglei's shout, the group felt as if they had been granted a reprieve and rushed toward the river, which lay less than 10 paces away. Meanwhile, powerful swordsmen like Lingda and Helian exerted every ounce of their strength alongside Li Donglei to fend off the frenzied counterattack of the poisonous bees. "Lingda, Helian, it's your turn now," Li Donglei called out. "Boss, you go first. I'll hold the rear," the formidable Helian declared loudly. "That's an order," Li Donglei asserted, leaving no room for dissent for experts above level 5. The distance of 10 paces could be crossed in mere seconds. As Lingda and the others plunged into the water, Li Donglei was stung 6 times in quick succession, and without further hesitation, he darted to the riverbank. He turned back to face the swarm of bees, laughing maniacally like a madman. Defeat is as swift as a collapsing mountain. Ha ha. At that moment, only the crazed Li Donglei retained such enthusiasm, a sentiment he typically refrained from expressing during battle. Without a moment's pause, Li Donglei leapt into the water, pinching his nose and holding a small bamboo pole in his mouth, the other end buoyantly above the surface for breathing. They had trained for this scenario multiple times prior, thus they executed it with skill. The swarm of poisonous bees circled above the water for a full half-hour before reluctantly departing. Cautiously, Li Donglei and his comrades surfaced. Over 100 individuals emerged, utterly exhausted, collapsing on the riverbank, their clothes soaked and their pain evident with occasional groans. The ground was littered with the corpses of the azure spirit bees. Numbering at least 2,000, though we lost this battle, we achieved a strategic victory, Li Donglei remarked, despite the exhaustion etched on his face. The azure spirit bees suffered heavy losses, and their vitality is diminished. While we are utterly fatigued, we remain intact. With a bit of rest, our combat capabilities will surpass what they were before. We should wait until we recover, then fight again to completely vanquish them. Pu Feisi suggested with a hint of excitement. "Let it go. They're rather pitiable. We've slain so many." The witch Norin said with a trace of reluctance. Li Donglei regarded Norin and addressed the group. "This world is inherently one of survival of the fittest. Today we merely eliminate some bees. Tomorrow, we may have to harm innocents for our survival. The reality is always harsh. However, this battle has drained our strength, awakened our boundless potential, and enriched our practical experience. Our teamwork has also grown more attuned. With our objectives met, we shall refrain from further attacking the azure spirit bees. These creatures have a short life cycle and remarkable reproductive capabilities. I trust they will soon recover to 3,000 or even more." "Wolf leader, did we win or lose this battle?" Taiyang asked loudly, his left cheek swollen from the poisonous stings, rendering his left eye nearly invisible and appearing rather comical. "Of course we won. Remember, localized victories and defeats are merely stepping stones toward ultimate triumph. In the grand scheme, we have emerged victorious," Li Donglei replied, a hint of pride in his tone. "Now, everyone rest and recover your magical and fighting energies. Reflect on the gains and losses of this battle. Those stung by the poisonous needles, apply some ointment that I estimate we will fully recuperate in 3 to 4 days. That I'm uncertain how we will conduct our final training in the remaining 7 days. So if anyone has good suggestions, please share," Li Donglei said, feeling a twinge of headache. "Boss, let us go treasure hunting." Before arriving at Carlin Academy, I found a treasure map, which it picked up from a marquis's residence. The treasure is located upstream of the central river in the Molan mountain range. If we follow the current, we're sure to find it. Iguin, who had always been discreet, suggested, raising his hand. Real treasure or fake treasure? Why didn't you mention it before? Taiyang retorted, displeased. This guy was a thief before school. He once told me he had a treasure map. Yuta chimed in, and the others turned their attention to Iguin. Previously, we were not familiar with one another. Now we are brothers. Let's search for the treasure together. But I want half if we find it, or I won't participate at all, Iguin said cautiously. Come on, you lack strength and want us to help you. Over 100 of us, and you want half for yourself. That is outrageous, Taiyang scoffed. Can I see your treasure map? Li Donglei asked tentatively. Iguin understood that the final decision rested with Li Donglei and cautiously handed it over. Boss, I'm better at reading maps. Once you've looked it over, it would be safer for you to leave it with me. Li Donglei smiled awkwardly as he received the map, examining it closely. Regardless of its authenticity, according to the map's indications, the target lies upstream of our river, though it is deep within the Molan mountain range. He returned the map to Iguin and addressed the group. The goal indicated on the map is quite far. It likely falls within the territory of 8th level magical beasts, or even 9th or 10th level ones. What does everyone think? The Molan mountain range is seldom trodden by human feet, and its deeper recesses are even more desolate. How could one possibly expect treasures to lie therein? A young girl whispered. One cannot speak in such terms. This is a veritable paradise for adventurers that it is common for experts to embark on quests here. If one were to possess some extraordinary treasure, concealing it in the Molan mountain range would indeed render it nearly impossible to locate. Countered another boy, expressing a differing opinion. But do you truly believe that a treasure map could enable a petty thief to pilfer such riches? Listening to the opinions of others, it became apparent that the crux of the debate revolved around the credibility of the treasure map. Yet that was not our primary concern. We needed to discuss whether to proceed or to refrain. As everyone voiced their thoughts, Li Donglei felt compelled to interject. I believe it would be prudent for us to go. And I have 3 reasons. First, without a map, I only know the return route within the realm of level 6 magical beasts. Beyond that, I am at a loss. However, our goal for this elite trial is to reach the territory of level 7 magical beasts and return safely. If we follow the river upstream, we need not fear losing our way, and we can accomplish the objectives of the elite trial. Second, venturing into the territory of high-level magical beasts constitutes true adventure and invaluable experience. It is an excellent means of honing one's courage. As for safety, each of us possesses strength above level 4, including 1 level 7 swordsman and 2 level 7 sorcerers. Our collective prowess undoubtedly surpasses that of an average level 9 magical beast. Even a formidable lion would hesitate to confront a pack of wolves, let alone the higher-tier magical beasts endowed with rudimentary intelligence. Thus, as long as we do not provoke them, they will not attack us unprovoked. Third, should Iguin be fortuitous enough to stumble upon a stroke of luck, we would indeed be on a genuine treasure hunt, steeped in legend. There were no dissenting voices at this moment. Li Donglei was the unequivocal leader. Wherever he pointed, the group would follow without hesitation. Moreover, the paths Li Donglei indicated had proven correct thus far, as the team had not encountered any significant mishaps and continued to make steady progress. Since there are no objections, let us rest for 3 days. Once everyone has recovered, we shall proceed upstream along the river, Li Donglei finally announced. Chapter 61. The Mysterious Cave after a full 4 days of rest. The team advanced through the dense woods, following the river. Iguin, holding the treasure map, walked alongside Li Donglei at the forefront, while Galen trailed closely behind, carrying a large bundle filled with magical crystal cores. Iguin, Norlin, and Linda, among a few other girls, followed closely, while Purvis stayed by the side of the sorceress Norlin, regaling her with cliched declarations of love. The rotund Yuta offered sardonic remarks from the sidelines. And Taiyang followed behind with a skeptical expression. The remaining swordsmen formed a protective barrier around the sorcerers, walking in the middle and rear. Along the way, the group shared laughter and conversation. At times, Iguin would take the initiative to step ahead and chat with Li Donglei. In Li Donglei's dreams, they often conversed, seemingly with endless topics to discuss, and Li Donglei was more than willing to enjoy the company of a beautiful woman. The journey remained uneventful. The higher-level magical beasts tended to be solitary creatures, rarely seen in groups. Furthermore, such beasts were scarce. Even in high-level beast territories, encounters were infrequent. When they did occur, both parties tended to avoid confrontation. For Li Donglei and his companions, numbering over 100, were formidable in their own right. High-level magical beasts knew when to retreat, unless influenced by unknown factors, such as the last encounter with the four-toothed fiery ape, which inexplicably wandered into the territory of level 3 magical beasts and attacked Li Donglei and his group. After 2 full days of travel, they spotted level 8 magical beasts along the path, indicating they were in the territory of level 8 or 9 beasts. After walking alongside the river for another hour, the 6 of them arrived at the base of an unnamed peak, where the river section indicated on the treasure map came to an end. Looking up, they beheld a verdant mountain with craggy cliffs, a breathtaking sight. The group gathered together, and Yiguan held the treasure map aloft for all to see. Pointing to a few words in the upper right corner, he remarked, "This map states, the footsteps of the ancients lead to perilous peaks. In the dark, frigid cavern lies a gift bestowed by the gods." It appeared that the so-called cavern was indeed situated atop this mountain. After some contemplation, everyone found this reasoning compelling. Their spirits buoyed. Following a brief rest, and spurred on by the ever-energetic Yuta, they set off up the mountain. From the base, the mountain appeared unassuming. However, once they began their ascent, it became evident that climbing a mountain was a vastly different endeavor from strolling on level ground, especially given the steep and rugged terrain they would need to traverse. Yiguan brandished his sword, leading the way. He felled trees in his path and cleared brush with the vigor of a valiant general, showing no signs of fatigue. That he employed every means possible to hasten the group's progress, eager to draw closer to the treasures of his dreams. Yet the reality was clear. The others, particularly the weary sorcerers, were unlikely to meet his expectations. The swordsmen exerted themselves to assist the sorcerers in their ascent, with Purvis being the most spirited of them all, darting up and down the slope, lending a hand to Norlin or offering a pull to Linda, his eyes sparkling with fervor. Finally, after an entire afternoon of climbing and having only reached the halfway point, the portly Yuta could no longer contain himself and asked Yiguan, "Does the treasure map indicate the specific location of the cavern? How much farther do we have to go?" Yiguan shook his head. "No, it does not specify, but it should be on this peak," he added. "Perhaps we are standing directly above the cavern. In any case, we have time. We can search at our leisure." Linda interjected, "Does the map mention any distinguishing features of the cavern? Otherwise, we might struggle to identify the right entrance." Yiguan replied, "Oh, that's easy. The map states that the entrance to the lost cavern is marked by a type of bluish-green mineral, so it should be quite recognizable. With so many small creatures inhabiting the mountain, there should be little risk from powerful magical beasts. Let us split up and search for any entrances adorned with bluish-green minerals, but for safety's sake, do not enter any caves alone," Yiguan cautioned. Upon hearing Yiguan's words, Li Donglei addressed the group loudly. "There is strength in numbers." Following Li Donglei's directive, it wasn't long before a level 5 swordsman discovered patches of bluish-green minerals on the opposite side of the mountain. And nearby, indeed, was a large cave. Standing beneath the sheer cliff, they observed the entrance, which was quite expansive, flanked by rocks of the same bluish-green hue. Sunlight filtering through the gaps in the trees cast a shimmering green glow upon the stones, creating a beautiful spectacle. However, the minerals bore numerous claw marks and bite impressions, as if some creature had gnawed upon them. But Noah's complexion paled slightly as he gazed at the claw marks and remarked, "These appear to have been left by formidable magical beasts. What shall we do now?" Yiguan surveyed the dark interior of the cave, swallowed hard, and resolutely declared, "Having come this far, we cannot turn back now. Wouldn't you agree, boss?" Li Donglei lit a torch and stepped forward into the cave, with the others following in succession. Aside from the faint light at the entrance, it wasn't long before they were enveloped in darkness. The ground beneath them was solid rock, making it relatively easy to traverse, but the walls of the cavern, composed of green crystals, were marred with claw marks that sent chills down their spines. Furthermore, the air within the cave was relatively fresh, devoid of any stifling sensations, yet a faint odor of decay lingered. Linda drew her sword and moved a few steps ahead, walking alongside Yiguan. The cave was silent, save for the soft sounds of their footsteps. The torch crackled as it burned, casting their shadows upon the stone walls. Time passed unmeasured until Yiguan suddenly halted. Before them lay a fork in the path, with a stone pillar in the center, made of ordinary granite, hence devoid of any claw marks. The upper section of the pillar had been hollowed out, emanating a soft red glow. The others also came to a stop, watching as Yiguan examined the treasure map closely before stating, "The red light indicates the right path. With that, he proceeded down the right-hand path. As they continued, the forks in the path multiplied, yet each intersection was marked by a glowing stone pillar. Yiguan expertly guided the group forward based on the map's indications. During their journey, Noah could not help but voice his thoughts. Aren't there supposed to be magical beasts here? Why have we yet to encounter a single one? Li Donglei, leading the way, responded, the scent of decay is quite potent here, and the claw marks are increasingly prevalent. However, on the route we traversed earlier, we encountered no small creatures. It seems the cave harbors its own hidden wonders. Abundant with food, where the magical beasts likely congregate. If fortune favors us, perhaps the cave is devoid of beasts, with all of them having ventured outside. Yuta murmured, may the original world gods bless us. May the magical beasts be well fed and depart. Foolish glutton, do you not profess disbelief in the Church of Light? Li Donglei scoffed. Yet now, I find myself at a loss as to whom I should beseech for protection. Suddenly, Linda, who was at the front, called out, be careful. The group startled, the stench of decay intensifying. Li Donglei raised the torch, cautiously advancing. As they approached a corner along the path, a foul stench assailed their senses. Yiguan and Lingdao exchanged a glance and slowly made their way toward the turn, with the others trailing behind them. Chapter 62, Summary of the 62nd episode. Upon rounding the corner, Yiguan halted. Raising the torch high in an instant, everyone held their breath. Before them lay a straight path, flanked by lush green crystal ores. In the midst of this path, a colossal figure lay shrouded in darkness. Its size comparable to that of a house, making even such a vast entrance seem cramped. Yuta's legs felt weak, and with a tremor in her voice, she remarked, doesn't it resemble the level 9 beast? The Calamity Bull from the Monster Compendium? What should we do? What do you mean, doesn't it resemble? It is that beast that I fear only the principal at school could contend with such a creature. Taiyang replied, evidently tense. The massive beast exhaled a foul breath, its two eyes glimmering in the torchlight, already poised for an attack, having clearly detected Li Donglei and the others long ago. Everyone, remain calm, gather together. It knows we are not easy prey, Li Donglei said in a grave tone. That moment, the group demonstrated the tacit understanding forged over nearly a month of battling side by side. Quickly forming a line with the swordsmen at the front and the mages behind, subtly confronting the Calamity Bull. Boss, this cave is riddled with signs of human excavation. It must be a treasure trove. Our overall strength is not inferior to any level 9 beast. We should, Yiguan spoke urgently, though he refrained from raising his voice, fearing it might provoke the Calamity Bull. Silence. Everyone listen. Mages, proceed first, and do so slowly. Do not exhibit any signs of panic or fear. Refrain from crying or laughing. Any display of teeth will be interpreted as a challenge to the beast. Swordsman, stay vigilant, Li Donglei commanded in an emphatic tone. Boss, there must be treasure inside. I'll take 40%. You can have 60, Yiguan pleaded anxiously. The mages quietly retreated, while Li Donglei remained alert, observing the Calamity Bull, reassured that it posed no immediate threat. As the beast did not launch an attack. I'll give you 70%. 80% is my limit. Otherwise, I stand to lose significantly, Yiguan persisted. Go alone. The treasure will be entirely yours. You won't lose anything. Li Donglei replied, dismissing him. Once he saw the mages had retreated a considerable distance, he added, 4th level swordsman, fall back. Ultimately, Yiguan had no choice but to depart reluctantly. In the end, Li Donglei, Lingda, and he Liandant, along with a dozen other formidable swordsmen, slowly retreated. As they did, the Calamity Bull also turned away, seemingly only there to guard the path, preventing any creature from passing. We managed to defeat the swarm of Qingling poison wasps last time. Why can't we take this one down? Yiguan complained as they emerged. The wasps were scattered, and I was confident in ensuring everyone's safety, but the Calamity Bull? One level 9 magical attack, and who would survive? Defeating it would undoubtedly come at a steep cost. Even the treasures within this cave cannot compare to our lives. You understand? Li Donglei reprimanded sternly. Everyone felt a wave of emotion wash over them. Li Donglei continued, look at those claw marks on the rocks and ores. They are not from the Calamity Bull. Who knows how many high-level beasts lurk within? If we defeat the Calamity Bull, can you guarantee there won't be other beasts? Yiguan bowed his head, silenced, yet his thoughts remained consumed by the allure of treasure. All right, Li Donglei clapped his hands to gather attention. Although we haven't unearthed anything during this treasure hunt and have not encountered significant battles to hone our skills, we have ventured deep into the territory of level 9 beasts. This in itself, is an impressive feat and can be regarded as a fine adventure. With 5 days until we return to school, let us head back. The group finally made their way along the river, embarking on their journey home, still discussing the mysteries of the cave along the way. Logically, creatures like level 9 beasts possess their own territories and are incredibly solitary. Unless during mating season, male and female beasts do not associate. Different species of high-level beasts typically engage in combat upon meeting. Yuta excitedly shared her thoughts with Taiyang. How could there be so many claw marks from high-level beasts in that cave? Could they all be alive, like the calamity bull we encountered? I find that implausible. How could high-level beasts all congregate in one place? It's utterly impossible that I suspect the others have perished, leaving only the calamity bull behind. Taiyang expressed his opinion. What if a powerful individual captured these beasts and compelled them to guard the cave? There must be some extraordinary treasure inside, Iguan mused, still preoccupied with the idea of wealth. Galen looked at him as if he were a fool. Even an 11th level expert could at most defeat these beasts. Who possesses the capability to control them? In this vast world, there are countless wonders. That mysterious cave indeed holds many secrets. If we grow stronger in the future, returning for an adventure might prove worthwhile, Li Donglei said with a smile. Are you planning to return? Noah inquired immediately. We still have the elite trials ahead. There's a chance we might come back, Li Donglei replied casually. The forest gradually became familiar, traveling by day and resting at night, after 3.5 days. Li Donglei and the others found themselves near Weishan Lake, not far from school. Here, Li Donglei specifically instructed the team to halt that we are almost at school, but there are still 2 days until classes commence. I trust everyone is eager to return home and share their experiences with loved ones. There have been many unforgettable moments along the way, Li Donglei said with a smile. I ask that you promise me one thing regarding the details of this expedition. If others inquire, please omit my name and refrain from mentioning that I am a spatial mage. Just say that we lost the map and the magical staff, got lost in the Molen Mountains, and took a month to find our way back. We encountered no mishaps and made significant progress. Our parents will be pleased and will not react adversely. Why not? If you share this, the school will surely regard you with newfound respect. And we all appreciate you. I can have my father arrange for you to lead a cavalry squadron. You would undoubtedly excel in commanding the troops. Isn't that why we study, to one day accomplish great things? A boy stepped forward eagerly. Haha, thank you. But we shouldn't rush. We are merely in a phase of concealment for now, Li Donglei replied, pulling out a piece of paper that Noah had written. He read aloud. Our group consists of 110 individuals, including 50 from the 3rd-year magical elite class, 50 from the 3rd-year martial elite class, 3 from the 2nd-year martial elite class, 5 from the 1st-year magical elite class, and 2 from the 1st-year martial elite class. Chapter 63, Summary of the 63rd episode, Part 2. But on the first day of entering the Molen Mountains, we were ambushed by a pack of windbell wolves, approximately 300 strong, during which we inadvertently lost our travel map and magical staff. The team initially intended to return to school, but we understood the adage, when heaven is about to place a heavy burden on a person, it must first make their mind suffer, their bones labor, their body hunger, and their spirit weary, disrupting their actions to strengthen their resolve and develop their capabilities. Under the suggestion of Captain Heliandand, the team continued deeper into the Molen Mountains. Following the Molen River, we marched for nearly a month, engaging in numerous battles with magical beasts, ultimately returning from the territory of level 9 beasts. Over the past month, our group of 110 ventured into the Molen Mountains without any teacher protection, guidance from a map, or provisions of food and water, defeating 1 level 8 beast, the 4-toothed fiery ape, for level 7 beasts, 12 level 6 beasts, and nearly 4,000 beasts below level 5, collecting 860 magical cores. Not a single one of the 110 individuals was lost, killed, or severely injured. Over this month, we learned resilience, bravery, fearlessness, and unity, mastering various wilderness survival skills that we forged profound friendships. The practical abilities of all 110 participants improved qualitatively, with 27 individuals successfully advancing in rank. Among them, Noah, a water mage, and Fonlinger, a swordsman, reached level 7, while Galen, Rianogade, and 5 others advanced to level 6, and Yuta, Nolan, and 15 others reached level 5. That Li Donglei attained the rank of 4th level swordsman. As everyone listened, excitement bubbled within them, especially when Li Donglei recounted their achievements. They felt invigorated, incredulous yet undeniably proud, showering Li Donglei with gratitude. Boss, what does when heaven bestows a great burden mean? Yuta inquired curiously. Haha, those are the words of a sage from my homeland. It means that when heaven intends to assign a significant responsibility to a person, it will first subject their mind to hardship, their bones to labor, their body to hunger, and their spirit to fatigue, disrupting their every endeavor to fortify their resolve and enhance their lacking talents. For centuries, these words have inspired countless righteous individuals to rise in adversity. The underlying philosophy is a profound heroic ideal and a strong awareness of life as tragedies. Embodying a noble spirit of self-sacrifice to it is an acknowledgement of the suffering inherent in life and the celebration of the indomitable spirit that strives for victory through arduous effort. What a beautifully articulated sentiment. Your hometown must surely be an academic haven, Lingda remarked, tinged with envy. Indeed, when I was at home, I scarcely sensed it, but now that I yearn to return, I realize just how splendid my hometown truly is. Severing the ties of nostalgia, Li Donglei interjected, Hellion Nade, as the captain of our team, when we return to school and the teacher inquires about our achievements over the past month, present this to him. As for our spoils, let us divide them equally. This embodies the sweat of us all and serves as a testament to our friendship forged through a month of toil. That cannot be. Without you, we would have accomplished nothing this month. Yet this report scarcely mentions your contributions. And what about the monster's crystal core? How can we divide that? Nade, I implore you, refrain from mentioning me too much. Isn't there a saying that goes, heaven is jealous of the talented? I wish to avoid becoming the target of attention too soon. As for the magical crystal core, let us split it. I hope we can keep one as a memento of this journey. Hellion Nade responded. Li Donglei interrupted. Then you must retain the magical crystal core of the four-toothed fierce ape as a keepsake. Galen, who oversees the magical cores, produced a gray earth-type core, level 8, worth at least 10,000 gold coins. Li Donglei, showing no hesitation, took it and approached Noah, who was cradling the slumbering little dragon for the past few days. Aside from Li Donglei, it had been Noah who held it. I'm content to keep a level 4 magical core. This level 8 core is for the little dragon, as it relishes consuming cores. Li Donglei said, his heart aching. At that moment, everyone was reminded of the little dragon's injuries sustained while rescuing Lingda and the others. After all, it was injured while saving me. So I shall offer it my finest magical core as a token of gratitude. Hellion Nade stated promptly. Lingda, Noah, and Galen nodded in agreement. Well, none of us are lacking in wealth, and I propose we each contribute a magical crystal to the little dragon, as a gesture of appreciation for its selfless act of saving us. The little dragon is a friend to us all, Yuta proclaimed loudly, eliciting immediate agreement from those present. Li Donglei remained silent, fully aware that the little dragon had acted solely to rescue its master, not the others. Yet who could deny that this act had become a means for the others to express their gratitude and respect toward Li Donglei after a month spent together? Ah! At that moment, Noah, who had been intently watching the little dragon, exclaimed in astonishment. What is it? Li Donglei asked, puzzled. Look at the magical crystal core in your hand. Noah pointed at the level 8 earth core that Li Donglei held. All eyes turned towards them. Li Donglei, with one hand holding the magical core and the other supporting the little dragon, felt a surge of gray earth elemental energy flowing from the core into the little dragon's chest. As if it were absorbing the energy. It seems to be drawing power from the magical core. Lingda articulated the group's initial hypothesis that it truly resembles that. However, while magical beasts require immense energy to grow or recover, they must consume magical crystals to do so. How can it absorb energy merely by contact? Noah remarked, his eyes wide as if he had discovered a new continent. It appears that evolved beasts require substantial energy throughout their lives. Yet they are exceedingly rare. The likelihood of encountering a level 10 magical beast is even less than that of finding an evolved beast. Nevertheless, they are fortunate to have grown alongside you. Sharing an unspoken bond. With sufficient energy, they can become immensely powerful. My uncle possesses one, and my father offered a level 10 phantom beast in exchange, but he refused. Hellion Nade interjected suddenly. Wow. Casually mentioning evolved beasts and level 10 phantom beasts. Truly the offspring of a noble family. A girl whispered to another. Of course, I heard that Hellion Nade ascended to level 7 so swiftly, because he often trains with the third prince. One can only imagine the caliber of the master swordsman who instructs him. Only teaching 2 students, How could he fail to excel? Another girl chimed in excitedly, clearly enamored with Hellionnade. Chapter 64. Disappointment. A male student, hearing the praises directed towards Hellionnade from the other girls, seemed displeased and exclaimed loudly, "Are you foolish? Evolved beasts also require the consumption of magical crystals to absorb energy. What we are discussing is why the little dragon can absorb energy merely by contact. Not about your family's evolved beasts or level 10 phantom beasts. Undoubtedly, if the little dragon could absorb energy, its recovery would be expedited. Li Donglei's only lingering disappointment dissipated, and he joyfully concluded that this was a unique ability of the evolved dragon. He laughed and said, "You lot bicker over trivial matters like children. We are soon to undergo our coming-of-age ceremony. We must mature and strive for self-reliance. Galen, why are you still dawdling? Quickly retrieve more magical crystals from your pack to see if the little dragon can absorb them through its other body parts." Oh, Galen, the custodian of their team's spoils, promptly responded. Eventually, Noah, Lingda, and several girls crafted a miniature bed for the little dragon, approximately half a meter long, twice the dragon's size. Meanwhile, Li Donglei and the others busied themselves distributing the 861 magical cores. Given their inability to ascertain the precise value of the magical crystals and the uneven contributions made during their venture, they decided to ensure an equal quantity for each while varying the quality based on merit. Li Donglei did not push back too much on this arrangement. In the end, Li Donglei effortlessly received the level 8 earth crystal from the four-toothed fierce ape, along with 2 level 5 cores and 6 level 4 cores. While the 2 level 7 cores were awarded to the bravest, Lingda, and to Hellionnade, the team's foremost expert whose contributions became increasingly significant. Once the distribution concluded, the little dragon's bed, resembling a tiny boat, was completed. Li Donglei placed all 8 of his best magical crystals inside, retaining only a level 4 core as a keepsake. Hellionnade, too, kept only 1 level 4 core, and when Li Donglei intended to protest, he preemptively stated, "I am not in need of money. My father could easily procure me a heap of magical crystals if I desired. Using these spoils to express gratitude to the little dragon for its life-saving actions is of utmost importance." Noah was the second to place his 8 cores down. "Well, my family also lacks funds, but we are not giving these to you. They are for the little dragon. Look how adorable it is while sleeping." The witch Nolan pouted, seemingly unwilling to appear weak before Li Donglei. Yet if she knew that the little dragon often called out for her to attend to Li Donglei, would she still find it endearing? "Oh well, what kind of school is Karen Academy? Here, every family is either a marquis or an earl. No one is in need of just a few magical cores. We shouldn't even be dividing them. Let each person keep one as a memento, while the rest shall remain here as a testament to our friendship." The plump Yuta chuckled, garnering nods of agreement from many. Ahem, in truth, Karen does have impoverished students. Such as poor me. The treasure hunt was truly disheartening, Iguin murmured, lowering his head while casting furtive glances at the others, as if he had committed a grievous offense. I believe these magical cores will suffice for the little dragon to recover 10 times over. I am deeply touched by everyone's sentiments, Li Donglei smiled, having accepted the gifts without much resistance. Indeed, these magical crystals would allow the little dragon to recover 10 times. But what would happen afterward? The little dragon would still require a vast amount of energy to evolve, and without funds, they would have to venture deep into the forest of Mo, facing dangers and difficulties. Merely obtaining one in a day would be a stroke of luck. The little dragon was Li Donglei's closest friend, and for its sake, he did not hesitate to accept these cores. Ultimately, over half of the 800 magical cores were placed upon the little dragon's bed, enveloping it in a myriad of colors as energy continuously flowed into its body. Li Donglei, witnessing this, felt an immense joy swell within him. He turned and declared, "Thank you, everyone. That I hereby announce the conclusion of our 27-day elite trial. Go home and reunite with your families. We reconvene in 2 days for the start of school. I shall return with the little dragon once it awakens, and then I will express my gratitude to you all." All eyes were on Li Donglei, the core figure of their team and its very soul. The experiences of the past month had been abundant, and as this unforgettable chapter drew to a close, a tinge of reluctance enveloped them all. "Will we have another opportunity for further adventures?" Lingda's melodious voice rang out, her eyes ablaze with anticipation as over 100 gazes fixated on Li Donglei. Li Donglei smiled. "Yes, there will be another elite trial next year, And the year after that, as well. As long as everyone is willing, we can explore the forest of Mo during any holiday. Provided we remain united as a team in our hearts, then it is settled. Let us meet again, not waiting for next year's elite trial. Let us reunite this summer vacation, with 2 months of summer break. We shall conquer the forest of Mo once more, Gallon declared loudly. Agreed. We'll make sure to inform our families, so they need not worry. Another boy exclaimed loudly. Everyone's spirits lifted, and a sense of vitality returned. All right. We shall ultimately become the best of friends and comrades. All good things must come to an end, so let us part ways for now. Once Xiaolong awakens, I shall seek you out at school. Li Donglei declared, as he picked up Xiaolong's cradle and made his way toward the other side of Molan, where he had once practiced swordplay and hunted magical beasts with Xiaolong. It was here that Li Donglei had forged the legendary 9 Heavens 9 swords. Silently, all eyes followed the silhouette of Li Donglei, the soul of their team, as he walked away under the setting sun, a figure both solitary and desolate, yet grand and imposing. Li Donglei, why do you appear so dejected? Suddenly, within a realm familiar to Li Donglei, Noah's voice rang out, a place he had frequented nearly every night. Instantly, he halted, turning to see Noah and the others gazing at him. He feigned nonchalance and mischievously replied, It's just a few days apart. No need for such dramatics. Ladies may stay to keep me company, while gentlemen should make way. Noah and the others blushed slightly. Humph, still a rogue, the witch Nolan scoffed, pulling her sister Noah away as the first to turn and leave. Time to head home. Haha. Yuta laughed heartily and followed suit. As Li Donglei watched the familiar figures depart, an indescribable feeling welled up within him. He realized he had friends, many friends. Beautiful Noah, were you just speaking to me? Li Donglei mused in his dream, though the dreamscape was blank, devoid of any images, only sounds resonating. You heard me. I simply wished to converse with you, but didn't know how to express it. So I thought of the dream realm that I didn't expect it could manifest in the daytime, Noah said. Glancing back at Li Donglei as they walked, he smiled at her, and their eyes met in a moment of shared joy before they each turned away. Chapter 65. The dreamscape transforms again as Li Donglei walked. He continued. In the past, such occurrences were impossible during the day. Perhaps it is a result of my Duki reaching the 4th level. I cannot fathom why, but each time my Duki enhances, the magical dreamscape, originally tied to spatial magic, undergoes some transformation. As a level 1 swordsman, I experience time and space within the dream. As a level 2 swordsman, the 8 elemental forces of light, darkness, water, fire, wind, thunder, earth, and wood emerged. At level 3, the entities of these 8 elements materialized within the dream. Now, having attained the 4th level, the dreamscape transcends its former boundaries. It seems the magnitude of my magical power merely alters the size of the dream. While the strength of my Duki brings about qualitative changes, that I often ponder the relationship between spatial magic and Duki, yet I cannot discern the connection. When both your magical power and Duki grow stronger, the mystery will gradually unveil itself. No need to rush, Noah reassured him. Yes, go home. Your family must be worried about you. Li Donglei smiled. You fool. Am I not on my way home? You still haven't answered my question. Why did you seem so forlorn just now? Surely you aren't being overly sentimental like a little girl, Noah, typically a quiet girl who seldom spoke, even refraining from swearing or shouting. Now spoke so naturally and casually. Li Donglei couldn't help but wonder if this signified a newfound intimacy in her perception of them, akin to that of family. Why the silence? Is your dreamscape's range during the day now so limited? Noah inquired, unable to resist the urge to ask, having waited for a response. You've left me speechless. What do you mean by a girl's sentimentality? Are men not allowed such feelings? Li Donglei retorted quickly. In truth, I am reluctant to see you all go. Once you leave, I will lack anyone to command. Lately, I have felt a growing desire within me, a yearning to lead an army of thousands, that exhilarating sensation of orchestrating grand schemes that I long for my own invincible force. Yet with your departure, even my basic desire for leadership will remain unfulfilled, and those adoring gazes from the many beautiful ladies in our group will vanish. How could I not feel disheartened? Who would have thought you possessed not only a hint of roguishness, but also a touch of warlike fervor? Noah feigned annoyance. Li Donglei protested immediately. What warlike fervor? This is the ambition of a good man aiming for greatness. As for the roguish label, don't cast such aspersions. I have previously explained that my so-called rogue behavior was either a misunderstanding or forced upon me. still in denial. Just now you spoke of adoring gazes from beautiful ladies. It's obvious what kind of expression you wore. The beauty I refer to is specifically a girl named Noah. No other girl would dare claim that title in her presence. You can tell her that if she is willing to offer herself, I shall act immediately that I shall not entertain you any longer. For reasons unknown, every time discussions about Li Donglei's roguish tales arose, Noah became particularly spirited, as if determined to debate him and lead him to reform. However, Li Donglei gradually discovered a way to diffuse the tension by continuing his roguish antics, albeit targeting only Noah. With the support of the magical crystal core's power, 6 days later, Xiaolong finally awakened. Initially, he appeared a bit lethargic, but upon seeing the multitude of magical crystals nearby, his eyes sparkled, and he ravenously devoured them without a second thought. Li Donglei shielded his face with his hand, muttering in disappointment. After suffering a trial, his gluttony remains unchanged. Hearing Li Donglei's remark, Xiaolong looked up, offering a dragon smile, his cheeks still stuffed, which elicited a chuckle from Li Donglei. You'll end up overeating. Li Donglei had no choice but to scoop up Xiaolong. Otherwise, with his insatiable appetite, he would truly overindulge, consuming the highly concentrated magical crystal cores. Xiaolong, somewhat displeased with Li Donglei interrupting his feast, nuzzled against him in a bid for affection. Li Donglei, unmoved, delayed for several moments before Xiaolong, appearing fatigued, managed to utter the word sleep and transformed into a high-level phantom beast battle armor, draping over Li Donglei like a yellow short shirt. Though it did not cover his abdomen entirely, it provided formidable physical and magical defenses. Seeing Xiaolong return to his former self, Li Donglei felt a surge of joy within that he glanced at the magical crystal cores on the cradle. Noting that Xiaolong had exhibited restraint, consuming only level 4 cores, seemingly favoring those of the fire element. Perhaps a singular elemental type is easier to absorb. The speed of energy absorption through consumption is far superior to that of merely touching magical crystals. Li Donglei wielded his duki to cleave a hole, burying the cradle alongside the magical crystals, marking it for future reference, before heading off to school. Now, he was a student in the first-year martial arts elite class. Able to practice martial skills openly at school.as for magic, he continued his studies in the dream realm at night. Balancing both disciplines, he had another significant reason for heading to school. Upon arriving at Weishan Lake, Li Donglei suddenly spotted a distressed golden eagle circling anxiously above. Looking up, he noticed an artificial mark on its chest, unmistakably a phantom beast, a level 5 lightning eagle, to be precise. The eagle's panic indicated one of two possibilities. Either it faced danger or its master was in peril. Peering down at the lake, he discerned a woman struggling in the water, clearly drowning. Without a moment's hesitation, he flashed to the drowning figure and plunged into the water, grasping her tightly as he swam back to safety. The nature of his blink spell necessitated unobstructed air. Hence, underwater, Li Donglei could only swim slowly to the shore. Fortunately, he had a deep fondness for swimming since childhood, making him an adept swimmer. Hey, beautiful, don't pinch me. Cough, cough, he gasped as the drowning woman clung to his neck with a grip as strong as a lifeline, leaving him in awe. Unfortunately, it seemed she was oblivious to his words. Li Donglei, filled with helplessness, grasped the hands of the woman in the water, forcibly twisting his neck. Hesitant, as it was his first experience rescuing someone from the water and lacking any prior expertise, he appeared more like a combatant struggling with the woman rather than a savior. His forward momentum nearly non-existent. Chapter 66, Return to School. Finally, as the woman gradually lost consciousness and ceased her struggles, Li Donglei immediately embraced her and began to swim back, coughing several times. He attempted to expel the water he had swallowed, but it was evidently futile. Unable to resist, he glanced back at the person he had rescued. Her damp hair was slightly curled, her complexion pale, droplets of water glistening on her long eyelashes, and her lips a ghastly white. Despite this, she still bore the visage of a stunning beauty, her soaked garments clinging to her form, leaving no aspect of her perfect figure hidden from Li Donglei's view. After calling her name several times without eliciting a response, he resorted to the CPR techniques learned in elementary school, administering breaths for an extended period, but unfortunately, the efforts seemed in vain. At this moment, the circling golden eagle had already landed beside Li Donglei, occasionally screeching. Logically, given the intensity of her earlier struggles, she should not be in any life-threatening danger after merely fainting. So why did she remain unresponsive? Li Donglei scratched his head in confusion, ceasing to feel pity for her. placing his hands on her abdomen and pressing down repeatedly in hopes of expelling the water she had choked on. After this tactic proved ineffective, he had no choice but to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation once more. Thus, alternating between abdominal compressions and artificial respiration, Li Donglei toiled for nearly 15 minutes. Although he did not manage to expel a single drop of water, nor could he ascertain if his method of resuscitation was correct. The drowning victim finally awoke, just as Li Donglei was preparing to administer another breath. Coughing, the victim sputtered out a bit of water, her eyes weakly fluttering open to meet Li Donglei's face. The distance between them negligible. In a sudden motion, she pushed Li Donglei away and sat up. Slap. Before Li Donglei could utter a word, she delivered a resounding slap across his face. Shameless wolf, filthy beggar. The lightning eagle beside her observed its owner's sudden aggression, its feathers bristling in response. Li Donglei glanced at his drenched clothes, having worn the same outfit for nearly a month in the Mo Lin Mountains. He indeed resembled a beggar. Hey, get it straight. I was saving you. Li Donglei's temper flared. Who cares about your rescue? How dare a beggar like you insult me? I will make you pay. The disdain in her eyes suggested she felt greatly insulted. Enraged, Li Donglei cursed himself for being blind. The beauty before him had lost all allure in his eyes. Indifferent to her, he stood up and walked toward the school. Don't you dare walk away. This isn't over. Madwoman, Li Donglei muttered under his breath, continuing on his way, still feeling disgruntled. Upon arriving at the school, it was class time. Li Donglei hurried back to his dormitory to change out of his still damp clothes and unhesitatingly discarded them. After wearing the same outfit for a month in such an environment, no garment could withstand it. Previously, he had only 2 sets of clothes to alternate between, but now he was down to one. The one he wore now, with his body no longer wet and dressed in fresh attire, his mood improved somewhat. Li Donglei stepped out of the dormitory with a smile, strolling around the school. He initially intended to attend class in the elite martial arts class, but was unaware of its location and felt too lazy to inquire, instead opting to wander aimlessly around the school. As class was about to end, he made his way to the elite magic class. The boss is back. As soon as class concluded, Galen, who usually rushed out first, spotted Li Donglei standing at the classroom door with a smile and immediately shouted, running towards him as if greeting a long-lost friend, embracing him tightly. All right. It's not like I'm a beauty. Stop hugging me. Li Donglei exclaimed in annoyance. Before his training, the older students like Galen would refer to him as Rascal Li, while teachers addressed him as Li Donglei. Only Yuta and Taiyang called him boss or wolf boss. However, after the training, nearly all the members of his team began to refer to him as boss. Wolf boss. The plump Yuta rushed towards Li Donglei, while Noah, who typically lingered behind, also emerged upon hearing the commotion, his face beaming with joy, not to mention the others that in no time. Yuta, Galen, Taiyang, Jerome, Noah, and Norin surrounded Li Donglei, chatting freely at the classroom door, leaving other students bewildered. The usually quiet school beauty, Noah, was smiling radiantly, prompting everyone to glance towards the source of this transformation, Li Donglei. In the minds of those present, Li Donglei was certainly not someone of good character. He rarely attended classes and had no remarkable background or strength, making him a seemingly inconsequential figure destined to fade into obscurity. Yet, the scene before them completely shattered their preconceived notions. Class leader Galen, the top beauty and foremost expert Noah, the second beauty Norin, along with the most unruly students Yuta and Taiyang, and the most honest Jerome, all the prominent figures of the class were gathered around him, including Norin, who had previously been at odds with him. You lazy fatso, go to the second-year elite martial arts class and call out Linda, Jiankai, and Yi Guan. Taiyang, you go to the third year and summon Hellion Nade and the others. Galen commanded in his capacity as class leader. Damn, you arrogant fool, what are you doing? Taiyang immediately retorted. Displeased. I'll go call out the martial arts class and fetch Purvis, Li Donglei said, sharing a knowing smile with Noah and Norin. At that moment, the teacher stepped out of the classroom. The icy beautied Li Donglei glanced over and politely said, Hello, teacher. A flicker of surprise crossed the icy beauty's eyes before she nodded nonchalantly and departed. No need. With so many in the third year, Yuta will call out Linda and the others. Taiyang will fetch Purvis, and we will gather Hellion Nade and the others in the third-year elite magic class. Li Donglei suggested with a smile. This time, Yuta and Taiyang did not hesitate and immediately dashed off. In the eyes of the others, Li Donglei's words held far more weight than the class leaders. At the entrance of the third-year building, a bustling crowd of over 100 students gathered, resembling a riot, attracting the school's attention. After several explanations, the situation was finally brought under control. But Li Donglei's name had already begun to circulate. "There's a restaurant nearby, Chaofu Tower. Let's gather there. It's on me," Helianade called out loudly. "All right, today we shall feast on this young master from the Chancellor's family," Li Donglei replied with a hearty laugh. The group chatted merrily as they made their way outside the school gate. Chapter 67. The Restaurant. The school served as a vast consumer hub, particularly for a prestigious institution like Galan Academy. Beyond its walls, there were flower shops for budding romances, accessory stores favored by girls, and restaurants for student gatherings, among which Chaofu Tower stood out as one of the most renowned and luxurious establishments. "What? Someone's reserved it? Who?" Helianade exclaimed discontentedly outside the tower. "Sir, it's Lord Stidway who made the reservation," the restaurant owner replied, clearly well acquainted with Helianade, recognizing him as the Chancellor's son. "Boss, what should we do?" Helianade turned to Li Donglei for guidance. "What would you have done before?" Li Donglei chuckled, showing no concern. Helianade, undeterred, shouted, "Bring Stidway to me." "Yes, right away," the restaurant owner replied before heading inside. Soon, a man clad in warrior attire emerged. Standing around 6 feet tall, though marred by a large black birthmark on one side of his face, giving him a somewhat comical appearance. Following him was a woman with slightly curled hair cascading casually down her back. Her fair and exquisite face complemented by a delicate nose, rosy lips, and striking blue eyes. She wore a white shirt, topped with a snug black blazer, the collar buttons undone, hinting at a glimpse of her alabaster skin beneath. Her attire was completed with a professional skirt, complemented by nude stockings and stylish heels, making her appear at least 1.75 meters tall, exuding an irresistible charm. Li Donglei's eyes widened momentarily in astonishment, for he realized this woman was none other than the girl he had just rescued. This fleeting realization was not lost on Noah, who promptly pinched him hard. Li Donglei inwardly protested his innocence. "So it is you, Helianade's brother. Since this restaurant is so spacious, how about we all dine together?" The warrior-attired man said with a broad smile. "Stidway, do you think you are worthy of calling me brother?" Helianade disdainfully remarked. "Are you fourth-grade students so idle every day that you have nothing better to do than flirt? You two have audaciously reserved the entire restaurant, relying on your father's wealth. I presume you even realize that the title of Baron you currently hold was procured through your father's pleading with mine. I suggest you vacate within a quarter of an hour. And while you're at it, consider this restaurant as a token of respect for our leader." Before the beautiful woman, the man named Stidwai felt a rush of embarrassment wash over him. Yet, faced with the other party's overwhelming presence and the crowd of over 100 individuals with backgrounds far superior to his own, no fewer than 20, he could only endure in silence. "Might I inquire who Lord Hulian's leader is? I would like to make his acquaintance," he ventured. "Pay your bill and leave promptly. Our leader is someone you are familiar with," Juinkai retorted coldly. Stidwai's heart skipped a beat. Juinkai's father was a marquis of the empire, a lord from the border regions, both Helianade, and he referred to Juinkai as leader. He found it hard to believe such a person existed. At the very least, among the 100 or so people present, not one was a prince or royal. The alluring beauty beside him was also scanning the crowd, eager to witness the leaders of the many noble families. Stidwai dared not utter another word and promptly made way. Helianade, who had been shouting at the forefront, turned around with a smug smile and said, "After you." Leader Li Donglei chuckled silently. "Indeed, they are the offspring of nobility, reminiscent of the local tyrants back in my hometown. However, sometimes we must strive to excel. Without a fighting spirit, one loses their resolve." Helianade was momentarily uncertain whether he was being praised or criticized. Merely muttering as he trailed behind Li Donglei and Noah, Stidwai and the captivating beauty observed Li Donglei with astonishment. This man, clad in shabby clothing, appeared to be the most impoverished. Yet he was evidently the leader of this assembly of noble youths. The alluring beauty, in particular, was lost in thought, her gaze fixed on Li Donglei's silhouette. The Chafaching restaurant boasted both upper and lower levels. Li Donglei and his companions ascended to the second floor, where 10 people shared a table, precisely filling 11 tables. Li Donglei, Noah, Nuo Lin, Linda, Yuta, Taiyong, Galan, Helianade, and Pufus occupied the central table. "Owner, bring us your finest offerings," Helianade shouted excitedly as soon as they were seated. The crowd bustled with conversation, and at that moment, the previously mentioned alluring beauty gracefully approached, her movements captivating, exuding a fragrance reminiscent of orchids that made several young men momentarily forget their meals. It was truly an enchanting sight. She reached Li Donglei, smiling radiantly as she introduced herself. "Hello, my name is Rosalind. Li Donglei, who had been bantering with the witch Nuo, looked up at the sound, furrowing his brow as if he were just noticing her. It's you. I didn't expect you to change outfits and return for a date so soon," he said with a chuckle. Unfazed by his words, the beautiful woman maintained her charm and replied, "I would like to invite you to dinner sometime to express my gratitude for saving my life." Recalling her initial demeanor, Li Donglei felt a wave of distaste wash over him. Nevertheless, he smiled and responded, "Was my act of saving you a significant favor or merely a minor one?" "Naturally, it was a significant favor," she replied. "Very well, then that a significant favor does not require thanks. Let us just leave it at that." Li Donglei spoke as if it were an ordinary matter. This moment, Noah gently linked her arm with his. Casting a wary glance at Rosalind. Rosalind's expression shifted to one of disbelief. She was accustomed to men vying for her attention, and her invitation to dinner was already a considerable honor. Yet now, facing rejection and with Noah, a beauty in her own right, beside him, her usual confidence began to wane. A commoner, whom many proud nobles referred to as leader, and a striking beauty showing interest, Rosalind was both curious and eager to make his acquaintance. Yet she found herself at a loss for words in this peculiar situation. "Ahem, I believe your friends are likely waiting for you downstairs," Li Donglei remarked, clearing his throat. "Then I shall take my leave." "I hope we can become friends someday," Rosalind said, a hint of disappointment evident as she departed. "Goodness, Wolf Leader, you just let the Academy's top beauty slip away. How could you betray your rogue ways?" Yuta exclaimed, astonished, but was quickly silenced by Noah's wide-eyed gaze. Yuta spat in frustration. "Humph, what is so special about her? She always acts as if the entire world revolves around her," the witch Nuo scoffed. "Alas, beautiful women are a natural enemy," Li Donglei mused inwardly, though he smiled and added, "It's really not a big deal. I merely helped her out a bit when she arrived at school. We were not close, so there's no need for a meal." As he spoke, he recalled an incident at Weishan Lake where he had been wrongfully accused of watching Nuo bathe. Bringing up the topic of rescuing someone again might paint him in a dubious light, so he chose to refrain from elaborating. His past reputation was too tarnished. Several boys began to tease him, while Tai Young grinned mischievously. "Stop pretending. Isn't it because Noah is here that you can't openly indulge? Brat, mind your words." Both Li Donglei and Nuo retorted simultaneously, with Nuo even tossing her chopsticks at him. Meanwhile, Noah kept her head down, saying nothing, though her face was slightly flushed, and she didn't release her hold on Li Donglei's arm. Li Donglei turned to observe Nuo's intense reaction, momentarily puzzled. Noah and Linda also looked on, surprised, watching as even the witch known as Nuo turned red. "Ahem, why are the fourth graders not attending classes? From their attire, they hardly seem like students." Li Donglei intentionally diverted the topic. "Leader, you may not know, but although our school has a 4-year program, all classes for the first semester of the 4th year are completed. By the second semester, 4th graders begin to prepare for their futures. For instance, my father promised to gift me a level 7 phantom beast next year, recommending me to His Majesty for the position of a 1,000-rider captain and to be conferred as a baron. With some achievements or a bit more experience, I could rise further," Hellion Nade boasted a bit proudly. "Yes, typically by the second semester of the 4th year, families with connections start procuring phantom beasts for their students and pave paths to wealth and status. Take Stidawai, for example. He has already a 100-rider captain, while commoners, regardless of their strength, must start at the lowest ranks. The imperial hierarchy is quite rigid, even if a commoner achieves merits 10 times over. It may not compare to a noble's leisurely lifestyle and swift promotions. Therefore, commoners usually join the 4 major guilds: magical, mercenary, assassin, and thief guilds, rather than pursuing official careers, remarked Rianodgard, a fire mage who had formerly been a mercenary. With a hint of dissatisfaction, everyone's expressions were natural, as if they had long accepted this reality. The continent had operated this way for thousands of years, and it had not changed overnight. People had grown accustomed to it, relinquishing feelings of injustice and rebellion. I see. The school is comparatively a pure place. The outside world resembles the ancient slave society of my hometown. Quite terrifying, Li Donglei mused. However, these students lacked the life and death experiences. They had barely finished their studies before heading to the battlefield, swiftly rising in rank, which was detrimental to both the nation and its people. For instance, that beauty earlier couldn't even ride a lightning falcon properly and ended up falling from the sky. And you heroically saved her, followed by a back-and-forth exchange, am I right? The witch Nualin said disdainfully, her eyes seemingly daring him. Ahem, let us not dwell on this. Let us enjoy the food and drink of the night while we can. Li Donglei replied, choosing not to argue, as he believed discussing such matters with women would only complicate things further. Moreover, he was confident that Nualin wouldn't hold any ill will toward him. At least in the positive sense. Afterward, everyone indulged in food and drink, their conversations lighthearted, sharing amusing anecdotes from their experiences and the joy of returning home to find their families pleased with their unscathed appearances and newfound maturity. They continued their revelry from noon until evening, reluctant to leave. Li Donglei. As everyone began to rise from the table, Noah spoke softly. What is it? Li Donglei asked. Smiling at the beauty before him. It was said that after the 4th grade graduation, Noah became the Academy's top beauty, while Nualin ranked among the 10 most beautiful. Being identical twins, they shared the same appearance, but Noah's character and innocent demeanor were more appealing to the boys. To put it precisely, Noah was even more beautiful than Rosalind had been. However, Rosalind exuded a mature allure that captivated all men, while Noah still appeared as a blossoming young girl, just 17 years old. The evening at Xinxing Street is quite lively. Will you accompany me to enjoy it? Noah asked softly. Only a few individuals nearby, including Li Donglei, could hear Dado. Yuda and Taiyong immediately began to jeer. Boss, you really are pathetic. Our school's #1 beauty actually invited you, Taiyong said with disdain. Get lost. Li Donglei retorted irritably, then turned back with a mischievous grin. Such a fine evening, accompanied by a lovely lady. How could one ask for more? Noah, if you don't return to school at this late hour, your father will surely be angry, and your mother will worry. The sorceress Nolan suddenly interjected. They won't know. With Li Donglei around, I won't be in any trouble. Noah reassured herself. Dear classmate Nolan, you wouldn't wish to ruin a romantic moment, would you? Yuda said discontentedly. I can't be bothered with you. Nolan replied, dashing out first. Ultimately, Li Donglei and Noah strolled together along Xinxing Street beside Karen Academy. Noah continued to cling to Li Donglei's arm, and as they walked, she insisted on entering nearly every clothing store to browse. Does this look nice? I've already said it countless times. I have no particular taste in the world's clothing. They all look the same to me. If you like it, that's all that matters, Li Donglei said helplessly. He had long since discarded his old clothes for new ones, and with 5 additional items just purchased. They had already visited over 10 clothing stores. Li Donglei could not fathom how Noah possessed such energy, showing no signs of fatigue after such a long duration of shopping. Rather, she seemed increasingly invigorated. He even began to suspect that Noah was a warrior, not a delicate sorceress. Nevertheless, seeing Noah so joyful, he held his tongue. Why don't you try it on? Noah implored, her large, sparkling eyes exuding an innocent and pitiful charm that was utterly irresistible. When have I ever denied your requests? Li Donglei smiled as he took the dress Noah had chosen into the fitting room. Very handsome, Noah declared. Li Donglei knew that when Noah uttered such a definitive statement, she had already resolved to purchase the garment. The next step would involve negotiating the price with the shopkeeper, and he felt a twinge of inferiority at how Noah, usually so reticent, displayed such fervor in haggling. Chapter 69. Romance. Perhaps shopping and bargaining with shopkeepers are among the greatest pleasures of women, despite the fact that the money saved is trivial in the eyes of these noble offspring. On the other hand, Li Donglei harbored a deep disdain for shopping and found bargaining utterly perplexing. Even though he was impoverished, he was unwilling to waste so much breath over a few copper coins. Upon exiting the clothing store, Li Donglei couldn't help but remark, You said I should accompany you, but it feels like you're the one accompanying me. Aren't you going to buy something? I have everything I need. And I've been too focused on your clothes to pay attention to anything else. Let's go, Noah said, her excited expression giving Li Donglei an unsettling feeling. More clothes. Are you tired? Li Donglei lamented inwardly, finally realizing the issue at hand. After several hours of continuous shopping, he had not seen her this energetic even in the Mulin Mountains. Look, the stars have been out for over 3 hours. If we don't head back now, your sister will certainly be worried sick, Li Donglei said with a smile, feigning regret. But we were just buying clothes, and there are still so many things left to do, like tidying your hair, picking out a few boyish accessories, and selecting hairpins, among other things, Noah expressed, somewhat reluctant to leave. There will be plenty of time in the future. If we do everything this time, what will we do next time? All right then, let's return to school. Noah finally relented, and Li Donglei felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, nodding vigorously like a bobblehead. Upon reaching the school gates, they discovered that the entrance had long been closed. "Oh no, the school prohibits leaving this late. What should we do?" Noah said, her voice tinged with worry. "Hee, I suppose you realize we overindulged in our fun," Li Donglei said with a mischievous grin, completely unconcerned. "Do you have a plan?" Noah asked, her keen intellect seemingly deciphering Li Donglei's confidence. "Silly, have you forgotten that I am a spatial magician? Just let me borrow a bit of your delicate waist," Li Donglei said, gazing at Noah's slender figure with a hint of admiration. To his surprise, Noah took the initiative, wrapping her arms around him and burying her head in his chest. A warmth surged through Li Donglei, an overwhelming sense of happiness blossoming within him. Such a stunning beauty, gentle and considerate, having spent so many days together. If he were to claim he did not harbor feelings for Noah, that would be the true anomaly. Yet, whenever he thought of being with Noah, the image of another girl, Susan, would inevitably drift into his mind. Although the experiences he shared with Susan were not as memorable as those with Noah, she nevertheless held an abundance of sentiment for him, from their fateful first meeting to a deep-seated nostalgia for home. In a flash, they teleported over the school wall and descended. Li Donglei gazed at the enchanting figure in his arms and softly murmured, "We've arrived at school." In truth, Noah had sensed it as well, yet she remained nestled against Li Donglei's broad chest, her eyes sparkling under the moonlight. Li Donglei, I am very happy today," Noah said, her face aglow in the moonlight. Radiating beauty. Li Donglei's heart raced, mirroring Noah's own quickened pulse. I like Noah? Yes, very much. As we grew closer, I found it increasingly difficult to extricate myself from these feelings, Li Donglei pondered to himself. But do I still have feelings for Susan? Yes, even after more than a month apart, her image frequently appears in my mind, he mused again. Are men fickle? Yes, at least I, Li Donglei, am. Yet, even in my fickleness, I feel guilt and bear moral constraints. This marked his third internal inquiry. At that moment, Noah's gaze remained fixed on the dazed Li Donglei, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Li Donglei looked into her eyes and said, "Noah, I like you." Tears welled up in Noah's eyes as she nodded repeatedly. "I would like to be your girlfriend." Li Donglei's expression turned serious, and he managed a strained smile. "Silly girl, I haven't even asked you yet." Noah's face flushed deeper. "I believe that lovers should treat each other with sincerity and genuine affection. I want to be clear with you. I like you, but I also like Susan. If you are willing to be my girlfriend, I promise to think only of you and love only you. As for Susan, I will regard her as a memory, a connection to my hometown. Will you be my girlfriend?" Noah gazed at Li Donglei's earnest expression. A man's sweet promises are often irresistible to women, especially when the man in question is the object of their affection. Tears streamed down Noah's cheeks as she confessed, "I have sensed your feelings for Susan all along. On the day she left, I even felt a strange sense of relief. I know I shouldn't feel that way. It's a dark thought, but I couldn't control myself." Before Noah could finish her sentence, Li Donglei sealed her lips with his, and they embraced tightly. That night, Li Donglei and Noah returned to school, but did not go back to their dormitory. Instead, they sat in the moon viewing pavilion, one of the 4 scenic spots of the academy, exchanging sweet nothings while gazing at the bright moon. Occasionally, when a shooting star streaked across the sky, Noah would pull Li Donglei's hand and rejoice with delight. When Li Donglei mentioned that in his hometown, shooting stars were a sign to make wishes, Noah clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and earnestly made a wish, believing it would surely come true. From that moment on, Noah wished upon every shooting star that passed. Watching Noah's earnest demeanor, Li Donglei couldn't help but chuckle, admitting he had never believed in such things. "I do," Noah replied earnestly as she turned to him. It was not until dawn broke, casting a pale light across the horizon, that Noah began to show signs of fatigue, resting her head on Li Donglei's chest for a brief, and Li Donglei, like a loyal knight, stood guard over her, even though he too felt a touch of weariness. Awake now, sleepyhead, Li Donglei gently roused Noah. Slowly, she opened her eyes, a blissful smile illuminating her face. The feeling of first love was always so enchanting. "The sun has risen, and some early risers are passing by. Shall we head back?" Li Donglei suggested with a grin. "Yes," Noah replied, rubbing her eyes before sitting up and softly adding, "I didn't expect the moon viewing pavilion to be so beautiful in the morning." Li Donglei glanced around. Indeed, the pavilion was situated at the edge of the Mulin Mountains, encircled by the academy's walls, making it one of the 4 scenic spots. A narrow gap separated 2 small hills, less than 200 feet tall, through which a crystal-clear stream flowed from the mountain's peak, creating a remarkable sight. The moon viewing pavilion was perched halfway up the mountain. Dividing the stream to the south of the pavilion lay a lotus pond, where some lotus flowers were still budding while others had fully bloomed to the north. Water lilies floated lazily on the surface, their small, round green leaves resembling a slumbering beauty, quietly showcasing white and pink petals. Nearby, willow trees dipped their long tresses into the stream, their green leaves swaying in the breeze, reflecting in the water like a maiden preening before a mirror. The water surrounding such a pavilion reflects its beauty, creating a harmonious interplay that can only be described as exquisite. Of course, the lotus flowers, water lilies, and weeping willows require human care, rendering the beauty of the Donglei pavilion a blend of natural and artificial allure, achieving a state of unity between heaven and humanity. Chapter 70, Episode 70, The Sorceress's Heart. The Donglei pavilion, nestled near the mountain range, is far removed from human habitation and the bustling city, making it one of the most tranquil and picturesque places. Perched halfway up the mountain, one can gaze into the distance at night, where the moon emerges from behind the rocky barriers, hanging high in the sky, perfectly merging with the mountains and waters. Akin to ascending a high peak to witness a sunrise, yet possessing a unique charm, hence its name, Donglei. At this moment, the Donglei pavilion has seemingly transformed into the place of Noah's first love for Li Donglei. It is a profoundly beautiful and meaningful location. However, one wonders what the other two major scenic spots are, aside from Weishan Lake and this place. Li Donglei sighed, lamenting that after studying at Karen for half a year, he still knew almost nothing about the school. They are the misty sea of springs atop the mountain and the central tower of the academy, the Wanwan Tower. The misty sea of springs is located above. Just look at the water here, all flowing from the mountain springs, and the area is remarkably flat, surrounded by higher peaks, with mist lingering throughout the year, resembling a fairyland, truly beautiful. Shall we go take a look? Noah suddenly exclaimed with renewed vigor that a small spring unexpectedly flows into a small river. Even if the 1,000 springs are exaggerated, it is not far from the truth. However, Li Donglei clearly felt weary and fatigued, and Noah was likely in a similar state. There was no need to exhaust themselves with a day of play, only to sleep heavily afterward. He and Noah undoubtedly had many stories yet to unfold. You really have a lot of energy. After just a short rest, you want to play again. We have plenty of time ahead of us. We will not only explore the beauty of the academy, but also the entire city, the Karen Empire, and the whole continent. Once we grow strong, I will even take you to see the heavenly realm. But for now, be obedient and return to your dormitory for some rest. As far as I know, you are quite the obedient student. Don't let your studies and magic suffer just to accompany me, Li Donglei said with a smile. In truth, for girls, magic and power are not the most important. Their beloved is their entire world. Noah's moist eyes gazed deeply into Li Donglei's heart, and with a smile, he embraced her. Come, I will walk you back to your dormitory. Noah turned back repeatedly to glance at Li Donglei as he watched her enter the dormitory, her heart brimming with the bliss of love. Upon entering the dormitory, the two roommates on the right were still peacefully asleep, while Noah Lin on the lower bunk to the left was also lying down. Noah gently climbed into her own bed. Despite her earlier excitement, she suddenly realized how fatigued she felt upon parting from Li Donglei, longing for a beautiful sleep. Did you play so late? Suddenly, Noah Lin spoke as if to herself from the lower bunk. Sister, you're awake? Noah exclaimed in surprise, her small feet retreating from the bed ladder, speaking softly like a child caught misbehaving. Noah Lin sat up, her face etched with fatigue, as if she had not slept all night. She no longer resembled the sorceress she usually was. Noah bit her lip and finally summoned the courage to ask, Sister, do you also like Li Donglei? Upon hearing this, Noah Lin's form trembled. A woman's intuition is always keen. Let us talk on the balcony. We shouldn't wake them, Noah Lin said with a faint smile, then donned her sleepwear and walked to the balcony. Noah followed, taking a jacket from her bed on the balcony. The morning sunlight felt somewhat cold, and the chilly wind made Noah Lin's face pale. Noah draped the jacket over her shoulders from behind. This world always reveres the strong and yearns for heroes. As girls of 16 or 17, we often indulge in fantasies, dreaming that one day, an extraordinary hero will express his love for us. Noah remained silent, simply listening. During this journey in the mountain range, Li Donglei has become our hero. His every action and word has led us through countless adventures and victories, earning him fervent admiration among the boys and even more from the girls. In truth, we all understand that if Li Donglei were to express his love to any girl in the group, she would likely accept joyfully, including Linda, Sophie, and of course, me. Noah Lin looked at Noah, and both silently shed tears. Before we ventured to, I truly disliked him. Many in the group felt the same when he burned our food or tore our map at the beginning. However, that resentment transformed into gratitude, trust, and admiration as our team matured through repeated triumphs. The power of this transformation is immense, almost intoxicating. Noah could no longer hold back, exclaiming, "I like him too." From the very first day of school, his gaze captivated me. From that initial glance, I began to notice him. Then fell for him, unable to extricate myself. "Sister, I have never contested anything with you, but this time it's different. We are now in a relationship, just last night." Upon hearing Noah's words, Noah Lynn's complexion grew even paler. Yet she smiled and said, "Though I anticipated this, hearing that you two are in love still stings my heart." Noah gazed up at the morning sunlight, which remained cold, as the gentle breeze tousled her long hair. When I realized I was gradually falling for him, unable to help but think of him in everything I did, I panicked, unsure of how to proceed. So, I continued to act nonchalant, engaging in playful banter with him, hoping to catch his attention and leave a deeper impression. Everyone, including you, watched us spar. It felt as though only our voices existed in the world, a delightful exchange, yet he is as dense as a block of wood. Forever oblivious to a girl's feelings. I know you have always held a fondness for him, especially when everyone else disliked him. Only you and Susan consistently engaged and encouraged him, while the world turned its back on him. The two of you remained his most cherished companions, and he would forsake everything for you. I faltered in this regard. When everyone attacked him, I was always at the forefront, which is a tremendous irony. He is magnanimous, sincerely caring for each member of the team, including you, and he won't hold past grievances against you. Noah, unwittingly, comforted her sister. Noah Lynn leaned closer to her sister, gently caressing her cheek. "I know. Rest assured, I won't compete with you. I will strive to become friends with him and then endeavor to forget him." After saying this, Noah Lynn returned to her dormitory alone, watching her sister, with whom she had grown up. Noah felt a pang in her heart. Yet, thoughts of Li Donglei filled her with strength, ready to face everything. Noah returned to her bed, but in her exhaustion, sleep eluded her. Chapter 71, Episode 71, The Duel Again. Li Donglei promptly shared the news of his newfound love with his 3 roommates, relishing the envious glances and expressions of admiration for the school's most beautiful girl, marveling at the unfairness of the world. His vanity was greatly satisfied. After a delightful sleep, it was already afternoon, and Li Donglei hurried to find the newly captured Noah. "Why do you have such dark circles under your eyes? Didn't you rest this morning?" Seeing Noah's lackluster demeanor as she stood below the girls' dormitory, Li Donglei asked with concern. Noah smiled faintly. "No, I slept quite well." This was Li Donglei's first experience with romance. Yet he had seen love stories in films and read about them in books. In his subconscious, he believed that the happiest gesture in a romantic relationship was holding hands. Previously, he and his roommates had debated this topic while gossiping about beautiful girls, each with differing opinions. While everyone's views may vary, Li Donglei remained steadfast in his belief that a formal hand-holding signifies a crucial step from uncertainty to certainty in a relationship. Completing this step marks a qualitative change achieved through genuine quantitative growth. Holding hands establishes a bond between the two, formally connecting their hearts, introducing a sense of care, responsibility, and sweetness. "Let me hold your hand and walk with you through the days ahead." It is a weighty promise filled with sweetness. Li Donglei became the first person to legally hold Noah's hand. Although many tried to pursue her, he was the last to succeed in this endeavor. Li Donglei unabashedly held Noah's hand as they strolled through the campus. Indifferent to the envious and resentful gazes of passers-by. "Donglei, I feel like we're committing a crime with so many people watching us," Noah whispered as they walked. "They're only jealous of me." Once the 4th year graduates, the campus's top talent falls into Helly and Nade's hands, and you become the school's most beautiful girl. As for me, cough cough, aside from the over 100 in our team, my reputation in the school is somewhat infamously high profile. You tell me, how can a notorious person like me walk hand in hand with a super beauty of your caliber without drawing attention? Li Donglei spoke with a hint of pride, declaring that regardless of the circumstances, having such an exceptional girl like Noah as his girlfriend was indeed a matter of great pride. "Donglei, how old are you?" Noah inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. 17. "And you?" He replied. "In a month, I will celebrate my 16th birthday. Is it too early for us to be dating?" Noah murmured softly. "Are you having second thoughts?" Li Donglei immediately grew anxious. No, it's just that I'm not quite prepared at the moment." With a chuckle, Li Donglei said, "What is there to prepare for? It's not as if you're being asked to marry me right now. In the future, when I miss you, I'll come to find you, and when you miss me, you can seek me out too, and it will all be above board. How wonderful is that? You've overlooked the most crucial aspect of a relationship. Noah replied earnestly. What is it? Noah halted her steps, slightly lifting her gaze to meet Li Donglei's eyes. Responsibility. When I fall in love with someone, I would do anything for them. Li Donglei wrapped his arms around Noah's slender waist and, with a serious demeanor, remarked, when you speak earnestly, your eyes shine beautifully. I can responsibly tell you that while I cannot guarantee you will be the only one in my heart, you will always remain the most important. Ah, you're already thinking about infidelity so soon into our relationship, Noah said, visibly displeased, releasing the hand she had been holding. Li Donglei hurriedly clarified, that S nodded. What I mean is, you are the most significant person in my heart. But there are other matters to consider, such as my relentless ambition to lead an army in battle, the responsibilities bestowed upon me by my master, and many more aspirations. In a woman's heart. Her beloved is everything. Why can't it be the same for men? Noah pouted, though it was evident that she was no longer angry. After all, which woman wouldn't wish for her partner to be a person of great talent and lofty ideals? Come on, men and women are inherently different, Li Donglei said with a sigh of resignation. Just as their playful banter continued, Li Donglei suddenly sensed a wave of murderous intent approaching, a dangerous aura drawing near. He instinctively glanced to the left, where a chilling gleam, swift as lightning, hurtled towards him. Startled, Li Donglei quickly pushed Noah aside and sidestepped, the cold light brushing past them before swiftly returning. At that moment, Li Donglei discerned that the gleam belonged to a crescent-shaped blade, now arcing back with an even more sinister energy. He narrowly evaded it again, realizing that a fierce-looking young man, wielding the curved blade, had blocked their path. It was the notorious scoundrel, Nagolan. Li Donglei, are you protecting Noah? Are you hurt? He asked, ensuring Noah wasn't scathed. She smiled and shook her head. Damn it, you rogue. I've been waiting for you. Golan shouted, rage etched across his face. You despicable fiend. Why did you ambush me? Li Donglei retorted angrily. If it weren't for the keen instincts I've honed from battling magical beasts, I might have been killed. How dare you use dark sorcery to confuse the noble Miss Noah? I, representing the Church of Light, shall execute you, heretic. Golan bellowed. To hell with you. Jealousy drives you to murder while you seek a grand pretext. Li Donglei could not help but curse vehemently. Noah anxiously clutched Li Donglei's arm. Witnessing this scene only fueled Golan's jealousy, causing him to lose his composure as he shouted, enough talk. I challenge you to a duel. Fine, let us fight. Li Donglei readily agreed. Given his reputation, having been absent from school previously, it had been difficult for anyone to challenge him. Now, however, he found himself constantly at school and dating the most beautiful girl, Noah, making him prepared for any challenge. Yet he had expected this first challenge would be one that sought to end him, igniting his temper. In Xiaxing, Li Donglei possessed unparalleled talent in cultivation. He relished in the act of overpowering others, but only when he had the strength to do so. In the past, he had been weak in martial arts and focused on spatial magic, thus remaining low-key. However, after mastering the first form of the Nine Heavens' 9 swords, his power now rivaled that of a 6th-level swordsman. Moreover, this time, he would not allow Golan to have an easy time, especially for Noah's sake. Chapter 72. The Duel Again, Part 2. The duel was set in the designated arena on the school playground, much like the previous encounter, but this time the referee was a short, stout middle-aged man, neither clad in warrior garb nor wizard robes, lacking any aura of a master, making it impossible to discern his expertise. The notorious Li Donglei was once again dueling, and this time for the esteemed beauty, Noah, drawing a crowd that filled the arena to capacity. The duel's protagonists, the first-year martial arts elite Li Donglei and the second-year martial arts elite Nagolan, stood at opposite ends of the arena. The referee announced the duel's rules amid a cacophony of noise from the spectators. Damn it, that bastard Golan actually dares to strike with intent to kill. At that moment, over 100 onlookers, including Yuta, Helionator, and Linda, had gathered, having heard Noah's account. With an angry third-year lightning mage cursing vehemently. Li Donglei's frequent exclamation of damn it had gradually gained popularity among the crowd, indicating that his influence extended far beyond this incident. Our leader has just reached the 4th-level swordsman stage. Do you really think he can defeat that Golan kid? Yuta expressed his concerns. Of course he can. When has our leader ever lost? Came the confident reply. If he could transform into a 4th-level magical beast, one that could instill fear, Golan would surely wet his pants in terror, making victory even easier. Helionator spoke with admiration. Taeyong scoffed. If it weren't for our leader's training, you wouldn't even be able to bully familiar humans, let alone scare off fierce-looking magical beasts. At least my progress is faster than yours. Helionator shot back. Nonsense. If I reach the 7th level, I could take you down 3 times over. Enough. Stop arguing. The fight is about to begin, Galen shouted, immediately capturing the attention of Tai Yong and Hellion Nader, as all eyes turned to the arena. At this moment, the sun began to set, casting a fiery glow across the western horizon, painting the sky crimson, while the small grove bordering the arena appeared to be draped in a delicate veil of red. In the open arena, Golan and Li Donglei stood 3 paces apart, with Golan's crescent blade pointed menacingly at Li Donglei's brow, a chilling mist swirling ominously around the blade, sending a shiver down Li Donglei's spine. This was not the Golan he remembered, a man who only bullied the weak. He seemed to possess combat experience and a deadly aura honed through life and death encounters. Thus, Li Donglei could not afford to underestimate him. With a grave expression, he drew his longsword from his waist, recognizing the profound skill and fighting spirit emanating from his opponent. This was undeniably a formidable adversary. The longsword in Li Donglei's hand reflected a faint red glow under the fiery clouds, as if stained with blood. Since both students are ready, let the duel commence. Remember, strike to the point, the referee declared before stepping back. Golan's lips twitched slightly. I heard you're a 3rd-level swordsman. Don't disappoint me. With a piercing shriek, the crescent blade whirled toward Li Donglei, moving with a speed far greater than during the previous ambush. Clang! Li Donglei's longsword struck fiercely against the crescent blade, sparks flying in all directions, yet the blade did not falter. Instead, it returned at an unusual angle. In an instant, Li Donglei surged forward, closing the distance as Golan grasped the blade, his longsword descending like a striking serpent. 2 brilliant flashes collided in the air. One was the dazzling sword light from Li Donglei, the other the chilling aura emanating from Golan's crescent blade. The immense energy from their clash erupted, producing a sound reminiscent of tearing fabric, as if the very fabric of space might shatter, sending dust swirling around them. The palpable murderous intent sent a chill down the spines of the surrounding students. Li Donglei staggered backward, retreating 7 or 8 steps, his face flushed from the impact. He had to admit that Golan's 6th-level fighting energy was significantly stronger than his own 4th-level energy. Had it not been for Li Donglei's cultivation through the Ren and Du channels, he might have lost in a single exchange. Meanwhile, Golan merely swayed slightly before regaining his balance, the disparity in their strengths evident. Huh. So your fighting energy can manifest externally. I didn't expect you to be a 3rd-level swordsman. That energy earlier must have been 5th level, but unfortunately, you still cannot match me. Only heroes deserve the beauty, Golan said with a hint of arrogance. Unbeknownst to him, Li Donglei was merely a 4th-tier swordsman. However, the formidable cultivation technique he practiced granted him the strength of a 5th-tier. Li Donglei scoffed. You are exceedingly arrogant, unable to accommodate the fact that others may possess something superior to you. Alas, your incessant calculations will ultimately lead you to accomplish nothing. What right do you have to admonish me? I can only imagine how delightful it must feel to have you beneath my feet. Although Goran bore no smile, his voice was icy, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. Once again, Goran initiated the offensive, wielding his crescent-shaped blade as he struck directly at Li Donglei, his fighting spirit surging like a rainbow. Casting a brilliant light through the air, Li Donglei met the attack with his longsword, unleashing an unparalleled sword aura that coalesced like a tangible ribbon, dazzling and blinding to behold. Boom. The collision of their 2 forces unleashed a tremendous destructive power, sending debris flying and creating a tempest of fighting energy that left the ground pockmarked and uneven. Both combatants were propelled backward by the shockwave, yet they quickly regained their footing and charged at each other once more. The arena was alive with surging fighting energy, the radiant blades intertwining like lightning across the sky. The scene was illuminated, accompanied by the deafening roar of their clashes. Li Donglei and Goran moved like lightning, their forms mere shadows in motion. The relentless fighting energy wreaked havoc upon the ground, leaving behind countless deep craters, with rocks flying and dust swirling. The rising dust, under the immense pressure of their fighting energy, turned to fine powder, dancing in the wind. For a moment, it was a fierce struggle, a clash of titans. This was a genuine battle. Those who had not undergone the crucible of iron and blood could never unleash their power so fully. Li Donglei had diligently trained in the forest, and Goran evidently had also undergone specialized training. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the arena lay in ruins, yet the vibrant fighting energy still crackled in the air, and both combatants were evenly matched. However, upon closer inspection, it became clear that Goran's relentless assaults overshadowed Li Donglei's desperate defense. As the battle raged on, Li Donglei grew increasingly alarmed. Goran's fighting spirit was far superior to his own, and if he were to engage in a head-on clash, victory was beyond reach. Goran's approach was one of reckless abandon, aiming for a swift conclusion. determined to trample Li Donglei underfoot, understanding the disparity between them. Li Donglei resolved to adopt a strategy of pure defense, relying on the principles of Tai Chi sword to counteract Goren's onslaught using his own fighting energy against him. Years of self-created martial arts in the game had led Li Donglei to delve into various forms of martial arts over 60 game years, equivalent to 6 years in reality. While he had explored a multitude of techniques, few were studied in depth, coupled with the differences between the martial arts of his previous world and the fighting energy in this realm. Li Donglei found his ability to harness power limited. Nonetheless, he did not seek to withstand Goren's remaining strength directly. Rather, he aimed to continue guiding the energy. Initially, he transformed Goren's power into his own, and subsequently, he redirected Goren's residual energy away. Like a colossal meteor colliding with the planet Zu, complete destruction was unnecessary. A single nuclear warhead striking from the side to alter its trajectory would suffice. Thus, the numerous craters and scattered debris were predominantly the result of Goren's fighting energy, while Li Donglei's own power was expended sparingly. However, this approach carried its risks. Constant defense left him vulnerable to exploitation should he falter. With no alternative, Li Donglei resolved to endure Goren's assaults until his fighting energy was depleted, at which point he would engage in a decisive battle. Fortunately, with each redirection, Li Donglei's understanding of the intricacies of Tai Chi sword deepened, and his execution became increasingly fluid. As Goren's energy waned, his attacks gradually slowed. Yet, he must continue to bide his time. Half an hour later, the battlefield resembled a desolate wasteland, littered with rubble and dust. Both fighters' movements had become sluggish, the once brilliant fighting energy now diminished. Goren was gradually reaching his limit. His movements were no longer as swift as before, his long hair drenched in sweat, clumping together in strands, and his once icy visage now bore a flush of fatigue. He was beginning to feel the strain, his clothes soaked through with perspiration. Feigning weakness, Li Donglei mirrored Goren's exhaustion, his movements slowing, appearing to struggle against Goren's onslaught. To the spectators, both combatants panted heavily, no longer able to summon the indomitable fighting energy they once possessed. Their weapons clashed, sparks flying, the sounds of combat echoing incessantly. Hundreds of exchanges passed, and Li Donglei quietly gathered all his strength, preparing to deliver a powerful blow to Goren. Yet, at that moment, Goren seized the initiative, forcefully parting his hands, causing his crescent blade to split into two, forming a pair of razor-sharp blades, infused with an immense fighting spirit. They shot toward Li Donglei like lightning. Simultaneously, Goren swiftly unfastened a long pouch from his back, revealing dozens of small crescent blades, each glinting ominously, just as Li Donglei narrowly evaded the two spinning blades. He was horrified to discover that a multitude of glimmering projectiles was already hurtling toward him, accompanied by a cacophony of eerie whistles. He hastily fell backward, propelled 3 zhang away. Goren advanced, his hands moving rapidly, deftly redirecting the smaller crescent blades that had missed their mark. After being infused with fighting energy once more, the blades gleamed even more brilliantly, hurtling toward Li Donglei with renewed ferocity. Goren's swift movements indicated his familiarity with this method of attack. His hands moved with the speed of lightning. A torrential rain of blades filled the air, and Li Donglei found himself with no avenue of escape. After attempting to deflect a few with his longsword, he ultimately conceded defeat. Most of the blades that were deflected returned to Goren, becoming increasingly lethal with each infusion of fighting energy, forming a dazzling web of lethal light in the air. What had begun as a ripe opportunity for Li Donglei to launch a fatal strike was now snatched away by Goren. Both possessed their own ultimate techniques. At this moment, Li Donglei ceased to conceal his strength, unleashing all the fighting energy he had accumulated, solely to withstand the barrage of spinning knives. Even so, peril loomed as he sustained 3 cuts from the flying blades. The onlookers were filled with trepidation. Yuta and others clenched their fists, while girls like Noah and Nolan trembled with fear. "Well done, Goren," shouted several second-year elite students from the martial arts class, though Goren's reputation was not without blemish. As few joined in their fervor. "You brats, keep shouting, and I'll have your tongues cut out." Heliana and over 100 elite third-year students glared fiercely, causing the boys to shrink back, unable to meet Heliana's furious gaze. With the fourth-year students having left the school, it was undeniable that the elite classes of the third-year magic martial arts dominated, possessing 6 of the top 10 strongest in the academy. Heliana was on the brink of reaching the 8th tier, the unrivaled champion who would dare to oppose them. "Don't panic. I refuse to believe that Wolf's oldest will lose, even against an opponent 2 levels higher," Galen exclaimed confidently. However, it seemed fate conspired against them. As he spoke, the battlefield, riddled with craters both large and small, created by Goren's fighting energy, became Li Donglei's undoing. In his hasty retreat, he inadvertently stumbled into a 20-centimeter deep pit. Losing his balance entirely, Goring would never relinquish such a divinely bestowed opportunity. In an instant, he unleashed all the remnants of his fighting spirit, commanding over a dozen flying daggers to strike at Li Donglei's entire body, including vital areas such as the head and chest, intent on delivering a fatal blow. At that moment, Li Donglei's mind raced with at least a dozen methods to counter the attack. However, being merely a level 4 swordsman, his strength was insufficient to execute those advanced martial techniques. According to the competition rules, the referee's primary responsibility was to prevent students from inadvertently killing each other during the duel. Yet, the referee, the individual closest to the battlefield, seemed entirely engrossed in the thrilling contest, showing no inclination to intervene. Farther away, the onlookers, including Li and others, were unable to rush to his aid in time. And Noah could not help but scream in distress. Chapter 74. Space Magic. Upon hearing the cry, Li Donglei's heart ached, and he reluctantly opted for space magic. Suddenly, he vanished from sight, and Goring, who had been controlling the flying daggers from a distance of 10 zhang, found Li Donglei inexplicably appearing behind him, thereby evading all attacks. Goring instinctively sensed danger. However, in his determination to deliver the final blow, he had committed all his daggers to the assault on Li Donglei, leaving no escape route. When Goring turned around, he beheld Li Donglei with his left leg slightly bent, his right knee inward, standing tall with both hands holding his sword aloft, all of his fighting spirit concentrated in the palms that grasped the blade. Danger, immense danger. In that fleeting moment, Goring unleashed all his potential, crossing his arms to shield his head, pouring every ounce of his life force into his arms. The first move of the 9 Heavens 9 Swords, the Great Sword Slash. In the next instant, Li Donglei swung his sword downward with great force, and from the blade emanated a colossal golden sword, wholly formed of fighting spirit, stretching 5 zhang long, cleaving directly down onto Goring's arms. Upon contact with the great sword, Goring was sent flying, blood spilling forth like water, while the flying daggers, deprived of their fighting spirit, fell listlessly to the ground. Goring was sent out of the fighting arena by Li Donglei's strike. Despite being exhausted, Li Donglei furiously pursued, placing a foot upon the prostrate Goring and managing a strained smile. Well, as you said, stepping on you feels rather satisfying. Goring lay there, his eyes rolled back, breath barely escaping his nostrils. His arms limp on the ground, likely rendered useless. Oh, long live the boss! Li and Nade shouted, and the others joined in jubilant cheers. Teacher, can you please announce the result? Yuta exclaimed in dissatisfaction, muttering that there were only 2 or 3 teachers in the entire school who knew anything about martial arts or magic, and questioning who had the ability to bring one in. The teacher finally came to his senses and promptly declared, in this duel, Li Donglei from Xiaxing emerges victorious, surrounded by elated admirers. Li Donglei was particularly touched by Noah's thoughtfulness. While everyone else was congratulating him, she pulled over a female level 6 light mage to cast a recovery spell on him, while she herself performed a healing spell. After a round of auxiliary magic, Li Donglei felt invigorated. At that moment, Noah came back with bandages and gauze from seemingly nowhere, tending to the 3 wounds on his left arm and his back with remarkable care and attention. Oh, the boys erupted into playful teasing. Heavens, pity me, grant me a girlfriend like that, and I would willingly sacrifice 10 years of my life. Taiyang lamented dramatically, appearing pitifully lonely. Cut it out, the crowd continued to tease, leaving Noah blushing furiously, while the girls in the group giggled uncontrollably. You foolish Taiyang, stop your nonsense. Just this morning, I told you that I was pursuing Noah, and by now the whole school knows about it. Is it you who has been blabbering? Li Donglei glared at Taiyang, visibly annoyed. Not at all. I keep my lips sealed around outsiders. However, for such great news, I must share it with my brothers, right? The crowd nodded in agreement, and Li Donglei had no objections. Taiyang continued, we brothers, classmates, junior high alumni, loyal mentors, dorm neighbors, it's only natural to speak of it. I must mention the 3rd uncle of all our aunts, and even his great aunt is no outsider. You better get lost. You just about named the beasts of the Molan mountain range. Your big mouth has caused me trouble right after waking up, Li Donglei retorted, exasperated. However, given the brutal nature of Li Donglei's battle with Goring, witnessing the respect from nearly all the elite students of the 3rd grade, it was likely that few would dare to challenge Li Donglei in the future. After all, beauty accompanies the hero, and others would have little to say, nor dare to speak against him. Moreover, this battle had effectively quelled the ambitions of those who sought to defeat him through duels. On the way back, Li Donglei and his companions chatted for quite some time, and eventually, they wisely left space for Li Donglei and Noah, the young couple. "What are you pondering?" "In the campus," Noah asked, noticing Li Donglei's furrowed brow. "I was contemplating that Goring fellow. You know, he spends every day at school and, presumably, has no real combat opportunities that I thought I could handle him in just a few moves, yet he fought with such skill. Clearly a trained warrior, it perplexes me," Li Donglei replied, somewhat troubled. "Don't dwell on it. After all, you've already won. A level 4 swordsman defeating a level 6 swordsman is quite impressive," Noah reassured him. Sigh. "I initially planned to exhaust his fighting spirit and then use the great sword slash to determine the outcome. But I didn't expect him to employ such underhanded tactics, forcing me to use space flicker. You know, I've resolved not to reveal my identity as a space mage until the very end. It wouldn't do to let certain factions aware of the formidable presence of a space mage. From our team's strategic perspective, while I won today's duel, in the grand scheme of things, I have already lost a battle." After a pause, Li Donglei suddenly inquired, "Do you know Goring's background? He is the grandson of Duke Wu Erfu of the Bile Kingdom. His family is quite similar to Yuda's. Having once produced a superlative warrior, that's all I know." Noah replied earnestly, "Never mind, as long as he doesn't provoke us again, it's of no concern." Li Donglei dismissed the thought, not regarding Goring with any seriousness. Unbeknownst to Li Donglei, the entire course of this battle was being observed by two individuals. The students who had gathered to watch the duel between Li Donglei and Goring had largely dispersed, and Goring had been taken away by his classmates to seek treatment from a mage. Not far from the arena, two elderly figures remained on the platform. His swordsmanship is quite exquisite, while most can only leverage strength against strength. His technique can even harness gravitational force, allowing a level 4 swordsman to deplete the power of a level 6 swordsman. "This swordplay is most suited for the weak to triumph over the strong," remarked an elder clad in a blue robe, a hint of admiration in his voice. He appeared to be over 60, dressed plainly yet exuding an aura of nobility and kindness. He was none other than Duke Li Donglei of the Karen Empire. The elder in purple beside him, although similarly dressed modestly, emanated an air of authority. He was none other than Tingle Cater, the principal of Karen Academy. Cater turned to the Duke and said, "What is this? I heard it was you who gifted him the martial arts book. Did you not teach him this swordplay?" Chapter 75. The assassin. "I merely provided him with a beginner's martial arts book, which can be found in any library at your school. My intention was to help him conceal his identity as a space mage, yet I did not expect his talent for creating martial techniques to be so extraordinary." The old Duke expressed with a hint of awe. Creating martial techniques. Such a profound skill, allowing a level 4 swordsman to possess the fighting spirit of a level 5 swordsman and display such intricacy in swordsmanship. I find it hard to believe that a nameless individual, without any guidance from sword masters, could achieve this. Cater, a level 10 sword emperor, remarked, well aware of the difficulties involved in mastering martial arts, let alone creating one's own. "You old rascal, after all these years of sparring with me, you should know my capabilities well. If I possessed such refined swordsmanship, I would have long since bested you," the old Duke retorted, slightly disgruntled, as he too, a level 10 sword emperor, struggled to comprehend Li Donglei's astonishing display. Cater contemplated for a moment, acknowledging the validity of the Duke's point. Each sword technique must align with specific martial arts, incantations, and the flow of fighting spirit to be executed correctly. Thus, merely observing another's swordplay would not allow one to replicate it. Cater recognized that without guidance from Li Donglei, he could not enact such techniques through his own understanding of martial arts. Nor could Duke De. Hence, this swordplay was likely not taught by him. "Well, I suppose I shall forego attempting to learn such intricate swordsmanship. I cannot possibly have the principal come to you, a student, to teach me." Cater lamented with a hint of regret. For the sake of martial arts, a martial enthusiast like you would not be concerned with your reputation. Rather, you fear that he might refuse to teach you, which would not only prevent you from learning but could also lead to a complete loss of face. After all, profound martial arts are typically not easily passed down. The old Duke scoffed. Go on. I never expected this old fellow to have such a keen eye. During the recent elite trials in the Molan Mountains, the third-year students have made remarkable progress. Upon their return, each one is transformed into brave warriors, rather than delicate young nobles. Although Helion did not clarify this in his report, one can surmise much from the respect this group shows towards Li Donglei. At such a young age, he possesses exceptional martial skills, innate magical talent, and formidable leadership abilities. His future is boundless. Indeed, many individuals exhibit extraordinary talents in their youth, and inevitably, they will mature into true talents in the broader social landscape. However, my previous assistance to him was solely due to his immense potential in spatial magic, the old Duke remarked with a hint of satisfaction. Carter, assuming a serious tone, said, "The old chap's willingness to share matters of the celestial realm with me signifies his trust. We must ensure he does not misuse spatial magic. Otherwise, should the Church of Light decide to act against him, it would force us human powerhouses into an early confrontation. After all, Li Donglei is the one with the greatest chance of becoming the spatial deity. Without him, our hope would be extinguished. I will keep a close watch on him at school." The old Duke nodded. "You are absolutely right. It is precisely because he requires your utmost assistance that I have divulged the matters of the celestial realm to you. But we must also prepare for the worst. Should the Church of Light attempt to eliminate Li Donglei, we will send him to those 9 gentlemen. With their protection, even the entire Church of Light, along with those angels among us, would be powerless against Li Donglei. Indeed, my student Susan is currently with those 9 gentlemen. With such talent as Li Donglei's, the future for both of them is limitless. My current batch of students is truly exceptional," Carter proclaimed with great pride. The old Duke smiled lightly, refraining from dampening the spirits of the jubilant old man. The entire human world harbors 2 significant secrets. One is the mysteries of the celestial realm, known only to those of level 11 and families whose ancestors ascended to the celestial realm. Of course, Carter, as the current principal, is an anomaly. The other secret concerns the 9 most powerful gentlemen in the human realm. There have long been rumors about divine figures who aided them through great tribulations, yet accounts vary, and the truth remains unclear. Only those above level 10 are privy to their existence. Li Donglei continued to skip classes, spending his nights studying magic and dreams with Noah. During the day, apart from accompanying Noah, he immersed himself in the library, poring over military and political texts from various nations, as well as treatises on warfare. Ever since returning from the Molen Mountains, he had discovered the thrill of leading troops into battle. It turned out he was quite the warrior at heart. Thus, the first week of his initial romance passed in a tranquil yet blissful manner. One evening, Li Donglei remained in the library until closing time. Rising from his seat, he closed his eyes to organize his thoughts on the day's learning, feeling a profound sense of fulfillment. Exiting the expansive library, he found the school enveloped in serene silence, particularly as he strolled through a small grove devoid of any structures. The grandeur of Carlin Academy was evident, having even encompassed a few small hills from the Molen Mountains. The area was eerily still, with only the occasional rustle of leaves stirred by the wind. As Li Donglei ambled along, contemplating his upcoming dream rendezvous with Noah, he felt a sudden chill of danger. Sensing the approach of someone stealthily, it was reminiscent of those magical beasts lurking in the Molen Mountains, their presence palpable even before they drew near. Li Donglei maintained his composure, feigning nonchalance as he quietly gathered his strength. Suddenly, a wave of icy air surged from behind him, and illuminated by the moonlight ahead, a green, cold light shot towards him with alarming speed. Prepared for such an encounter, Li Donglei did not hesitate and swiftly dodged to the left. Yet, at that moment, a spear thrust out from his left, aimed directly at his head. Li Donglei drew his sword to parry, but to his astonishment, the projectile that had just attacked him and the chilling force from behind altered their course. Now targeting him from both sides, he found himself under a 3-pronged assault, and the adversary's momentum was formidable. With a swift motion, Li Donglei countered with a sword, employing the Tai Chi sword technique to redirect the power of the spear and the hidden weapon, sending the latter hurtling away. His exquisite swordplay neutralized 2 of the attacks. However, he lacked the time to defend against the 3rd sneak assault. A powerful ice pillar struck his back, propelling him 10 feet away, causing his blood to surge and his throat to taste the metallic tang of blood. The previous assault from the spear had struck with the force of a peak level 6 swordsman. While he could not ascertain the strength of the hidden weapon, as for the mage wielding the ice pillar, they were at least at level 5. Fortunately, they were not at level 6, or else the impact would have been dire. Chapter 76, Assassination, Part 2. As Li Donglei steadied his breath, the 3 assailants emerged from the shadows. Point 1, wielding a spear, sauntered out from the position where he had just attacked Li Donglei. Another, brandishing a slender sword, leapt down from the thick foliage, blocking Li Donglei's path. The last, a woman, approached from behind, donned not in a mage's robe but in the same black garb as the others. Though she held a magical staff, all 3 were masked, obscuring their identities from Li Donglei. He surveyed them and inquired, "Who are you? Why did you ambush me?" Came their reply, devoid of any emotion or hesitation. Upon encircling Li Donglei, they sprang into action. The female mage began chanting a spell, summoning water elements to her, before elegantly waving her staff, unleashing a barrage of ice shards descending upon Li Donglei. The tall man with the spear lunged fiercely at Li Donglei's side, while the shorter man with the slender sword struck towards Li Donglei's throat with lightning speed. A green and blue light emanated from the spear and sword, both exuding the power of level 6. With the three of them attacking simultaneously, each strike was ruthlessly aimed at vital points, clearly intent on killing Li Donglei. He inhaled deeply, swiftly repositioning himself, causing the ice shards to crash into the ground where he once stood, leaving deep gouges in the earth. The two energy attacks missed, leaving only afterimages in the air. Having sustained injuries from the earlier strike, facing two level 6 swordsmen and one level 5 mage posed an insurmountable challenge for Li Donglei. He could not withstand the onslaught for long. If the battle dragged on, his life would be in peril. Moreover, it was late, and this area was the most secluded part of the school, rarely frequented by others. It was evident that his assailants had chosen this location intentionally. With no recourse to rely on the school's teachers or fellow students, Li Donglei focused his energy, preparing for a decisive strike to break free from the encirclement. If all else failed, he would have to teleport once more. Suddenly, Li Donglei leapt into the air, charging fiercely towards the mage at the back, bringing his sword down in a vicious arc. The brilliant sword light surged upwards, startling the mage into a hasty retreat. As the sword energy passed, a lock of her hair fell to the ground, and the mage broke out in a cold sweat, taken aback by Li Donglei's astonishing speed and the ferocity of his attack, which narrowly missed her. Having made a sudden assault that yielded no results, Li Donglei landed and turned to slash at the two pursuing him, unleashing a torrent of fierce sword light that surged towards them like flames. The powerful wave of energy left the two aghast. They dared not confront him head-on and quickly retreated 3 paces. Upon descending, Li Donglei found himself once again encircled by the 3 attackers. Having witnessed the might of Li Donglei's energy, they grew more cautious, yet their desire for a swift resolution was evident, as they were in a school. This time, the female mage acted wisely. She erected a level 5 defensive ice wall before chanting a spell, summoning a rain of ice blades from the sky. Damn that old hack! Li Donglei cursed under his breath, knowing he had to evade. Among the 3, he most wished to eliminate the female mage, for her constant attacks rendered him constrained, yet he was at a loss for how to proceed. He swiftly dodged the ice blades and then spun towards the masked man with the spear. His sword sliced through the air like a cold bolt, unleashing a fierce wind. The masked man realized that Li Donglei's sword energy did not reach level 6. He raised his spear to meet the attack, the spear tip radiating a brilliant green light. With a resounding crash, their energies clashed, forcing both combatants to stagger backward. Simultaneously, the masked swordsman surged forward, his blue energy crackling ominously with a whistling sound. Li Donglei sidestepped to avoid the strike, then retaliated with a quick slash. With a resounding clang, the clash of weapons rang out, and sparks flew as the longsword forcefully struck the rapier. The cloaked figure staggered momentarily, while Li Donglei was jolted back, retreating several steps. His chest heaved with tumultuous energy, a sensation of profound discomfort overwhelming him. However, there was no time for respite, for a barrage of ice spears unleashed by the distant sorceress descended upon him. He hastily leaped forward. The preceding exchanges had transpired with the swiftness of lightning, truly reaching an astonishing velocity. Soon, the forest was filled with the glint of blades as the 4 combatants became enmeshed, magic and aura intertwining in a chaotic dance. Li Donglei was not only tasked with countering the fierce aura unleashed by the thrust of the spear and sword, but he also had to remain vigilant against the relentless magical assaults from afar, enduring an excruciating ordeal. Had it not been for his consistent application of the Tai Chi sword technique to exploit openings, pitting the opponent's spear against their rapier, he would have long since succumbed. Such is the marvel of profound martial arts. Even so, at this very moment, aside from the sensation of exhaustion, his internal organs felt as if they were being torn apart. He gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to spew blood. Damn it! Li Donglei glared fiercely at the distant sorceress. The 2 swordsmen he had drawn into the fray posed little threat to him, yet to manage 2 level 6 swordsmen, he had to summon all his focus. Meanwhile, the sorceress seized the opportunity to attack him. It was largely due to her efforts that he found himself in this precarious state, and thus his animosity towards her was palpable. After nearly 10 minutes of fierce combat, the 3 masked assailants discerned Li Donglei's fatigue, their strikes growing increasingly ferocious as they sought to conclude the battle swiftly. The powerful ice blast, long charged by the sorceress, struck Li Donglei's longsword, and in his nearly exhausted state, he lost his grip, sending the weapon flying. A swordsman relinquishing his blade was tantamount to conceding defeat. Simultaneously, the spear and rapier lunged at him, and though he dodged and evaded, the fierce aura grazed him, tearing 2 gashes in his garment, causing him to stumble and fall. At that moment, He could no longer contain himself, blood gushing forth from his mouth. Just then, a tremor coursed through Chang Fan's back. The slumbering little dragon had awakened. Startled by the two auras. It had been over a week since the little dragon had consumed a vast quantity of crystal cores and fallen into a deep slumber. Now, upon waking, it had astonishingly reached the 6th level of the Phantom Beast realm. Though it had only just attained this level, the energy required for the little dragon to ascend was several times greater than that of its peers. Similarly, its power surpassed that of ordinary phantom beasts or humans by a considerable margin. Chapter 77, Assassination, Part 2. Sensing the peril surrounding Li Donglei, the little dragon was eager to leap into battle. But Li Donglei restrained it. The little dragon could assist Li Donglei in two forms. One was to transform into dragon form and fight alongside him, and the other was to take the shape of armor to enhance Li Donglei's defense while channeling its power to him. Of course, this was contingent upon the little dragon being awake. If it remained asleep, such assistance was impossible. At that moment, Li Donglei required the little dragon to aid him in the latter form. All the while concealing its presence. He sensed an ominous threat lurking, and under the veil of uncertainty, the less the enemy understood him, the more contingencies they would possess, ultimately granting him an advantage in future confrontations. If he was to conceal the spatial sorcerer's strength, then he need not fear hiding the little dragon as well. After all, even in concealment, the little dragon could still provide assistance. Every decision was made in the blink of an eye. Li Donglei evaded the continued assaults of the three adversaries while familiarizing himself with the little dragon's energy. Then, under the relentless siege of the three, Li Donglei made a rare proactive counterattack. His movements swift as a wraith, exponentially faster than before, he charged towards the spear-wielding assailant, disregarding the weapon's threat and meeting it head-on with a punch, a searing aura manifesting before his fist. Shattering the opponent's aura instantaneously, his fist struck the spear's shaft with tremendous force, breaking it, and the cloaked figure staggered back, blood spilling from his mouth, staining the black veil. The energy of the ascended dragon was indeed formidable. Li Donglei's heart swelled with joy, a hint of arrogance creeping in. Almost simultaneously, the cloaked figure wielding the rapier surged forth, blue aura aimed straight for Li Donglei's back, while the distant sorceress unleashed a ferocious magical attack. The powerful spear producing a sonic boom as it cut through the air. Li Donglei swiftly dodged to the left, evading both attacks, then bent down to retrieve his discarded longsword from the ground. Propelling himself towards the sorceress, whom he loathed the most, the sorceress reacted quickly, erecting a defensive ice wall in front of her. 2 barriers in total. A cold smile crept across Li Donglei's lips. In the next instant, he slightly bent his left leg, his right leg inward, his upper body erect, both hands holding the sword skyward. Prepare to receive my strike, giant sword slash, with both hands gripping the sword. Li Donglei swung downwards, a colossal golden sword forged entirely of aura following his motion. Crack, crack. 2 sharp sounds echoed as the sorceress's 2 ice walls shattered like glass, and unable to evade in time. She was struck by the residual force of the giant sword directly to her left chest, blood erupting in a spray as she let out a scream and collapsed, unable to rise. The fragility of a sorceress was evident. This blow might very well prove fatal. Previously, each use of the giant sword slash had drained Li Donglei of all his aura due to his limited reserves as a level 4 swordsman. Now, bolstered by the little dragon's support, this strike not only possessed significantly greater power, but Li Donglei also retained ample strength. The sudden surge of power from Li Donglei left the 2 remaining cloaked figures aghast. Their eyes wide in shock as they exchanged glances. They hesitated momentarily, but advanced once more. Though fear gripped them, they were unwilling to concede easily. Humph, since the 3 of you seek my life with every strike. Do not blame me for my actions. A cold smile graced Li Donglei's lips as he met their blades head-on. The 3 resumed their fierce entanglement, the air ablaze with light. The 2 masked figures elevated their powers to their utmost limits, countering Li Donglei's exquisite swordplay. Yet, they found themselves entirely on the defensive, and within mere breaths, the balance of power shifted dramatically. In a state of complete dominance, Li Donglei ceased to employ the guiding principles of Tai Chi and unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, targeting the spear-wielding assailant while deftly evading the rapier-wielding foe, placing the spear-wielder in a perilous position. Suddenly, the spear-wielding figure abandoned the confrontation, forcefully stomping the ground as he retreated over 10 paces. Was he attempting to flee? No, for as the spear-wielder withdrew, the rapier-wielding figure planted his sword into the ground, extending his hands into his garments. In the next moment, a veritable storm of hidden weapons rained down upon Li Donglei. Glimmering with a green luminescence, most likely laced with poison, The deluge of concealed weapons blanketed an area of 10 paces above and below, densely packed. Li Donglei could not guarantee he could deflect them all with his sword. And should he be struck, the resulting venom would likely spell his doom. Li Donglei's murderous intent ignited, and in a flash, he dashed to the side of the assailant utilizing the hidden weapons. Swinging his sword downward with the intent to cleave him in two. However, the cloaked figure seemed to sense the impending danger, rolling away on the ground like a dog. Though the maneuver was ungraceful, it allowed him to narrowly escape. The intel was indeed accurate. You can traverse great distances in an instant. The assailant, having narrowly averted disaster, breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, Li Donglei would not grant him an opportunity to escape. His sword, aimed at the void, suddenly reversed direction, appearing poised to impale him into the earth. At that moment, the spear-wielding figure leaped through the air, desperately attempting to save his comrade. I am here to eliminate you, Li Donglei bellowed. The longsword that had just turned back was now hurled with lightning speed. In midair, with no leverage to aid him, the spear-wielding man was caught off guard by the sudden attack. He was swiftly pierced through the abdomen by Li Donglei's longsword, his body and weapon flying backward, impaled against a nearby tree. Groaning in agony, Li Donglei turned once more, his battle-hungry eyes glimmering in the darkness like a ravenous wolf. The remaining cloaked figure stood isolated and terrified, promptly fleeing in desperation. The slayer shall always be pursued by the slain. Li Donglei's eyes gleamed with cold light as he seized the rapier that the masked figure had previously lodged into the ground. Vanishing in two swift flashes, the fleeing figure glanced back, relieved to find no pursuit, but as he turned again, he beheld Li Donglei before him, aura surging skyward, both hands gripping the sword as he prepared to strike. Giant sword slash! The terror in the assailant's eyes had not yet faded when Li Donglei cleaved him from head to toe with a single stroke, ending his life on the spot. Removing the veil, Li Donglei did not recognize the fallen figure. He turned back to the sorceress lying on the ground, her heart pierced by his sword's aura. Already lifeless, the figure impaled on the tree had merely been wounded. Not yet dead. Lifting his veil, he found no recognition there either, just as with the previous two. Who are you? And why do you seek to kill me? Li Donglei inquired coldly. The man cast a glance at Li Donglei, a sudden sneer escaping his lips. Grasping the sword that impaled him, he yanked it downward, committing suicide with a swift motion. Not even a word before death, Li Donglei could not help but feel a chill rise within him. What manner of organization was this, and how had he offended them? Drawing his sword, he gazed upon the two corpses, with another not far off, momentarily at a loss as to what to do next. At that juncture, an elderly man clad in purple approached, and it was only when he drew within 3 paces that Li Donglei became aware of his presence, having felt nothing prior. Shocked, he focused his gaze and realized it was Principal Carter. Principal, this, Li Donglei began, but Carter waved his hand dismissively, saying, I observed the entire affair. The methods of these 3 bear a striking resemblance to those of assassins. Check their left shoulders for any bone tattoos. Surely not. You watched the whole time and did nothing? Are you not worried they might have killed a student? Li Donglei muttered discontentedly, yet complied with the request. You impudent boy, in such a life-and-death struggle? Opportunities like this are rare, and with me here, you need not fear any mishaps, the principal declared promptly. Li Donglei felt a wave of relief wash over him as he examined the bodies. And indeed, he found the bone tattoos. Yes, they are undoubtedly assassins. Have you recently offended someone who would employ assassins to eliminate you? Carter inquired with a grave expression. I have been at the school for less than 10 days. And prior to that, I was in the Mullen Mountain Range. Who could I have possibly offended? Li Donglei replied, his face a mask of confusion. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. If it is indeed the work of a student, they must face severe punishment, the principal asserted, maintaining his serious demeanor. Suddenly, he squinted and smiled. Oh, by the way, you were clearly exhausted earlier. I nearly intervened, yet you suddenly displayed such formidable strength. Your swordsmanship, using the opponent's attack against them to deplete their strength while accumulating your own, is simply exquisite. You wouldn't be seeking to instruct your principal, would you? Li Donglei asked uncertainly. Nonsense. I am a dignified 10th level sword emperor, Carter exclaimed, dismissing the idea with a flick of his sleeve. Yet his tone softened considerably as he continued, however, you may share your techniques. I shall analyze your swordplay's merits and flaws, which may prove beneficial to you. No. Thank you. Li Donglei firmly refused, then added, Principal, you wouldn't be launching a grand investigation, would you? Of course. If this matter were to leak, it would be detrimental to the school. No one is to speak of tonight's events. However, during my discreet inquiries, I will consult you, as this pertains directly to you. Li Donglei felt a wave of relief. He feared that if the news spread, Noah would worry. I must admit, you are rather endearing in your old age. I shall leave these three rascals to you. Haha, he declared, before irresponsibly making his escape. You little rascal, what did you call me? Carter called after him, but Li Donglei had already fled. All he desired now was to return and rest. He was utterly exhausted. After a series of battles, including 2 devastating sword strikes, even Xiaolong could not endure any longer. As he walked, he could sense Xiaolong's complaints, yet as its master, having been bound in this relationship since birth. Li Donglei comprehended Xiaolong's thoughts entirely. The energy it had expended could be restored through a few days of cultivation, much like himself. However, while recovery was easy, further advancement necessitated consuming magical energy cores. And at present, that rascal was fixated on the magical crystals buried in the Molan mountain range. Thieving dragon, Li Donglei chided humorously as he entered the dormitory. Upon returning, he found his roommates fast asleep and chose not to awaken them. Quietly, he shed his blood-stained garments, lacking the strength to bathe, and collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep slumber without even dreaming. The following day, he awoke late, the sun already high in the sky. As he stirred, Yuta, Galen, and Taiyang were staring at him with wide eyes. What is it? Your leader is not a beauty, Li Donglei joked. Why haven't you gone to class? Boss, how did your clothes get torn with 2 sword cuts? And why are there bloodstains? Yuta asked anxiously. Oh, I had intended to inform you last night, but seeing you all asleep, I refrained from waking you. Last night in the abandoned woods at school, I was ambushed by 3 assassins. And I fought them off, Li Donglei recounted nonchalantly. However, the faces of Yuta and the others paled at his words, for the Assassin Guild was one of the most secretive and terrifying organizations in the world. These individuals, whose livelihood depended on killing, often disregarded the chivalric code, moral constraints, and legal boundaries. They would go to any lengths to kill, having undergone rigorous training from a young age, unafraid of death. For anyone on the continent, the mere mention of assassins instilled fear, especially for students who had yet to weather any storms of life. What do you plan to do, boss? Galen inquired. What to do? If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Should they offend me, I shall repay them tenfold. Li Donglei replied coldly. I have been at school for merely a few days and have already clashed with that brat Gorin. I have no enmity with anyone else. I suspect him, he continued. The principal is already aware of this, but I have not mentioned my suspicions regarding Gorin. Why not? Taeyong could not help but ask. This matter, once brought to the school's attention, would surely involve a weighing of interests, the school's reputation, and imperial law. Even if evidence were uncovered, it would be uncertain how they would handle it. If it truly is that brat Gorin. At his tender age, to think of hiring assassins to kill, how audacious, Li Donglei exclaimed in anger. Then let's go eliminate Gorin. Yuta suggested coldly. Not so fast. I only suspect him. We cannot act recklessly. Bring Aguin and Renugade here. The fewer people who know about this, the better, especially those girls like Noah, Li Donglei instructed sternly. I'll fetch them, Yuta responded before dashing out of the dormitory. Before long, Yuta returned with Aguin and Renugade in tow. Are you all aware of the situation? Li Donglei asked. Yes, boss. What do you want us to do? Renugade inquired. Before you came to school, one of you was a member of the Mercenary Guild, and the other a member of the Thieves Guild. Do you still have connections with them? Li Donglei questioned. Of course. For us commoners without power, the only option is to enlist as foot soldiers. Those with talent often do not enlist, due to the hierarchy. Even if we possess skills, it is difficult for us to rise. Joining one of the 4 major guilds is a far better way to earn substantial money, Aguin replied promptly. Renugade nodded, adding, those of us with abilities among the commoners gravitate towards the 4 major guilds, where there are greater prospects for development. After we graduate, both Aguin and I will return to our respective guilds. Hence we have maintained contact. Li Donglei nodded in approval. That is good. The 4 major guilds, aside from the Gladiators Guild, have stringent requirements for intelligence. You two shall assist me in investigating Gorin. Naturally, the Assassin Guild is also adept at keeping secrets, so I do not expect much. Just ascertain whether Gorin has sought out anyone from the Assassin Guild in recent days. If he has, we will confront him. There is no need to take risks to gather evidence. If it's merely tracking one person's movements over the past few days, that is elementary. I can have the results for you by tomorrow, Renugade boasted confidently. Surely not. To discover whether one person has contacted the Assassin Guild, you need 2 days. I can uncover that today, Aguin declared with confidence. Do not boast. If you cannot find anything, it would be embarrassing, Renugade retorted. Do you think everyone is as foolish as you? Enough of this bickering. Each of you investigate your leads. I grant you 2 days. But keep it confidential and do not let Gorin catch wind of anything, Li Donglei commanded. In the morning, Iguan began his investigation into Gorin, and by noon, he had returned to Li Donglei. Boss, I have confirmed it. 4 days ago, Gorin did indeed visit the Assassin Guild, specifically, a small branch of the guild in the northern part of the city. Are you certain? Li Donglei asked. Absolutely, Iguan affirmed emphatically. By the following afternoon, Renegade also reported back to Li Donglei. I have conducted my investigation. After your duel, Gorin was seriously injured and took 3 days to recover. After healing, he sought out the Onion Guild in the northern part of the city 4 nights ago. It is merely a second-rate assassin guild. The following day, he was seen conversing for an extended period with 2 men and a woman at a tavern adjacent to that guild. Early yesterday, Gorin returned to the Onion Guild and did not return to school afterward, but instead went directly to the nearby mercenary guild. I cannot ascertain the specifics within the Assassin Guild, but I have learned that Gorin expended a large sum to hire 3 experts for his protection. With a contract lasting 2.5 years until his graduation, among those 3 experts are 2 level 6 swordsmen, one wielding a broadsword and the other dual swords, as well as a level 7 lightning mage, who is accompanied by a level 7 illusion beast, a lightning wolf. This afternoon, Gorin left the dormitory and purchased a residence 4 streets away from the school, moving in with those 3 experts. He truly possesses great wealth, being both an assassin and a mercenary, and he has even purchased a house. Li Donglei expressed his disdain as he turned to Renegade and remarked with a smile, "You are far more reassuring than Iguan. I did not expect you to be so adept at gathering intelligence. What is your take on this matter? I believe he is feeling quite anxious after the assassination attempt failed, worried that you might seek revenge." Boss, Renegade replied with a serious demeanor, his worries are indeed justified, but ultimately futile. It is he who first sought to eliminate me. Thus, he should not blame me for being merciless. Li Donglei's voice turned cold. With him, there is a total of 1 7th level mage, 1 7th level phantom beast, and 3 6th level swordsmen. Li Donglei muttered to himself. Reno, please summon Helian Nanda, Dua, and Finglinger. 3 7th level experts should suffice to deal with the 2. Furthermore, you, Galen, Yuta, Taiyong, and Yiguan, those who are already aware of this matter, will handle the remaining 3 6th level swordsmen. The fewer people who know about this, the better. We will act tonight. Li Donglei spoke in a low voice. With the departure of the 4th-year students, aside from Noah, Helian Nanda, and the other 2, they are the only remaining 7th level experts. Helian Nanda and Dua were originally the 3rd and 6th strongest in the academy, while Finglinger had advanced during training in the Mullen Mountains. Understood. I will summon them immediately, Renegade responded before departing. It was merely another task. In the Mullen Mountains, Li Donglei frequently issued various missions, but this time it was a hunt for a human rather than magical beasts. That night, under the cloak of darkness, several figures swiftly emerged from the walls of Kalen Academy, vanishing into the streets like a gust of wind. The Night Raiders were the assassination team led by Li Donglei, who traversed through the streets and, guided by Renegade, soon reached Gorin's residence. The courtyard Gorin had purchased was located on the outskirts of the city, not far from Kalen Academy and adjacent to the city river, making it a tranquil retreat compared to the bustling downtown. By this hour, it was already midnight, yet a dim light still flickered within the courtyard. Let us not enter just yet. Yiguan, tap into your thieving instincts and assess the situation inside, Li Donglei whispered, clad in dark garments and masked. Everyone remained silent as a slender figure on Li Donglei's left quietly descended the courtyard wall without a sound. Approximately 15 minutes later, the masked Yiguan returned, wielding a long saber that measured 1.5 feet in length. Upon re-entering, the others discovered that 2 identical slender swords and a purple magic staff were strapped to his waist, and he carried a bundle on his back. Li Donglei recognized it as the package in which Gorin concealed his curved blade. How could you have stolen so many weapons so quickly? The group gasped in astonishment. A skilled practitioner is usually cautious with their weapons. How did you manage it? Did that wolf fail to notice you? Yuta, standing closely beside Li Donglei, asked curiously. What? Does the son of a duke wish to become a thief? All of this is mine. No one is permitted to take it from me, Yiguan responded softly. You 2 can discuss this later. Li Donglei's voice grew stern. Where are the others? Yiguan immediately replied, the leftmost house is unoccupied. To the right is a fellow wielding dual swords, in the center is a mage whose wolf is in the same house, and to the right of the mage is a smaller house, which contains a cellar. Gorin's antics in front of me are utterly ridiculous, and the swordsman with the knife is on the far right. Very well, Helian Nanda, Dua, and Finglinger, you 3 will confront the mage in the center. Galen and Yiguan, you will tackle the one on the far right, while the rest will engage the dual-wielding swordsman on the left. These individuals are mercenaries, far more experienced in combat than we are. So exercise caution and entangle them while ensuring your own safety, Li Donglei commanded before gracefully leaping into the courtyard. Like a phantom, he entered the small house described by Yiguan, where faint candlelight flickered within. Regrettably, it was empty. Under ordinary circumstances, Changfan would have left upon witnessing such a scene, but this time, Li Donglei followed Yiguan's instructions and stealthily approached the stairs leading to the cellar. Typically, cellars are places where ordinary families store their belongings. Someone of Goran's affluent background would never reside there. To his surprise, Goran was so cautious. Li Donglei stood motionless beside the staircase until he confirmed that there was indeed someone within the room. Their breathing steady. Before he gently moved his feet, he quietly approached the bedside, and in the cellar's darkness, Li Donglei confirmed that the person sleeping was indeed Goran. At that moment, the flickering light became blinding. Causing Goran's body to shudder, Li Donglei swiftly raised his hand to strike, generating a flash of energy in the air that Goran's years of relentless training manifested at that moment. Although still groggy, he instinctively sensed a hint of danger and rolled away. With a resounding thud, Li Donglei's palm struck Goran's left arm with great force. The blow, initially intended for his chest, would have been fatal or left him severely injured, but Goran's evasive maneuver spared him from a critical blow. Though his left arm shattered upon impact, Goran then screamed in agony, "Help, someone," as he sprang to his feet in search of his sword, only to realize that it had already been stolen by Yiguan. Li Donglei discarded the flickering light and drew his sword, pursuing him. The two emerged from the cellar into the open air, where Goran had already sustained 6 wounds, each one grievous. Originally, he had been a defeated foe of Li Donglei. But with the assistance of Xiaolong, Li Donglei's strength was now comparable to that of a 7th-level swordsman. In contrast, Goran, having lost his weapon and suffering from a shattered arm, had no hope of success. What filled Goran with despair was that the high-priced experts he had hired were now under siege in the courtyard. Although the assailants were unfamiliar to him, each one was formidable, including 2 swordsmen and a mage who had reached the 7th level of mastery. Goran recognized that he had no hope of victory and turned to face